In the year 1492 of the Oceanic calendar, on the modest island of Duramos, nestled in the early expanse of the New World, a scene unfolded. Hey, Jesse, you wouldn't want news of you wetting the bed at 8 years old to spread, would you? In a tangled alley, a boy with long black hair, clad only in his bare upper body, wore a mischievous grin as he gazed at the sniffling child before him. In the distance, several other timid children glared at the long-haired boy, their anger palpable yet stifled. Wait, I distinctly washed up before dawn. How could you possibly know, Oz? As Jesse spoke, he quickly covered his mouth, terrified that his distant companions might overhear. I've told you long ago, nothing escapes my notice in this world. With a swift motion, the long-haired boy seized the handful of pocket, changed several hundred berries from the sniffling child. Amidst Jess's furious glare, he pocketed it and laughed heartily as he sauntered away. Once he departed, the other children cautiously approached to console the robbed Jesse, their voices laced with indignation. Damn that guy. He'll definitely get my revenge when I grow up. Indeed, Oz is always snatching our pocket money. If I ever get the chance, I will surely teach him a lesson. Yet, among them was a more thoughtful child, whose face bore a bitter expression as he gazed at the retreating figure. Such things are unlikely to be realized. The mayor has mentioned that Oz killed a wild boar at the age of 6. He truly is. As he spoke, a flicker of fear glimmered in the child's eyes, reminiscent of warnings imparted by parents. A boar monster? Ah, another 500 berries added to my haul now. I can purchase a couple more newspapers. OS pushed open the door to his home with a cheerful heart. This marked the 9th year since he had arrived in the world of One Piece. Abandoned at birth and raised by the Old Town mayor, OS had grown accustomed to the wonders of this peculiar realm. Yet, he had yet to witness the true vastness of this world thus. He diligently purchased newspapers from the seagull vendor to stay informed about significant events occurring upon the seas. Today, as was his custom, he prepared to return home for lunch, only to find, for reasons unknown, that the old mayor was absent. Surveying his surroundings, he furrowed his brow and glanced towards the neighbor's door, as if trying to sense something. After a moment, he shook his head. That's odd. The widow next door is also not home. Assuming the mayor had perhaps gone out for leisure, OS thought little of it. He retrieved some bread and ham from the kitchen and seated himself to eat, all the while perusing the newspaper he had just purchased that day. The remnants of rocks are expanding their respective powers, notably among figures such as the Golden Lion and Whitebeard. There was nothing particularly noteworthy, though it must be said that the young Charlotte Linlin was indeed strikingly beautiful. As he chewed, he silently marveled at the curvaceous figure depicted in the newspaper, then continued to read. The Roger pirates are suspected to be active near Sandora Island. The living pirate King OS mused as he chewed, then moved on to the next news piece. Wait a moment. The movement of OS suddenly halted, as if he sensed something amiss. He then abruptly turned his gaze towards a message regarding the Roger pirates, oblivious to the bread that fell from his mouth onto the ground. And in that moment, he was rendered utterly astonished. Sandora Island? Isn't that the island located merely dozens of nautical miles away? Goodness, at this point in time, Roger had yet to arrive at Raftel, nor had he established himself as the Pirate King. Incredible! OS's eyes widened, and within mere seconds, an audacious decision began to take shape in his mind. Having waited nearly 30 years of my previous life without uncovering the true nature of One Piece, now I find myself presented with a tangible opportunity to witness it firsthand. If he could somehow join the Roger Pirates, what would one call such a turn of events? A peak from the very outset. While ordinary pirates spend a lifetime in pursuit of the grand treasure, he, having only set sail for a mere 2 years, could potentially stumble upon it directly. The mere thought ignited a surge of excitement within OS. Moreover, the Roger crew comprised world-class experts. Learning even a few techniques from them would suffice to elevate him to the status of a final boss in a theatrical release. A secondary advantage would be the prestige associated with his identity. Have you not witnessed how even a future buggy was regarded with greater esteem simply due to his affiliation with Roger's crew? Resolute in his decision, he thought to himself, "Old man, I am setting off to join the Roger Pirates. I shall repay your nurturing kindness upon my triumphant return." He penned a farewell note, shouldered a sturdy stick with a bundle of belongings tied to its end. And with unwavering determination, OS resolved that once he achieved greatness, he would return to honor the elders of his hometown. At that time, I shall lead the village's wild dogs to those grand kingdoms to serve as guard dogs, allowing them a share of royal provisions. Surely that suffices. OSS hurriedly packed the few belongings of the old town chief and dashed towards the dock, his strides vigorous and swift. Simultaneously, a resplendent ship, adorned with two mermaid sculptures at its prow, docked at the largest wharf of Duramos. At the bow stood a man resembling a captain, his imposing figure clad in a crimson coat and topped with a captain's hat. Beneath his signature handlebar mustache lay a confident smile befitting a formidable warrior, and an innate aura of royalty radiated from him. Exuding extraordinary demeanor and commanding presence, he is indeed a top-tier powerhouse of the seas. OSS, relying solely on his instincts, could already perceive the chasm-like disparity in strength between himself and the man before him. This was the pirate King Joel D. Roger. At present, he had just emerged victorious from the Battle of God Valley alongside his comrades, now sailing the seas in search of the 4 lost pieces of the Poneglyph, embarking on his final adventure. In this moment, he had yet to succumb to the terminal illness, reveling in the freedom and journey that the ocean offered. Beside the dock, members of the Roger Pirates disembarked in succession, their purpose here merely to replenish supplies. Amidst this assembly of formidable men, 2 small figures navigated through the crowd, appearing distinctly out of place. 2 little imps, one with red hair and the other with a red nose. "Who are you calling a red-nosed fool? If you have the courage, say it again." Young Buggy was fuming, his face flushed with anger. "No one is calling you a red-nosed clown, Buggy," Shanks replied, descending from the ship's gangplank, pressing down his straw hat that had been threatened by the gusts of wind. He spoke with a hint of exasperation, even without words. "One can sense it. Is your observation, Hockey, really that of a red-nosed clown? That's not true. Someone must have said it. Such a feeling cannot be mistaken," Buggy proclaimed, clenching his fists and shouting, then scanning the surroundings until his gaze fell upon a figure sprinting toward them from a distance. "Hey, is that you, Brad?" "Ha ha ha, sassy Dana, Buggy Shanks." OS laughed heartily as he approached, waving in greeting. Chapter 2. The Sea's Enchantress. OS at the dock, numerous crew members watched the spectacle with amusement, including Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba, among others. What the hell? Although Buggy was unaware of how this sudden impudent child had learned of his esteemed name, it did not prevent him from expressing his displeasure at such familiarity. "Do I know you? You just waltz in and start with sassy Dana." His cheeks reddened as he mimicked OSS' jovial demeanor, which elicited hearty laughter from Shanks, while their companions could not help but embrace one another, bursting into fits of laughter. "Don't say it like that, Buggy." OSS, with an audacious demeanor, stood before a vessel of the world's elite warriors, displaying not a trace of trepidation, his countenance adorned with a smile. "My observation, Hockey, never deceives. We shall undoubtedly become good friends in the future." With long, raven hair cascading nearly to his waist, Os' youthful visage still bore a striking handsomeness. His infectious grin radiated warmth, while his bare torso revealed faint scars and defined musculature. Clad simply in military-style trousers and boots, he wore no superfluous adornments, save for the burdens he carried upon his shoulders. Upon hearing Os' words, the first mate, Silver's Rayleigh, narrowed his elongated eyes thoughtfully. "To awaken observation, Hockey, at such a tender age, that appears to be quite extraordinary. Is it akin to Riderfield's ability?" Roger, intrigued, interjected, leaning on the ship's railing as he gazed at the long-haired youth on the dock, chuckling. "Hey, youngster, what brings you here?" "Naturally, it is to join your ranks." OSS, well aware of the temperaments of these formidable individuals, replied with a grin, "Please call me the Sea's Enchantress, OSS." "Youngster, what compels you to board our ship?" inquired Joel D. Roger, the man who concealed the grand treasure at the ocean's end, his smile directed at OSS. To this inquiry, OSS had a fitting response. "Ha ha ha ha. It is, of course, to turn this world upside down." Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing the youthful OS utter those words, Roger and Rayleigh were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged glances before erupting into hearty laughter. Both were reminded of the scene from their initial encounter, which had been the very catalyst for the formation of the Roger Pirates. In this young man, they saw reflections of their own youthful selves. "Ha ha 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 ha. If you're not afraid of death, then boldly come aboard. Roger, with his carefree disposition, readily granted OSS' request with a wave of his hand, relying solely on his instinctive judgment. Rayleigh, unusually, refrained from questioning this whim and allowed the captain's impetuous nature to prevail. However, Jabba and the others were somewhat perplexed, finding the situation a bit abrupt. "Hey, Captain, aren't we about to turn this ship into a haven for kids?" "Having a capricious captain is truly beyond our control," one crew member shrugged, expressing their resignation and acceptance. Within the Roger Pirates, all crew members shared a common understanding. They could frolic and joke around casually, drinking and fooling about. Yet when the captain issued a command or made a decision, they were obliged to acquiesce unconditionally. This was also a testament to Roger's personal charisma. Observing this scene, OS mused to himself, truly a man capable of captivating even the likes of the Golden Lion. His charisma was undeniable. Thus, OS successfully secured a position as an intern aboard the ship of the Pirate King. Once a mere underling of rocks, and after being defeated alongside his comrades by Roger and the others, the no-homeland-returning Old Kike, who had taken on the role of town mayor, was still lost in dreams of nurturing a monster akin to Whitebeard or the Golden Lion, one that would one day elevate him to greatness. Upon witnessing a house that appeared as if it had been ransacked, along with a note resting on the table, I was momentarily rendered speechless, only to erupt in silence. Roger, OS gazed at the receding coastline, where a figure seemed to be hopping along the shore. Despite the inherent limitations of his observation skills, OS, endowed with exceptional eyesight, could discern that it resembled the silhouette of the old town mayor. "Oi, farewell. I shall take good care of myself." OS watched the elderly man, who was bouncing and waving him off, believing that the old fellow was reluctant to see him go. He too waved his arms vigorously, tears glimmering in his eyes. After all, having spent 9 years together, even a dog would form an attachment. Usually so stern, yet finally showing a tender side as I depart, "You old rascal." OSS gestures caught the attention of Shanks and Buggy. Observing OSS' melancholic demeanor, the 2 fellow trainees approached and patted him on the shoulder. "Do not be disheartened from now on. We shall be your family and brothers," Shanks proclaimed with genuine warmth. "A man of the sea cannot weep so easily." Buggy, with a sharp tongue but a soft heart, offered his roundabout consolation. Only Rayleigh, seated nearby with a drink, slightly twitched his lips, casting a peculiar glance at the old-school trio. After a moment's reflection, he ultimately refrained from voicing any sarcasm. With his keen observation skills that allowed him to traverse the calmest seas without losing his way, it was not difficult for him to perceive the old man's shouts from the shore, the essence of which was likely. Cursed Roger, even in his malevolent pursuits, does not chase after the hearts of his victims. How despicable that it seems there was also a matter concerning someone's mother. However, as the family of a new crew member, Rayleigh refrained from intervening, choosing to dismiss it as if he had never heard. "Roger, you wretched scoundrel, and you OS, make sure to wear your shirt from now on, lest you catch a chill," Old Kike shouted through gritted teeth, wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes as he watched the Oro Jackson fade into the setting sun. As the sun and moon cycled and the sea breeze caressed the air, days slipped by in the blink of an eye. To be frank, even with mental preparation, life at sea proved to be far more monotonous than OS had anticipated. The endless expanse of azure ocean, occasionally interrupted by slumbering sea kings lulled into tranquility by the ship's vibrant color. Endless feasts and ceaseless cleaning tasks without the companionship of 2 jovial friends. OS felt he might truly succumb to despair. "Hey, OS, why are you slacking off again? Still lounging on my bed?" The cabin door swung open abruptly, and a flustered Buggy stormed in, seizing OS by the collar and fuming. "Don't take it so seriously, Buggy. How about I give you a little something for your troubles?" OS, being shaken by the collar, seemed unfazed by Buggy's demeanor. Instead, he retrieved a few bills from his pocket, smiling as he stuffed them into Buggy's. Observing Buggy's eyes light up at the sight of money, OS adjusted his collar, realizing that among the crew, Buggy was perhaps the only one who truly embodied the essence of a purity avaricious, cunning, yet loyal. OS only needs to spend a little money to pacify Buggy. This way, he can occasionally indulge in a leisurely sleep. Just then, A youthful voice resonated from outside the house. "OS, Baki, come out and practice." Chapter 3. The Sharingan version of Kinbunshiku. Upon hearing that voice, OS, who had been seated on the bed, was the first to leap up with excitement and dash towards the door. In stark contrast, Buggy wore a face of bitter resignation. He truly detested arduous training. After all, there were plenty of skilled fighters aboard the ship, and during treasure hunts, it was unlikely he would assume a pivotal role. However, witnessing OS and Shanks swiftly racing towards the stern, he feigned composure and followed suit, calling out, "Wait for me, you two." As the trio emerged from the cabin and made their way to the ship's rear, they encountered several burly men who had indulged a bit too much, sprawled drunkenly on the ground. This chaotic scene of revelry was nothing new to the three of them. They proceeded to the storeroom to retrieve their weapons. Buggy chose a throwing knife, Shanks favored a saber, while OS pondered for a moment before selecting a flintlock pistol. This decision was the result of careful consideration. In addition to complementing his innate Kinbunshiku abilities and suitability for a supporting role, he also realized that the realm of swords and blades was fiercely competitive. With the likes of Gold Lion, Roger, and Rayleigh, not to mention figures such as red-haired Shanks and Mihawk, and the future presence of the three-sword-style wielder, Roronoa Zoro. OS concluded that the cost-to-benefit ratio for making a name for himself in the sword-fighting community was rather unfavorable. To aspire to be the world's greatest swordsman is commendable, especially considering the arduous journey that awaits. However, even if OS were to endure countless trials and ultimately attain the title of the so-called world's greatest swordsman, he would likely find himself relentlessly pursued by the likes of Mihawk and Zoro, their incessant challenges echoing in his ears. "Accept my challenge. I am destined to become the world's greatest swordsman." Such a predicament would surely become tiresome. Instead, why not strive to be the world's greatest marksman? As a former inhabitant of Blue Planet, OS possesses an innate fascination with firearms, complemented by his natural observation haki. Furthermore, this path appears to be less competitive. The renowned snipers of the future will likely consist of individuals such as Jesus Burgess, Usopp, Van Augur, and perhaps even Ben Beckman. The niche nature of this arena offers OS the confidence that he is not inferior to others. Once he masters the advanced haki techniques, such as Conqueror's haki and Foresight, and acquires some Seastone bullets, it may not be unreasonable to take down an emperor with a single shot. If not a Yonko, surely a subordinate. After all, Shanks can eliminate 30 billion with a mere stroke. Once he achieves such prowess and attains the strength of an emperor, OS envisions a life of travel and enjoyment, visiting all the iconic locales, and in his later years, acquiring a few maids and settling in a quaint estate. Having toiled as a beast in his past life, he is determined to savor the pleasures of this one. However, while ideals are abundant, reality is stark. My current self is merely a child with an innate awakening to the observation haki, slightly more robust than average. Although Rayleigh may indeed be a rather uninspiring mentor, establishing a solid foundation should pose no challenge. Thus, I shall make do and learn. The next lesson for Ace upon boarding the ship is martial arts, the cornerstone of all combat techniques, whether one wields a sword or relies solely on one's fists. Even those who engage in ranged attacks with firearms require formidable reflexes and haki to remain undefeated. For the three young individuals residing in the New World, the term haki is not entirely foreign. Hence, Rayleigh refrains from excessive elaboration, swiftly turning his gaze toward the weapons each has chosen. Beyond martial arts, each individual seeks to cultivate their own preferred method of combat. Rayleigh, taking a sip of his drink, encourages them to express their desires for learning, stating that if he possesses the knowledge, he will gladly impart his experience and skills. "I wish to master swordsmanship," Shanks declares with singular focus. Perhaps influenced by Roger and Rayleigh's legacy, he harbors a fondness for the long sword. "Swordsmanship, is it?" Rayleigh chuckles. "Then from this day forth, you shall strike 5,000 times daily, starting with the fundamental grip of the sword." He then shifts his attention to Buggy, suggesting that since the short dagger and long sword bear similarities, he should commence his practice with basic swinging techniques. Finally, he gazes at the wide-eyed Ace, uncertain about the boy's inclinations. Thus, Rayleigh inquires, "What would you like to learn? Is there anything you wish to pursue?" "Certainly. However, if you wish to learn marksmanship, the sniper aboard the ship is far more precise than Tam. Then I shall master the Conqueror's haki." "Huh." OS's astonishing words nearly caused Rayleigh to spew his drink 5 meters away. After a moment, He wiped the corner of his mouth and replied with exasperation, "Youngster, though I am unaware of where you gleaned such terminology, this advanced technique, to say the least, requires one to possess the innate talent for conqueror's hockey." Implicitly, he suggested that OS might not even have the potential for the conqueror's hockey, let alone discuss its mastery. Nevertheless, OS remained undeterred, harboring a whimsical hope. "Then, if I were to possess the conqueror's hockey, would you, Uncle Rayleigh, be willing to teach me?" "Why not?" Rayleigh assumed this was merely the musings of a child and casually acquiesced. Their idle chatter did not last long before OS and his companions commenced with the most fundamental training, burdened with a massive iron plate. While OS performed one-handed push-ups prone on the ground, he perused a newspaper, all the while honing his observation hockey. In his perception, Shanks was diligently practicing his swordplay, sweat glistening on his youthful face, embodying utmost seriousness. Although Buggy was also training, his deliberate sluggishness betrayed a tendency to slack off. It appeared that with each swing, Shanks's swordplay grew increasingly formidable. After completing his strength training, OS noted that Shanks had finally finished his daily sword practice. One could indeed call him a prodigy in the art of swordsmanship. The progress is evident to the naked eye. AUS, akin to a sly observer, discreetly watches Shanks' advancements, mentally cataloging his techniques. While Shanks hones his strength, AUS picks up the long sword that Shanks had laid upon the ground, reflecting on the nuances of Shanks' power and the shifts in airflow, and begins his own sword training. Truly, he is a greedy little imp. On the lookout tower, a long-haired, burly man sporting sunglasses observes AUS diligently training at the ship's stern and remarks to a nearby blonde rotund fellow he desires to learn both gunplay and swordsmanship. Should he seek to learn the axe as well, I shall refuse him instruction. Although I am not particularly fond of a sniper wielding a blade, he is somewhat exceptional. As a master of observation hockey, the sniper from Roger's crew can discern subtleties that Tam cannot. This lad AUS is indeed pilfering Shanks' efforts. Indeed, it is true that Shanks has perfected his technique after thousands of swings, yet AUS has managed to replicate it flawlessly after merely 1,000 attempts. This revelation fills AUS with elation. Could it be akin to a Sharingan version of observation hockey? The naturally awakened range of his observation hockey is not particularly vast, extending only several dozen meters after years of diligent development. However, AUS's observation hockey is distinct. While not quite as detailed as a microscope, it is inherently maxed out. Every minute change in technique evades not his keen perception, thus enabling him to learn any skill with remarkable efficiency, aside from sheer strength. Chapter 4. Young Sea Ice. Take my shot. Thus, in the days that followed, OS focused the majority of his training on physical conditioning. Although he could not be compared to certain prodigies who exerted efforts 100-fold, he was capable of mastering both marksmanship and martial arts at double the efficiency of a genius like Shanks, which could be deemed monstrous. Therefore, it was far more advantageous to develop his physical strength and domineering presence sooner rather than later. Time flew by, and 2 months had passed since leaving his hometown. OS led a fulfilling yet uneventful life. As dawn broke, he was roused by Buggy and Shanks to engage in housekeeping. The previous night, due to an increase in Captain Roger's bounty, yet another feast was held aboard the ship. Everyone was in high spirits, save for the notorious trio of the worst generation. How could one possibly endure daily feasts without succumbing to fatigue? As for this group of fervent fools, along with Roger, who bore a resemblance to Monkey D. Luffy in temperament, OS found himself at a loss. It was not that he lacked the desire to join in. Rather, the rum served was simply intolerable. And as someone devoid of a penchant for alcohol, he could not bring himself to appreciate it. This experience starkly contrasted with his imagined adventures as a pirate king, which he had envisioned to be filled with thrilling escapades. Aside from the occasional storms, thunder, hail, and hurricanes, there was little of the anticipated excitement and adventure. Indeed, the grandeur of a pirate king's journey turned out to be merely a gathering of elite warriors. As they tidied up until nearly lunchtime, Oz and his companions finally cleared away the bottles and debris. Just as they were about to grab a bite to eat before heading out for some exercise, Oz suddenly froze, sensing something in the air. He looked up towards the distant sky and noticed something approaching. It was the sound that alerted Oz first. Bucky rushed to the ship's railing, and upon closer inspection, he realized it appeared to be a cannonball. Goodness! He quickly glanced into the distance and was astonished to see a white sail materializing within his line of sight. What kind of cannonball could be thrown from such a distance? A missile, perhaps? Oz had a vague inkling of who might be behind it. Without the luxury of time to shout a warning, he drew the long rifle slung across his back, aiming at the dark speck in the sky. Meanwhile, Captain Roger's figure appeared at the bow of the ship, observing Oz as he took aim. "Kid, that fellow's cannonballs travel fast. Do you think you can hit it?" Roger grinned broadly, watching Oz as he struggled to steady his aim. "Who does he look down upon? If I can't hit it, surely I can strike a cannonball." Oz scoffed, aligning his sights on the target, enhancing his aim with his observation hockey. He hit it. Through his observation hockey, he sensed the cannonball being struck by the bullet just a few dozen meters from the ship, hitting squarely at its center. However, while he had indeed struck it, it was not as he had anticipated. To Oz's astonishment, the cannonball did not explode in midair as expected. Instead, it deflected his bullet as if it were nothing, continuing on its original trajectory, falling downwards as if nothing had happened. 666. This cannonball is a phantom. This is undoubtedly a formidable cannonball. Realizing he was powerless to intervene, Osgood decisively withdrew his weapon and retreated behind Buggy and Shanks. He remained unperturbed, for with giants to bear the weight of the heavens, the three of them were but insignificant radishes. As expected, the goddess avoidance. With a furious shout from Captain Roger, the blade, accompanied by dark crimson lightning, cleaved through the air, as if the very sky were to be torn asunder. Apart from the singular cannonball Osgood had targeted, several others, even before touching the ground, erupted violently in midair. Osgood was dazzled by the sheer might of the blow, though he was aware from the anime that this technique was exaggerated. Witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different sensation. To split the heavens with a single stroke? What a marvel! I must learn this goddess avoidance. Osgood felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head, nearly drooling at the sight. He keenly observed every movement of Captain Roger as he executed the technique. However, perhaps due to his current inadequacies, he could only sense an immense power coursing within, unable to discern more clearly. He felt a sense of regret. Perhaps it was akin to the inability of the Sharingan to replicate forbidden techniques. His level was simply too low to assimilate. Yet, before he could further contemplate, Shanks and Buggy grasped him and pulled him back behind the throng of arriving crew members. "Ha ha! Gentlemen, prepare to face the Navy," Captain Roger bellowed with laughter. "This mad dog, after finally shaking off the pursuit, how is it that he has caught up again in less than 2 months?" Jabba, clad in a tank top and wielding dual axes, replied with an exasperated tone, "Then let us offer a proper greeting." Riley struck directly, his hand slicing through the air with a colossal sword-like energy that cleaved the sea surface. However, as anticipated by OS, it proved ineffective. Dissipated by a mighty black fist from the warship. Swift as the wind, OS climbed up to the lookout tower and greeted his sniper mentor, Bite-em. "Hello, Uncle Bite-em." Bite-em, despite his portly stature, was quick in both reaction and movement. Upon seeing OS, he chuckled. "Ah, it's you, OS. Be cautious. This time, you're not facing mere underlings." "I'll manage just fine," OS replied with a smile, peering through the scope of his rifle towards the distant figure on the warship. It was a burly man clad in a Navy vice admiral's cloak and a black suit, sporting a short haircut and a beard, casually weighing several artillery shells in his hands. It was this very individual who had previously rendered OS helpless by launching shells with his bare hands. OS mused that the current artillery was rather lacking, as even an automatic cannon could not rival the might of manual firepower. Truly, one could not underestimate the prowess of a king's champion. "Hey, can you hear me, Roger? Surrender now." From afar, Carp was shouting through a gigantic megaphone. "Ha ha ha, that one-t do, Carp," Roger responded, both adversaries exchanging jovial banter across the distance, rekindling their long-standing rivalry with spirited repartee. What ensued was the customary chase, a tumultuous exchange of confrontations. Given the multitude of skilled individuals within Roger's crew, their agility rendered it unrealistic for Carp to single-handedly apprehend them all. Meanwhile, Roger and his companions were reluctant to engage in a protracted struggle against Carp, a formidable opponent. The prospect of a mere leak of their clash could lead to catastrophic consequences, resulting in the destruction of their vessel, yet sparing their lives, ultimately forcing them to swim to the next island. Occasionally, some overzealous Navy personnel, attempting to approach the Oro Jackson, were either thwarted by Rayleigh and his comrades or fell victim to OS's sniper rifle. Among these impetuous naval recruits, OS, through his scope, discerned an unusual figure, a lanky man with curly hair. "Hey, this fellow is mingling among the ordinary Navy," He must harbor some nefarious intentions. Had OS not recognized him, he might have been deceived by this youth. The ability user of the ice fruit, attempting to draw near their ship, seemed destined for trouble. Silently, OS retrieved the singular sea prism stone bullet he had painstakingly acquired from Bidem, preparing to aim. A slight smirk graced his lips as he thought of it, as a meeting gift for the young ice wielder, Kazan. Chapter 5. Young OS versus Young Shanks. OS closed his left eye, striving to regulate his breathing. With his observation haki firmly locked onto the tall figure amidst the throng of Navy personnel, he gently rested his finger upon the trigger and decisively squeezed it. One shot, fate's execution. Inspiration towards the fruit-bearing abilities of the aspiring OS, of course, would never allow himself to be overshadowed by others, even if it meant employing a simple observation-based attack. With a visceral sound of flesh being torn, a spray of crimson erupted above the sea, cascading into the depths below. The figure descending from the sky was notably tall, towering over the surrounding Navy personnel, yet possessing a slender frame, his eyes wide with incredulity and helplessness as he slowly sank into the ocean. "Hey, Kazan!" A nearby naval soldier, witnessing this scene, shouted while deftly maneuvering to provide assistance. As a seasoned veteran aboard Vice Admiral Karp's ship, he was acutely aware of the new recruit's potential and fruit abilities, realizing that such a promising talent could not be lost here. As Kazan gradually descended into the depths, he felt a searing pain in his thigh and an overwhelming sense of weakness and suffocation. A troubling thought crossed his mind. Who the hell uses sea stone against a rookie? Yet, just before he submerged, he caught a fleeting glimpse of the assailant, a figure with long black hair. TCH, is this a man's instinct? Even with observation, his aim was askew. The failure to strike where intended signified that the Navy's first female admiral would soon cease to exist. OS smirked, feeling a twinge of regret. But he was not one to place all his eggs in one basket. After all, it is better for everyone to share the bounty. This endeavor also aims to rectify the prevailing imbalance within the Navy, where Yang predominates and Yin wanes, thus striving for equilibrium upon the vast ocean. Consequently, in a certain sense, OS has ascended to kingship ahead of Roger. Should one inquire what sort of king OS aspires to be, it is undoubtedly that of the king of explosive orders. Engaging in direct combat with blades is clearly not my forte. Rather, dominating from a vantage point is the true path to supremacy. Observing OS gradually refining his marksmanship, I, alongside Bidem, who is primarily tasked with countering incoming cannonballs, experience a mix of relief and trepidation. This lad truly disregards the bounds of humanity. The pursuit is somewhat intense, yet overall, due to the superior average combat prowess of Roger's crew, we maintain an advantage, steadily distancing ourselves from the naval vessels. With each leap, I find myself exclaiming in frustration over my inability to harness the power of armament haki. Once again, OS perceives the bullets through his observation haki, only to have them thwarted by the protective barrier of his armament haki. He finds himself in a perplexing predicament. While dispatching lower-tier adversaries presents no challenge, facing foes wielding dual-colored haki renders him utterly helpless. Any assault becomes nearly impossible to evade or penetrate. Nevertheless, thanks to his meticulous mastery of observation haki, no bullet can find its mark on OS. Once I have honed my armament haki and foresight, I shall see whether you can maintain your defenses. With a swift motion, OS adeptly slings his firearm across his back and descends the lookout tower via the rope. As he has yet to fully develop his skills, he wisely refrains from engaging in such high-stakes confrontations, for those formidable haki-infused attacks would undoubtedly spell doom for him. A mere brush would suffice to inflict injury. The other crew members on deck, upon witnessing the small figure armed with a gun retreating into the cabin, remained silent. After all, in the face of such elite naval forces, a mere 9-year-old child would be of little assistance. Their presence would only serve as a distraction that required protection. Likewise, Buggy and Shanks found themselves in a similar predicament, as the crew had no time to spare for them, rendering them no different from us. Even if us believed that neither Shanks nor Buggy could match him in a confrontation, to the official crew, the three youngsters were virtually indistinguishable, equally inexperienced. "Hey, Shanks. That fellow Oz must have already hidden away. We should be quick." "Don't say that, Buggy. This is a battle for men upon the sea." Perceiving two figures still lingering on the deck through his observation haki, Oz paused momentarily before heading toward the other side of the ship. Essentially, Oz was a jovial spirit, relishing the opportunity to traverse the world and indulge in spontaneous pursuits. His fervent desire for strength stemmed from a wish to seek joy freely, rather than to be merely a source of amusement for others. Observing the two lively individuals still frolicking on the deck, a grin crept across Oz's face, and he felt no urgency to return to the cabin. On the deck, a small imp with a red nose was tugging at the hair of another imp with red locks, while a diminutive figure, armed with a black gun, stealthily approached them. It appeared that Shanks was brandishing a knife, eager to join the fray, while Buggy was attempting to persuade him to hide instead. However, unable to pull Shanks away, a dispute ensued. It must be said that despite Buggy's mischievous nature, he was, at heart, a loyal and earnest individual. "Bucky, who are you saying is hiding?" Suddenly, OS appeared silently and slapped Bucky on the back, his ominous voice whispering in his ear, nearly startling both of them to death. "OS, you scoundrel! Can't you make a sound when you walk?" Bucky, flushed with irritation, shouted, but upon seeing OS's sudden arrival, he immediately conceived the idea of dragging him to hide with Shanks. After all, they dared not approach Carp's warship, and standing on the deck without any ranged attack means was a precarious position, especially with bullets flying about. Not everyone possesses the ability to awaken observation hockey at the tender age of 9. "Hey, OS, let's head back to the cabin together," Bucky suggested, initiating a retreat. After contemplating for a moment, OS nodded in agreement. Like OS, Bucky had only recently joined the Roger Pirates and was far from the seasoned warrior he would become years later, having not yet undergone the trials of battle, which made his reaction all the more understandable. However, Bucky felt a headache coming on as he glanced at Shanks, who was still perched by the ship's edge, eager to join the fray. This guy had been adventuring with the Roger Pirates since birth, always headstrong. "What's going on?" OS mused, effortlessly blocking a bullet that zipped through the air, observing Bucky's troubled expression. But as soon as he noticed that Shanks remained unmoved, he quickly grasped the situation. The trio of the Three Stooges has always operated in unison. Shanks, however, proves to be more of a hindrance than a help. This is not the Battle of Wano we will witness years from now, where generals meet and soldiers clash, with the Whitebeard Pirates' rookie crew and their minor soldiers entangling Shanks. These elite Marines could easily extinguish the life of the 9-year-old red-haired boy with merely a display of their hockey-infused attacks. Although I am aware that you will become incredibly formidable in the future, at this moment, you are still in your infancy, so refrain from recklessness. Observing Shanks, who is still sprawled on the deck, captivated by the unfolding spectacle, Oz gestures for Buggy to step aside. In Buggy's bewildered gaze, Oz raises his black gun, aiming for the back of Shanks' head. With the innate strength of a born monster, coupled with unrelenting training, Oz, while not entirely certain, likely possesses strength comparable to that of a young Whitebeard. With this shot, even the Yonko Shanks would be left reeling. Indeed, young Oz versus young Shanks. Young Oz emerges victorious. Satisfied, Oz nods as he drags Shanks by the collar towards the cabin, leaving Buggy in a state of astonishment. Chapter 6. Let us call it a draw. Oz. In the aftermath of the battle, aboard the slightly worn Oro Jackson in an unknown sea of the New World, the sky post-rain is particularly refreshing. With the weather improving, Roger begins to rally for a new round of festivities, and as for the reason, let us conjure up a reason. How about celebrating yet another escape from Garp's relentless pursuit? The banquet is on. Oh. As the captain raised his glass with a booming cheer, the other crew members erupted in laughter, filling the deck with a vibrant and boisterous atmosphere. Suddenly, amidst this lively ambience, a loud bang from the door seemed hardly surprising, and it went unnoticed by most. A little red-haired imp, sporting a swollen bump on the back of his head, was gritting his teeth and surveying his surroundings. The straw hat perched atop his head was askew due to the bump, lending him a comical appearance that prompted nearby crew members to chuckle at his expense. "Did you sustain that injury during the previous naval battle, Shanks?" Roger, clutching a bottle and in high spirits, noticed the young prodigy he held in high regard and approached him, ruffling his hair with a grin as he inquired, "Where's Ors?" Shanks seemed reluctant to discuss the bump on his head, awkwardly shifting the topic. Upon waking, he had seized Buggy and demanded to know the origin of his injury, only to be met with Buggy's treachery, who hastily sold out Ors to deflect blame. Indeed, Shanks considered himself an easygoing individual, but being blindsided by a fellow comrade and left with a painful bump was somewhat of a blow to his pride. After all, who would not know that? Aside from his companions, Shanks valued his reputation above all else. In his 9 years of adventuring, he had never encountered such a disreputable fellow. Thus, The once carefree young Shanks felt a surge of determination. He sought to prove himself, or perhaps avenge that bump on his head. Amidst the lively banquet, Shanks navigated through the crowd, his gaze scanning for OS. Ultimately, he spotted him amidst a group of burly men, indulging in barbecued meat, devouring ribs with fervor and guzzling down beverages with abandon. He appeared utterly relaxed, a veritable connoisseur of culinary delights in his previous world. "Oh, Shanks, why do you stare at me? Are you also craving barbecued meat? What do you wield that knife for? It's all neatly prepared. The meat clings generously to the bones. What? A maness battle? I'm too famished now. Wait until I'm satisfied. Surely, you wouldn't wish to win through unfair means. Eating to the point of fullness, you can empathize, right? Allow me a moment to digest. Wait a moment, I have digested, but having feasted too much. I now need to relieve myself. Would you care to join me? Must you persist in this? Even when I seek solace in the restroom, you stand guard outside. Eager for a duel, are you? Very well, prepare to witness my mop tainted with filth." Shanks was well aware of OS's innate strength and his extraordinary observation skills. Thus, confronted with a weapon imbued with magical properties, he wisely opted for a temporary retreat. There was no doubt. He felt no fear in engaging in a genuine duel. Even in defeat, the most he would endure would be a few days of bandaging and recuperation. However, the thought of a mop sullied with excrement genuinely unnerved him. This incident led to Shanks keeping a watchful eye on OS in the days that followed, making him quite uncomfortable. What could one expect from a young lad? A brawl is a brawl, after all. OS shook his head, retrieving a commonplace longsword from the storage room and tossing it to the sulking Shanks, who caught it in a flurry of confusion. OS then beckoned him with an outstretched index finger, a devil-may-care smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "You scoundrel!" Shanks exclaimed, a thrill coursing through him as he realized that OS was finally willing to engage in a duel. With a single-handed grip on the sword, he readied himself for action. Observing OS standing still, he decided against holding back any longer. "Are you planning to use the gun on your back? I won't grant you the opportunity to fire." He acknowledged OS's remarkable marksmanship, yet he had no fear of close combat. Shanks, feeling a surge of defiance at OS's demeanor, propelled himself forward with a powerful leap, aiming a strike. Trained under the tutelage of Rayleigh and Roger, his swordsmanship was indeed formidable and aggressive. But it was evident that he could not break through OS's defenses, having been taught by the same master. Whoosh, 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 OS closed his eyes, refraining from striking, merely shifting his head, pivoting and drawing in his abdomen. "You coward, OS. Are you simply planning to evade indefinitely?" Shanks felt a flush of indignation, sensing that he was being toyed with. "If you want me to use a weapon, so be it." OS opened his eyes, initially wishing to practice his observation hockey further, but reluctantly pulled from his pocket a small knife he had discreetly taken from Buggy. "Apologies, but I possess no smaller blade than this." What a jest! It has become evident that the disparity in strength between peers, those who exude dominance and those who do not, is starkly unequal. Even if one were to consider the likes of Shanks, the red-haired, at the tender age of 9, he finds himself incessantly engaging with OS, utilizing his swordsmanship in a futile attempt to gain the upper hand. Yet, each of his strikes is effortlessly parried by OS, who wields his small knife with precision, as if mocking Shanks. Despite the intensity of his onslaught, it is clear that OS's prodigious strength remains unshaken, forcing Shanks to retreat repeatedly. Indeed, Shanks is thoroughly overwhelmed by OS. A number of crew members, including Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba, observe the spectacle. Rayleigh shakes his head in dismay, acknowledging that while it may appear as a mere display of ineptitude, OS, through his mastery of observation and sheer strength, has decisively gained the upper hand over Shanks. Such innate monstrosity, in their experience, almost invariably possesses the qualities of a king. With these youngsters around, the future promises to be nothing short of spectacular. Roger bursts into hearty laughter. Aside from the trio, the remaining crew members are simply eager onlookers, reveling in the entertainment that piracy often brings. OS's Minner, Pitum, seizes the opportunity to establish a betting pool on the outcome, with odds set as follows: OS at 1-1, Shanks at 1-10, and a draw at 1-5. This provocation even stirs Roger to excitedly pull out his treasures to place a wager. OS, splendid work, sees the victory with vigor. He calls out, "Hey Shanks, don't concede so easily. What are you rambling about? By all appearances, Shanks cannot possibly win. But what if? The odds are 1-10. Gambling dogs meet their untimely demise." The onlookers were fervently engaged in heated discussions, while Roger placed his bets, fervently cheering for Shanks, who had little support. Although he could perceive that Shanks stood little chance of victory, he felt compelled to support the cub he had raised since childhood. After all, the treasures he was wagering had been obtained not long ago, and he had no personal use for them. Just as the crowd was electrified with excitement, a peculiar sensation washed over OS, as if his observation hockey had sensed something amiss, followed by a voice whispering in his ear, "It's a draw, OS. Uncle Bite." This instance of observation hockey was reminiscent of a scene from the film Red, where Yasopp and Usopp, existing in separate dimensions, communicated through their hockey. Chapter 7. OS's American Fishing Technique Match Fixing? Uncle, that's hardly my style. OS's gaze betrayed a sense of disdain. He was determined to suppress the red-haired man, ensuring his perpetual supremacy in the new era. He aspired to become an undefeated champion in his lifetime. Perhaps sensing the defiance in OS's eyes, Bite smirked in resignation. After a pause, he added, "Once successful, I'll share half of my earnings with you. Master, your judgment of character is impeccable." OS's lips curled into an involuntary smile. It was not that he lacked resolve, rather. The meager stipend he received as an intern was insufficient, leaving him with no choice but to relent. "Shanks, let us settle this with a decisive move." Huh. Upon hearing Usa's words, the breathless Shanks, feeling played, clenched his teeth in determination. "Very well. This suits me perfectly." The surrounding crew members erupted in cheers, exclaiming, "At last, a victor will emerge. Go for it. Shanks, don't disgrace yourself. Well done. Us, stay sharp. Don't let the winds turn against you." The atmosphere became electric, charged with excitement. As the tension escalated, Us became serious, his fingers tightly clenched. He gazed intently at the equally earnest Shanks, whose slightly narrowed, disdainful eyes flickered with a hint of crimson light. What could that be? Jabba, among the spectators, was the first to speak, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. His mouth agape as if witnessing something extraordinary. Beside him, Rayleigh's pupils constricted as he fixated on us with a grave expression. "No, it's merely potential." That level of advanced observation hockey is beyond the grasp of a child his age. Roger, too, was taken aback, his smile becoming somewhat rigid. It seems the next generation's king has finally found a worthy opponent. Ha. Meanwhile, the fully focused Us remained oblivious to the high praise bestowed upon him by the three legendary pirates. He was solely intent on deciphering Shanks's blade movements, striving to anticipate the strike. As Shanks unleashed his most formidable slash, Us merely observed the glint of the sharp blade flash past his cheek. He caught a fleeting glimpse of the blurred trajectory, the path the blade was destined to carve. Impressive was the strike delivered by Shanks, yet alas, with bated breath, OS seized upon Shanks' moment of vulnerability following his skill, and with a clenched fist, he unleashed a powerful blow to Shanks' abdomen. The resulting thud rendered Shanks momentarily dazed, expelling bile from his throat. OS, relying solely on his extraordinary strength, mercilessly toyed with the inexperienced Shanks. The young red-haired boy swayed unsteadily, his eyes rolling back as he teetered on the brink of collapse. Observing that Shanks could scarcely remain conscious, OS let out a sigh, then abruptly raised his fist high, donning an exaggerated and insincere expression. "Oh dear, my fist aches terribly. Did I rebound too forcefully? How painful. I might just faint," he exclaimed, playfully sticking out his tongue. OS glanced back at the onlookers, then resolutely closed his eyes and fell to the ground, coincidentally landing at the same moment as Shanks. Both sprawled out in a star-like formation. A profound silence enveloped the arena. In the midst of this stillness, Bite could no longer contain himself, nearly bursting into tears. "You were supposed to act. Could you not have put a bit more heart into it, you rascal? Could you be any more theatrical?" With no other recourse, Bite steeled himself and spoke up. "It appears to be a draw. My apologies to everyone." At this moment, Bucky, who had just secretly hidden away his stash of money, emerged from the cabin. He surveyed the scene, Uncle Bite being besieged by the crew, Shanks remaining motionless, and OS lying on the ground, idly picking his nose. He was utterly bewildered. "Oh, come on, Shanks, it is crucial to balance work and rest," OS gently advised, observing Shanks performing squats with a barbell on his back. "Shut your mouth, you rascal. Put down the steel on your back first," Shanks bellowed, his temper flaring despite his usual good-natured demeanor, unable to withstand the provocations from OS. "Ah ha ha ha." OS could only respond with an awkward laugh, continuing to bear the hefty steel as he executed one-handed push-ups. "You two monsters. Can't you be quiet for a moment?" Bucky, overhearing their exchange, felt a surge of embarrassment. He could only manage some light curls with small dumbbells. far from the extraordinary physique of OS, let alone the effortless prowess of Shanks. Stimulated by the competition, Shanks began to train with fervor, while OS, in addition to his workouts, reaped considerable benefits from his efforts. Even Bucky, the master of leisure, found himself compelled to elevate his training intensity, leading to numerous complaints. The days that followed grew rather monotonous, with OS's few moments of joy consisting of reading newspapers, engaging in brawls, training, and fishing. However, his desire to learn was insatiable, leaving little time to indulge in his fishing hobby. Yet, this posed no challenge for the clever OS. "Hey, OS, have you not caught anything yet?" Bucky leaned beside him, observing as OS sat motionless at the edge of the boat with his eyes closed. The training session must be imminent. Upon hearing this, OS, who had just been practicing to expand his observation hockey, slowly opened his eyes, the faint crimson glow in his pupils dissipating. "Rest assured, have I ever failed to catch fish before training?" he replied. "But Shanks has already begun." "All right, I understand." OS sighed and casually drew a pistol from his waist. "Have you ever heard of American-style fishing?" Bang, bang, bang. The sharp cracks of gunfire echoed, and soon, several fish floated to the surface, their bellies exposed, seemingly releasing wisps of smoke. With a swift flick of his fishing hook, OS deftly snagged the unfortunate creatures and tossed them into the fish basket as he headed towards the cabin. "I'm off, Bucky. Wait for me." OS has undoubtedly grown stronger, hasn't he? Indeed, he's practically a monster. It reminds me of someone. I presume you are referring to Redfield? Well, somewhat. But I was actually alluding to Whitebeard. On the deck, many crew members were engaged in discussion, including the two younger ones sitting at the front. As they watched the young lad sparring with the first mate, Rayleigh, there's no way OS can overcome him. "Don't be so pessimistic, Bucky. We will surely grow stronger in the future." Perhaps having been repeatedly struck by OS, Shanks gradually tempered his initial fervor and returned to his more affable disposition. "What nonsense are you spouting, Shanks? Will we grow stronger while OS does not?" Bucky expressed his dissatisfaction, feeling increasingly inclined toward despair. With Shanks aboard, he had already faced enough hardships. Nearly everyone held high expectations for him, relegating Bucky to the role of mere background. Now, with OS emerging, it was indeed difficult not to feel despondent. "Do not be so downcast. Look, the sparring between OS and the first mate has commenced." Chapter 8 OS, Iron Block. It has begun. It has begun. How long do you think OS can endure this time? Last time it was 1 minute. This time, surely a minute and a half at least. I wager it will be 2 minutes. Shall we place another bet, Mina-san? "Do not compel me to slap you, by Tom." Perhaps out of sheer boredom, a group of rugged men aboard the Roger pirate ship eagerly gathered to witness the impending clash. OS, clad in a shrunken black military uniform of unknown origin and armed with a black gun slung across his back, stood poised, eyes fixed on the figure before him. His long black hair danced in the wind, and though his youthful face bore a resolute expression, it could not conceal his striking handsomeness, his visage reminiscent of the unique beauty associated with the Uchiha clan. Opposite him stood a middle-aged man with golden hair, who, despite merely standing there casually, exuded an undeniable aura of pressure that weighed heavily upon OS. Truly, he was the legendary Rayleigh. A mere glance at his stance revealed the formidable strength he possessed. OS understood that in the world of pirates, no formidable figure had risen to power without engaging in battle. Relentless training was the path of lesser pirates. As for OS, he prided himself on his tenacity. Those who feared pain had no place among pirates. Noticing that Rayleigh remained motionless, OS decided to take the initiative. In the bewildered expressions of Bucky and Shanks, he vanished from sight in an instant. What? He disappeared in a heartbeat? When did OS consume a devil fruit? They were aware of OS's partnership with Uncle Bidem in a scam, and thus knew that the treasure lost by Captain Roger in a gamble was, in fact, a devil fruit. When it came time to divide the spoils, OS had opted not for money, but rather claimed the fruit. According to Captain Rayleigh, its name seemed to be the teleportation fruit? Not quite. Unbeknownst to them, Captain Roger had approached the two bewildered youngsters from behind, gently ruffling their hair with his large hands, and remarked with a smile, "You must have seen it before. OS is utilizing the Marine's 6 styles." Shanks and Bucky gazed in disbelief, their expressions a portrait of incredulity. They were well aware of the 6 styles, a sophisticated application of martial arts, akin to a rudimentary form of hockey. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that this was one of the hallmark skills of naval officers. How could OS have mastered it at the tender age of 9? Indeed, when their eyes returned to the battlefield, Us had unexpectedly materialized behind Rayleigh, delivering a swift kick aimed at his midsection. Shanks, do not blame Verdasi. Yet, just as he was about to strike, Us inexplicably withdrew his foot and hastily retreated. Rayleigh slowly turned, his gaze fixed on the apprehensive Us, a mischievous smile creeping across his lips. What made you pull back mid-kick? Us shot a disgruntled look at Rayleigh, who resembled a mischievous uncle, and muttered, "It's nothing. I just had a feeling that if I kicked, something quite unpleasant might occur." In that fleeting moment, he had inexplicably envisioned his leg fracturing. Embracing a mindset of cautious belief, Us chose to retract his leg and sought to recapture that earlier sensation. You see, an overly developed observation hockey can sometimes hinder your progress, young one. Rayleigh chuckled, almost instantaneously appearing before Us. Nanny, Us's observation hockey blared a warning. Observation hockey, an enemy is near. Brain, react quickly. Body, 666. Why don't you come and try to react? Poet's grip. This is one of OS's shortcomings. His exceptionally powerful observation hockey grants him an almost divine perspective, yet it does not alter the fact that he remains a mere child. The disparity between his perception and his physical responses is his flaw, independent of innate talent. It is only through relentless combat that he can hone his abilities, developing monstrous reflexes and instincts, thus enabling him to wield more advanced powers, such as Conqueror's hockey. In essence, enduring battles and taking hits serves as the most effective crash course in armament hockey. While his naturally formidable physique may expedite this process, it cannot bypass it entirely. Therefore, when faced with Rayleigh's sudden assault, OS quickly realized evasion was futile. It was better to brace himself and absorb the blows. Resolutely, he chose to use this opportunity for self-improvement, steeling his heart as he unleashed the recently acquired beggar's version of armament hockey, Iron Block. He was determined to block even the simplest of kicks. OS, you have finally awakened. Goodness. OS slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the two youths standing beside his bed. It took him merely 2.5 seconds to comprehend the situation. He had once again been lulled to sleep by Uncle Rayleigh's kick. Should one commend Rayleigh-san for his tremendous strength, or lament that being lulled to sleep is merely a passive effect of this ridiculous skill? Should I use Iron Block again, I would be akin to a dog. OS silently vowed. Hey, OS, are you really alright? Observing Us rise from his bed, Buggy and Shanks displayed expressions of concern. After all, they had witnessed the aftermath of Us's fainting spell, particularly the dark, purplish hue of Rayleigh's hockey, which even made Captain Roger break into a cold sweat as he questioned Rayleigh about the severity of his actions. Although Us was a formidable creature, enduring such a powerful strike surely warranted a few days of recovery. They could hardly fathom how Us managed to persevere through it all. Moreover, as Us's close companions, they were genuinely worried about his well-being. This reckless behavior of his was rather alarming. However, Us, the focal point of the incident, appeared largely unfazed, stretching his limbs and casually inquiring, "How long have I been asleep? It can't be a whole day, can it?" He seemed completely nonchalant, until he touched his chest and gasped in pain. "Ouch, that hurts." Seeing this expression, Shanks and Buggy immediately assumed it was a recurrence of his injury and rushed to support him, exclaiming, "Don't push yourself, Us. Yes, if you're hurt, take a proper rest." "You idiot." Us grimaced as he unfastened the buttons of his shirt, revealing a dark bruise on his chest, his lips twitching slightly. "Huh. When did you learn to use hockey, Us?" Shanks exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Buggy, observing Shanks's reaction, was unable to contain his frustration and retorted, "Are you an idiot? This is clearly a bruise." "Oh, ha ha ha, I see now." Shanks, oblivious to the situation, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "So it turns out I was mistaken. You really are infuriating." Buggy, unable to tolerate this aspect of Shanks, frequently failed to grasp the nuances of others' conversations, all the while observing Shanks's ire with an air of nonchalance. Typically, at such moments, OS would chuckle heartily, relishing the spectacle, and once their quarrel subsided, he would affectionately drape an arm around both their shoulders, skillfully diverting the conversation. "Don't be upset, Buggy. Let's go have a meal together." "Umph. I'll do it for OS's sake, not because of you, Shanks." "All right, I understand." Chapter 9, Black Gun. Dodoru OS in the year 1493 of the Sea Circle calendar. Who is this Yuden, and why is he dressed in a diaper? The weather was splendid, and the scenery delightful, as the Roger pirates had just replenished their supplies on an island. OS returned with a newspaper, which caught the attention of Roger while Shanks and Buggy were huddled together reading. One headline featured a rising star of the seas, the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates. The samurai Kazuki Odin. A samurai from Wano, huh? He looks quite dashing. Utterly hideous, OS scoffed, as he hoisted a barrel taller than himself onto the table before Roger. Dressed like a pervert, with that open cloth for convenient relief. If you ask me, nothing beats a sleek black uniform, right, Barrett? Indeed, 1 month prior. The iron-headed Barrett had already boarded the ship. During the battle challenging Captain Roger, Oz remained a mere observer. It would be an exaggeration to say the forces were evenly matched, as it was more akin to a one-sided domination. As for the rumors of the 15-year-old Barrett being on par with peak Rayleigh, Oz scoffed at such notions, questioning whether he appeared foolish. Not only Barrett, but even a 15-year-old Roger, a 15-year-old Whitebeard, or a 15-year-old Rox could never stand against the formidable Rayleigh at his zenith. One mustn't underestimate the mastery of the 3 types of hockey, coupled with the prowess of a distinguished swordsman and the overwhelming conqueroress hockey. It is evident that Buggy, at times, makes rather absurd claims. To suggest that Barrett and Rayleigh were evenly matched is a stretch. Nonetheless, Oz found a certain amusement in this. Having withstood a kick infused with hockey from Rayleigh's first mate, he hoped that Barrett would continue to boast about his own exploits, perhaps claiming, "Oz once sailed alongside me in the Roger Pirates, and at the tender age of 9, I was nearly his equal." At this moment, Barrett, while not yet reaching the pinnacle of the world's mightiest, was undeniably a master of physical combat. Shortly after boarding, he had engaged Oz in combat. Even the formidable Barrett, known for his monstrous strength, was left in awe, recognizing that heroes abound like fish crossing a river. The high level of Kenbunchika hockey displayed by Oz astonished him, and combined with his refined martial skills, it was remarkable that, even at the tender age of 10, he could hold his own against a 15-year-old and not be at a disadvantage. Though Barrett was confident in his own prowess, he knew that subduing his opponent would not come easily. Barrett harbors a distrust of companions, yet he holds a profound respect for the strong. Thus, when OS initiated a conversation, he chose not to disregard it, merely nodding in response. As a soldier, he genuinely believed that military attire is the most distinguished of garments. Diapers? Ha. Upon hearing OS's description, Roger erupted into hearty laughter, the bottle in his hand clinking merrily. Observing this scene, Colocas's expression darkened as he snatched the bottle from Roger's grasp, admonishing him, "Your body can no longer endure such indulgences. You wouldn't want to collapse before your voyage even begins, would you, Roger?" Roger's countenance fell momentarily at Colocas's words, but he quickly replied with a hint of desperation. "Please, Colocas, just a little bit won't hurt." Alas, in the presence of the ship's doctor, his authority as captain seemed to hold little weight, leaving him to watch helplessly as Colocas departed with his precious wine. Deprived of alcohol, Roger felt somewhat despondent. However, fortune soon smiled upon him. Unbeknownst to him, OS had stealthily approached and discreetly produced a bottle from his cloak, swiftly placing it into Roger's embrace. Their eyes met, and Roger exclaimed, "Good lad, OS." OS replied, "No need for words, Captain. Is everything all right, Rayleigh?" Roger's health. Their covert exchange did not escape the keen observation of those attuned to the subtle energies around them, yet the crew members said nothing further. After all, Roger is not a man easily vanquished. With the newfound wine, Roger's spirit soared, and he called out to everyone, "Everyone, we are returning to the New World." Oh, big news. One of the New World dominators, the Roger Pirates, has emerged in the latter half of the New World. They have consecutively defeated several notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 1 billion. Is this the dawn of a new era, reminiscent of Rox? Ever since Roger discovered his terminal illness and resolved to sail to the final island, the journey of the Roger Pirates seems to have accelerated. In just 2 short years, they have traversed the seas, fervently searching for the truth of history, and now, 2 years have swiftly passed. In the latter half of the New World, within the waters of Edwar, the bounty for OS has been released. On the deck, a lively celebration is underway. The ever-enthusiastic Buggy, with his habitual headscarf, rushes over, nearly stumbling in his excitement. Upon hearing the news, all the crew members pause in astonishment, then raise their cups in cheer, signaling to the long-haired youth amidst the crowd. They exclaim in unison, "You've made it, OS. Let's celebrate your bounty and host another round of festivities." Good. The sea breeze wafts through, gently tousling the boy's long hair as OS approaches Buggy, holding a bottle of juice. He casts a disapproving glance at the revelers, remarking, "Is my bounty truly a reason for your celebration? Don't be such a downer, OS." Shanks, equally swept up in the festive spirit, relishes the atmosphere. Unable to resist their enthusiasm, OS chuckles softly and takes the bounty notice from Buggy's hands. The largest photograph depicts a naval battle in which OS participated. In the image, he stands tall and imposing, with fierce eyes that emit a glimmering red light, exuding an aura of intimidation. In essence, he appears terrifyingly powerful. Black Gun Dotaru OS. Bounty, 139,600,000 berries. Most heinous, life or death unconsidered. Is OS real? A bounty of 139 million. Buggy, known for his low profile and lackluster abilities, has yet to catch the attention of the Navy, so he is quite astonished by OS's exorbitant bounty. Although this figure is bolstered by the reputation of the Roger Pirates and OS's penchant for engaging in underhanded tactics on the battlefield, which makes him a target of animosity, especially from a curly-haired Navy officer who persistently troubles him during Carp's pursuits, the bounty still speaks volumes. It signifies that, despite being merely 12 years old, OS has already been recognized by the world government as a formidable pirate. Shanks concurs. While OS can be infuriating at times, he is indeed a worthy adversary. Just as the two were about to share further thoughts, OS abruptly interrupted, his expression turning serious as he gazed skyward, leaving the two youngsters perplexed and following his gaze. However, as they looked up, Buggy sensed something was amiss. Several dark spots seemed to be slowly emerging from the clouds. Indeed, there was no escaping it. OS unslung his black gun as tendrils of darkness enveloped the weapon, and a terrifying red light ignited in his eyes. The Battle of Edwar. Chapter 10. What S exploding? The Golden Lion's head. An attack. Bucky gazed anxiously at the descending pirate fleet, his voice rising in a panicked shout. However, his words swiftly dwindled as a large hand descended upon his head, Captain Roger's hand. "Calm yourself, Bucky. Prepare for battle." Raising his gaze, he was met with Roger's eternally unflappable visage. "Shiki, Roger." Amidst the numerous warships, on the prow of the lead vessel adorned with a golden lion's head, stood a man with flowing golden hair. This was the epitome of a true pirate. From afar, oars felt an overwhelming aura of a top-tier powerhouse, the former officer of the Rocks Pirates, one of the three great overlords of the New World, the Golden Lion, Shiki. "I have repeated this countless times, Roger," Shiki declared, his long cloak billowing and a cigar clenched between his teeth. "Although we had our share of grievances in our youth, let us cast them aside. With your knowledge of the destructive weapons capable of annihilating the world, coupled with my forces and plans, we shall undoubtedly dominate the world, becoming my left." Bang! Before he could finish his statement, Shiki's words were abruptly interrupted by the sound of a gunshot. Who dares to interrupt the governor's speech? They shall surely face death. The crew members of the flying pirate crew broke into cold sweats, hastily glancing toward the source of the gunfire. Alas, it seems things are still not going well. A sigh escaped from Roger's side, and in the next moment, a pitch-black bullet continued to spin on Shiki's armored face, only coming to rest as its kinetic energy waned, gently descending into the depths of the sea. Shiki's words faltered on his lips, veins throbbing on his forehead, his gaze rapidly locking onto the figure beside Roger, a young soldier in uniform with tousled hair, the barrel of his rifle still emanating wisps of smoke. "You bastard!" Seeking death. The air was rife with cries of alarm and fury from the airborne pirate fleet, clearly indicating that this act had gravely insulted the authority of the admiral. However, those who shouted could not escape the deadly precision of OS's observation hockey. Their pupils ignited with crimson light, followed by the emergence of numerous scarlet gun barrels. The future-seeing bullets of armed hockey could only be countered by an even more formidable hockey, unless one's mastery of observation hockey surpassed that of OS. 4 non-officers among the pirates. It meant certain death, 1 shot for each. "Ha! This is my answer, Shiki," Captain Roger exclaimed with laughter upon witnessing the scene. It was evident that Shiki's expression reddened significantly. "In essence, you are suggesting that I should kill you here? Implying that I shall vanquish all of you." The first shot of the war had been fired by OS, heralding the onset of an extraordinarily fierce battle. OSS initially discharged a few shots from his concealed firearm. As numerous enemy vessels drew near, He unsheathed the long knife at his waist and vanished from sight in an instant. Many of the henchmen remained oblivious, only to feel several sudden wounds appear upon their bodies. However, it was not long before an officer approached. A particularly burly man, likely the captain of the Flying Sky Pirates, made his presence known. OSS, clearly lacking in memory for unfamiliar faces, pondered the audacity of the young boy daring to confront Captain Dark. Surely, he would meet a brutal end. Although the surrounding pirate lackeys dared not approach OSS, they took pleasure in boasting about their officers, for the stark disparity in physique was evident. A diminutive youth of 1.60 meters against a towering brute of 4 meters. Yet, Captain Dark found himself in a precarious situation, for he sensed a formidable threat emanating from this young boy. In your future, the word victory holds no place. With a single hand gripping his black blade, OSS, despite his youth and limited mastery of hockey, managed a rudimentary application of the technique. His pursuit of excitement and combat was driven by a desire to hone his prowess and, ultimately, to carve his name into the annals of the sea. Captain Roger painted a grand vision for the world, one he intended to consume entirely for himself: wealth, fame, power. Suddenly, the entire deck began to sink and roll, sending countless pirate lackeys flying. Dark, enveloped in a shroud of armament hockey, charged forth with determination, delivering a powerful punch towards Oz. With a resounding clash, the billowing smoke dispersed, revealing a scene contrary to the expectations of the onlookers. The seemingly slender figure clad in military attire stood firm, effortlessly blocking Dark's formidable blow with merely one hand cloaked in hockey. While the force was commendable, its speed resembled that of a sluggish snail. Oz's demeanor radiated disdain, and his arrogant tone swiftly shattered Dark's composure, inciting a frenzy of reckless attacks. To Oz's delight, he found this adversary unexpectedly easy to handle. A smile crept across his lips, revealing his satisfaction with the opponent's performance. He relished the prospect of facing such foes, those who could only lash out in impotent rage. However, Oz acknowledged that the opponent's mastery of armament hockey surpassed his own. Thus, when Oz felt inclined to engage, he would trade blows, yet when disinterested, he would deftly maneuver away, honing his own skills in armament hockey. Meanwhile, Dark was consumed by frustration, his temper flaring to the point of nearly mastering the art of life restoration. Initially, he had anticipated an effortless task, merely dealing with a disrespectful subordinate of the governor, which would allow him to curry favor while avoiding the monstrous members of Roger's crew. Yet, he found the reality far more challenging than he had envisioned, compounded by the opponent's taunting. How infuriating! Once again, with a powerful punch, Dark felt as though he had struck something tangible, even perceiving a resounding boom. Just as he was about to revel in his triumph, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. A cold sweat trickled down his forehead. How could this be? This extraordinary strength, how could it possibly emanate from a mere child? Once his fist was grasped by OS, he attempted to withdraw it, only to discover he was utterly immobilized. The opponent's strength far surpassed his own. Fear flickered in Dark's eyes, yet he observed OS, who appeared utterly disinterested. Your purity is still far too low. Your advancement in hockey is outpaced by a mere thrashing from Captain AI, he remarked disdainfully. With an unfathomable force, OS swung Dark around, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the surrounding lackeys. Dark gritted his teeth, striving to stabilize himself, but found it impossible. He was flung through the air, spinning helplessly. With a sudden release, Dark was hurled onto another ship, only to be met with a brutal axe strike from Jabba, knocking him to the ground. After tossing the fellow aside, OS decided to cease his assault. Noticing that the nearby minions were mostly cleared out, he employed the moonwalk and shave techniques to swiftly return to the bow of the Oro Jackson. Shanks and Buggy were on board, their backs against each other, confronting the encroaching pirates. One sword style, black light. A streak of black blade light sliced through the air as OS wielded his dark blade, cutting through the throng and breaking the encirclement to reunite with the two. Wonderful, it's OS. OS, come over here. The battlefield was fraught with devastation. Even though the Roger pirates were composed of elite members, they found themselves overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught. The combatants aboard the ship could scarcely manage the three young ones. Buggy appeared fierce on the outside, yet internally, he was a bundle of nerves. At that moment, OS arrived, radiating an almost ethereal glow. Chapter 11. Conqueror's Hockey or Fortuitous Destiny. Buggy harbored a fervent hope for OS to come to their aid, But alas, OS had his own matters to attend to. Apologies. Buggy, I still have things to take care of. You and Shanks must hold on a little longer. With a reassuring pat on Buggy's shoulder, OS swiftly cut through the encirclement. Wait a moment. Damn it. Buggy, on the verge of tears, could only grimace and retreat alongside Shanks. Unlike the monstrous OS, the two 12-year-olds, though competent fighters, were indeed struggling against the overwhelming numbers of elite pirates. Shanks, however, maintained his composure. After bidding farewell to OS, he re-engaged with the advancing pirates. Stay vigilant, Buggy, the enemy is upon us again. Damn it. Meanwhile, at the main battlefield of the Ed War, Roger and Shiki clashed with their conquerors Haki unleashed, a tempest of black and red lightning enveloping the arena, as if it sought to rend the very sky asunder. Some pirates of lesser strength dared not approach, for the sight of their slumbering predecessors served as a grim reminder. The intensity of their confrontation was formidable. Divine escape. The clash of swords echoed as the two warriors engaged in a fierce duel, captivating the attention of OS, who dared not blink. Fixated on the blades that never truly met, each encounter left him in awe of the sheer force displayed. The aura of Conqueror-S Haki enveloped the scene. OS was nearly driven to madness, bearing the overwhelming remnants of their fierce wills as he stood on the sidelines, fully immersed in this innate power. Confronted with such cataclysmic strength, OS found himself experiencing fear for the first time, not from a lack of courage or resolve, but from the primal instinct of a living being in the face of death. He recognized that should he dare to step any closer, regardless of his own formidable physique or dual haki, he would be utterly obliterated by this power. Yet, OS did not retreat. He acknowledged the gamble he was taking, but it was evident that he had wagered wisely. In the presence of such terror between life and death, one often discovers hidden strengths. Perhaps due to the proximity, his body began to manifest numerous wounds, even the armament haki proving ineffective in defense, blood seeping from his orifices. Still, OS could not afford to withdraw, for retreat would signify a lifetime of regret. To back down from the fear of another's Conqueror-S haki would hinder his own potential for awakening. He understood that if he faltered now, he might only attain the level of a vice admiral at best. And how could he then maintain his bravado or seek joy in life? He certainly does not wish to become the kind of individual who is easily vanquished in a single blow, falling short of even the level of a general. In the future, he would be rendered utterly helpless in the face of Shanks, overwhelmed by the sheer force of Conqueror's haki. In his past life, he languished at the bottom, unable to rise. In this lifetime, having finally discovered his innate talent and the opportunity to grow stronger, he aspires to become the strongest man in the world, the most audacious and the most liberated. He yearns for his very name to instill fear, causing others to break into a cold sweat upon hearing it. This simple yet powerful ambition coursed through his heart, empowering OS to face the dual torrents of the world's supreme conqueror's haki without hesitation. Boom. Just as Shiki and Roger reveled in their fierce battle, a youthful yet commanding will surged onto the battlefield, drawing their attention with a flash of black and red lightning. Shiki and Roger widened their eyes and then burst into hearty laughter. Little brat, it seems you two have ambitions to fulfill. Join me, and I shall overlook that previous shot. That one do, Shiki. This child is one of the future-S hopes for a new era. In the distance, Rayleigh and others engaged in battle with numerous officers felt the extraordinary intensity of this conqueror's haki, all breaking into smiles. Among them, Buggy was particularly astonished, his hair whipping about in the tempest of energy, his eyes reflecting disbelief. Oh my, OS has actually awakened Conqueror's haki. Ah, as expected of OS. Shanks, however, remained remarkably composed, genuinely delighted by his friend's progress. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that among the crew of the distant flying sky pirates, an inconspicuous pirate was currently holding a transponder snail aloft. On the other end of the line, the Marine headquarters at Marineford was buzzing with activity. To awaken the Conqueror's haki at such a young age, this young lad from the Roger Pirates surely possesses a potential that rivals the legendary Roger himself. I recognize that fellow. A voice emerged from behind Vice Admiral Garp, startling him out of his stupor. What? Is the meeting over? Garp exclaimed. The current fleet Admiral Sengoku gritted his teeth in frustration at the sight of Garp dozing off once more, ready to unleash his ire, but was halted by Admiral Akainu. Let us hear from the Marines aboard Garp's ship. Kazan, seated behind Garp, rose and fixed his gaze on the young boy in the transponder snail's image. Clad in a uniform radiating with black and crimson lightning, he slowly produced a bounty poster, revealing the target named .OS. Age 12. He was proficient in the 3 types of hockey, skilled in both firearms and martial arts, and possessed an exceptional mastery of observation hockey, potentially marking him as one of the successors of the great pirate Roger. If the preceding information stemmed from the intelligence gathered through years of combat and resources by the Marines, then the final statement was purely a matter of personal grievance. As a user of a natural-type devil fruit, he still bore the scar on his thigh that refused to fade, nearly transforming from a future Marine admiral into a potential future pirate queen. A monster so young must be stifled in its infancy. Upon hearing Kuzan's words, Marshal Kong furrowed his brow tightly. The increasing number of genius monsters among pirates poses a tremendous challenge for the Navy, especially considering the crew of formidable pirates like Roger. It has now been confirmed that he possesses Conqueror's Haki, if he were to grow and master the ability to code his attacks with it. The prospect of another pirate of Roger's caliber emerging fills Kong with considerable apprehension for the future of the Navy. Has that little boy, who once carried a gun aboard Roger's ship, truly grown to such an extent? Naval hero Garp, munching on rice crackers, mused, "My rice crackers. Garp." Sengoku let out a sigh of exasperation. "1 or 2 of them refused to serve my purpose. Then let them perish. Enough with the boasting, Shiki." Bang. Despite having awakened Conqueror's Haki, it does not alter the fact that Oars remains a mere child. Roger had no choice but to shield him behind himself. With just a single clash of swords sending shockwaves through the air, Oars was sent flying once again. Regaining his composure, he refrained from recklessly returning to the center of the battlefield. Instead, he gracefully approached Shanks and Buggy, who were nearby. Upon seeing him, Buggy expressed his surprise. "Oars, there are too many enemies. What shall we do?" "Fear not, Buggy," Oars replied, shaking the raindrops from his blade as he gazed at the tumultuous sky, as if a storm were brewing. "You are no less than Shanks and I, the possessor of Conqueror's Haki." Chapter 12. Well done, Buggy. Don't embarrass yourself. As if to corroborate OSI's words, a tempest of colossal proportions began to brew on the horizon. What? In the face of such formidable forces, even the so-called dominators of the New World must concede. Countless vessels, manipulated by the powers of the float fruit, were swept away by the storm and tsunami. And the mighty Golden Lion was no exception. As he was engulfed by the deluge, a ship's helm hurtled towards him in a moment of utter helplessness. "Set sail, everyone." The Oro Jackson, crafted from the legendary Atom Tree, remained remarkably sturdy, and with a cadre of formidable warriors paving the way, not even the tsunami could impede the advance of the Roger pirates. This spectacle left Buggy and Shanks utterly astonished. "Hey!" The kitchen door was suddenly flung open by Buggy, the already battered door wavering precariously. "OSI!" Buggy, visibly exhilarated, rushed inside, his voice tinged with disbelief and excitement, his face flushed. "Is it true what you said? OSI, was that storm that saved us truly due to my luck?" OSS was stealthily indulging in the kitchen, with a piece of meat in his left hand and a milk barrel in his right, voraciously replenishing his energy. He consumed a mountain of food, yet his abdomen showed no sign of distension. His keen senses had long detected Buggy's presence, so it was not particularly surprising, merely amusing. Buggy truly believed in his own luck, perhaps possessing the qualities of a conqueror's will. Otherwise, how could he effortlessly ascend to the ranks of the 7 warlords and even the 4 emperors with such lackluster abilities? However, OSS speculated that his survival in battles was not solely due to this. It was likely the result of Captain Roger's fated legacy at play. Buggy's influence, if any, seemed merely supplementary. Nevertheless, OSS maintained a high emotional intelligence, for Buggy was one of his few true friends. "Of course, Buggy, with your meager strength, you've managed to secure a place on this ship and have emerged unscathed from so many fierce battles. Doesn't that indicate something significant?" OSS remarked earnestly to Buggy. Yet, Buggy was indeed a true man. He recalled OSS's words from the past. "Will your lives not cry out?" Such a spirit, despite any shortcomings in strength, could truly be deemed the essence of a great pirate. Upon hearing this, Buggy fell silent for a moment, uncertain whether OSS's words were praise. However, after some contemplation, he chose to place his trust in OSS. Although he can be somewhat irritating and troublesome at times, Buck considers himself quite familiar with OS. At the very least, he never deceives himself. In fact, during moments of peril, It is often OS who comes to his aid, unlike Shanks, who would trick him into working with a false treasure map, leading to numerous altercations, though he invariably lost each time. Reflecting on this brings him a sense of joy, and a smile involuntarily creeps onto his face. He decides to sit down and laze about with OS, as he genuinely prefers OS's company above all others on the ship. Shanks is far too exasperating, and the other crew members seem to favor the more talented OS and Shanks, which at one point made him contemplate abandoning his dreams. Only OS possesses a pleasant demeanor and never provokes his ire. Although he occasionally requests Buck's assistance, he always rewards him with genuine treasure maps and riches, never making him feel inadequate. Truly, in Buck's eyes, OS is his dearest friend. Speaking of which, aside from juice, OS has a fondness for milk as well. Buck rubs his red nose, takes a sip from the milk jug, and finds it somewhat sweet, but lacking in allure. Curiously, he asks OS, "Oh, this? I actually don't like it very much." "Then why do you drink so much?" Buck, somewhat incredulous, inquires. "It's because drinking milk helps you grow." A smile graced OS's lips as he mused. "I wish to grow to 3 meters tall. Otherwise, facing the sea monsters would require me to look up at them, which would be rather undignified, wouldn't it?" "Is that truly the reason?" "Of course. However, what I cherish the most is still orange juice." OS clinked glasses with Buggy, both indulging in hearty gulps. Then, Buggy clenched his fist, as if resolutely making a decision, suddenly standing up with excitement, gazing at the somewhat bewildered OS. "OS, once I become a great pirate, I will treat you to the finest orange juice in the world." As he spoke, a hint of embarrassment tinged Buggy's cheeks. Yet he maintained a facade of composure, nervously watching OS. "Ha ha, that's splendid. Buggy, you will undoubtedly become a figure of great renown across the seas. When I find myself in dire straits, I shall seek refuge with you." OS laughed joyfully, but Buggy took it to heart, readily affirming, "Rest assured, OS. The position of my first mate will always be yours." Though Buggy expressed such sentiments, he could not shake the uncertainty that loomed in his heart when he reflected on the prowess of Oos and Shanks. These two individuals were exceptionally accomplished. Did he truly deserve to harbor such dreams? As they reclined with their heads resting on their hands, indulging in conversation while eating, nightfall arrived. It was only when the ship's cook, sensing something amiss, stormed in with a mop in hand, gritting his teeth, that he finally unearthed these two loafers. However, upon observing Oos, who had merely burped after a hearty meal, and Bucky, who had unwittingly ballooned into a spherical shape beside him, he found himself at a loss for words. Oos, with his monstrous constitution, could consume copious amounts of food and digest it instantaneously, yet Bucky, what was he doing joining in the revelry when he could not process it? With no other recourse, Oos had to take it upon himself to carry Bucky back to his quarters. After bidding farewell to Bucky, Oos finally found the opportunity to return to his dormitory for a shower, cleansing himself of the grimes stained with the blood of battle. However, the moment he settled into leisure, an itch began to nag at him. He yearned to unleash his conqueror's hockey for a bit of amusement. When he first mastered the moonwalk, he had soared through the skies daily, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of flight. Despite ultimately being met with a thump on the head from Uncle Jabba, who was exasperated by the incessant sound of his air-popping footsteps. Considering it is already evening, recklessly unleashing the conqueror's hockey could likely provoke a brutal confrontation, prompting OS to abandon the idea. However, gazing at his reflection in the mirror, his scarred physique radiated a remarkable vigor. The dark, armed hockey instantaneously enveloped his arms, subtly reflecting the ambient light in the room. Once he arrives in Wano, he plans to learn from the flow of cherry blossoms, ultimately mastering the art of hockey entanglement. OS reveled in his formidable combat prowess while meticulously strategizing his ascent from the ranks of the mid-tier to the vice admiral level, and then to the admiral rank, culminating in kingship. To this day, due to his monstrous physique, conventional training has become insufficient to sustain his rapid growth and strength, rendering its effects virtually negligible. The remaining path to advancement must rely on the passage of time and development, alongside instruction from more powerful practitioners of advanced hockey, to maintain such a swift progression. Yet, if one were to insist, there exists another method for augmenting strength. OS cast a glance toward the small treasure chest beneath his bed. Chapter 13, Shanks. What prestige do you possess? Not a single hair. Within it lies the devil fruit he acquired 3 years prior, the paramecia type, teleportation fruit. In the original narrative, it belonged to Van Augur, the sniper of the Blackbeard pirates, and is undoubtedly a fruit ideally suited for sharpshooters. However, for OS, it signifies far more than merely an auxiliary tool for snipers. When progress seems unattainable, OSI may contemplate consuming the devil fruit associated with space. Once developed and awakened, it could bestow upon OSI remarkable abilities, such as teleporting all adversarial attacks to a distant location, achieving a state of ethereal invulnerability to all assaults, or effortlessly transporting fruit users into the depths of the sea. Even the Machi fruit can inflict pain if he can traverse the globe. What makes his teleportation fruit any less potent? In OSI's perspective, while mythical Zoan fruits are undeniably formidable, paramecia fruits are equally impressive, particularly those that pertain to conceptual abilities. As for why he refrains from consuming it now, OSI is biding his time, wary of a certain conjecture, whether, prior to the right moment, devil fruit users might be spurned by the final island. In the original narrative, Buggy inexplicably fell ill just before reaching the island, causing him to miss the grand treasure, while others exhibited no such symptoms. The salient difference with Buggy is that he wields the Chop fruit. Thus, OSI dares not take the gamble. After all, the fruit won't evade him, and he can afford to wait 2 more years. During this interval, he can diligently focus on enhancing his Haki. For as Master Rayleigh has articulated, Haki reigns supreme above all. OSI would naturally not forsake his foundational strengths to become a fruit user who, despite seeming formidable, crumbles under the pressure of Haki. Is Kid truly impressive? The awakening electromagnetic cannon effortlessly inflicted grievous wounds upon the 4 emperors with a single shot. Entire fleets vanished into oblivion. However, his own Haki did not keep pace, and with Shanks's ability to foresee the future, he merely seized upon a slight wind-up, delivering a swift and lethal strike that dispatched him with ease, as if he were but a mere chicken. Thus, OS would never relinquish his training in Haki. He aspired to master the world's most formidable armament Haki, to glimpse further into the future, and to wield a conqueror's Haki that would rival anyone's. Sailing alongside the Roger pirates was, for him, the most expedient means to enhance his Haki, a path that mirrored Shanks's rise to prominence. Knock, knock. In the moment OS was lost in thought, a series of knocks echoed at the door. It was Bitam, the sniper. A peculiar crimson glow ignited in OS's eyes as he envisioned a scene of a portly figure opening the door. Dressed in his trousers, OS opened the door to find, as expected, his mentor, the sniper of the Roger pirates, Bitam. OS still awake? Bitam remarked, holding a long, bandage-wrapped object and cheerfully patting OS on the shoulder. OS nodded and gestured for him to come in and sit. What brings you here? I have come to congratulate you, OS. The potential for Conqueror's Haki is a rare gift indeed. With a cheerful smile, Bitam directly handed over the item in his hand to OS. As OS's mentor, Bitam proved to be quite competent, diligently imparting knowledge on the applications of observation Haki and sniping techniques, truly deserving of the title Master. Upon receiving the item, OS immediately discerned its nature. It was a long rifle, surprisingly heavy. As he peeled away the layers of bandaging, he unveiled a strikingly sleek black sniper rifle. Its design undeniably impressive. Every aspect, from the barrel to the scope, was crafted from superior materials. To his astonishment, every component was indeed made of sea prism stone. OS was at a loss for words. He had originally intended to become a fruit user, capable of both offense and defense, while wielding a sniper rifle. How could he reconcile the teleportation ability with the sniper rifle? Truly, it was an exceptional weapon. Observing the glimmer of anticipation in Bitam's eyes, OS felt reluctant to express any dissatisfaction. He could always adapt to the bandaged rifle in the future. Moreover, this rifle was indeed remarkable. A seasoned sniper would immediately recognize its capability to hit targets thousands of meters away without issue. If the bullets were enhanced with Haki or fruit abilities, theoretically, they could achieve even greater distances. Of course, I originally spent a fortune on this beauty. I simply grew accustomed to my old companion, which is why I hadn't replaced it until now. Consider yourself fortunate. Bitam laughed heartily, clearly pleased to see such a fine weapon find a worthy new owner. For OS truly deserved it. In truth, the number of individuals endowed with the Conqueror's Haki, particularly sniper specialists, is exceedingly scarce. Over the years, only OS has emerged as a singular talent, with an immeasurable future ahead of him. Although he lacks the Conqueror's Haki, it is certain that he will never ascend to the ranks of the world's strongest snipers. Yet, OS possesses that glimmer of hope. and thus his actions are an investment in the pursuit of his sniping career. Initially, he intended to deliver this news to you tomorrow. However, upon noticing that Shanks was still awake, he thought you might also be awake, leading him to come today. Upon hearing Bitem's words, OS, who had been preoccupied with his new weapon, paused momentarily, raising an eyebrow with curiosity. What madness has Shanks embarked upon at this late hour? He inquired. Bitem, noticing OS's confusion, allowed a smile to grace his lips. Seeing someone of your age effortlessly defeat the enemy ship's officers has likely stirred something within Shanks. He then burst into hearty laughter. As a child nurtured by Captain Roger, Shanks is exceptionally gifted, regarded by Roger as the heir to his future aspirations. In contrast, OS is his disciple, and now, with OS surpassing Shanks, one might argue that Bitem has outstripped Roger in a certain sense. It appears that Shanks, too, harbors the heart of a true warrior. This is quite normal. When he first boarded the ship, Shanks, who had already been bestowed with the straw hat by Roger, possessed an initial mindset of looking down upon the world. He was expected to be the next generation's king. The emergence of us undoubtedly set a ceiling for him. A peer who seemed invincible. Despite traveling with Roger's pirate crew from a young age, Shanks found himself overshadowed by us, who had grown up in a humble town. It was akin to a prodigious heir being outperformed by a child of fate. This situation implied that the will of Captain Roger should not be inherited by him, and that the straw hat did not rightfully belong to him. Shanks could not accept this, even though us had not deliberately targeted him. The inherent disparity compelled Shanks to compare himself, hoping to reclaim his status as the MVP among the trio one day. After us awakened his conqueror's hockey during the day, Shanks began to push himself that very evening. Go for it. Us, you might just surpass me if you're not careful. As for Tam's words, us felt little pressure. After all, he had never intended to inherit any will or become the Pirate King. His curiosity about what the One Piece truly was stemmed purely from sentiment and intrigue. If he truly aspired to be the Pirate King, it would be simple enough. After Roger's demise, he could merely revisit the locations using the eternal pointer to Laughtail and declare that he had found the great treasure. However, when it comes to strength, he undoubtedly places significant importance on it. After all, one cannot simply seek amusement or act ostentatiously, only to flee at the slightest hindrance from Shanks, a notorious meddler. While Shanks may command respect elsewhere, he holds none in the presence of him and Buggy. Chapter 14. Will you be the next world's strongest? OSS. A month after the conclusion of the Edward Sea battle, the Roger pirates enjoyed a rare period of tranquility, aside from bang. That rascally Barrett continues his reckless antics. Despite knowing he is outmatched, he persists in fighting stubbornly, a folly aptly described as obstinacy. OSS thinks this sentiment perfectly applies to Barrett in his current state. What leads this fellow to believe that he can defeat Roger, a mere youth under 20? Especially when he has yet to master the basics of combat and charges in, only to be felled with a single strike each time. As time passed, the crew grew accustomed to this farce. They assumed such antics would persist indefinitely, until one fateful island landing by the Roger pirates. After Barrett was once again sent flying by a decisive blow, his demeanor shifted, hinting at a newfound resolve, a nuance only OSS seemed to notice. Are you leaving, Barrett? OSS mused, gnawing on a piece of ham, leaning against the doorframe, observing Barrett as he gathered his sparse belongings. Merely a few articles of clothing, a couple of headphones, and some treasures. Barrett turned his gaze, confronting OS, a figure whose strength had earned his respect. With Roger's demise imminent, Barrett recognized that he could no longer aspire to surpass him. It was time to depart. What are your plans moving forward? OS inquired, though he already understood Barrett's intentions. As the ultimate antagonist of the theatrical version, Barrett's prowess was indisputable, embodying the essence of a versatile warrior. Time and again, he had faced the Navy's extermination edicts, earning the moniker of the Devil's Heir. Even Luffy in his fourth gear appeared feeble before him, while he toyed with the supernovas as if they were mere playthings. However, what truly resonated with OS was Barrett's immense haki, vast enough to encompass the area of half an island. Regrettably, he had strayed down a misguided path, fixating on the study of colossal giants, embarking on a futile journey of growth without strength, ultimately becoming a mere target for others. Had he devoted his efforts to mastering haki rather than pursuing the colossal forms, he would have at least been a formidable emperor. Plans, you ask? I am uncertain. Perhaps I should first focus on becoming stronger, and thereafter, to challenge the next strongest in the world. Barrett asserted confidently, his gaze momentarily flicking towards OS, leaving OS momentarily stunned. Will you become an existence that surpasses Roger, motto OS? Ah, you cannot be suggesting. OS raised an eyebrow, a vague sense of foreboding creeping into his thoughts, and he momentarily regretted coming to bid farewell to Barrett. I can discern your spirit and talent, which are undoubtedly on par with the best. Once you ascend to the global stage, perhaps we shall engage in combat once more. But wait, I have no desire to bear the burden for Captain Roger. You would be better off seeking Shanks instead. Barrett did not respond to this remark, yet OS could still perceive from his gaze that his resolve remained unchanged. However, with Captain Roger gone, why must he now come seeking trouble with me? Although OS believed that he had the potential to become one of the strongest in the world, it did not mean he relished inviting misfortune upon himself. Having known Barrett, he would not go so far as to eliminate him simply to challenge himself. That would be excessive. Yet even in victory, he would likely find himself ensnared. Much like how Barrett clung to Roger's ship, with incessant challenges every few days. How tiresome. After a brief exchange, Barrett voluntarily departed once they reached the shore. Surprisingly, without any pleas for him to stay, not even from Captain Roger, who merely watched him leave. OS, too, felt no inclination to intervene, as Barrett had never truly been one of them. He did not share the camaraderie of his companions, placing unwavering faith solely in his own formidable strength. This belief was at odds with everyone else on the ship, making their eventual parting inevitable. Furthermore, even if Barrett chose to remain, they would still disband in 2 years' time. Rayleigh stood at the edge of the ship, gazing at the fading silhouette of Barrett against the setting sun. The sentiment of parting did not truly take hold, as it was abruptly interrupted by Us. When will you teach me how to wield Conqueror's hockey, first mate? You little rascal. Upon hearing those words, Rayleigh felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He looked at Us with a hint of exasperation, regretting his earlier jestful agreement. Such power is devoid of technique. Us. You must first cultivate your Conqueror's hockey to a sufficient intensity. Huh. How can I achieve that intensity? As your strength increases, so too will your presence. It is still too early for you. There have been prodigies who awakened Conqueror's hockey in their youth. Yet how many have mastered its application at such a tender age? Always found himself at a loss for words, pondering the truth in Rayleigh's statement. Consider figures like Doflamingo, Ace, or Yamato and Katakuri. Many of them awakened their powers even earlier than us. Yet none could master the technique of Conqueror's hockey in their middle age. It could be said that while the new world is rife with formidable wielders of Conqueror's hockey, only a select few truly excel in its mastery. Perhaps this power indeed relies heavily on innate talent. After a prolonged silence, OS finally relinquished his fantasy of mastering the advanced hockey technique known as Conqueror's hockey at the tender age of 12. However, Rayleigh did not entirely dismiss him. Instead, he imparted the knowledge of how to envelop one's body or weapon with Conqueror's hockey, much like one would with armament hockey, emphasizing that while he could provide the techniques, the ultimate execution lay in OS's hands. Interestingly, he also shared techniques related to the elusive god's avoidance, illustrating the harmonious interplay between Conqueror's hockey and the swordsmanship of the great swordsman, which held significant educational value for OS. This exchange did not go unnoticed by Buggy and Shanks, who observed from a distance as OS and the first mate engaged in discussions about matters that were currently beyond their grasp. At that moment, both of them shared an unusual thought. Would they truly be able to catch up with OS in the future? What are you two looking at? OS inquired playfully, throwing an arm around their shoulders with a grin. Nothing much. Captain Roger just mentioned that we should hasten our resupply. We are setting sail for our next destination, came the reply. Where to? To Wano country. Wano country. Have we unconsciously made it this far already? It seems the end is indeed drawing near. My time is running short, OS. As the three young apprentices stood together, Captain Roger approached with a smile, gently ruffling their hair. His words bore no trace of the despair one might expect from a man facing death. Let us explore the islands of the second half of the Grand Line. Who knows what surprises await us? OSS found himself at a loss for words, for indeed, Roger had, within the fleeting time remaining, discovered the individuals and places capable of deciphering the true texts of history. Perhaps it was all a matter of fate's guidance. Chapter 15. Flowing Sakura, Watashi has arrived. Certainly, life upon the vast ocean is lengthy. Despite Monkey D. Luffy having traversed the world in merely a few months, the Roger pirates did not possess such a clear objective. Much of their time was consumed by the journey itself. It could even be said that Roger was the true child of destiny, fortuitously assembling all the requisite elements to reach the final island. While the less fortunate pirates might search a lifetime without uncovering the hidden location of the historical texts or the means to interpret them, a year swiftly passed. And in the year 1496 of the Sea Circle calendar, the now 13-year-old OSS began to emerge from the shadows. Yet, OSS found himself captivated by another matter. "Hey, Buggy, great news. I've grown to 2 meters tall. Are you an idiot? This is hardly the time to be fixated on that." Buggy, standing at a mere 1 meter 45, could not help but comment as he gazed up at OSS, who towered over him. "We're in the midst of a battle." "Haraha, I know. OSS, in high spirits, casually tilted his head to evade several bullets aimed at him, making his way to Buggy's side. In an instant, the ebony hue of his armed hockey enveloped his entire arm, resting directly beside Buggy's temple. A bullet struck the back of his hand with a resounding thud, only to be deflected and fall to the ground with a clink. "Be careful, Buggy," OSS remarked with a smile. It was only then that he noticed Buggy, who had narrowly escaped death, his mouth agape, eyes bulging, nearly reduced to tears of fright. I almost died," Buggy exclaimed, still shaken. Although he was indeed a splitting man who had consumed the split fruit, he was only immune to slashing attacks. A bullet to the head would surely spell his demise. Patting Buggy on the shoulder, OSS leaped to the edge of the ship. His observation hockey spread out, instantly allowing him to discern the precise situation of the 2 warships pursuing them in the distance. They didn't even deploy an admiral. Yet they sent these Navy ships to deal with us. What kind of powerful figure have we offended? He mused, his gaze fixed on Captain Roger at the bow of the ship. As OSS stepped forward, many crew members, including those donned in straw hats, keenly observed his every move. OSS was increasingly proving himself capable of standing alone. Ever since he awakened his conqueror's hockey, he had shown a fervent enthusiasm for battles, believing, in his own words, that engaging in as many direct confrontations as possible might benefit his mastery of the conqueror's hockey. After all, victory and fierce combat are the finest forms of mental training. Such has always been the way of aspiring emperors. It is precisely due to the transformation of OS's style that, within the following year, the amount of his bounty has been steadily escalating, and he has now become a man valued at 500 million berries. "Leave this to me, Captain Roger. They are merely a band of naval rabble." Roger had no intention of intervening, but upon hearing OS's words, he sheathed his sword and turned his gaze towards the island shrouded in waterfalls. "Wano country. Let us make it swift, OS. We are about to land." "Understood." OS raised his formidable sniper rifle, his heightened observation hockey sweeping over the 2 warships situated 100 meters away, rendering all their armored defenses insignificant before him. This was the alternative application of his observation hockey, akin to a godly perspective akin to X-ray vision, somewhat reminiscent of a mental web. Adjusting his breath, a fierce crimson light suddenly erupted in OS's eyes, as explosive imagery flashed before him. The foresight of the future was no longer his pursuit. Instead, he sought to glimpse an even more distant future. With a sharp gunshot, a pitch-black, hockey-infused bullet vanished instantaneously into the air, accompanied by the faint sound of a sonic boom. Following a brief silence, an earth-shattering explosion resonated, boom. As if triggered by a chain reaction, a cacophony of impacts ensued, followed by a series of detonations. Amidst the wailing and cries of agony, a colossal iron ship slowly tipped over, plunging into the depths of the sea. This scene undoubtedly left the sailors aboard the neighboring warship in a state of sheer terror, rendering them speechless as they stood frozen in place, their eyes wide with disbelief. Could it truly be possible to discern the location of the ammunition depot from several hundred meters away? Surely this was a deception. How could such a thing occur? The rear admiral aboard the adjacent vessel, having witnessed the unfolding events, felt a creeping sense of despair wash over him. However, he quickly regained his composure. Opening his mouth to issue commands to his men, retreat, alter course. Such a monstrous entity was beyond their capacity to confront. He immediately ordered the ship to turn. Yet it was evident that they failed to comprehend that, for the powerful, a distance of several hundred meters was akin to standing right beside them. Someone is charging at us. The target is too swift. It's indistinguishable. It's Black Gun OS. Observing OS soaring through the air, seemingly defying gravity. The members of the Roger pirates were not surprised. They merely leaned over the side of the ship, awaiting the inevitable clash. Meanwhile, the surviving sailors aboard the warship, noticing that the Oro Jackson had no intention of approaching them, breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this was the New World-S Navy. The commanding officer, Rear Admiral Teslo, was evidently no mere rookie. Confronted by this rising young pirate, he wielded his dual hockey with confidence, believing he could hold OS at bay for a time. As long as they could maintain the standoff, once the warship was at a safe distance, they could easily overwhelm a single adversary. Black Gun OS, if you possess the audacity, come at me. Puffed. The naval officers, who once believed they had escaped the clutches of despair, found their smiles abruptly frozen in place. To perish with a smile upon one's face is the greatest act of pity I can bestow upon you. At some point, OS had appeared on the deck, casually flicking the blood from his blade, casting a glance at the ground where the head of the smiling vice admiral lay. There was nothing surprising about this. After all, he had witnessed this very scene before striking. The surrounding naval officers transformed their expressions as if performing a Peking opera face change, shifting from joy to utter despair. OS strolled leisurely, dispatching one foe after another. Perhaps paralyzed by fear, two officers scrambled into the kitchen. Hey, naval officers. One should be prepared for the possibility of death before engaging in battle. The cowardly king does not thrive here. OS showed no mercy. Had he been a feeble pirate, he would have faced a lifetime in prison, and he was no saint. However, there was an unexpected boon. The vice admiral's sword appeared to be of exquisite quality. Its black patterned blade was long and heavy, unlike the majority of curved samurai swords, devoid of unnecessary embellishments, resembling more of a cane sword. Overall, it bore some resemblance to a gambler's weapon, yet it was longer and more ornate. Though OS was unfamiliar with renowned blades, he sensed it was undoubtedly superior to the commonplace long sword he wielded, and it was sufficiently lengthy to suit his towering height of 3 meters. With his spoils in tow, Oz gracefully glided back to the Oro Jackson, eager to witness the flowing cherry blossoms of Wano, and to discern any differences in the flowing hockey techniques recently imparted to him by Vice Captain Rayleigh. Chapter 16, A Flaw Revealed. Marco, is this truly Wano? Upon landing, the crew eagerly disembarked, beginning to explore the ancient isle. Only Oz, brimming with excitement, gazed into the distance as a crimson light erupted. Has it arrived? Hey Oz, where are you going? As Oz suddenly leaped onto a nearby slope, seemingly observing something, Shanks, donning a captain's hat and crouched down while munching on chocolate, inquired, while Buggy trailed closely behind him. Lacking the exaggerated observation hockey of Oz, he resorted to using a telescope to scan the horizon. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Captain Roger, it's the Whitebeard pirates right across the island. In contrast, Roger displayed little reaction to this revelation, merely chuckling heartily. All right, then let us have a battle. Just then, a figure swiftly approached. Captain, a samurai is charging towards us. Oz remained composed, not reacting as dramatically as Buggy. With a mere flicker of perception, he recognized the identity of the approaching figure, feeling no surprise. It was Odin Kazuki, the king of fools, a warrior whose potential was squandered, merely a passionate and reckless samurai. In a swift motion, Yutian dispatched 2 crew members, sending them crashing to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Rayleigh and Jabba unsheathed their weapons, bracing themselves for combat. Just as formidable as the rumor suggested, we must stop him, Rayleigh. So be it. Wait, Jabba, Rayleigh. Meanwhile, Roger, brimming with excitement, darted past the two, exclaiming, I cannot allow you to be harmed. In truth, it was merely his own desire for a fight. A grin spread across Ace's face, yet his gaze remained fixated on the impending clash between Roger and Yutian. Observing with heightened perception, Ace was determined not to miss a single detail. Roger charged forward with a smile, his blade crackling with dark red lightning, God's refuge. Such exquisite mastery of Conqueror's hockey. As he gazed at Kazuki Odin, who had been sent flying by a single slash, Aussie found himself still savoring the lingering essence of the Conqueror's hockey that had entwined around him. With each encounter, he gradually began to grasp the principles behind this formidable power. It resembled the teachings imparted by Rayleigh. Rather than indiscriminately unleashing a torrent of Conqueror's hockey to stun the masses, the technique of hockey entwinement was akin to concentrating that energy into a singular force, thereby unleashing a more potent impact. This was reminiscent of how Shanks wielded his power during his prime, condensing his supreme hockey into dark red lightning, which could overwhelm even a vice admiral and diminish the strength of an admiral. However, unlike armament hockey, which possesses a tangible form that can be gathered at will. A year had passed, and Aussie merely grasped the rudiments of this art as he observed the black-red arcs of electricity generated from the friction in his palm. All eyes were fixed on Odin, who had been sent hurtling 100 meters away, finally coming to a halt after crashing into countless trees. Yet, Aussie and a select few, including Roger, remained transfixed on the sky, sensing an immense presence approaching at an alarming speed. It was coming. Aussie widened his eyes, fixated on the towering figure in the distance. With a physique that was extravagantly robust, golden hair, a white cloak, and the iconic crescent-shaped white beard, he recognized the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate. Upon the onset, the focus was directly on Roger, who displayed no reluctance in response. An immense aura of conqueror's haki enveloped his sword as he struck upward. The blades did not even make contact. Instead, they engaged in a fierce contest of will, their dark crimson lightning clashing and sparking. The terrifying shockwaves from the confrontation sent all onlookers reeling, threatening to rend the very skies as clouds were swept away for miles. Even Ors, wishing to experience the intensity up close, found himself unable to withstand such overwhelming power, resorting to gripping a distant ancient tree with all his might to avoid being uprooted. Meanwhile, Buggy, Shanks, and others had already been pulled away by Rayleigh, creating a safe distance from the battlefield. In the face of such celestial might, Ors defiantly unleashed his own conqueror's haki, striving to envelop himself in its energy. "Oh, how amusing, little rascal." Whitebeard observed the nearby youth who was valiantly resisting the forces at play, a smirk gracing his lips. "Is he one of your crew, Roger?" Roger erupted in laughter. "Indeed. This lad is quite the monster." "Envious, are you, Newgate?" "Umph. My sons shall never be outdone by anyone." After exchanging playful banter, the two shared a brief standoff, bursting into laughter as they positioned their weapons beside them, formally greeting one another. "Leave all your belongings behind," they commanded in unison. And thus, the two pirate crews officially commenced their battle. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, perched upon a distant tree, an exceptionally skilled marksman had raised his long rifle. A glimmer of crimson light flickering in his eye, exposing a vulnerability. Marco. Bang. It was none other than the clandestine sharpshooter, Ace. Having just experienced the overwhelming might of his haki, Ace now felt that rejoining the fray to combat the minions would no longer bolster his formidable presence. It was akin to having savored fine delicacies only to be disinclined to consume coarse grains thereafter. Moreover, Ace was acutely aware that the mundane skirmishes and bloodshed could no longer augment his conqueror's haki. Presently, there were only two avenues for growth. The first was to allow the natural progression of age to enhance his mental and physical attributes. And the second was to engage in combat with adversaries who possessed a stronger conqueror's haki, which might yield progress. Thus, he returned to his former craft, sniping. As for why he did not target the white-bearded pirate, Ace had indeed contemplated this notion. However, despite peering into the future countless times, the outcome remained singular. Failure. Failure. And yet more failure. It seemed that such a formidable opponent was currently beyond his reach. Reluctantly, Ace shifted his focus to Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Phoenix. As Marco unfurled his wings, poised to charge, his dreams of piracy were abruptly shattered by a single gunshot. His wings swiftly retracted into human form, and he collapsed to the ground, immobilized, narrowly avoiding being trampled by his comrades rushing from behind. This was Sea Prism Stone. As OS leaped down from the tree, he abandoned all hope of remaining concealed. He secured his black gun behind him, revealing a young soldier clad in military attire with long black hair, who emerged from the shadows. Slowly, he drew the long blade he had previously seized from his belt, the sound resonating with a metallic clang. The obsidian hue of his armed haki coiled around his arms, gradually enveloping the blade itself, and upon closer inspection, one could discern streaks of dark crimson lightning entwined within it. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the brothers of the Whitebeard pirates seethed with anger, exclaiming their disdain for the treacherous ambush. In contrast, the members of the Roger pirates bore an expression of indifference. After all, it was merely OS. Yet, it was unsurprising, given his characteristic style. Although OS had revealed himself, he showed little interest in the young members of the Whitebeard pirates, instead fixing his gaze upon one individual, Kazuki Odin, one of the two possessors of Conqueror's haki within the Whitebeard crew. Chapter 17. The Depths of the Prison. Will I not explode when I rush you? With OS initiating the attack, chaos erupted. However, due to Marco's early exit and OS's unexpected intervention, the Roger Pirates held the upper hand overall. Furthermore, the Whitebeard crew boasted only Odin as their sole high-tier combatant, while Rayleigh and his comrades, each adept in hockey, could easily contend with the opposition using merely a finger. Thus, rather than a battle, it resembled a sparring match. OS, with his unwavering determination, though lacking in sheer strength, relied on his extraordinary brute force and the honed dual hockey to momentarily match the formidable Odin in battle. OS began to comprehend why, within the realm of One Piece, there exist numerous instances where seemingly weaker parties can hold their ground. Perhaps one side may indeed be less powerful, yet as long as the advantage is not overwhelmingly decisive, a prolonged struggle can be effortlessly sustained. Truly, it is a testament to the resilience of warriors. Furthermore, compared to the extraordinary hockey wielded by figures like Captain Roger, Odin's prowess appeared somewhat inferior, and his conqueror's hockey did not reach the pinnacle of the world's elite. While OS may not emerge victorious, he was more than capable of using this encounter for practice, albeit with some discomfort. With a swift motion, he unleashed the one-sword style. The blade enveloped in a rich layer of armament hockey, intertwined with strands of conqueror's hockey, with OS's monstrous strength and swordsmanship enhancing his strike. The terrifying force of his blow seemed to rip through the very air itself. This marked OS's inaugural display of his utmost power. His gaze fixated on glimpses of the future. Extreme dark light. Odin, taken aback by OS's audacious opening move, was equally resolute, his own mastery of hockey surpassing that of OS as he brandished his dual swords, charging forward with a fierce slash. Two-sword style, samurai's soul. In an instant, the two warriors crossed paths, their tremendous might causing the ground around them to fracture, not to the extent of toppling mountains, but enough to stir up clouds of dust and debris, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Onlookers, still engaged in their brawls and basic attacks, were left dumbfounded. Are you too serious? After a single clash, Oz furrowed his brows, and a crimson light burst forth from his eyes. How could this be? I clearly evaded it. In the next moment, a mouthful of blood erupted from Oz's lips, startling the somewhat beleaguered Buggy and Shanks in the distance. Despite having no visible wounds, he was still spewing blood. This scene had already unfolded in the instant of combat, but he quickly comprehended the truth. Was this the flowing Sakura? Thanks to Oz's extraordinary physical prowess, even after taking a direct hit from the flowing Sakura, he did not immediately lose his fighting capability. Most of the attack had been evaded due to his observation hockey, and his body merely endured a degree of internal damage that went unperceived. With a physique comparable to a young Whitebeard, it was no easy feat for him to fall. Flowing Sakura? An internal destruction in motion. Oz meticulously reflected on the sensations he had just experienced, his observation hockey scanning incessantly for any sign of Odin behind him, attempting to activate the armament hockey in his hands. That was indeed a fearsome strike. In truth, Odin was not unscathed by this blow either. His block had been fully anticipated by Oz. The strike landed squarely on his chest, leaving a long gash from which blood flowed profusely. Facing an opponent who could foresee the future was undeniably frustrating. Unless one possessed overwhelming strength, one must be prepared to endure continuous injuries, for no matter how one attempts to defend, the power of time will reveal every intention. The ensuing battle remained largely unchanged. Although Yutien possessed superior raw strength compared to OSI, he was still unable to contend with the latter's extraordinary observation hockey and immense power. Yutien even felt that if the two were to engage in a straightforward contest of strength, he might not fare as well. Moreover, as their conquerors' hockey clashed, OSI continually endeavored to master and familiarize himself with the intertwining of flowing cherry blossoms and conquerors' hockey. This back-and-forth exchange only served to enhance their prowess, resulting in an increasingly formidable performance, complemented by exceptional endurance. Yutien found himself feeling more constrained than ever before, even when he was defeated by Whitebeard and Roger. He had not experienced such a sensation. Gradually, the once effective flowing cherry blossoms infused with armament hockey, which could inflict damage upon this opponent, was now countered by OSI's developing defensive strategies. After 2 days of relentless combat, Yutien's every resource had finally been exhausted by OSI. Having adapted to the situation, he could no longer assist OSI in growing stronger. Instead, he had to guard against OSI's bizarre slashes and sporadic black shots. Uncle Jabba, switch it up. After a clash with Yutien, OSI refrained from retaliating with a black shot and instead called for reinforcements. Truly, what an anomaly OSI was. Jabba, who had found it tedious to deal with a group of immature youngsters, unable to truly eliminate them, was suddenly invigorated by OSI's summons, a smile gracing his face. "Leave this to me." Before Yutien could utter a word, OSI executed a swift move and vanished from sight, only for a burly man wielding dual axes to emerge with a powerful strike. At last, he had found an opponent of equal caliber, and they commenced an intense exchange of blows. As for Oz, he was far from idle. Observing the intense struggle between Shanks and Buggy, he suddenly exerted force beneath his feet, propelling himself instantaneously to their side. The captain of the Whitebeard pirates, who was engaged in combat with them, felt an ominous chill creeping up his spine, a sense of foreboding overwhelming him. With a swift motion, he swung the iron chain in his grasp, launching a massive iron ball towards the source of the disturbance behind him. However, the anticipated sound of shattering did not resonate. From the swirling smoke, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps, a tall figure gradually emerged, effortlessly clutching the enormous iron ball. How is this possible? He caught it barehanded. Turning his gaze towards Buggy and Shanks, the captain's face lit up with astonishment. "Marvelous, it's Oz." Buggy and his companion appeared to have found their anchor of hope, cautiously retreating beside Oz, blades in hand. "Be careful, Buggy, Shanks," he cautioned. Observing the bruised faces of his allies, Oz furrowed his brow, a crimson light abruptly igniting in his eyes as he swiftly scanned the gathering crew of Whitebeard. Meanwhile, the long sword and spear in his hands began to envelop themselves in a unique form of haki, the hue distinctly different from before. It was a vibrant, swirling scarlet. "There is no victory in your future," Oz proclaimed, unleashing his assault. The spear in his grasp shot forth bullets at an unimaginable speed in all directions, each bullet adorned with the flowing red haki, an onslaught from which there was no escape. Among all those targeted, the shared sentiment of those possessing exceptional observation abilities is one of helplessness, as they must rely as much as possible on their defensive armament. Even the seasoned crew members, skilled and imposing as they are, find themselves in this predicament. The novice crew members fare even worse, often bearing injuries that render them nearly incapacitated. One particularly stout young man suffers the gravest wounds, having been struck perilously close to his neck and sustaining a severe injury to his shoulder, lying on the ground, blood gushing forth, crying out in agony. The flow of cherry blossoms is exceedingly difficult to fully defend against. If evasion proves impossible, the internal damage is inevitable, showcasing its formidable lethality. Even OS, with his extraordinary physique, is compelled to spit blood from a mere glancing blow. Among these few resilient individuals, some dare to brave injury and press forward. Yet OS is no fragile long-range shooter. Those who dare to approach find themselves equally outmatched. With foresight, extraordinary strength, and the lethal flow of cherry blossoms, who would dare engage me in close combat? Chapter 18. Come, let us dip in the beans, OS. Thus, the fierce battle raged for 3 days, with OS's monstrous prowess earning the recognition of all members of the White Regiment, sinister and formidable, undeniably exceeding limits. Fortunately, by the 4th day, a ceasefire was finally reached. Both sides began to barter, exchanging their respective ship supplies and treasure chests like street vendors. The intense battles and the overwhelming pursuit of knowledge have left us feeling somewhat fatigued. He now requires time to gradually hone his skills and reflect. However, he harbors little interest in exchanges, as his possessions are limited to a single devil fruit, along with some daily earnings in berries and treasures. After wandering for a while, he managed to trade part of his treasures for some sea prism stone with the White Group, which is convenient for crafting bullets or other uses. "Are you two just going to stand there foolishly?" Us inquired, reclining against a fallen log behind the two, observing them with a hint of exasperation as they posed with arms akimbo. "It seems they have been staring at us all along." "Is that so?" Across from them, the incapacitated little brother was seated cross-legged, bound in bandages, alongside the similarly bandaged chubby figure, Marshal D. Teach, the future Emperor of the Sea, the rebellious Blackbeard. Yet, their focus appeared not to be on Buggy and Shanks, but rather on the food us was consuming. "Are those fellows trainee pirates?" Teach asked seriously, scrutinizing the trio. "Indeed, they have been with the Roger pirates for quite some time," Marco replied. As a longtime crew member of Whitebeard, he was quite familiar with those aboard Roger's ship. He had known of the existence of the three little ones for a while, but he never anticipated that the black-haired individual would possess such formidable strength, far exceeding his expectations. How could it be that such a monster is merely an intern on Roger's ship? Cold sweat trickled down Teach's forehead, and the wound on his left shoulder throbbed with a lingering pain, far worse than it appeared. The other two, seemingly weak, displayed a stark contrast in strength. Their initial encounter with Ace had left him with a profound psychological shadow, as Ace's formidable prowess was unmistakable. While the two scrutinized the trio before them, the three were equally observant of their opponents. "Hey, Ace, Shanks, you noticed that too, right?" "Yeah, that guy hasn't slept at all during the ceasefire these past few nights." "Why? Is not sleeping a big deal?" "Not really. I've heard he's never slept since birth. That's a genuine monster." Upon hearing this, Ace's attention shifted to another matter. It seemed that Buggy had indeed been fixated on Teach for 3 days, which was quite unsettling. Ace held no particular fondness or disdain for Blackbeard, after all. The avarice and treachery that characterized Blackbeard's actions aligned more closely with the common perception of pirates. While figures like Roger and Luffy appeared more as adventurers clad in pirate attire, the reason he had fired at Teach was partly to gauge his abilities. After all, leaving a scar on a grown Shanks was no trifling feat. However, judging by that shot, Blackbeard currently seemed no more than a mere child. Ace had little interest in intimidating children for sport. He merely directed his gaze towards the towering treetop where Roger, Whitebeard, and Odin were engaged in discussion, occasionally erupting into a brief quarrel. Even OS witnessed the shattered rifts in space. It seemed that the journey was indeed nearing its countdown. Slowly swallowing a mouthful of juice, OS pondered. So, has Odin truly become a member of the Roger Pirates? As the Roger Pirates set sail once more, Buggy looked at the warriors aboard the ship and incredulously inquired, "Well, it's more or less true, having borrowed them from Whitebeard." OS did not react strongly to this. Rather, it presented him with an opportunity to continue learning from Ryu. Although he felt that the Ryu he had secretly acquired should be indistinguishable from the authentic version, consulting the original source would undoubtedly provide a more comprehensive understanding. What if there were specialized techniques that he had failed to grasp? Gripping his sword, OS slowly approached Odin, who was at the center of the banquet. He then gradually drew his weapon, startling Odin and the crew. The atmosphere grew tense, yet to their surprise, OS was not there to engage in combat. "Why are you all staring at me? I'm here to inquire about Ryu." A sigh of relief escaped Odin. He genuinely wished to avoid further confrontation with this mischievous young lad. It was a torment to engage in a struggle where he could neither land a hit nor escape punishment. The application of Ryu's armament was not something he could not teach, especially since they would soon be comrades. However, upon questioning OS about his understanding of Ryu, Odin found himself momentarily bewildered. OS stretched out his fist, and layers of crimson hockey began to spread across his body like flowing water. With a distant wave, the wine bottle held by Yudian shattered into countless pieces. "Is there anything that requires improvement?" OS chuckled, completely devoid of the terrifying demeanor he had displayed during battle. "I discovered this myself in the skirmish a couple of days ago." Upon hearing this, Yudian opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words, as there was little he could impart. What OS had unveiled was the most authentic manifestation of flowing cherry blossom hockey. Moreover, he even harbored doubts about whether OS had already mastered it and was merely toying with him. After all, could there truly be someone in the world who progresses at such a remarkable pace? Is he even human? In the midst of Yudian's silence, OS departed, subjected to a chilling indifference. What was it really? Merely a few instances of foreseeing the future to provoke you. Yet you hold such a grudge. How petty. He had used this tactic to unsettle countless others. Yet Yudian alone bore such a significant grievance. Could he not reflect on his own shortcomings? After seeking counsel in vain, OS could only leave the center of the banquet quietly under the gaze of his shipmates, who regarded him as a monster. Perhaps, at times, being too exceptional can lead to isolation. In a moment of desperation, OS sought out his two close companions. As he activated his observation hockey, he discovered them at the stern of the ship, diligently continuing their arduous training. To be frank, the fruits of their labor held little value for OS. The knowledge he had acquired from Rayleigh and Roger had refined his palate to the point of indulgence. The prospect of pilfering Shank's practice through observation hockey now seemed utterly futile to him. Thus, he deemed it more beneficial to take a brief respite, focusing instead on extending his foresight from 3 seconds to 4, an endeavor far more advantageous than any other. However, he did not anticipate that upon his arrival, Buggy would merely greet him before resuming his idle antics. In stark contrast, Shanks was invigorated. He set down the dumbbells in his hands, his face lighting up with surprise upon seeing OS. With an exuberant spirit and a fierce gaze, he unsheathed the long sword at his waist, exclaiming, "Let us battle, OS. OS. Chapter 19. I'm sorry, I don't have any smaller shorts than this." Before OS could muster a response, Buggy leaped up. His expression exaggerated as he exclaimed, "Shanks, what on earth are you thinking? There must be limits to your bravado. How could you possibly be a match for OS?" Despite the harshness of his words, Shanks had to concede that there existed a considerable disparity between his current strength and that of Us. At the tender age of 13, Us was already on the brink of mastering the threshold of Conqueror's Haki, while Shanks, despite his utmost efforts, could only faintly grasp the essence of it, unable to apply it in practice. However, there are times when the path to strength demands one to embrace challenges. A knowing smile crept across Us's face. Shanks had transformed this into a valuable lesson. Indeed, the most effective means of enhancing one's prowess lies in engaging in combat with those who are a level above oneself. This approach avoids the triviality of defeating weaker opponents while sidestepping the pitfalls of aiming too high due to overwhelming differences in strength. With such determination, Us was ready to take on whatever came his way. As he observed Shanks, who was considerably shorter than himself, a spark of inspiration ignited within Us. Memories of their duel from years past resurfaced, recalling the legendary moment when Shanks had jested, "I'm sorry, I don't have a smaller blade." Yet, after searching high and low, Us found only a long spear and a sword, with no small dagger in sight. After considerable contemplation, Us, employing his combat ingenuity, ultimately discovered a makeshift substitute for a small knife, a pair of large shorts hanging from the clothesline at the stern of the ship. Us, Shanks stepped forward, gripping his sword with both hands, his voice imbued with the vigor of youth. One could not help but marvel at the audacity of the future Emperor of the Seas, naturally endowed with the courage to challenge mightier foes. "Accept my challenge." OSS paid no heed to his impassioned speech, strolling leisurely to the clothesline, where he retrieved a freshly washed pair of his own undergarments. Under the bewildered gazes of Buggy and Shanks, he gave it a shake and then twisted it into a rope-like form. Suddenly, a deep black hue of armament Haki enveloped it. Armament Haki. Had I known it would come to this, I would have preferred to be torn apart. My apologies, but I possess no smaller pair of shorts. Initially, Shanks was filled with excitement, immersed in the anticipation of the impending battle, constantly pondering how to exploit OSS's vulnerabilities. However, when he witnessed him hardening a mere pair of underpants with Haki in preparation for their sparring match, he conceded that he could not contain himself. But, how infuriating. "OSS, you wretched fellow. There should be limits to your disdain for others. Last time, it was a small knife. Now, you've resorted to undergarments." Without even a pretense. As a comrade who had fought alongside him for 5 years, Shanks was well aware of OSS's prowess. Whether it be marksmanship, hand-to-hand combat, swordsmanship, or Haki, OSS was proficient in all aspects of battle, possessing remarkable mastery. In every encounter with diverse foes, he always managed to employ the most suitable fighting technique instantaneously. Even in unarmed combat, Shanks had witnessed OSS harnessing Haki on his fists, using his extraordinary strength to break through encirclements, and he had often sought advice from the martial arts experts aboard. Yet now, when it came to facing him, OSS nonchalantly hardened a pair of shorts. Shanks felt as though he had received 1,000 critical hits. Is it truly OS's peculiar taste? Or does he believe that the most suitable way to confront himself is with mere undergarments? What a jest! To face me, even if you do not employ your esteemed marksmanship or monstrous strength, at the very least, you ought to wield the long sword at your waist, you scoundrel. Shanks, gripping his long knife tightly as if to assert his presence, unleashed the full extent of his swordsmanship inherited from Roger. His piercing gaze belied his youthful appearance. After all, he was acknowledged as the next generation's king by Roger himself. Although he may not possess the same level of abnormality as OS, he remained a paragon among his peers. The long knife in his hand shimmered with a hint of sword light, a harbinger of his impending mastery of the blade. OS remained unmoved, not even activating his ability to foresee the future. He merely relied on his instinctive prowess in battle, observing the approaching Shanks. This seemingly casual demeanor even instilled a fleeting illusion in Shanks. Perhaps he could land a blow. There existed a possibility of victory. Even you, OS, are not entirely invincible. Clang. The resounding clash of metal echoed throughout the arena. Under Buggy's watchful gaze, Shanks unleashed a fierce, full-force strike that unmistakably struck OS's, undergarments. A look of shock suddenly crossed Shanks's previously confident visage. When had he managed to block it? Even Buggy, observing from the sidelines, was taken aback. Shanks, mouth agape and expression serious, lifted his gaze to OS, only to catch a glimpse of OS's mischievous grin and the gleam of amusement in his eyes. That was close. I almost didn't react in time. OS's wicked sense of humor had surfaced, and he grinned broadly. Shanks's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Shanks, it appears, is indeed at a disadvantage. Utterly unable to contend. Bucky, standing nearby, aptly remarked, leaving one to ponder whether he intended to dissuade Shanks from continuing or merely fan the flames. As anticipated, Shanks' fury intensified. His veins bulged, and a dark, menacing aura began to emanate from his blade as he turned once more to strike at Oz. The sound of clashing steel resonated. Clang. Once again, Oz adeptly deflected the blow with his shorts, followed by a cacophony of similar sounds as he retreated, methodically wielding his supreme undergarment. With the application of armament hockey, it could indeed be likened to a formidable black sword, akin to those that had faced the four emperors. In stark contrast to Oz's nonchalance, Shanks was rapidly approaching his breaking point, struggling to cut through a mere pair of shorts. He questioned whether the armament hockey on his blade was merely an illusion. He unleashed every sword technique he had ever mastered, his frenzied strikes creating a veritable storm of lethal intent. Yet, before the perpetually shifting shorts, his efforts seemed to devolve into farce, unable to breach the defense. Even the edge of his blade bore the marks of wear, while the shorts remained as resilient as ever, seemingly capable of enduring through the ages. Gradually, after the initial rage subsided, a sense of helplessness took hold. Despite Shanks having surpassed his previous limits in his furious state, he remained utterly powerless against Oz. It was not until a rumbling sound emerged from Oz's belly, gurgle, that he declared, "I apologize, but let us call it a day for now." Hearing those words, Shanks was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that OS had suddenly vanished from his sight. A gust of wind rushed past him, prompting a fleeting thought. Could it be? No, please. I cannot be knocked out by a pair of underpants. Despite his fervent resistance, helplessness enveloped him as a dark rod hurtled towards the back of his head, producing a crisp sound upon impact. Regrettably, before he could utter another word, OS's black rod had already met its mark, and before Buggy's astonished gaze, Shanks succumbed to slumber once more. A large, crimson bump rose on his head, causing Buggy to grimace in sympathy. Shanks, it seemed, had indeed grown stronger in adversity, yet the price he paid was a lifetime of embarrassment. Chapter 20. OS. Yes, I am the dog that wins by lying down. Shanks vowed that should he ever confront OS in single combat again, he would consider himself a fool. Lying on the bed, he grimaced at the fiery pain radiating from the bump on his head, which had deprived him of a restful night's sleep, leading to numerous complaints about OS's heavy-handedness. However, OS appeared to take the matter lightly. Shortly after Shanks regained consciousness, he arrived with Buggy to pay a visit. Don't be so petty, Shanks. Getting beaten is a form of growth, after all. Besides, I didn't do it on purpose, OS declared, reclining with one leg crossed over the other, propping his chin with one hand while munching on a substantial piece of meat with the other, a smile dancing across his face. Indeed, OS also helped you master the Conqueror's hockey, did he not? Buggy chimed in. OSS wore a smile at the corners of his mouth, but it was a deliberate facade. He understood that if he refrained from striking now, in 20 years when Shanks emerged, the confrontation would be far less effortless. After all, with the pinnacle of Conqueror's hockey, observation hockey, foresight, and a crew that rivaled even Rogers, Shanks had his fair share of advantages. By allowing a bit of blackmail now, they would have amusing tales to share upon their next encounter. However, Shanks seemed oblivious to OSS's good intentions, sulking like a child as he turned his head away, refusing to look at OSS. Yet, in doing so, he inadvertently bumped the large lump on the back of his head, causing him to grimace in pain. Stop sulking. Meat. Will you have some? OSS asked, observing Shanks, who had been unconscious for an entire day, yet still pouted. He extended the hefty bone he held. I want to eat. Really, you want tea? I said I want tea. Then I shall consume it, for the kitchen is devoid of supplies, and we must wait for the ship to dock tomorrow for resupply. Upon hearing this, Shanks gritted his teeth. I'm not hungry. Do as you wish. Gurgle. Uffed. OSS and Buggy exchanged knowing glances, struggling to suppress their laughter, which only made Shanks's face flush with embarrassment. He could only express his displeasure through clenched teeth. Enough chatter. You too. I said I want to eat, and I would rather starve to death on this deck than be devoured by a sea king. Very well, then I shall leave it here. If you grow hungry, you may help yourself. Observing that Shanks showed no intention of turning around, Ace exchanged a knowing glance with Buggy, who promptly understood. Indeed, Shanks, why don't you take a moment to rest? The two approached the doorway, swung it open, yet did not step outside. Instead, they closed it once more, creating an illusion of their departure with their voices. Shanks, having fallen prey to his lack of observation hockey, heard the sound of the door shutting and immediately turned, reaching for the meat on the table. The tantalizing aroma had been too much for him to resist, and he had merely been holding back until now. With the others seemingly gone, he was finally ready to satiate his hunger. However, just as he pivoted to seize the meat, a fit of suppressed laughter interrupted him. Startled, Shanks spun around, only to find two figures grinning mischievously beside the door. His face flushed a deep crimson, resembling that of a monkey's rear. You two rascals. Ha ha ha. During the days spent aboard the Roger Pirates, OS had indeed experienced a remarkable journey, which he could not help but acknowledge. At the end of the year 1496 in the Age of Sea, after boarding the ship at the light month's rice field, the Roger Pirates charted a direct course back to the Grand Line, traversing the Doldrums, Sky Island, Water 7, and the Bridge Kingdom. Along this voyage, they encountered a plethora of sights and delights, with all aboard relishing the joy of travel. Even with the impending farewell looming, OS felt an undeniable happiness. This youthful experience would forever remain etched in his memory. After a brief stay in the Sabaody archipelago, they swiftly set sail for Fishman Island. OS had wished to witness the legendary auction house, the slave market, and the celestial dragons who protect the animals, while also taking a ride on the bubble car. Alas, Captain Roger's illness was pressing, leaving him with no choice but to depart with a sense of regret. Particularly, as they passed one street, the unfortunate girls clad in scanty garments beckoned to him more than once. Having spent years in the company of rugged men, even with the addition of Lady Taimatsu aboard, she was, after all, a married woman and a new mother at that. OS firmly believed that a crew member's wife should not be pursued. Now approaching the age of 14, he often felt a compelling urge to use his considerable bounty to assist these young girls. Yet he was helplessly pulled back by Buggy and Shanks. Sigh, let it be. If necessary, the pirate crew may disband next year, allowing me to explore at leisure. With lingering attachment, OS took several glances back before finally resolving to return to the ship. The Oro Jackson, now adorned with a new coat, gracefully descended towards the depths of the ocean. Notably, while Roger and Odin immersed themselves in the sounds of all things, OS endeavored to perceive them as well, but was met with silence. This left him with a tinge of doubt. Perhaps the ability to listen to the voice of all things was an innate gift, rather than a mere aspect of observation hockey. After all, a combatant of his caliber should not be unable to hear it. Boredom settled in, and OS took a seat at the edge of the ship, employing his conqueror's hockey to fish. To his delight, this discovery meant he would never face starvation at sea, with but a fierce glare. A multitude of fish would float belly up, providing an abundance of sustenance. Even the formidable sea kings would be rendered motionless in the presence of such potent conqueror's hockey. Paralyzed by awe, ripe for the taking. After approximately half a day's journey, a stunning underwater island emerged before them. Having lived in the New World since childhood, this was OS's first visit. Upon disembarking, Roger and his companions were soon graciously welcomed by the new king, Neptune. It was imperative to extend warmth, as they were among the rulers of the New World, and the humble Fishman Island could not afford to offend them. During their stay, they also encountered a young shark fishman named Charlie, who happened to be Arlong's sister and, in the original narrative, an adept fortune-teller of Fishman Island. However, OS was indifferent to this matter. After all, whether it was a glimpse into the near future or a vision of decades hence, he believed no one could surpass his mastery. It was merely a matter of divination, the birth of the White Star. Upon returning to the New World, the year had turned to 1497 in the Sea Circle calendar. This year marked the arrival of the Roger Pirates at Raftel, coinciding perfectly with the completion of their circumnavigation of the globe. It was also a time when OS, the fortunate one, was inadvertently swept along by fate. Chapter 21. Arrival at Raftel, Preserving an Eternal Pointer. Indeed, altering history was no simple task. OS squatted beside the crimson-faced Buggy, shaking his head in disappointment. Despite his conscious reminders to Buggy about maintaining a healthy diet and exercising, as the end of their voyage approached, Buggy unfortunately fell ill. OS felt powerless in this situation. He could not allow Buggy to jeopardize his health by forcing him to continue the journey. Just as in the original narrative, Shanks volunteered to stay behind and care for Buggy. OS understood that as long as Buggy refrained from disembarking, a few days of rest on the island would suffice for recovery, so he was not overly concerned. After bidding farewell to Shanks, OS realized that the final moment was imminent. The novice protection period was nearing its conclusion. During these days, he sought out Jabba and Rayleigh increasingly, striving to acquire as much knowledge as possible to serve as his capital for future adventures across the seas. Even if there was no concern, it was possible that engaging with Roger before reaching Laugh-Tale could lead to sending the opponent away prematurely. OS had a desire to formally challenge a formidable figure like Roger, to experience a clash where he would not meet his demise while gaining a clear understanding of the chasm that existed between him and the pinnacle of the world. Unfortunately, that opportunity had slipped away. As Uncle Jabba completed the drawings, OS gazed at the island marked as the final island along their journey. His heart began to swell with excitement. Upon landing on the island, OS and the crew advanced forward, with Roger leading the way. As they looked around, laughter erupted among them, realizing they had arrived rather early. OS held many speculations within, yet upon witnessing the true visage, he couldn't help but smile knowingly. As if to say, "So this is One Piece, you crafty old Master Oda." As the ship gradually departed from Laugh-Tale, OS sat at the stern, holding an object resembling a bracelet, adorned with several glass spheres containing 3 pointers. Roger stood at the ship's edge, gazing at the island growing ever more distant. "Captain, may I record a pointer? I hope you don't mind," OS said, without any ulterior motives, observing Roger with admiration. He had braced himself for a refusal, but to his surprise, Captain Roger had no objections. "That's fine, but you won't let this thing circulate freely, will you, OS? It's merely a memento." OS replied with a smile. As joyous laughter echoed upon their departure, the return journey saw the crew reveling in cheerful conversations and toasting with drinks. The crew members were untroubled by the conclusion of their voyage, yet a sense of melancholy enveloped OS as he sensed that the day of parting loomed near. Lying in silent contemplation at the edge of the boat, OS idly tossed the eternal recording pointer into the air, catching it again, only to toss it once more. Jabba, noticing his despondency, approached with a newspaper in his left hand and a bottle of liquor in his right. "OS, would you care for a drink?" Taken aback by Jabba's unexpected offer, OS, who typically abstained from alcohol, hesitated before accepting the bottle and clinking it against Jabba's. "It's truly bitter," he remarked. "A man at sea must drink to embody the spirit of camaraderie." Though OS expressed his confusion, he nonetheless clinked glasses with Jabba once more. The bottle was nearly emptied within a few sips shared between the two, and they casually tossed the empty vessel into the sea. Jabba then handed OS a small slip of paper. "Here, this is my life card. Should you ever change your mind and come to appreciate the pleasures of fine spirits, you may seek me out for a drink. Perhaps you shall wait in vain for that day," OS retorted. A gentle smile graced OS's face. He had not anticipated that. Despite their imminent separation, Roger, who had always presented himself with a stern demeanor aboard the ship, possessed such a playful side. OS felt a surge of delight at the prospect of visiting Uncle Jabba in the future, as he yearned to explore Elbaf and witness firsthand how Jabba managed to tame a wild female giant. Moreover, he was intrigued by the notion of Jabba leaving behind a giant offspring. He mused over how that could possibly be achieved. Could it involve some form of physical immersion? A sense of curiosity stirred within him. Elbaf was certainly a destination he had set his sights on. The journey would take approximately 10 days. As they neared their destination, OS stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the island gradually materializing on the horizon, flanked by Yutien, Rayleigh, and Roger. Standing beside the towering figure of Roger, who stood at an impressive 2 meters and 70 centimeters, OS felt that he hardly surpassed the stature of a mere boy. "OS, do you recall what you said when you boarded the ship?" Rayleigh inquired, his eyes fixed on the distance, his tone reflective. "Of course," OS replied without hesitation. He would never forget, even though his words had been spoken with the intent of securing his passage aboard the vessel. In truth, I once expressed similar sentiments to Rayleigh. Logically, you are the one most capable of inheriting my will. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that you are not one to simply acquiesce to the whims of fate. OS, Roger remarked, a smile playing on his lips as he affectionately ruffled OS's hair. The implications of his words lingered in the air, inviting contemplation. OS did not refute the statement. Instead, he silently nodded in acknowledgement. I possess a keen insight into people, which elucidates my decision to forsake Shanks and Buggy while choosing to accompany you, Ors. You are not the awaited individual of this world, and your talents and strength evoke memories of a formidable figure, one whom even I regard with caution, the former sovereign of the seas, rocks. Thus, I implore you, Ors, grant me this favor and allow the future of the world to rest in the hands of hope, much like what we witnessed at Laugh-Tale. Ors was taken aback by the unexpected depth of Captain Roger, who, despite his usual brash demeanor, harbored such thoughtful intentions. The notion of hope for the world? Reflecting upon the new era that Captain Roger was prepared to usher in with his very life, Ors fell into a profound silence. I understand now, Captain. I shall honor your wish. To be candid, he had never contemplated supporting the world government and its dominion, nor did he harbor any interest in overthrowing the old world. His sole desire was to attain absolute strength, to pursue his passions, and to live freely within this world, unshackled by any rules or powers. He existed solely for himself, embracing joy in whatever form it manifested. In essence, his shoulders could not bear the weight of the responsibilities imposed by this world, nor would he sacrifice his life to further the course of history. Upon hearing Ors's agreement, Roger felt a wave of elation, as if he had relinquished a significant burden. He turned to Rayleigh, reminiscing about their youthful days. Unbeknownst to them, the ship had reached the shore. In the distance, Ors spotted the excited figure of Shanks, who soon called out to Buggy as well. The two individuals were filled with exuberance as Bucky leaped forward, embracing Ace's shoulder. The group engaged in cheerful conversation. However, it was not long before Shanks, who was conversing with Roger, suddenly erupted in tears, interrupting the joyful reunion. Ace did not pay heed to their discussion, but could surmise that Roger must have revealed the impending dissolution of the crew. Chapter 22. Farewell, Roger's Pirates. The subsequent developments unfolded largely as Ace had anticipated. Since their return from Laugh-Tale, Roger had officially been bestowed with the illustrious title of Pirate King, a fact that countless newspapers clamored to announce. In that instant, the once modest crew of Roger, comprising no more than 30 members, found themselves riding the crest of global notoriety. With their captain now recognized as the Pirate King, the status of Ace and the other crew members soared, as they were now part of a crew that possessed immense wealth, fame, and power. Numerous pirates flocked to challenge Roger, seeking to defeat him and claim the legendary treasure. Even the Navy was not exempt, dispatching elite fleets to scour the seas in pursuit of Roger's crew. At the zenith of their fame and status, on an ordinary dusk, all members of the Roger Pirates gathered upon the deck. Captain Roger stood before them, smiling as he delivered his final address. Reflecting upon it, it was indeed miraculous that, facing imminent demise, he could reach this moment, and he felt an overwhelming gratitude towards each of them. At this proclamation, even the most serious member, Jabba, could not suppress a hint of bashfulness, as the gravity of the moment rendered Ace somewhat embarrassed as well. Observing his numerous crew members, Roger felt an immense sense of satisfaction. However, certain words must be spoken. Gradually, he composed his smile, declaring, "Now, I have something to say." Upon hearing this, everyone stood at attention, gazing at the Pirate King who had journeyed alongside them. With a smile, he announced to all, "The Roger Pirates are hereby disbanded." A poignant sense of nostalgia washed over OS, who felt a twinge of reluctance. As they sailed past Fishman Island towards the Four Seas, their first destination was the South Blue, where Roger would disembark first. That evening, the Roger Pirates held a grand feast, for such occasions were rare and fleeting, and everyone celebrated with fervor. Despite their desire for the ship to sail more slowly, propelled by the sea breeze, the Oro Jackson inevitably reached its destination, South Blue, Bartolomeo Island. Roger, carrying a piece of luggage and holding medicine, stepped off the ship, while tears flowed freely from everyone, including OS, who could not suppress a few silent tears. Farewell, Captain Roger. After the departure, under Rayleigh's leadership, the crew continued their voyage towards the New World in Wano. However, to everyone's surprise, the second person to disembark was not Yuta, but OS. While they were at Sabadi Archipelago, No one anticipated that OS would suddenly choose to leave the ship at that moment. Hey, OS, why are you so eager to disembark? Why not stay with me and Shanks? Upon hearing the news of OS's impending departure, it was Bucky who wept the most, nearly smearing his tears upon OS. OS, however, had his own contemplations. I apologize, Bucky, but I wish to spend 2 years growing in paradise before embarking on my journey. Yet fret not, for it shall not be long before we meet again. My observation hockey does not deceive. What observation hockey? Can't you only see 30 seconds into the future? Although Bucky voiced his skepticism, deep down he respected OS's decision. He sobbed once more. OS, with a small bundle and some treasures, equipped with his sword and gun, bid farewell to everyone. Just before parting, he hesitated for a moment and turned to Yuta, offering a word of caution. Not merely for Yuta himself, but out of respect for their shared year on the ship, OS advised, listen, Yuta, strength is always the sole solution to problems. The cunning of pirates surpasses your imagination. What on earth are you suddenly talking about? Yuta was perplexed, but OS did not elaborate, merely waving his hand as he said goodbye to the rest. In truth, he harbored a dislike for Yuta, and his warning stemmed from a sense of camaraderie. Otherwise, he would have ended the life of that insufferable child the moment he encountered Momonosuke, casting him into the sea. Yamato's demise was entirely of his own making. This would not intervene. However, he would undoubtedly venture into Wano in due course, for he thrived on spontaneity. Perhaps, by rendering Momonosuke impotent, he could more adeptly assume the mantle of shogun, as one devoid of earthly desires could devote themselves entirely to governance. After all, the Kazuki lineage had other heirs, such as Hiyori. Thus, Luz felt no remorse towards Yamato. With a wicked sense of amusement, he watched the Oro Jackson, his vessel for 5 years, slowly descend towards Fishman Island. Farewell, Roger Pirates. Luz believed he was psychologically prepared, contemplating that the devil fruit might indeed be repugnant. Yet he never anticipated it would be so utterly vile. It was worse than an old woman's foot-binding cloth smeared with rotten eggs and fermented for 3 days and nights. Initially, Luz intended to sandwich the teleportation fruit between slices of bread and consume it whole. Alas, curiosity got the better of him. After all, one only has this experience once in a lifetime. After taking a bite, he found himself standing by the roadside, retching into a trash bin for what felt like an eternity, before resolutely swallowing the remaining fruit whole. Though it was somewhat substantial, if Buggy could manage it years ago, Luz merely exerted a modicum of effort to down the rest. Even though the fruit's remnants no longer lingered in his mouth, the lingering taste of its ghastliness still troubled him. He resolved to seek nourishment elsewhere. As OSS carried his luggage, he simultaneously endeavored to hone his newfound ability, quickly mastering the art of teleportation. Amusingly, he ambled along the street, appearing like a specter, each step propelling him several dozen meters ahead, evoking the essence of the notorious Yuan Tian gang. However, OSS was not well acquainted with the Shambadi archipelago. His previous visits had been cursory at best. Though his observational prowess granted him a sense of the terrain, he could not recall the specific functions of various districts, as the original text had once elucidated. After meandering through winding paths, OSS found himself before a vividly colorful neighborhood, squinting in silence. Was this fate's design? Observing the revelers within, alongside the flamboyant ladies, OSS discerned the nature of this place without the need for speculation. The sensory perceptions revealed the fierce encounters between beauty and beast within the buildings flanking the street, leaving OSS thoroughly impressed. Having spent his days aboard the Roger ship, surrounded solely by men, he had never encountered such sights. Oh, how unexpected it was for a figure of your stature to appear here. Chapter 23. The Red Light District? Quite intriguing. At the end of the year 1497 in the Sea Circle calendar, mere months remained before Captain Roger's surrender, as former members of the Roger Pirates disembarked, vanishing into obscurity. In the enchanting archipelago of Xiangbedi, as dusk descends and most return home after a day's toil to relish moments of tranquility, the atmosphere here begins to pulsate with vibrancy. Within the opulent edifice at the heart of the district, a long-haired youth clad in a trench coat reclines upon a chair, eyes gently shut in repose, one hand cradling the back of his head, exuding an air of sheer contentment. Behind him, a young girl with silvery hair extends her delicate fingers, her shimmering eyes fixated on the youth's visage, wholly absorbed as she tenderly massages his temples. The youth's expression reflects bliss, while a pitcher of juice rests beside him. With a mere gesture, another girl with raven locks promptly feeds him, when he requires no sustenance. She extends her long, fair legs to serve as armrests for his comfort. Observing the striking features of the long-haired youth, whose brows are subtly furrowed, the silver-haired girl hesitates momentarily before leaning in to whisper softly in his ear, "My Lord OS, is there something that displeases you?" "Nothing at all," he replies with a sudden sigh, lamenting the ephemeral nature of blissful moments, for the time to cultivate strength has once again arrived. The man before us, savoring life's pleasures, is OS, who disembarked over a month ago. He extricates himself from the gentle ministrations of the girl, propping himself up with the support of the black-haired maiden's thigh. On the table before him lie a sleek black blade and a long spear, both impeccably maintained by the attentive young ladies. "Oh dear, my Lord OS, have these two maidens been remiss in their care?" At that moment, the sound of a door creaking open echoed through the room as a young woman entered, clutching a handbag. Dressed in a form-fitting skirt that accentuated her alluring figure, she possessed long, captivating legs, and her bosom hinted at the sensuality that defines a woman of her age. Upon noticing OS sitting up, she assumed he was dissatisfied with something and quickly inquired about it. The two young attendants by OS's side visibly tensed, their bodies becoming rigid, a detail that did not escape OS's keen observation. He merely shrugged, dismissing the notion, "No such thing, Mrs. Sammy. I simply wish to stretch my body a bit." "Mrs." Sammy paused for a moment, her face reflecting surprise before she rested a hand on her cheek, revealing a sultry smile that was accompanied by a flush of color. Her eyes seemed to convey a message. "At last, you have come to a realization. Since you are in the mood, I shall arrange a room for you." OS was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that Mrs. Sammy had misunderstood. "No. Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi are both delightful, but this matter should be postponed for a couple of years." Despite the fact that his body had already developed the corresponding functions at this age, he had no desire to indulge prematurely at 14, fearing it might jeopardize his strength and potential in adulthood. Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi were names OS had bestowed upon them, ever since Madame Sammy of the Red Light District had entrusted them to him in a bid to curry favor. Their futures had been intertwined with his, their very identities held in his hands. Indeed, a youth had arrived in the Red Light District. The Red Light District, alternatively known as the Pleasure Quarters, serves as a hub for those seeking indulgence. The proprietress, who acts as a maternal figure to all the women engaged in this trade, is Sammy, a self-made businesswoman who has taken in numerous fallen girls and enslaved women. Through her own efforts, she has managed to oversee this territory. However, as her influence expands and her business flourishes, a myriad of challenges arise. The burdensome taxes imposed by the world government, certain naval officers exploiting their power, and the disturbances caused by pirates. Time and again, adversaries threaten to consume both her and her enterprise, leaving this fragile woman to confront the stark reality of her vulnerability against brute strength. This encapsulates the lament of the weak. Recognizing this truth, Sammy swiftly shifts her strategy, seeking a formidable ally to safeguard her interests, even if it means relinquishing a significant portion of her profits, far preferable to being completely devoured. This reflects the sagacity of the modest. Just as fate would have it, OS, freshly departed from the Roger Pirates, appears as a timely gift before her. Following amicable discussions, a man of sheer strength and a woman in need of such power effortlessly forge an alliance. As long as OS can serve as her shield, she is willing to allocate 50% or more of her net profits as his reward, with the stipulation that all ventures within his domain can be availed without cost. OS, in search of a stable footing, contemplates for a brief moment before readily acquiescing to her proposal. In the ensuing days, OS felt as though he were experiencing the epitome of a celestial existence. The comprehensive service arranged by Sammy was so delightful that it occasionally weakened his resolve. There were fleeting moments when he yearned to remain in this blissful state forever, never to depart. Fortunately, reason ultimately anchored him back to reality. After all, the lavish indulgence he enjoyed, sumptuous food, exquisite drink, and enchanting company, was all predicated upon his esteemed reputation and formidable prowess as a former crew member of the Pirate King. With a bounty in the hundreds of millions earned from the treacherous waters of the New World, were he to squander his strength in such hedonistic pursuits, he would indeed be a fool of the highest order. Thus, apart from indulging in massages and delectable meals in the Red Light District during his moments of leisure, OS devoted the majority of his time to cultivating his skills on an uninhabited island. Although the distance to the Sabaody archipelago was considerable for OS, who possessed the ability to teleport at will, It was merely a matter of blinking a few times. Once he fully harnessed the potential of his devil fruit, his commuting time would diminish even further. His training regimen was straightforward, focusing on two primary areas: the mastery of Conqueror's Haki and the development of his devil fruit abilities. OS surmised that once he perfected these two fundamental aspects, he would be on the cusp of rivaling Captain Roger. Of course, he would not neglect the refinement of his swordsmanship and marksmanship either. Such ethereal days are merely the norm for OS. He raised his head and finished the remaining juice in one gulp, wiping his mouth before standing up. Having grown to over 2 meters tall, he appeared quite imposing in the eyes of several ladies who understood that, compared to wealth and territory, this seemingly youthful boy was the very foundation of their existence. In Sammy's gaze toward OS, there lay an inherent desire of the feminine for a powerful masculine presence. The more formidable the woman, the more pronounced this instinct became. OS affectionately patted the heads of the two young maidens as he made his way to the door. "Well, I shall take my leave now. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to contact me," he smiled at Sammy. Chapter 24. The Embrace of Conqueror's Haki, Mastered. In the year 1498 of the Sea Circle, in the heart of a deserted island, stood a man with his upper body bare. His deep-set eyes exuded an innate air of disdain, while his flawless visage bore a serious expression. His long, jet-black hair was carelessly tied back, and having gently set down a small hill, OS wiped the perspiration from his brow. In pursuit of mastering his strength, he had recently been hurling small hills. The specific task involved tossing massive boulders from one side of the island to the other, then teleporting to catch them upon their return, ensuring the distance was neither too close nor too far. Moreover, if he failed to control the Haki in his hands, the entire boulder would shatter, necessitating a complete restart. In his endeavor, Oz sought to harness his innate formidable strength and the ever-evolving Conqueror's Haki that accompanied his growth. The outcome did not disappoint him. He genuinely felt a burgeoning mastery over his own power. Once more, wiping the sweat from his brow, Oz took a slow, deep breath, his aura surging with intensity. As the Conqueror's Haki continuously poured forth, he momentarily gathered his energy, assuming the preparatory stance of the Fishman Karate, Tangled Grass Fist, a technique he had learned from his comrade, the Fishman Sambel. With a steady focus, he observed as the previously dispersed domain of Conqueror's Haki began to constrict, intensifying to an extraordinary degree, radiating waves of dark crimson lightning. Gradually, it coiled around his fist, ultimately transforming into a dazzling black and red thunderous brilliance. Crack, crack, crack until further compression became impossible. Oz finally completed his charge and unleashed a single, devastating punch. Witness the solitary mountain at the heart of the deserted island, now the largest and only remaining peak, crumbling to dust beneath the terrifying black and red thunder. With a single strike, what was once a grand mountain now lay reduced to a mere 10-meter-deep pit. Such extraordinary power. A smile graced Oz's face, the sensation sending shivers down his spine, more intoxicating than any massage could provide. The Conqueror's Haki entwined around him, a testament to months of rigorous training finally realized. OS's spirits were buoyant, and the upcoming training regimen appeared to be straightforward. The focus was on mastering and developing the capabilities of the teleportation fruit. The training primarily involved integrating this teleportation ability with combat experience, as well as experimenting with teleporting other objects. Only after exhausting himself through relentless practice would OS occasionally take time to fish and peruse the newspaper, hobbies he had cherished since childhood. It seemed that the time was drawing near for the inevitable day. He could not possibly miss the execution of Captain Roger. After a day filled with rigorous training, OS, elated by his recent mastery of the binding technique, indulged in an even more copious meal than usual. As he stuffed food into his mouth, he also perused the latest news, searching for reports on the Roger pirates. After all, now that the captain had become the pirate king, it was only reasonable for the bounty to increase, wasn't it? Just as his curiosity piqued, the sudden ringing of a snail phone interrupted his thoughts. It was a call from Sammy. Meanwhile, on Sabaody Archipelago, in the lawless zone of Island 17, a bustling tavern was filled with pirates from all corners of the world, engaging in boastful tales, card games, and gathering intelligence. As a gateway to the new world, Sabaody Archipelago was often teeming with various crowds, the hopeful newcomers eager to venture into the new world, human traffickers seeking to exploit the chaos, and bounty hunters living off the rewards of their pursuits. Naturally, there were also those who had been cast aside in the new world, attempting to scrape by in the lower tiers of society. In the new world, where the path of the heart has been shattered, Toribol and his companions return in search of their king, serving as quintessential representatives of this endeavor. Within the opulent confines of a lavishly decorated reception room at an inn, a tense standoff unfolds. Among the guests, a burly man clad in golden armor stands beside an unattractive figure wearing dark sunglasses, who, while nonchalantly wiping his nose, audaciously chuckles. "Ah, Miss Sammy, we are, of course, prepared. It is merely that the ship is still en route. You wouldn't mind, would you? What? You accepted payment, and yet claim the people have not arrived?" One of Sammy's subordinates exclaimed incredulously upon hearing this. Those engaged in such dealings are seldom paragons of virtue, and the underground world's rules regarding human trafficking are unequivocal. Payment is exchanged for delivery. Torbal's assertion that he has taken the money and that the individuals will arrive subsequently is akin to a brazen affront, essentially declaring, "I am committing an outright theft." And what can you do about it? Sammy, capable of expanding her business prior to AOC's involvement, undoubtedly possesses her own muscle, albeit less conspicuous. Faced with such egregious insolence, even Sammy, typically adept at concealing her emotions, cannot suppress her anger. She promptly instructs her subordinates to encircle the two men. "No one shall leave with the money without seeing the individuals first," she declares, embodying the authority of a formidable boss. Her striking phoenix-like eyes glaring at the two unresponsive figures before her. Hee. It appears that Miss Sammy is about to engage in a treacherous game of black against black. Even with a gun pointed at him, Torbol seems utterly unfazed, merely grinning with a brazen expression that seems to proclaim, "I have you firmly in my grasp. You are the ones who will be devoured." Sammy feels a tumultuous surge of anger in her chest, ready to command her subordinates to take action, only to discover that the adversary has already struck first. Suddenly, the ground begins to tremble, and the entire meeting room starts to shake. Within the confines of the room, Sammy's numerous henchmen, who appeared fierce and menacing, find themselves caught off guard by the unexpected earthquake. They struggle to maintain their grip on their clubs and firearms, desperately clutching onto their companions. The result is that they, along with their comrades, tumble to the ground, only to be engulfed by the earth, leaving only their heads above the surface to breathe. Witnessing her subordinates being abruptly swallowed by the ground, Sammy's face pales in fright, but she quickly regains her composure. "You are devil fruit users? Hee. You guessed correctly, but alas, there is no reward." Just then, a woman clad in scant attire bursts into the scene, her eyes widening in alarm at the sight of the fray. Sammy, wearing a grim expression, gazes at her henchman, a foreboding sense of dread creeping into her heart. "What has transpired, Airy?" The woman, named Airy, a denizen of the red light district, grits her teeth and speaks with a quivering voice tinged with despair. "There are numerous raucous pirates wreaking havoc in the district, and the taverns, restaurants, and casinos have all come under attack. We are utterly outmatched. Several leaders have already been assassinated due to their resistance." Upon hearing this, the already frightened Sammy's face turned even paler as she cast a glance towards the smiling Torpol. With the conflict erupting and her enterprises under attack, how could this possibly be a mere coincidence? Chapter 25. Pardon me, young sir, whom do you intend to kill? On the Shambadi Islands, in the red light district, what should have been a bustling realm of laughter now lay shrouded in despair. Flames raged uncontrollably, and the echoes of cries filled the air. This place, a lawless territory, served as fertile ground for the flourishing of gray industries. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that order was utterly absent. Neither the Navy nor the world government would impose any constraints here. Within the red light district, countless women who eked out a living could only cower in their abodes, trembling with fear as they cautiously observed the violent clashes and carnage unfolding outside. Their faces, adorned with heavy makeup, betrayed their terror. Murder, arson, and assault. These marauding intruders committed atrocities without restraint. These brazen individuals proclaimed themselves as subordinates of the Don Quixote family, with several leaders among them, known as cadres, possessing formidable and uncanny abilities, swiftly dismantling all armed resistance in the red light district. Previously, they had wreaked havoc in the North Sea, committing heinous acts and recklessly expanding within the underworld. Now, they were meticulously preparing for their incursion into the new world. Having set their sights on a lucrative target, a woman who commanded a substantial market, primarily centered around the red light district, the Madame Sammy. The adversary not only possesses a substantial market share, but also harbors exclusive resources in various domains such as human trafficking and intelligence. Most importantly, they represent a soft target, ripe for exploitation. For the fledgling Don Quixote family, it is akin to a succulent morsel within reach, an opportunity too tempting to resist. The Don Quixote family has afforded Sammy a day to contemplate, allowing her to ponder deeply. If they can achieve their objectives without resorting to violence, they would undoubtedly prefer to conserve their resources. In the red light district, a somewhat flustered Sammy dialed her contacts repeatedly, surrounded by a cadre of loyal subordinates. From the balcony of a towering edifice, she observed the tumultuous throngs outside, as well as the predatory gazes of several Don Quixote family operatives lurking in the distance. Among them was the nascent yet notorious figure in the underworld, the night demon, Don Quixote da Flamingo. This newcomer from the North Sea had issued her an ultimatum. She must surrender her enterprises and territory forthwith, or he would take it upon himself to obliterate the entire red light district and establish the largest slave market and auction house in the Chambord archipelago. As she continued to call without success, the anxious glances of her subordinates only amplified her internal turmoil. Suddenly, a connection was made, jolting everyone to attention. A melodious voice resonated through the line. "Moses, Moses, Sammy, what is the matter? Lord Asta, you finally picked up. We are under attack." Sammy was on the verge of tears, her tone imbued with a hint of relief, even carrying a touch of playful affection. This left the attendants beside her utterly astonished. Was this truly the proud and formidable Lady Sammy? In her current state, she resembled more a little girl who had been wronged, seeking her parent's intervention. Meanwhile, the telephone bug, transformed into the likeness of Osmo, displayed a composed and indulgent expression upon hearing her words. "My apologies, I was just engrossed in my training. I shall return shortly." Aboard the Flamingo pirate ship, a high-stemmed glass swayed gently, the crimson wine within resembling blood. A petite maid approached the towering figure at the bow of the ship, bearing the glass. The man, draped in a pink cloak, sported an arrogant mane of golden hair that stood defiantly upright. Beneath his sinister sunglasses lay an unreadable gaze, yet his haughty demeanor betrayed his rebellious nature. He gazed out at the island known as the gateway to the New World, truly a splendid location. Whether it be for operating a casino, an auction house, or the trade of slaves, it promised exorbitant profits. To allow those women to play house was nothing short of a waste. Doflamingo's lips curled into a slight smirk, his glasses reflecting a chilling glimmer, as if surveying his own possessions. "Hey, Doflamingo, shall we send our subordinates into action now? That woman seems quite unyielding," he chuckled ominously. The grotesque figure, who had previously threatened Sammy, stood before him with a sinister grin, inching closer as he spoke. "Hey." Sensing the encroachment, Doflamingo's smile faded, his brow furrowing in displeasure. "You're getting too close, Treble. You're almost touching him with your snot. Let us dispose of them quickly so we can depart," Treble urged, his irritation towards Sammy's proud demeanor evident. "What does she think she is? Just a mere brothel owner? She is merely a clever woman, unworthy of bargaining with the illustrious Don Quixote family. Doflamingo is destined to become the king of the world." Indeed, Doflamingo valued his family dearly. Such trivial demands warranted little contemplation before he acquiesced. With a wicked grin, he declared, "You have a point. Let us eliminate those troublesome women at once." Dealing with a mere faction in the islands of Shambadi is, to him, hardly a significant matter. The moment of witnessing history is imminent, and he has no desire to squander time. Nevertheless, given the implications for business expansion and the foray into the New World, it is indeed worth his personal attention. Establishing a foothold in the Shambadi Islands and subsequently spreading his underground enterprises throughout the Paradise and the New World would enable him to become the new sovereign of the underworld, providing ample leverage to reclaim Dressrosa. As he plotted in his mind, Doflamingo's footsteps were light, and nearly invisible filaments dispersed into the air, intertwining with the clouds above. Akin to a stroll in the sky, a pink silhouette danced freely among the heavens. Under the guidance of the cadres, all members of the Don Quixote family ceased their rampage, tumultuously surging towards the red light district. The women, filled with terror, watched as this group encircled the entire block, led by the diverse cadre members. At the forefront stood a tall man in sunglasses, a defiant smirk gracing his lips. Having pondered long enough, it seemed inevitable that matters would escalate to such a disgraceful extent. Thus, he had no choice but to annihilate all of you. Just as he was about to issue the command for his subordinates to unleash a massacre, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, so profound that it was almost unsettling. "Pardon me, my friend, but whom do you intend to kill?" Chapter 26. OS Rescue. With the crisp sound of footsteps echoing, the enforcers on the outskirts of the crowd appeared to succumb to an overwhelming psychological assault. Their mouths agape, eyes rolling back, they collapsed one after another, akin to wheat bowing to the wind, falling to the ground in droves. In the central building of the district, as if sensing this chilling aura of terror, Madame Samoth, accompanied by a throng of subordinates and young ladies, swiftly exited their chambers and surged toward the balcony, their faces adorned with expressions of astonishment as they gazed around. "Who is it? Show yourself," roared Diamante, one of the cadre of the Don Quixote family, a user of the flare fruit, as other members also searched frantically for the source of the footsteps. "What nonsense is this? What kind of presence is this?" As the most formidable individual present and a wielder of Conqueror's Haki, Doflamingo was acutely aware of the dread emanating from this force. Veins bulged on his forehead as beads of cold sweat streamed down. The air was thick with dark crimson lightning, accompanying the footsteps as if treading upon the hearts of men, inciting an involuntary surge of fear and panic in their minds. Yet, what was most unsettling was the realization that, despite hearing the footsteps clearly, none could ascertain their origin. It was not until the sound grew increasingly distinct that all eyes finally beheld the figure approaching from afar. Before a cluster of lifeless soldiers, a tall man clad in military attire approached with deliberate grace. His ensemble, predominantly in shades of black, was accentuated by the unmistakable presence of a blade and a firearm, which served as his defining insignia. The elongated figure, enveloped in a tempest of crimson and ebony lightning, advanced steadily from the distance, each step imbued with both poise and elegance. Yet, with each blink of the eye, he seemed to close the distance with a terrifying swiftness, akin to a specter from the depths of hell. Upon witnessing this formidable presence, Sammy, who had been taut with tension, finally felt her body relax. Overwhelmed, she nearly lost her footing, but was fortunately steadied by her loyal subordinate at her side, preventing any embarrassment. "Oh dear, my lady. It appears the arrival of Lord OS is so thrilling that your legs can hardly bear you," teased Airy, her trusted aide of many years, eliciting a blush from Sammy. Yet, Sammy was not alone in her excitement. "Oh my, it is Lord OS. So dashing. I wish to bear your children, Lord OS." In an instant, the once silent red light district erupted with fervor as numerous women, who had previously concealed themselves, emerged from the windows of the buildings. They cheered and screamed in jubilation, seemingly intent on expressing their grievances through the exuberant welcome for Lord OS. In stark contrast, the members of the Don Quixote family wore expressions of utter dismay. Where on earth did this formidable dragon emerge from? For several years, they had been inquiring about Sammy's background, yet they had never heard of such a formidable figure. Amidst the cheers of women in the red light district and the unwavering gazes of the entire Don Quixote family, OS slowly ventured deeper into the crowd, encountering not a single hindrance. Wherever OS tread, the sound of bodies collapsing to the ground resonated. Even the elite and officers were not spared. Until he stood before Doflamingo, he remained the sole figure upright in the vast Don Quixote family, a clear demonstration of dominance. Doflamingo had lost the earlier bravado and clamor, his silver teeth clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, while beneath his sunglasses, his pupils trembled in disbelief, fixated on the smiling man before him. How could such a character possibly appear in paradise? With flowing black hair, clad in a distinctly recognizable black military uniform, armed with a blade and a gun. His seemingly gentle yet handsome visage bore eyes that looked down upon everything with disdain. A member of the Roger Pirates, with a bounty of 1.09 billion berries. The infamous black gun, Doter OS. What a jest! OS slightly curled his lips, a smile gracing his face, yet his gaze was filled with indifference. Towering at 6 feet 6 inches, he looked down upon the still youthful Doflamingo. Did he fail to hear my question? He leaned slightly forward, his pupils igniting with a crimson glow as he fixed his gaze on the trembling eyes behind the sunglasses. Who do you intend to kill? The unassuming, yet domineering presence, coupled with an overwhelming aura of terror, left all those present in a state of profound unrest. At this moment of peril, witnessing their half-boss's grand and commanding entrance, the male staff in the tavern casino were electrified, their skin tingling with excitement. As for the girls in the red light district, Several nearly fainted, their fragile hearts inundated with an overwhelming sense of security. Ah, did you see that? Little 7, the master has arrived. Yes, I knew Lord OSI would come. He is so handsome. Besides Sammy, although OSI did not direct his gaze toward them, the two young maids were fervently waving their hands in excitement. As OSI's dedicated attendants, Little 6 and Little 7 had long been captivated by his strength and charm. Their hearts now molded in his image. Moreover, during the tumult, they steadfastly believed that Lord OSI would surely arrive to vanquish the villains. Had it not been for Sammy's timely intervention in addressing the doubters of OSI, these two young maids might have taken up arms against those who questioned their lord. Under the scrutiny of so many while feeling threatened, Doflamingo found himself in a rather compromising position. After all, he was a wielder of the Conqueror's haki, and he was not reduced to silence. Suppressing the sweat beading on his forehead, he clenched his teeth and uttered, "Black gun. What manner of man are you to appear here? Even as a member of the Roger Pirates, your meddling is rather excessive. Do not forget, Roger has only just been apprehended by the Navy, and yet you dare to appear so brazenly under the watchful gaze of the world government. Allow me to remind you, my surname is Don Quixote." Upon hearing this, OS's smile broadened, though his eyes bore no trace of mirth. "So, Doflamingo, is your confidence derived from the world government you speak of? Or do you truly believe that those swine would wage war against me in the event of your demise? Do you even believe your own words?" OS fixed his gaze upon him, striking at his core. "You are nothing but a discarded waste expelled from Mariawa." Silence. OS's words ultimately struck a nerve, as veins bulged on Doflamingo's forehead. Rage and humiliation causing him to forget the disparity in strength before him and his trepidation towards the Roger Pirates. "What right do you have to judge my life? You wretch." The shadows of his childhood were a lifelong torment, and when this veil of shame was ruthlessly torn away, he could no longer maintain his composure. "Ultimately, you are merely a 15-year-old brat." Chapter 27. The Don Quixote family, defeated. Although Doflamingo was momentarily daunted by OS's overwhelming haki, what he truly feared was not OS, who was still 3 years his junior, but rather the potential remnants of the Roger Pirates lurking in the shadows. Despite the capture of the renowned pirate king, Gold, Roger, his formidable crew remains unscathed, and the current strength of the Don Quixote family is still insufficient to contend with such monstrous beings. Yet, a mere 15-year-old lad, filled with unshakable confidence, believes he cannot be defeated. With the intent to eliminate all witnesses, he thinks, who would know it was he who acted? Such inflated notions cannot solely be attributed to Doflamingo. After all, having grown accustomed to the four seas, he is utterly oblivious to the true terror of the strong in the new world. He ought to temper his arrogance. A similarly terrifying aura suddenly erupted, as clusters of black and red lightning, representing Conqueror's haki, spread out like a web. However, compared to Or's mastery of haki, Doflamingo's presence appears somewhat immature and reckless. While Or's exudes dominance and disdain for the world, Doflamingo's haki reveals a sinister and violent essence, as if harboring a deep-seated resentment and hatred for the injustices of the world. With a slight curl of his finger, delicate and sharp threads emerged from his fingertips, as fine as a strand of hair. To the onlookers, these threads were nearly imperceptible, only faintly reflecting cold light. The line fruit, once deemed useless, has been honed into a weapon sharp enough to slice through steel. Without hesitation, Doflamingo launched a lethal strike directly towards Or's neck. Ors, seemingly oblivious to the imminent danger, continued to gaze calmly at the advancing Doflamingo, uttering only the words, "Die?" Merely a fortunate soul riding the winds of fate. "What right do you have to stand before me?" A sanguine glimmer flickered in Doflamingo's eyes, as invisible threads sliced through the air, their dark sheen adding an undeniable potency. Even in his current state of decline, Doflamingo, fueled solely by his formidable haki, remained an unrivaled paragon within the arena, a true embodiment of excellence. Above, the women observing the scene gasped in horror. "Lord Us." No. To them, it appeared that Us was utterly oblivious to Doflamingo's brazen assault, standing frozen in place as if awaiting his fate, allowing himself to be mercilessly butchered. Some, trembling with fear, had even closed their eyes, hands trembling in a futile attempt to shield themselves from witnessing the sanguinary demise of the hero they so revered. Little 6 and Little 7 barely restrained themselves, on the verge of rushing to his aid, yet were held back by Sammy, who too was quaking with anxiety, her gaze fixed on the unfolding chaos. She understood that should us falter, the enraged Doflamingo would not spare a single soul present. All would pay the price to quell his wrath. As the anxious crowd held their breath, anticipating the imminent bloodshed, none perceived the unmistakable look of bewilderment that crossed Doflamingo's face. What was happening? Why was there no familiar sensation of flesh being cleaved? Before him stood a towering figure, who for a fleeting moment seemed to exist outside the realm of this world. Utterly disregarding his lethal strike, the fierce expression on his face was frozen in disbelief as he gazed at the unmoving man before him. Suddenly, he noticed a terrifying flash of crimson light flickering within the depths of his opponent's eyes. A subtle curve formed at the corner of Osna's mouth, as if all that had transpired was merely a jest played upon a fool. He extended a hand, reaching towards the black silk thread that had just passed through him, and grasped it firmly. With a slight exertion, the sound of cracking filled the air, reminiscent of crushing uncooked noodles with ease. In the flowing presence of Osna, the seemingly formidable thread forged by Doflamingo's shallow haki, capable of slicing through steel, disintegrated effortlessly into fragments. In that moment of Doflamingo's mental lapse, a sleek, obsidian hand, pulsating with red energy, shot forth with an inexplicable strength. Even as it casually seized his neck and lifted him from the ground, it failed to elicit the slightest tremor from him. Clearly, the spectacle before him had profoundly shaken the proud heart of Doflamingo. The abrupt shift in the tides of battle took everyone by surprise. The hundreds of women from the red light district, who were mere spectators, gaped in astonishment at the formidable OS. Among them, Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi stood frozen, equally astonished, while Madame Sammy, who had been leisurely smoking, inadvertently let her cigarette fall to the ground. In that moment, OS finally adopted a serious demeanor. His long black hair seemed to flutter without the presence of wind, and a thunderous cacophony erupted. Compared to his earlier appearance, a more intense black and red lightning crackled throughout the venue, as bolts of thunder clashed and intertwined, striking the towering buildings surrounding them and raising clouds of dust. The manifestation of his conqueror's haki coiled around him, a technique employed by OS to exert overwhelming pressure. The effect was palpable. In the midst of this clash of conqueror's haki, Don Quixote Doflamingo, who had already been at a disadvantage, now found his entire presence crushed beneath an unimaginable weight of pressure. Under such duress, he could not even muster the thought of resistance. His worldview was being irrevocably reshaped. What a farce! How could the disparity be so vast? Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, cascading down his chin to the ground. In a desperate bid to resist the oppressive aura before him, Doflamingo would rather shatter his own teeth than acknowledge the fear that gripped his heart. The potency of this force was so formidable that, even as OS consciously steered clear of the young women in the red light district, the residual might emanating from him compelled those around to kneel, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Amidst the overwhelming deluge of crimson and black thunder, a solitary figure stood proudly, akin to a demon emerging from the abyss. This was his first instance of unabashedly unleashing the full extent of his former dominance. And even OS himself pondered whether his conqueror's haki was excessively potent for one of his age. Such an aura would undoubtedly foster an addiction to power in others. While he grappled with the disquiet of his own strength, the force he exerted remained undiminished. The intertwining of his conqueror's haki and raw strength, even when applied at less than 1/10 of its capacity, was sufficient to audibly crack the armored neck of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Under the dual strain of suffocation and psychological pressure, the newcomer reigning over the North Sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo, ultimately succumbed, his neck tilting as he lost consciousness. Thus, in the archipelago of Sabaody, the notorious pirate, Don Quixote Doflamingo, leader of the Don Quixote family with a bounty of 340 million, faced defeat at the hands of the Black Gun, OS. Chapter 28. A preemptive meeting with Captain Roger at Madame Samif's villa, in a room adorned with opulence. The air was filled with the soothing strains of live music. Graceful dancers, clad in scant attire, twirled elegantly, their movements fluid and enchanting, their eyes sparkling like water as they endeavored to capture the attention of the solitary man amidst them. However, OS seemed oblivious to the dancers, who served merely as a backdrop. Before him, a telephone insect buzzed incessantly. Relaxed, with one leg crossed over the other, OS sat upon a lavish sofa, smiling as he indulged in a large container of fruit juice, the copious amounts of sugar swiftly replenishing the energy expended during his recent training. The call connected, Hello, Buggy, don't hog the line. At first, the telephone insect bore the familiar features of a red-haired figure, but soon morphed into a rosy-nosed visage. OS, at last. I've reached you. How have you been lately? I've been quite well, thank you. Ignoring that fool Buggy and Shanks, OS replied. That is wonderful to hear. By the way, when Shanks and I escorted everyone off the ship, quite a few events transpired. We nearly explored the entirety of the new world. Leaning back on the sumptuous sofa, OS relaxed as he enjoyed a massage from Little Six, while Little Seven dabbed at his mouth. Listening to Buggy's tales, he merely waved a hand, signaling the girls in the room to depart, leaving only two young maids to attend to him in silence. These maids, understanding the significance of their master's conversation with a friend, remained discreetly quiet, as if they had not heard a word. Moreover, the older gentleman entrusted us with the solemn task of escorting Captain Roger on his final journey. As our conversation inevitably turned to the matter of Captain Roger's execution, Buggy, with a heavy heart, remarked, "We have just returned Uncle Bidem to his homeland, and in a few days, Shanks and I will pass through the Sabati archipelago before heading to Lobetown. Will you be joining us, OS?" OS nodded affirmatively, of course. I will certainly attend to pay my last respects to Captain Roger. Upon uttering these words, a mischievous grin suddenly appeared on his lips. However, I am certain there will be numerous naval commanders stationed there, perhaps even an admiral. You and Shanks must take care. On the other end of the line, aboard the Oro Jackson with only Rayleigh and two others remaining, Buggy expressed his astonishment, his mouth agape at the mention of the Navy. His memories of the Navy during the time of the Roger pirates were vivid, especially that boisterous, iron-fisted scoundrel who had caused much consternation even in Roger's presence. And he was merely a vice-admiral. If stronger admirals, or even a fleet admiral were to show up, without the crew of the Roger pirates, he would undoubtedly find himself imprisoned in the depths of the dungeon. Vice Captain Rayleigh, I believe it would be wise for you to accompany us, as the Navy will be there. Buggy immediately sought a solution, his face a mask of despair as he pleaded with Rayleigh. Rest assured, Buggy, the Navy will not lay a hand on you. Rayleigh smiled, fully aware that OSI was deliberately teasing Buggy, yet he chose not to expose the jest. Roger had staked his very life to secure the release of every member of the Roger pirates from the world government's bounty list. How could it be? Captain Roger, he truly did so much for us. Upon hearing this, Shanks and Buggy felt their eyes moisten, touched by the captain's ultimate sacrifice. No, no, no. Uncle Rayleigh, OSI, with a twinkle of mirth in his eyes, drained the last drop of juice from his cup and gently stroked the soft white fur of Little Seven's head, slowly adding, the bounties that Captain Roger fought to have revoked do not extend to these two who never reached Laugh Tale. Moreover, even if the bounties are lifted now, should you cause any further trouble, you may very well find yourselves targeted once more. At OSI's words, Buggy, who had just felt a surge of warmth from the earlier sentiment, now found his heart chilled again. However, OSI's next statement provided him with a modicum of solace. But Buggy and Shanks, you need not worry overly much, for you possess no bounties at all. Unless you encounter someone familiar, you are unlikely to be recognized. Ha ha. Upon hearing OSI's unrelenting mockery, Shanks and Buggy found themselves at a loss, unsure whether to feel pleased or dismayed, standing awkwardly in place, concerned about being targeted by the Navy, only to realize that the Navy had not regarded them as worthy of attention at all. Well, Aussie, are you all right? I noticed your bounty has soared to a staggering billion recently, nearly 1/5 of Captain Rogers. It must be quite easy to attract attention. After addressing his own concerns, Shanks immediately recalled Aussie's predicament. After all, during those days, you had offended numerous members of the Navy. Even the formidable Carp had memorized your face. If the higher-ups in the Navy were to target you, it would undoubtedly pose significant trouble, even for you, Aussie. Upon hearing this, Aussie appeared rather unfazed and chose to share his circumstances. There is no need for concern on my behalf. In fact, after disembarking, I consumed the devil fruit that Captain Roger had lost to me. Now, possessing the most potent observation hockey and the ability to teleport, I can traverse anywhere in the world with absolute ease. Upon hearing this, Buggy and the others exchanged glances, visibly taken aback. On one hand, they were astonished that Aussie had actually consumed a devil fruit. On the other hand, as Aussie had articulated, the combination of foresight from the observation hockey and the teleportation ability rendered the possibility of him being captured or defeated quite unimaginable. Not to mention, Aussie's already terrifyingly exceptional strength and talent. After a lengthy conversation, Having agreed upon a time and place for their next meeting, they finally concluded the call. After the call concluded, Oz remained seated on the sofa, his back resting against the plush cushion as he pondered thoughtfully. A notion had just flickered into his mind, to pay an early visit to Captain Roger. In Oz's eyes, the so-called impregnable fortress of Impel Down, as heralded by the world government, seemed rather mundane. In the face of foresight and teleportation abilities, even the Navy headquarters appeared to him akin to a sieve. He was confident that, even if his intentions were uncovered, he could retreat before the higher echelons of combat prowess could react. Even if an admiral were to block his path, Oz was certain he would not be easily thwarted. If he wished to leave, no one could restrain him. However, if the arrival were not of an admiral's caliber, it would merely be a matter of a single bullet infused with sea prism stone. Without hesitation, he took action, for he had never been one to dwell on the past, and he possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities. Slowly rising to his feet, he playfully lifted the chin of the young maid beside him and spoke with a calm demeanor. Confine Doflamingo and those few officers with sea prism stone, and I shall deal with them upon my return. Also, inform Madame Sammy that I have urgent matters to attend to, and she may contact me via the snail phone. At your command, Master Oz. Chapter 29. Rear Admiral Oz. The weather was splendid over the bustling Sabati archipelago, where numerous tourists mingled, a cacophony of diverse backgrounds. Amidst this intricate tapestry of humanity, the embodiment of justice, the Navy, was undeniably present. A contingent of patrolling Navy personnel traversed the streets, deliberately choosing to overlook the occasional presence of pirate gangs. The unspoken rule here was clear: as long as the pirates refrained from causing disturbances, the Navy had little interest in intervening. Recently, following the widely circulated news of the capture of the pirate king, Joel D. Roger, the audacity of pirates on the high seas had noticeably diminished. For these junior sailors, this was indeed a piece of welcome news, promising a respite from conflict. Well, our shift has concluded for today. Let us prepare to return to headquarters. Oh, splendid. At last, I can enjoy a brief respite and visit my wife and children. Why the rush to return? Let us wait for our bonuses and then indulge ourselves. Ah, that might not be quite appropriate. Come on, don't be such a killjoy. Under the blazing sun, a Navy warship set sail for Marine headquarters, Marineford, at midday. The deck alive with the banter and laughter of the young sailors. In the galley, a tall figure sat comfortably at the dining table, one leg crossed over the other, seemingly unfazed by the cacophony of voices outside. Not even the gentle rocking of the waves could disturb his composure. Draped in a nearly 3-meter-long naval cloak, he exudes an aura of valor rather than bulkiness, complementing the military uniform beneath. The ornate shoulder insignia, adorned with intricate patterns, signifies exceptional distinction among the naval ranks. No aspiring soldier is unaware of the emblematic meaning it carries, representing the authority of a general, the cloak of a rear admiral from the naval headquarters. It turns out that this fellow is a rear admiral. OS, savoring a piece of steak, is accompanied by 2 young sailors who stand anxiously, their eyes fixed ahead, unable to suppress the urge to swallow as the aroma of the steak wafts by. Come in, OS calls out slowly. His voice, though soft, resonates with undeniable authority. Upon hearing his command, a somewhat timid figure cautiously pokes his head through the door, a wrinkled face adorned with an obsequious smile. He gradually enters the room. Apologies for the intrusion, Rear Admiral Allen. I am here to report on the progress of our operations. The newcomer, small in stature, rubs his hands nervously while ingratiatingly addressing OS, then adopts a serious demeanor as he turns to the 2 young sailors. You 2 may leave now. Yes, Colonel Dick. Despite their disdain for the commanding officer's demeanor, the 2 young sailors dare not express it, maintaining a serious facade as they exit. Is there something you wish to discuss? OS couldn't help but feel a hint of amusement, yet he adeptly maintained his composure. In response to the naval officer's overtures, he embodied the dignified authority expected of a senior naval officer. Indeed, his demeanor perfectly aligned with Dick's preconceived notions of high-ranking officials, exuding an air of grandeur and command. Consequently, when OS casually fabricated a name and backstory, donning the mantle he had acquired years prior after vanquishing a rear admiral, Dick was entirely convinced of his identity as Rear Admiral Allen of the naval headquarters, who had separated from his unit during a mission and was now returning after its successful completion. I report, Rear Admiral Allen, that I have duly announced the conclusion of the patrol mission and have organized all essential tasks for our return journey, Dick reported earnestly, despite OS seemingly engrossed in his steak, appearing indifferent to the briefing. This scene did not escape Dick's own contemplation. Indeed, one could not help but admire the nonchalance of a rear admiral. This insouciance suggested that nothing in the world could perturb him, to such a seasoned individual. The triviality of a patrol mission must seem as inconsequential as a child's play. After all, how could one ascend to the rank of rear admiral without such fortitude? A mere step away from becoming a vice admiral, 2 steps from admiral, and 3 steps from marshal. Indeed, in the presence of such a figure, he must endeavor to make a favorable impression. Observing OS indulging in the steak, Dick, with remarkable emotional intelligence, retrieved a treasured bottle from the depths of the kitchen's safe. "General Allen, this is a rare wine I fortuitously acquired, a specialty from the land of fine wines. I hope you will not find it unworthy to accompany your meal." With an obsequious demeanor, he bent slightly to uncork the bottle for OS, pouring the rich liquid into a nearby goblet. "Ah, you are quite considerate. The food could use a touch of moisture," OS remarked, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. After a brief pause, he took a generous sip, savoring the exquisite flavor. "This is indeed a remarkable wine." OS expressed his appreciation sincerely, noting, "It lacks the bitterness common in ordinary wines. Instead, it boasts a delightful fruity sweetness and a rich aroma. I thoroughly enjoy it." His words were heartfelt, although it was wine. It stood apart from the rum and beer he had previously consumed, genuinely delightful, albeit exorbitantly priced. Despite his considerable funds stored in Samina, he pondered the unsustainable nature of such indulgence. One bottle, consumed in just a few sips, cost a staggering 100,000 berry. Perhaps it would be prudent to conquer that wine-producing nation, thus eliminating the need for payment. After all, what great pirate truly pays for their acquisitions? As long as you enjoy it, I would be happy to bring you more in the future, especially since I will be relying on your support. Dick, hearing this, was naturally elated and quickly professed his unwavering loyalty, hoping for OS's continued patronage. Upon hearing those words, Austin could not help but chuckle, as if conjuring pancakes without cost, while Dick was overwhelmed by a wave of happiness. "Fear not, Colonel Dick, I shall certainly advocate for you with the renowned generals of the warring states in the future, and also for Advisor Crane. Do you still fear a lack of promotion?" Ahaha. Upon hearing this, Dick felt an overwhelming urge to lay bare his heart, eager to demonstrate his loyalty to Austin, dutifully serving him. However, for Austin, who was accustomed to the service of young maids, the presence of such an unattractive fellow held no appeal, and he swiftly dismissed him with a flimsy excuse. In truth, had this incompetent naval officer devoted even a fraction of his thoughts to the pirates rather than currying favor with his superiors and oppressing the common folk, he would certainly recognize that his most esteemed commander is none other than the notorious figure on the wanted list, the infamous Black Gun, Donald Austin. Chapter 30, Major General Austin. A day at Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Colonel Dick's patrolling warship gradually returned, anchoring at the port. Ignoring Dick's frantic search for the presence of influential figures, Austin quietly vanished into the ship as no one noticed. Strolling upon the grounds of the naval headquarters, Austin ambled with his hands in his pockets, reminiscent of returning home. Indeed, this is Marineford, a place teeming with formidable individuals. Within the expansive realm of observation hockey, at the heart of the main headquarters, several formidable presences akin to those of Rayleigh and Captain Roger could be sensed. In a direct confrontation, it would be challenging for Oth to gain any significant advantage, especially considering that figures like Garp and Sengoku are likely still stationed at the Navy headquarters. However, Oth harbored no intentions of causing a ruckus. His current plan involved seeking a military vessel bound for Impel Down, where prisoners are held, discreetly boarding it, and subsequently meeting with Captain Roger. After all, Marineford is in close proximity to the underwater prison of Impel Down, a region teeming with the Navy's most elite forces. The number of captured pirates is undoubtedly substantial. Thus, the ship he intended to board did not necessarily have to be one designated for transporting high-profile criminals. Many of the inmates in the first and second levels of Impel Down were merely minor offenders with bounties in the tens of millions of berries, not requiring the constant oversight of admirals or the warden. After scanning the vicinity of the naval port with his observation hockey, Oth found no vessels transporting prisoners. He decided to wait, for he could hardly believe that in such a vast Navy headquarters, there would be no ships heading to Impel Down. Although a forceful intrusion into the prison was an option, Having Navy protection would undoubtedly simplify the journey, much like Luffy mingling beneath the Empress's skirts. If all else fails, he could always resort to his formidable spatial abilities to teleport inside. Upon this realization, he leisurely strolled through Marineford. Perhaps, after disembarking, he had intentionally tousled his hair, resulting in the emergence of a fringe. As he ambled along, rather than encountering the raucous cries of the Navy, he was instead met with numerous salutes. "Good afternoon, Major," greeted one soldier. "Hello," replied OS, gazing down at the young soldier beside him and nodding. This marked the 10th soldier to salute him. Is it not true that in the world of pirates, everyone possesses brawn over brains? A mere change in hairstyle and attire renders them unrecognizable. As he wandered through this island, universally acknowledged by pirates as a forbidden territory, OS discovered that it was not the colossal military stronghold depicted in comics. Rather, it served as a mere segment of Marineford, the true operational hub of the Navy. Furthermore, it was home to numerous Navy families and the living quarters of ordinary residents, complete with residential buildings, markets, restaurants, and taverns. In fact, with the Navy headquarters situated nearby, this locale could be deemed one of the most livable cities for common folk that OS had ever encountered. Unlike other nations or islands, where prosperity could swiftly turn into a hellish nightmare upon encountering a ruthless pirate, Marineford stood in stark contrast. As evening approached, within a restaurant in the residential area, several Navy personnel, having concluded their duties or missions, gathered in groups, camaraderie evident as they slung their arms around one another. While enjoying their dinner, they ordered a few barrels of beer, indulging in hearty laughter and revelry. Gulp, gulp. Ah, delightful. In one breath, the young soldier finished an entire barrel of beer, exhaling with a contented smile adorning his face. They engaged in idle chatter, lamenting the recent intensity of their work. In a single day, this brief moment was their only respite. They were utterly exhausted. It was an unavoidable circumstance. With the execution day of the Pirate King Roger looming just over a week away, the headquarters had issued orders for a full state of emergency. TSK. In my opinion, there is no need for such alarm. After all, the so-called Pirate King was apprehended by Vice Admiral Garp. We have naval heroes on our side. A group of young soldiers discussed current events, boasting and freely criticizing the situation. After indulging in a couple more drinks, they even began to critique the headquarters directives. Just as one sailor was about to voice another thought, a soldier, who had been drinking nearby, inadvertently glanced towards the entrance of the dining hall. Suddenly, he seemed to witness something astonishing and spewed beer everywhere, drenching the soldier beside him. Irritated, the latter exclaimed, "What are you doing? Shut up." Before he could finish, the startled soldier immediately snapped to attention, a sheen of cold sweat on his brow, gazing straight ahead. Perhaps noticing the bewildered expressions of his comrades, he loudly proclaimed, "Good afternoon, Major." Huh. Upon hearing these words, even the most obtuse among them could not help but react. A group of soldiers hastily rose to their feet, disregarding the stools that toppled beneath them, and promptly assumed a standard military posture. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Cold sweat streamed down the faces of all the soldiers, as they realized they had carelessly discussed orders from headquarters, and had been caught in the act by a certain major general. Surely, they would not be charged with undermining military morale, would they? Especially the one who had just indulged in drink and had shouted the loudest. At this moment, he felt a deep regret gnawing at his insides. Standing before them was a so-called major general who had opted to dine at a civilian restaurant rather than the officers' mess. This could only be OS. He felt somewhat speechless. He had merely come for a meal, yet here he was, embroiled in such a situation. "You may continue your meal without concern for me," he thought. Ah, indeed. Observing that OS paid them no heed, and instead proceeded to the counter to place his order before taking a seat by the window to admire the view. The soldiers finally exhaled in relief, cautiously resuming their seats. It was only when they were certain that OS had no intention of causing them trouble that they truly relaxed and returned to their meals. Thank heavens. They had encountered a lenient officer. What a stroke of luck. Yes, I had feared we would face punishment, especially since I've heard that certain commanders can be exceedingly strict, like Major General Sakaski. Yet, having spent so many years at headquarters, I seem to have never encountered this particular general. It is quite peculiar. What are you talking about? I find this general strikingly familiar, as though I had just seen him not long ago. Indeed, I share that sentiment. It seems I have encountered them recently, yet their identities elude my memory. A few individuals engaged in conversation, their dialogue undoubtedly overheard by OS, who speculated that perhaps they had glimpsed his bounty poster. However, from the outset, their understanding had been misguided, misattributing their familiarity to a naval identity, which naturally would lead them astray in their search. Yet, even someone as inconspicuous as I has entered the public consciousness. The new era ushered in by Captain Roger has indeed left a profound impact. Chapter 31. The Malevolent Pirate and the Enchanting Naval Officer. If there are no warships heading to Impel Down today, I might as well teleport there, though the likelihood of being discovered would certainly increase. As dawn broke, Marineford began to stir with activity. At a breakfast establishment on the main street of the residential area, OS made a quiet resolution. After dinner the previous night, with nowhere to go, he had utilized his observation hockey to scan the officer's district and ended up spending the night at the home of a single brigadier on a mission. Who would have imagined that in the heart of the world's naval elite, at Marine Headquarters Marineford, a pirate with a bounty exceeding 1 billion would brazenly reside? It seems the shadows do indeed conceal the most astonishing truths. As OS savored his breakfast, he soon detected two formidable presences drawing near within his observation hockey, one of which was approaching rapidly. What is happening? Have I been discovered? OSS maintained an impassive demeanor, quietly savoring his wontons. At first glance, he appeared to be merely a somewhat tall and handsome passerby. Today, in a bid to avoid the relentless greetings from the subordinates, he deliberately chose not to don his naval cloak and opted for a change of attire. Despite yesterday's ostentatious outing, which had raised no suspicions about his identity, he found it perplexing that his low-key appearance today had drawn immediate attention. With a hint of curiosity, he finished his last bite of wonton, and a peculiar crimson light ignited in his eyes. "Excuse me, sir, may I see the knife you carry?" A voice resonated behind OSS, prompting him to turn slowly. The speaker was a woman with long black hair, but it was her exposed, long, white legs that first captured OSS's gaze. A black spider tattoo adorned her left thigh, adding an intriguing contrast and a touch of wild beauty. Judging solely by her appearance, based on his months of experience in the red light district, she could easily rival the top courtesans under Sammy's command. Coupled with the naval cloak she wore, she exuded an additional allure. Were they to witness a clash between the nefarious pirates and the virtuous beauty of the Navy? OSS's thoughts wandered, and he considered suggesting this intriguing concept to Sammy during their next encounter. It could prove to be a lucrative venture, provided they were not apprehensive about the Navy's potential pursuit. However, on a more serious note, he recognized the naval officer before him, Brigadier General Guillaume. OSS admired her impressive physique for a moment before shifting his gaze to the figure behind her, only to retract his attention indifferently. "Hey, you scoundrel. Your disdainful gaze is far too conspicuous." The expression of contempt was unmistakable, and it clearly infuriated Jike. Coupled with the fact that even behind sunglasses, his strikingly handsome features were evident, it instilled a sense of unease within him. Thus, he let out a fierce roar. Jike. At this, Guillaume's discontented call instantly subdued him. She then shifted her attention back to OS. "I apologize, sir. Please forgive my companion's rudeness. I merely wish to admire the sword you carry." This one, OS, relieved that they seemed not to recognize him, couldn't help but reflect on how a simple change of attire could render one unrecognizable. It was universally applicable. In truth, it was not entirely their fault for being unable to recognize him, since the time he was featured on a wanted poster during his battles with the Roger Pirates. OS had seldom made public appearances. During the latter stages of their voyages, in the few significant confrontations with the Navy, OS had played the role of a shadowy figure, seldom wielding his sword, and thus had not drawn much attention. He was, after all, still a master swordsman. Years had passed, and OS had undergone a remarkable transformation, both in stature and demeanor. If not for the distinctive black military uniform and the emblematic black gun slung across his back, who would connect a man towering over 2 meters with the once diminutive child he used to be. Indeed, in pursuit of a discreet journey, OS donned attire and sunglasses for his outing, even foregoing the black pistol gifted by Master Tam, a symbol of his status. Instead, he opted for a long knife and a handful of belly. Amidst the vast expanse of the sea, many could recognize a figure clad in military garb, brandishing a black knife and pistol, yet few would identify a man in a trench coat, adorned with a knife and sunglasses. Observing that the two were utterly oblivious to his identity, OS felt vindicated for having changed his attire the night before. He had wagered that among the multitude in Marineford, It was improbable for every officer to recognize him. As he anticipated, he inquired, "This is a fortunate find. Do you recognize this blade?" With a generous demeanor, he presented the knife to Kaki, confident in his ability to reclaim it at a moment's notice. Yes. However, Gion remained oblivious to Kaki's unusual demeanor as she meticulously examined the knife after receiving it. Indeed, it was the famed Daikatsu knife, the 21, known as the Shadow of the Raven. This blade had once been the sidearm of a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters, who vanished alongside the Shadow after an encounter with the Roger pirates in the New World. To encounter it here was unexpected. "Where did you obtain this?" Gion inquired earnestly. Fortunately, like most, Gion instinctively believed that no pirate would dare to boldly appear in Marineford, thus harboring no suspicions regarding OS's identity. Ahem. OS scratched his head, pondering how to explain that the general was slain by his hand, and that he had subsequently appropriated the weapon. This was a fabrication, of course. After all these years, it was plausible that such tales had circulated. Hesitating for a moment, he pressed his lips together and approached the man before him with a request that he was reluctant to voice. Suddenly, Gion stepped forward, grasping OS's hand earnestly, her entire demeanor exuding sincerity as she leaned in closer, her large eyes fixed intently on the sunglasses concealing his gaze. "I wish to acquire that longsword from you, for it belonged to a hero who sacrificed for the cause of justice." She attempted to appeal to his sense of love and morality, reasoning that as a resident of Marineford, he would surely understand. "Don't be so forward, Gion. You're too close." Kaki, witnessing this scene, felt his teeth clench in frustration, unable to intervene, and could only offer words of caution from the sidelines. How infuriating, if it weren't for his position as a naval commander, which forbade him from acting against ordinary citizens of Marineford. He would have certainly pulled that young man away. How maddening, how envious. As for OS, he remained completely impassive, devoid of any emotional response to Gion's proximity or the subtle outlines of her form. Not a single blink escaped him from behind his sunglasses. How absurd. You think you can simply acquire my hard-won trophy with a few words? Do I appear to be a fool? Having long since indulged in the tender embrace of beauty, OS remains impervious to the allure of enchanting women, despite being in the throes of youth. Such immunity is the result of rigorous training. My apologies. But this is a personal collection. I trust the Navy would not resort to coercive tactics, would they? Certainly not, but it is not for sale. Chapter 32. The Indifferent Dana. Kazan-san, I implore you to reconsider. It is not for sale. OS inwardly lamented whether the world of pirates also adhered to auspicious days, pondering if today was ill-suited for venturing outside. How could a mere descent for breakfast lead to entanglements with enthusiasts of renowned blades? He could hardly claim to be a formidable swordsman, for that would only invite further scrutiny. Yet, to insist that it was merely a collection would likely be met with disdain, deemed a waste of such treasures. How vexing. Had I known, I would have preferred to teleport directly to Impel Down, donning the guise of a guard to blend in seamlessly. Ah, at last, Gion and Kaki, I have found you. Just as OS was becoming increasingly exasperated, a familiar voice resonated from across the street. Upon hearing it, he looked skyward and sighed. Indeed, venturing out was ill-advised. In such a vast Marineford, encountering a foe was truly unfortunate. Huh, it is indeed Admiral Kazan. Please hold on a moment. I am currently. Gion and Kazan are old acquaintances from the Naval Academy, so his appearance comes as no surprise. After exchanging greetings, she intended to explain her busyness, but an unexpected chill enveloped her, the creeping frost leaving her momentarily dazed. Surely, it wasn't that serious. Wasn't it merely a slight delay in attending a meeting? Toru OS. To her astonishment, Kazan seemed disinterested in her, instead casting a menacing glare at her side, his expression terrifying. It was the first time Gion witnessed the serious side of Kazan, who usually exuded a laid-back demeanor. What? Are you referring to me? OS was still attempting to feign innocence, wearing an expression of utter naivety. Huh. Do you think that just because you've changed your attire and donned sunglasses, I wouldn't recognize you? What a farce. You scoundrel. My disdain for you has never waned, having pursued the Roger pirates alongside Carp for many years. Kazan is undoubtedly the Navy officer most familiar with OS, and he has been bested by OS on numerous occasions. Eventually, during their pursuits, Kazan felt it prudent to avoid appearing on deck unless engaged in close combat, all to guard against this rascal. If one were to speak of who understands the value of foresight combined with the armament hockey and sea prism stone bullets, Kazan would claim second place, with no one daring to assert a claim to the first. As the murderous intent materialized, OS let out a sigh and casually removed his sunglasses, revealing a serene and perfect smile. He disregarded Dana and the young Haibing. Almost the moment he took off his shades, a fist, radiating a chilling aura, magnified before his eyes, a dark, justice-infused punch inherited from Karp, aimed directly at OS's face. Yet, the looming black fist failed to erase the faint smile upon OS's countenance. As the blow descended, a cloud of smoke enveloped the scene instantaneously. However, all present were adept users of observation hockey, keenly aware of their surroundings. At that moment, Gion and Kaji finally grasped the situation. The tall figure donning sunglasses was, astonishingly, a pirate. Had he vanished in an instant? What speed? Was that shave? Kaji analyzed calmly, while Gion's face flushed with embarrassment and indignation, realizing they had been outmaneuvered by a pirate within the Navy headquarters. Anger surged within her, prompting her to unsheath her renowned blade, ready to confront the adversary. If it were merely a matter of shaving, it would be impossible to evade the pursuit of observation hockey. It must be the power of a devil fruit. Hey, you too, be cautious. This individual is not easily dealt with. While advising his companions, Kazan's icy aura swiftly spread in all directions. That person was once a member of the Roger Pirates. Though he loathed to admit it, that scoundrel's strength was sufficient to rival the youthful Roger. He is a user of all three hockey types, a master swordsman, possessing extraordinarily refined observation hockey, an unknown devil fruit user, and a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion, Black Gun OS. Kazan's expression was grave. Despite his disdain and anger towards OS's actions, he could not deny that this man was indeed worthy of being his rival. Much like Roger's determination to capture Vice Admiral Garp, the current Kazan is no longer the lethargic individual shaped by the events of O'Hara. He upholds the justice of burning passion. Encountering such a fervent youth here, OS felt a sense of resignation. It seemed that he could no longer continue this way. He should play for a while and then make a swift exit. With that thought, OS's figure unexpectedly appeared behind Gion. "Pardon me, Miss Navy. Could you return my sword to me?" In an instant, as she sensed a presence looming behind her, there was no hesitation in her actions. Gion's slender waist surged with strength, and with a swift, precise, and fierce draw of her blade, she unleashed a strike akin to a shooting star, slicing through the air with a chilling sword aura that etched deep fissures into the ground for several meters. Upon recognizing OS as a pirate, the previously amiable and gentle female Navy officer transformed into a blood-soaked rose of the battlefield, capable of spilling blood at the slightest lapse in attention. At such a young age, had she already become a master swordswoman? What a formidable woman indeed. In a flash, OS's towering figure had once again appeared behind her, his immaculate trench coat and composed demeanor revealing that her earlier sharp strike had barely grazed the edge of his garment. Instead, OS simply grasped her wrist with her weapon, exerting a slight pressure to effortlessly restrain Gion's arm. The terrifying strength he displayed produced a faint sound of cracking bones, causing her delicate hand that held the raven blade to tremble and relent, while an expression of unbearable pain etched itself upon Gion's face. The famed sword returned to its rightful owner, though, to be fair, he was not precisely the original owner. "Cursed pirate, do not lay a hand on Gion." As OS appeared behind Gion, a furious roar erupted from nearby, akin to a clarion call for love. Kaki charged forth with unbridled fury, his fists enveloped in a dense aura of power. He glared at Gion, who was restrained by OS, his eyes ablaze with rage. Gion, witnessing Kaki's brave advance, felt a flicker of hope igniting within her. His extraordinary strength was awe-inspiring. If Kaki could hold OS even for a fleeting moment, she would seize the opportunity to escape. "Die? Well done, Kaki," she thought, though she pondered the fervor that consumed them. In an instant, a swirling crimson aura enveloped OS's feet, and with a thunderous explosion, a black foot appeared miraculously before Kaki's chest. "Nanny?" Kaki's instincts screamed disaster, yet he could not react in time. Following a deafening sonic boom, the terrifying force of Kaki's strength intermingled with the flowing aura, relentlessly impacting his corpulent form. His consciousness slipped away almost instantaneously, and Kaki's robust body was propelled with an unimaginable speed, even faster than when he had charged, hurtling towards the distance. As Gion watched in despair, Kaki crashed through building after building, ultimately collapsing in a heap amidst the rubble, His eyes rolled back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 33. Was it an intern that invaded the Navy headquarters? Powerful, overwhelmingly powerful. This is the first portrayal of Guillaume's inner self, and it is no wonder that Kazan harbors such trepidation towards this seemingly young man, who surpasses everyone present in terms of his sheer mastery of dominance. Alas, do not ignore my presence, black gun. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, as if to send Jiaqing flying, a man enveloped in frost made his move, attempting to seize OS's recoil. Clusters of ice crystals spread through the air, freezing the moisture and forming resplendent blossoms of ice. OS, caught mid-kick, was instantaneously encased in a colossal ice sculpture. Your mobility is indeed peculiar, Dr. OS. Yet while you are attacking, you must possess a tangible form. Unless you are perpetually evading. If you teleport away, you forfeit your ability to strike. If you remain, you shall inevitably be ensnared by my frost. It must be acknowledged. OS conceded that Kazan possesses a certain innate talent for combat. Achieving such a level is enough to tarnish the hem of his garments. Within the transparent, crystalline ice, OS remained poised in a kicking stance, resembling a statue frozen in time. In that very moment, Guillaume, enduring the agony of dislocated bones, forcibly withdrew his wrist from OS's grasp and retreated a few steps to Kazan's side. Truly, as a former crewmate of Pirate King Roger, he exhibited no ability to retaliate. Guillaume gripped his sword with one hand, his expression grave as he gazed at the striking long-haired man encased in ice, pondering whether the ice could truly hold him for long. Kazan, in fact, shared this sentiment, as evidenced by the chilling aura emanating from his hands, which continuously fortified the stability of the ice crystals. His gaze remained fixed on the figure encased within the ice, while, in the brief moment of distraction, Jiun seized the opportunity to adjust his stance, reflecting on the information regarding OS. Previously, he had only heard fleeting mentions from Sister Crane. OS was a figure highlighted by a steel-boned admiral as a significant future threat to the Navy, with his bounty continually elevated beyond measure. At that time, she had perceived OS merely as a young man riding on the coattails of the Pirate King's crew, a figure of hollow prestige. As a member of the new generation of power, she believed that the naval prodigies trained under Zifa, such as Sakazuki, Borisolino, Kazan, Kaji, and herself, were unparalleled among their peers. However, upon encountering this so-called newcomer from Roger's crew, she began to comprehend the vastness of the sea. If memory serves, he was merely 15 years old, younger than all the new naval officers. What had she been doing at 15? Perhaps not even a swordsman yet. Such a monster could not be allowed to leave Marineford. Jiun gritted his teeth and declared, "Who do you intend to leave behind?" What? Who could have anticipated that in the blink of an eye, the figure within the ice would vanish, an overwhelming sense of dread washing over them? Without a moment's hesitation, both men turned to attack behind them, only to find themselves striking at nothing but air. With a sudden flash, OS appeared atop a distant residential building, lazily resting his elbows on the balcony while observing the two individuals below, who appeared to be on high alert. A serene expression remained etched on his face. "Hey, I suggest you two pretend you haven't seen me. I'm merely here for a visit and have committed no wrongdoing. Even when dining, I have paid my dues. Contributing to the GDP of Marinfando, wouldn't you agree?" However, OS's words were met with a chilling response from the fierce Guillaume. "Black Gun OS, what do you take Marinfando for? This is the Navy headquarters, a bastion of justice. It is not a place where pirates like you can come and go as you please," Guillaume declared with righteous indignation, yet internally acknowledged the opponent's remarkable agility and formidable advanced observation hockey. With just the two of them, it was nearly impossible to contain such a foe. Thus, despite the underhanded nature of his tactics, Guillaume resolved to engage in a provocation to hold OS in place until the reinforcements of Sengoku and Garp arrived. Only then would they have a chance to subdue him and send him to the depths of the underwater prison, ensuring that OS and his captain would meet the same fate. As a crew member of the Pirate King, is your only recourse to flee? Answer me, daughter OS. Guillaume bellowed, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he was addressing someone who had just effortlessly subdued him. In response, OS merely smiled. He could certainly discern that this was merely a tactic. However, it must be said that the words piqued his interest. Could a future naval admiral, along with a candidate admiral, truly provide him with the exhilaration he sought? Thus, he extended a hand and subtly beckoned with his fingers. Indeed, It had been a considerable time since he had engaged in direct combat with anyone. You two can come at me together. I believe we can resolve this before Karp arrives. OS's words laid bare the girl's intentions, inciting her ire. The nearby Kazan was similarly infuriated by OS's arrogant demeanor. Do not be so presumptuous, Black Gun. A flurry of ice crystals swiftly enveloped Kazan's form, as colossal ice spears began to take shape, propelled by immense kinetic energy. Launching forward in a violent burst, followed closely by razor-sharp sword energy. At this moment, on the periphery of the battlefield, numerous junior officers had sensed the escalating situation and rushed to provide assistance. After swiftly organizing the evacuation of the civilians, they were taken aback to discover that the individual battling against Rear Admiral Kazan and Commander Guillaume was a notorious pirate featured on the wanted list. They promptly joined the fray. Yet, faced with Kazan's already heated ice attacks, they found themselves unable to approach the high-stakes battleground, relegated to standing at a distance, observing from afar. Simultaneously, they activated the transponder snail, connecting to the Navy Headquarters Command Center. Beep, beep, beep. Click. This is Sengoku. What is the matter? In the southern district of Marineford, General Kazan and Brigadier General Guillaume are engaged in fierce combat against the remnants of the Roger pirates, urgently calling for reinforcements. What? Of all times, does this happen while Admiral Kong is away on official duties at the Holy Land? Those scoundrels. Upon hearing this, Admiral Sengoku, who had been attending to official matters, immediately rose and smashed his desk to smithereens. What audacity these pirates possess! How dare Roger's crew intrude upon the Marine headquarters? Still clinging to life? Is it Rayleigh or Jabba? No, it is the Black Gun, Doran OS. Black Gun? Upon hearing this, Sengoku paused, momentarily taken aback. If memory serves, that young lad is merely an intern of the Roger pirates. How dare he? Chapter 34, The Alliance of the Golden Lion, Assaulting the Marine Headquarters? Bang, bang, bang. As OS finally ceased his attempts to evade, the aftermath of the battle among the three unleashed its fury within a defined sphere, a tempest of icy air and swirling smoke ascending into the heavens. The once clear sky gradually darkened ominously, with a swift turn and a draw of his blade. A torrent of massive black sword energy surged forth, intercepting all incoming attacks. OS then gazed up at the sky, the ominous clouds gathering like the harbinger of a storm. OS, is this your doing? The two individuals looked up, clearly noticing the peculiarities in the sky. With a grave expression, one of them inquired of OS, "Can we refrain from attributing every misfortune to me? Surely, this is not something we could have orchestrated. It seems a significant figure has arrived." A terrifying crimson light erupted, and a look of surprise crossed OS's face. After a moment's contemplation, he deemed it quite reasonable. Indeed, with Captain Roger on the brink of execution, the time had come. Nevertheless, witnessing a moment of historical significance would render their visit worthwhile. It appeared that your schemes were destined to fail, as a formidable individual from the Navy headquarters had arrived. OS, intrigued, sheathed his sword and instantaneously transported himself towards the plaza in front of the Navy headquarters. Devoid of any semblance of combat decorum, who else would dare invade Marineford? He mused. Wait a moment. Guillaume intended to pursue, but was halted by Kazan's grip on her shoulder. Confused, she turned to look, only to find Kazan standing still, his expression solemn as he gazed at the sky above Marineford. Following his gaze, Guillaume too looked up, and in an instant, cold sweat broke out on her forehead as her pupils trembled uncontrollably. How is this possible? Is it a meteor? No, it appears to be an island. In the sky, colossal boulders resembling islands broke through the clouds, descending relentlessly towards Marineford. The two individuals could no longer afford to concern themselves with OSI, or rather, the entire high-ranking military force of the Navy, as their attention was consumed by the impending catastrophe capable of submerging Marineford beneath the waves. The Golden Lion, Shiki, was approaching. Though it may seem exaggerated, the potency of this ability was undeniably overwhelming. Perched atop the Naval Headquarters building, OSI observed the apocalyptic scene unfolding before him. With a multitude of islands plummeting, irresistibly drawn by the force of gravity towards Marineford, almost all the senior officers of the Navy, including several familiar faces, were employing their utmost efforts to confront this crisis, executing their moonwalk techniques. Karp, Sengoku, Tsu, Akainu. The disparity in strength was substantial, yet not insurmountable. After all, Even a youthful version of Carp possessed the might to obliterate an island with a single punch. Not to mention the formidable admirals and the nature-based entities responsible for widespread area of effect destruction, despite the extensive devastation inflicted upon the majority of the islands. It was estimated that nearly half of Marineford lay in ruins, excluding the naval headquarters building where OSI resided. As the clouds shifted, a torrential downpour ensued, heralding the arrival of a hovering figure. Ignoring Dana and the Golden Lion, OSI, seated atop the naval headquarters, caught sight of the golden silhouette floating in the distance and greeted it with curiosity. Huh. Upon hearing the voice, Shiki, who had initially stormed into the Navy headquarters in a fit of rage, was momentarily taken aback. He turned to the source of the sound, where a figure clad in a trench coat sat atop the building, gazing at him with an air of nonchalance. "Ah, it's you. I remember you. The little monster from Roger's ship," Shiki exclaimed, surprised to find a familiar face among the crowd. "Hey, kid, are you here for Roger as well?" OS, on the other hand, hesitated, wanting to clarify that he was not there to raid the execution site. After all, he understood that Captain Roger had willingly surrendered. Yet, he had indeed come for the sake of Captain Roger, hoping to infiltrate the Navy's ranks to visit Impel Down. "Well, sort of," he managed to reply. "Haha. Indeed, those who possess the Conqueror's haki are all alike. Roger could never be captured by mere trash of the Navy, nor should he perish in disgrace in the weakest of seas." Shiki declared passionately, "Join forces with me, kid, and let these Navy scoundrels witness the terror of great pirates." Just as OS was about to respond, he suddenly sensed an impending danger with his observation haki. "What do you scoundrels think the Navy headquarters is?" Boom. Accompanied by a blinding flash of crimson light, a torrent of black and red lightning erupted as a burly figure charged directly toward OS. His fists enveloped in formidable Conqueror's haki. OS had felt that overwhelming power from a distance more than once, but never had it been directed at him. Now, he was without Captain Roger to shield him, accompanied by the crackling explosions at the top of the building. The lingering power of that fearsome punch reverberated through the dark clouds, stirring waves of turbulence in the sky. "I am a young person of the new era, Carp, devoid of martial ethics." At some point, OS had appeared beside the Golden Lion, his continuous movement enabled by the powers of the shifting fruit, allowing him to navigate the skies with an almost weightless grace, hands tucked into his pockets as if traversing solid ground. Gazing at the robust figure of the uncle standing atop the Navy headquarters, his fist crackling with dark red lightning, OS felt a twinge of trepidation. After all, he was facing a top-tier powerhouse. His own haki seemed somewhat inadequate in the presence of such a royal strength, especially now, as a direct confrontation would likely end poorly. "Ha ha ha ha. Carp, are you too old to move? Unable to handle a mere brat? Perhaps it's time you return home to enjoy your retirement." With Carp's punch having missed its mark, Shiki wasted no time in unleashing his taunting skills. Meanwhile, among the Navy personnel gathered below, many raised their snail cameras, capturing the striking image of OS standing shoulder to shoulder with the Golden Lion in the sky. Observing this scene, OS felt a sense of helplessness. He had merely come to enjoy the spectacle and witness a momentous occasion, yet somehow found himself entangled in this affair. This truly feels akin to having yellow mud fall into one's trousers. It is neither excrement nor merely a trivial matter. Gazing down, one observes admirals and vice-admirals, a multitude of naval soldiers. This configuration rivals even that of the Great War atop the summit, perhaps even surpassing it. After all, during that conflict, the formidable forces of Garp and Sengoku, along with two admirals, seemed to contribute little, merely idling while Akainu and several vice-admirals exerted their efforts. Yet now, they faced Sengoku and Garp, fully committed, alongside numerous naval leaders and the future three admirals. To be candid, Aussie feels an overwhelming urge to teleport away. However, witnessing this unprecedented grand spectacle, he concedes that, though somewhat overconfident, his eagerness is palpable. With a spontaneous decision to act, he resolves to retreat should circumstances dictate. After all, after such an extensive period of training, he yearns to discover the limits of his capabilities. With Garp and Sengoku supported by the Golden Lion, he might as well seize this opportunity to forge ahead. Chapter 35. Let us clear the stage for Conqueror's haki in the face of this epic and grand scene. Aussie admits that he is now so exhilarated that he feels a rush of warmth coursing through him. Following Garp and Sengoku being occupied by the Golden Lion, Aussie is about to confront the collective might of the naval forces beneath the rank of admiral. While the absence of admirals may seem notable, the remaining lineup is undeniably extravagant, featuring 3 natural-type Navy vice admirals, Guion, Dalmesia, and Fire Mountain, along with a plethora of elite brigadiers and innumerable naval soldiers. Amidst the incessant drizzle, the skies roared with fierce winds that caused the trench coat of Aussie and the robe of Shiki to flap wildly. These 2 notorious pirates, each with bounties in the 10-digit range, had momentarily forged an alliance. However, they were about to confront nearly the entire elite force of the Navy headquarters. "Kid, if you dare to hold me back, I'll be forced to eliminate you," Shiki, the Golden Lion, declared with a cigar clenched between his teeth, a brazen grin adorning his face as he threatened Aussie. "As long as you can keep Sengoku and Garp occupied, we certainly won't be losing today." Aussie responded with a calm smile, expressing his confidence that, as long as he was not faced with an overwhelmingly superior opponent, he could at least achieve parity in combat. Clearly, the young recruits of the Navy were not yet capable of overpowering him decisively. Despite the immense pressure of facing a multitude of formidable adversaries, the 2 pirates exhibited little sign of distress, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Witnessing this exchange, the large contingent of Navy personnel on the ground felt otherwise. They deemed these 2 men to be utterly insane. The prospect of confronting 2 pirates with 10-digit bounties left many of the new recruits feeling weak at the knees. The mere aftershock from a casual strike could decimate their ranks. Were it not for the presence of high-ranking Navy officers, they might have retreated long ago, resorting instead to conversation as a means to alleviate their growing anxiety. "I have seen the bounty on the crew member of the Roger Pirates, Black Gun Daughter Aussie," one of them remarked. "There are also the legendary Great Pirate, the Flying Admiral Golden Lion Shiki. Have these 2 formidable pirate factions truly joined forces? Such notorious pirates are surely destined for demise." As for the admirals and higher-ranking naval officers, they appeared decidedly more composed. After all, it is evident that the Navy holds the upper hand. Nevertheless, the infamous Roger Pirates and the Golden Lion Pirates are renowned for their ferocity. Even they dare not exhibit the slightest laxity. When confronting foes of such caliber, a moment's inattention could indeed spell death. With their overwhelming numbers and the confidence instilled by their commanding officers, the morale of the naval soldiers remains remarkably high, not a single deserter in sight. They rally with fervor, creating an impressive clamor reminiscent of the Great Marineford War. It is quite a din, though one wonders what fuels their fervor. After all, they are merely foot soldiers. OS looked upon the fervent troops, striking without impact and shooting without accuracy, completely ineffectual against the 2 who held dominion over the skies. One could only ponder what ignites their passion. Perhaps the threshold for excitement in the world of One Piece is generally quite low. Let us first clear the stage. OS, gazing down from the heavens upon the boundless naval forces, exhibited neither sorrow nor joy in his eyes, only a disdain akin to that for mere ants. In an instant, an overwhelming aura radiated from OS, expanding relentlessly in all directions, enveloping nearly half of Marineford in a shroud of dark crimson energy. Tendrils of black and red lightning surged forth from OS, rampaging and swirling as if heralding the apocalypse, the oppressive sensation indiscriminately sweeping away all in its path. Thud, thud, thud. The minds of countless naval personnel felt as though they were being struck by a hammer before the sheer might of this overwhelming ambition. Many could not endure even a second, collapsing to the ground with eyes rolled back. Even the officers of the academy barely clung to consciousness, half kneeling and gasping for breath under such intense pressure. In the sky, that figure emanating dark crimson lightning loomed like a demonic deity, surveying the scene as if from a chasm or a prison. Ha 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 ha. No wonder Roger once praised you so highly, possessing such spirit at such a young age. However, our era has not yet concluded. It is still too soon for the young ones to take the stage. In the next moment, a golden red aura, more potent than OS's dark crimson might, erupted from within him, and under this dual manifestation, those still conscious in the arena were almost all of the highest caliber. What follows is a clash of true masters. This is not a place where you can recklessly unleash chaos. As a surge of furious voices erupted, a figure suddenly leaped before OS and the Golden Lion, radiating a resplendent, sacred golden light. It was the Buddha fruit user, Admiral Sengoku, who, in a fit of rage, unleashed a terrifying shockwave. Buddha, shockwave. The blinding golden light surged forward, Yet the two figures in midair remained remarkably unfazed, one unafraid, the other already anticipating the onslaught. Amidst the dazzling glow, a flash of crimson flickered past. This spectacle could hardly escape OS's observation hockey, leading him to merely smile as he gazed at the shockwave drawing near. Lion, thousand cuts. The exaggerated clash reverberated through the skies, the formidable aftershock echoing ominously. The hand and sword engaged in a relentless struggle in the air, and it was evident that Sengoku alone could not subdue the Golden Lion at this moment. Shiki, having dared to confront them today, was not one to fear death. Soon, Carp also joined the fray, swinging his fists to partake in this high-stakes battle. Such a confrontation, unless one side was utterly exhausted, was unlikely to reach a conclusion. A terrifying wave of energy radiated from the three, relentlessly ravaging the earth and sky. In the center of the square, the remaining Navy personnel, led by the three formidable natural element creatures, observed this clash in which they could not intervene. After all, they were merely in their 20s, the trio of Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru had only graduated from Naval Academy a couple of years prior and had yet to reach their peak potential. As they gazed skyward in anticipation of the climactic battle, a tall figure with hands tucked into his pockets slowly approached from the far end of the plaza. Without any warning, a beam of laser light shot forth from the naval ranks, swiftly aiming for the man's head. Ambushes are hardly commendable habits, chuckled Borsalino. He neither evaded nor flinched, allowing the laser to advance toward him. In a moment that left the entire naval contingent in disbelief. OS appeared to be as insubstantial as air. At the instant the beam struck his forehead, it passed straight through him, leaving him utterly unscathed. Chapter 36. OS versus the young admirals. Oh, how astonishing. Has it truly been captured entirely by Kinbunchaku? It's almost monstrous in its strength. Black Gun OS. At that moment, among the naval leaders, a scruffy man clad in striped attire and draped in a naval cloak stepped forward. His presence was as unsettling as his manner of speech. He was Vice Admiral Borsalino, a wielder of the light fruit. In response, OS smiled with a hint of intrigue and remarked, "Well, I have long grown accustomed to being called a monster. So, are you all joining forces to confront me, this so-called monster? How amusing. It seems you cannot play the game at all. Black Gun Doter OS. Against a world-threatening menace like you, the Navy has no need for morality whatsoever." Flame burst. Regarding OS's words, Sakas did not wish to hear a single one, nor did he bother to engage in conversation. In an instant, he transformed into an intensely molten magma. A series of sulfurous fumes emanated from his being, as layers of viscous magma surged, enveloping him in a radiant red glow. The fists, clad in leather-black gloves, harbored a power akin to a volcanic eruption, continuously swelling with might. The moment he struck, it was a lethal blow. Even from a distance, a wave of heat surged forth, causing OS's long hair to dance wildly amidst the steam. The most formidable of fruits, the magma fruit, indeed possessed the capacity to elevate hundreds of tons of volcanic rock to heights of 1,000 meters, making such explosive potential entirely reasonable. However, this technique was not without its shortcomings. Its speed was considerably sluggish. Unlike the swift maneuverability of light, nor akin to the vast reach of the ice fruit, the magma fruit, while boasting unprecedented offensive power, also bore an alarming degree of preparation time, at least in the face of OS's foresight. This awe-inspiring build-up for a fiery assault held no chance of success. Nature's powers were indeed exceptional, a fact OS had to concede. Yet certain concepts within the realm of paramecia superseded them. In truth, OS could easily evade this attack. But such an action would contradict his desire to showcase his true strength, for encounters with opponents of his caliber were rare. Others were either too weak or overwhelmingly strong. To this day, OS had yet to engage in a thoroughly exhilarating battle where he could unleash his full potential. This is somewhat detrimental to his future growth of Conqueror's Haki. Thus, facing Sakazuki's formidable magma fist, a crimson light perpetually erupted from Oz's eyes, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Clearly, the future he envisioned was not far removed from his expectations. With a resolute stance against such terrifying magma, Oz slowly clenched his fist with one hand, the flowing haki instantly coiling around it. The naval commanders, positioned at a distance to avoid the searing heat of the magma, witnessed this scene and their pupils dilated in disbelief. What is this? Is he truly planning to confront Sakazuki head-on? How incredibly reckless. Even though hockey theoretically allows one to harm the tangible form of a Logia user, the sheer explosive force and extreme temperature would undoubtedly sear his hand in an instant. Even with hockey protection, that arrogant brat. However, Oz's true strength evidently surpassed their estimations. In the next moment, dark crimson lightning surged forth, enveloping the surface of his flowing hockey. The oppressive aura that erupted shattered the earth beneath, as if this power, merely by existing in the world, carried an inherent terror. That boy. This overwhelming presence instantaneously drew the attention of the three individuals embroiled in battle at a distance, causing a fleeting pause in the intense skirmish. How is this possible? Using Conqueror's Haki at just 15 years of age. In the eyes of Sengoku, a piercing light burst forth, with veins of blood even visible within his gaze. Ha 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 ha. Truly worthy of being called a monster by Roger. That little brat with a gun possesses the potential to vie for supremacy in the world at such a tender age. Carp laughed heartily. Then let's keep him here forever. Hey, you two dare to be distracted in battle? You truly do not regard me highly enough. I am the Golden Lion. It was evident that Carp and Sengoku's exchange had provoked this lion, instantly amplifying the pressure in the air. Even Carp and Sengoku bore solemn expressions in the face of this overwhelming force, let alone the still youthful Sakazuki, who was barely in his 20s. Nanny? This overwhelming aura. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Sakazuki's face, only to be swiftly evaporated by the seething magma. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength. As the explosive power of the magma fruit surged forth, a colossal fist of molten rock surged toward Ors, who responded with a full-force flowery fist of his own. The two forces collided, generating immense pressure and heat that instantaneously melted the ground into liquid. Boom. The two powers remained locked in a stalemate. Strangely, the searing heat that was supposed to incinerate flesh and bone seemed unable to directly touch Or's fist. Before the fist, which radiated black and red lightning, appeared an invisible barrier, through which the magma could not penetrate. Sakazuki's expression turned grim, and the naval officers around him were filled with disbelief. Such is the power of the flowery fist, Sakazuki. Including the volcanic eruption strength you take pride in, it appears rather insignificant to me. The black and crimson lightning flickered incessantly upon his fist as OS stared at the eruptive force of the lava, with a mere crouch to gather strength. A terrifying force surged from his waist. In the midst of the astonished expressions of the surrounding navy, the ground within 100 meters instantaneously sank as if unable to bear the weight. A dreadful counterforce enveloped the earth, its exaggerated display vividly illustrating the might of this power. In an instant, the figure entwined with black and crimson lightning and flowing dominance broke through the core of the lava giant fist, appearing abruptly before the unsuspecting Sakazuki. That silhouette resembled the king of demons in the depths of hell, with a crimson glow flickering incessantly in his eyes. An overwhelming aura surrounded his fist as he charged. Sakazuki's chest caved in instantaneously, the flowing flowery essence entwined with the Conqueror's Haki, rendering him incapable of elemental transformation for defense. Thus he was forced to endure the full impact of this monstrous punch. The pitiful sight of him, even more exaggerated than when he was reduced to a pulp during the Marineford War, was striking. Observing Sakazuki rolling his eyes and spewing blood, OS contemplated delivering a finishing blow. However, the other Navy members were not mere decorations. Beams of laser light surged forth, accompanied by an avalanche of ice, compelling OS to retreat and teleport beyond the range of attack. Yet the black and red lightning upon his fist remained unabated. Beneath the tempestuous storm, the proud figure clad in a trench coat stood resolute, his long hair and coat billowing in the wind, an expression of serene composure gracing his handsome visage. In his grasp was the formidable power of domination, and the crimson light in his eyes, foreseeing the future, never waned. This solitary figure instilled a profound sense of despair in the hearts of all young naval officers of the Marineford. Who would be next? Chapter 37. O's Divine Evasion. The chilling wind, intermingled with torrential rain, swept across the scarred battlefield. That singular, proud silhouette merely standing there rendered the entire Navy paralyzed with fear. With just a surge of energy, the ground sank hundreds of meters. Amidst the fallen monsters of battle, the formidable Sakazuki, whose flowing Haki and Conqueror's Haki intertwined, emanated an overwhelming aura. Even though this invincible presence was intangible, it bore heavily upon the hearts of every naval officer. including Kuzan and Borsellino. Kuzan stared, somewhat dazed, at the man he had long yearned to capture. He could easily rely on his exceptional observation hockey and fruit abilities to toy with his adversaries. Yet now he offered an opportunity for a head-on confrontation. However, none dared to assure victory, nor could anyone claim they could withstand those black and red iron fists. Even the mightiest, Sakazuki, faltered. As for ambushes, before those eyes capable of discerning the future, such intentions were nothing more than a fanciful dream. Moments later, a harsh cough echoed through the arena, and from the depths of the vast pit, a figure clad in a crimson suit staggered to his feet, traces of fresh blood lingering at the corners of his mouth. It was none other than the formidable dog of the prison. One cannot deny the resilience of this individual. Yet the anguished expression on his face, along with the bloodstains at his lips, unmistakably indicated the severe toll that recent blows had exacted upon him. He remained in a wounded state. With Sakazuki rising anew, the previously oppressive atmosphere within the Navy was instantly transformed. Is this the legendary Akainu? Hey, what are you hesitating for? Regardless of how formidable the adversary may be, we, as guardians of the sea, must exert every ounce of our strength. Even if it leads to our demise, it matters not. Observing the despairing expressions of his comrades, Sakazuki's countenance darkened to an extreme, his furious rebukes ringing out with deafening intensity. This spurred many previously demoralized Navy commanders to grit their teeth and raise their weapons once more. Simultaneously, a chilling aura and dazzling light erupted upon the battlefield as all began to unleash their full potential. Witnessing the Navy's future leaders, brimming with combat fervor as if from a grand theatrical production, OSU couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. For a fleeting moment, he believed he might dominate the scene. Yet it proved to be far from simple. Heroes are as numerous as the stars in the sky, while OSU may shine brightly. He could not diminish the brilliance of others. In the Navy headquarters, devoid of cowardly deserters, it was evident that not a single weakling resided within. Observing the multitude of warriors clad in naval cloaks, OS bestowed upon the battle his utmost respect, a vibrant smile illuminating his face, the crimson light in his eyes flickering with excitement. He gradually shed his overcoat, revealing a physique brimming with explosive power, adorned with but a few scars. A testament to his rarity of injury, owing to his innate, monstrous prowess in observation hockey. With one hand clenched into a fist and the other wielding a blade, the dual-colored hockey coiled around his weapon, he was resolute in his commitment to these naval forces. Subsequently, he slowly extended his left thumb upwards, appearing to offer a gesture of approval from a distance, his gaze scanning the ranks of Marines until it settled upon the curly-haired man he often targeted. He was about to unleash his intent. Nanny, the subject, Kazan, felt the chill of frost accumulating within him, momentarily bewildered by this gesture. As it turned out, when someone directs a thumb towards you, it may not be an expression of praise, but rather a signal of intent. From Kazan's perspective, those red eyes, which had been fixed on him from 100 meters away, had suddenly closed the distance, now piercingly focused upon him, the hand's motion having transformed. A long blade, enveloped in crimson and black lightning, descended with unfathomable speed, a speed that defied belief. As OS's blade fell, a terrifying surge of sword energy, imbued with hockey, struck directly against Kazan's ice-encased form. The swiftness of the attack was astonishing, catching him utterly off guard, even if only for a fleeting moment. The elemental transformation of Kuzan was ignited, and a vivid crimson wound manifested before him, quickly freezing to staunch the blood flow. Osborne yearned to strike again, yet a laser beam surged towards the back of his head, compelling him to evade rather than endure the blow. He deftly sidestepped, then pivoted, cleaving through the incoming torrent of molten lava with a swift slash. The scene had shifted from the earlier grand clash with Sakazuki. The Navy was now engaging in a synchronized assault. Had it not been for the vivid glimpses of the future flashing before his eyes, Osborne would likely have succumbed to the relentless barrage of attacks. Yet, armed with the powers of foresight and the ability to teleport, invincibility was an inevitable outcome. With agile maneuvers, he evaded the encroaching glacier beneath his feet. Amidst the siege from the naval officers, he remained unfazed, utilizing his formidable strength and domineering presence to dispatch anyone who dared approach with a swift kick. He charged forward, countering the sudden appearance of the Amaterasu's sword with a decisive stroke, while teleporting away from the menacing hellhound, delivering a powerful punch to Sakazuki's chest. Despite the sporadic dissonance between his foresight and physical reactions, Osborne bore numerous wounds, each inflicting pain, yet simultaneously fueling his obsession with the sensation of growth in his prowess. The visceral exchanges of blows became an addictive dance. With his crimson eyes scanning the assembly, he provocatively questioned, "Do you wish to join the fray?" Despite the ever-mounting wounds, burns, penetrations, and frostbites that marred OS, the number of naval personnel was visibly dwindling. After all, not every individual possesses the resilience of a Blood Bowl. The vast majority of young commanders, upon sustaining even a single blow, would, much like their predecessors, completely lose their combat efficacy. Gradually, only 4 figures remained in the fray, valiantly fighting. 8-foot-long Chongoyu. OS continuously shifted through space, a crimson light flashing in his eyes as the trajectories of each luminous projectile descended vividly in his mind, allowing him to evade them with finesse. Yet, upon teleporting to a specific gap, the ground beneath his feet felt unnaturally smooth, a chilling aura coiling upward. Utilizing the openings created by the beams compelled him to retreat to a designated location, only to be confronted with the prospect of freezing. An astute tactic indeed. OS observed his right foot ensnared in ice with an air of nonchalance, the flicker of crimson in his gaze revealing that he had long foreseen this moment. However, this is also characteristic of wide-scale assaults. One must either endure the freeze or succumb to the luminous projectiles. Gazing at the naval casualties affected by the beams, OS recognized their desperate state. Just as he was ensnared by the ice, a charged molten fist surged toward his face, accompanied not only by this assault but also by a dazzling beam of light and a colossal iceberg exuding a piercing chill. In the face of the 3 formidable attacks, OS remained remarkably composed, a faint smile deepening upon his countenance. Intriguing. Perhaps I shall engage more earnestly. The Conqueror's haki in his hand continued to constrict, gradually enveloping the entirety of the dark crow's blade. This technique demands precision. Divine evasion. Chapter 38. The war concludes. OS makes his escape rather than forcefully teleporting to evade the 3 nature-type onslaughts. OS opted to test his limits. Divine evasion. As OS's ruthless voice resonated, the 3 assailants were abruptly engulfed by an overwhelming chill. The black-red blade, infused with tangible Conqueror's haki, coupled with the monstrous strength of his demonic-like figure, sliced through the air with an almost imperceptible velocity. The black-red lightning, intermingled with elemental ruptures, illuminated OS's exhilarated visage. Its sheer power and his familiarity with such might causing the likes of warring states to cast a sidelong glance. Is that Roger's divine evasion? Quite reminiscent, though its potency is not as exaggerated. Ha ha, what an ambitious little brat. Is this the extent of the new era's navy? Shiki mercilessly mocked. Although he bore no particular fondness for Roger's pirate crew, he found greater delight in witnessing the navy's humiliation. These imbeciles, how could they possibly capture someone like Roger? In the future, 3 admirals of the navy shall emerge, and I concede that you possess the qualifications to engage me in combat. OS wielded his blade with divine precision, effortlessly cleaving through the formidable, elemental onslaught of nature's wrath, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration as he pointed his sword toward the trio. "Come forth, attempt to vanquish me," he challenged. The scornful demeanor of OS incited palpable fury in the 3 adversaries, their forms radiating exaggerated natural power, transforming the very environment around them. The sheer force they unleashed had the potential to irrevocably alter the topography and climate of an island. As both sides unleashed their full might, OS acknowledged a measure of pressure. While he felt confident in suppressing one opponent, 2 posed a manageable challenge. 3, however, forced him to merely strive for survival. This was underpinned by his possession of 2 invincible abilities. It is no wonder that Oda, the esteemed creator, once remarked that no individual could single-handedly defeat 2 admirals. The combination of the bloodline, mastery of haki, and the destructive power of nature makes the prospect of toppling 2 or more adversaries alone highly improbable, unless one were to crush the weaker, or employ some peculiar fruit ability for a surprise attack. Gazing at the array of wounds adorning his body, OS recognized that this was indeed his limit. Yet, even with this understanding, he yearned to challenge his boundaries. Perhaps this encounter could serve as a pivotal moment for the advancement of his Conqueror's haki. This aspiration was the very essence of his decision to engage in this battle. He could not fathom that, having expanded his audacity to contend against 3 admirals, he would not eventually grow strong enough to ascend to the pinnacle of the strongest conqueror's haki. He has often envisioned a future where he and Shanks appear together in a grand spectacle, showcasing their conqueror's haki in an awe-inspiring display. It is a sight that holds no fear. The only embarrassment lies in being outshone. He certainly does not wish to lag behind that fellow Shanks in wielding such a formidable tool of dominance. Shanks? Merely a bothersome younger brother. The fierce battle rages on. A contest of skill measured by the heavens themselves. 5 days and nights of relentless combat have begun to take their toll, even on the monstrous powerhouse, Ors. His body, riddled with wounds both fresh and old, bears testament to the brutal exchanges. Some of the earlier injuries have now formed thick scabs. The 3 admirals of the future, too, are not faring well. Compared to Ors, their bodies are almost entirely covered with injuries. Were it not for their elemental forms occasionally mitigating some damage, their plight would be even more dire. Borsellino's glasses have long since been shattered, and this eternally laid-back, crafty old monkey has lost several teeth in the fray. His body marked with numerous bruises and cuts. Beside him, Sakazuki is in a similarly poor state. After taking a direct hit from Ors, his reflexes have noticeably diminished. Without the protective layer of magma enveloping him, he would undoubtedly appear battered and bruised. Of course, the most severely afflicted is Ors' primary target, the old sea monster, who has a tumultuous relationship with him. Presently, he bears not only the grievous wounds on his face and body, but also a left leg twisted into an irregular shape, as if fate had dealt him a cruel blow. Fortunately, it remains intact, and with ample bandaging, he should recover in 10 days to a fortnight. There is no remedy. It is not that they lack skill, but rather that this fellow, OS, is exceedingly formidable. Apart from a slight deficiency in combat experience, he possesses virtually no weaknesses. Whether it be physical prowess, swordsmanship, or hockey, he consistently maintains an overwhelming advantage over them. Coupled with the elusive powers of the warp fruit, he is exceptionally difficult to inflict damage upon. Moreover, his increasingly frenzied and potent conqueror's haki, which he occasionally unleashes in a devastating manner, renders each encounter more painful than the last. Fortunately, despite the protracted nature of the battle, it has finally reached its conclusion. On the opposite end of the chaotic battlefield, 3 formidable warriors from the bygone era have swiftly determined their fates. The demise of Shiki and Roger heralds the dawn of a peaceful epoch, and we, the Navy, shall not permit anyone to disrupt this. Carp. Following the final blow, the devastating fistbone, galaxy impact, the proud and defiant Golden Lion ultimately succumbed. Perhaps it was the ship's helm above him that hampered his strength, or perhaps it was his stubborn resolve to fight relentlessly that led to his defeat against overwhelming odds. After being shackled with seastone cuffs, he was rendered incapable of any counterattack. Almost simultaneously, as the Golden Lion Shiki collapsed, OS was suddenly seized by a chilling sensation. An instinctive warning from his observation haki alerted him to imminent danger. With remarkable swiftness, he executed a long-range teleportation, vanishing from his previous location. Boom, ha 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 ha. You dodged quite swiftly, little rascal from Roger's ship. Before him, a fist emanating a fierce crimson glow descended, causing the earth within a 1,000-meter radius to fracture. Even the 3 severely injured generals were compelled to retreat under the residual force. The assailant was none other than the man who had repeatedly cornered Captain OS into desperation, the naval hero, Monkey D. Garp. Observing Garp, whose punch could shatter thousands of meters, OS could not help but break into a cold sweat. With Captain Roger absent, is it truly fair to bully a mere intern like me? Mr. Garp, your actions hardly reflect the ideals of a righteous navy. I have long warned you, OS. At that moment, Sengoku, still in his Buddha form, joined the fray, sternly admonishing OS. Against a villain such as you, the Navy requires no moral code. Is that so? Then, as a pirate, isn't it only natural to flee in the face of an unbeatable Navy? OS appeared unfazed by Sengoku's outburst, instead smiling at the others. In truth, upon witnessing the defeat of the Golden Lion, he understood it was time to make his escape. He had fought fiercely and made his mark. If he did not leave now, he would surely end up imprisoned alongside Captain Roger. What? Upon hearing this, Sengoku's face flushed with anger. Could it be? You scoundrel. The reason for his evident agitation was none other than the awareness that, with his nearly insurmountable ability, should OS wish to flee, scarcely anyone could impede his escape. Yet, in doing so, what would become of the honor of the Marine headquarters at Marineford? Perhaps it was like adding fuel to the fire. At that moment, a flock of seagulls, cameras in hand and bags slung over their shoulders, soared above, incessantly capturing photographs. OS flashed a smile at the lens and waved at several Marines, only to vanish amidst their furious onslaught of explosions and smoke. Chapter 39. The Future King? A shocking news that reverberates across the seas. On the day following OS's escape from Marineford, the eruption of the Marineford invasion campaign struck like a thunderclap, completely upheaving the recently tranquil seas. Global discourse began to boil over. As one of the three great powers of the New World, the audacity of a formidable figure like the Golden Lion Shiki to single-handedly invade the Marine headquarters, while astonishing, was not beyond the realm of reason. Such a notorious pirate undertaking even more reckless acts was to be expected. However, the emergence of the name Black Gun Door Tor OS captured the attention of countless nations and factions worldwide the moment it was uttered. Warrant for arrest. Black Gun Daughter OS, a former member of the Roger Pirates, proficient in the three forms of hockey, suspected user of the Paramecia type, teleportation fruit ability, and one of the masterminds behind the Marineford invasion, with a bounty of 2,649,000 berries. His life or death is inconsequential. His crimes are heinous beyond measure. This name, once whispered only in limited circles, that of a young intern from the Roger Pirates, has suddenly become a sensation across the globe following this monumental event. No, the term supernova hardly suffices. According to an exclusive report from the World Economic Journal, this young lad from Roger's ship may have already attained the formidable strength of an admiral in the world government's highest military force, the Marines. He is the king of the new generation, a creature nurtured by the pirate King Roger, destined to usher in a new era, the king of the next generation. In the red light district of Sabaody Archipelago, which has begun its reconstruction and operations, the former splendor is gradually returning. Madam Sammy, it's a report about Lord OS. The two mascots of the red light district, OS's dedicated maids, Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi, excitedly dashed into Sammy's office. Overwhelmed with enthusiasm, they even forgot to knock. Startling Sammy, who was sipping tea, the two jumped joyfully, clutching the newspaper in their little hands and placing it on the table, exclaiming, "Look, look! The newspaper says that Lord OS engaged in a skirmish with the admirals at the Navy headquarters and then departed with such nonchalance. Indeed, the world is abuzz with the notion that Lord OS is destined to become the sovereign of the forthcoming era. How captivating he is! Truly, he lives up to the exalted title of Lord OS." The young maids, Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi, gaze upon the newspaper's depiction of OS with hearts aflame, their hearts swelling with pride and gratification, even more so than the man himself. Yet, these two Na'vi young maidens remain unaware of the profound impact this news bears on Sammy, who has traversed the shadows of the underworld and witnessed the true nature of the world. As Sammy takes the newspaper and meticulously scrutinizes each word, her face betrays an uncontainable astonishment and shock, her exquisite pupils quivering incessantly. She had anticipated that Lord OS might indeed possess remarkable strength, but never did she imagine it to be so extravagant. If this is the case, then the newspaper may not have erred. Lord OS truly possesses the qualifications to vie for the title of the world's strongest. Just as the article concludes, summarizing its evaluation, Black Gun, Toral OS. A despair-inducing genius, a being of monstrous physique, the formidable wielder of the three-colored conqueror's hockey, endowed with the power of a devil fruit that grants absolute dominion in battle. Allegedly nurtured by Roger himself, stands as a leading figure of the new era with unparalleled might. Given the aura and potential he has exhibited, it is likely that he will wield absolute dominion over the world's top powers for at least the next 3 decades. In the first half of the Grand Line, on an uncharted island, a magnificent ship lies anchored, not far from the dock, where 3 individuals are gathered in the forest, roasting the beasts hunted from the island. Mr. Rayleigh, Shanks. Extraordinary news. The trio, en route back to the Sabaody Archipelago, had paused temporarily to rest. Suddenly, Buggy raced over from the beach, clutching a newspaper, exclaiming excitedly, "There's news about oars. A monumental event. Oh, is it true? Let me see," Shanks exclaimed, leaping to his feet and snatching the newspaper from Buggy's hands. The more he read, the more his eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, it's oars. Absolutely incredible. Causing a ruckus at the Navy headquarters. Buggy, unable to contain his glee, chimed in, "Right? The world is buzzing with the news that Captain Roger was defeated and captured by the Navy. Oars has certainly avenged us. The two engaged in animated discussion before turning towards Rayleigh, who was still grilling. They hurried over to his side with the newspaper. Rayleigh glanced at the two reckless youngsters and said nothing more than a smile as he accepted the paper. With just a single look, astonishment spread across his face. The front page featured a large, striking image captured by the news bird. Oars, bare-chested with a long sword in hand, his long hair billowing, covered in wounds yet smiling, fixed his gaze intently on the 5 Navy officers before him. Admiral Sengoku, the Navy hero Garp, and the 3 monstrous vice admirals of the natural type. Apart from the extensive flattery and praise for OS, the latter part features scenes of him single-handedly confronting the 3 great admirals of the future. In these visuals, OS is enveloped in black and crimson lightning, fiercely battling against the formidable trio of natural disasters without yielding an inch. It is easy to imagine that as the military ranks and combat prowess of these 3 young naval officers rise over time, the significance of this image will only continue to escalate. In the face of such an exaggerated lineup, to create chaos and then retreat unscathed, how reminiscent of divine evasion. Just by observing OS's every move in the photograph, Rayleigh can discern that this is indeed one of Roger's signature techniques, now flourishing in OS's hands. Moreover, the concluding remarks about OS, gazing at his unparalleled presence, one can almost perceive a glimpse of Roger's youth. Yet, the Roger of that time was not merely 15, but 25, a truly terrifying young man. Rayleigh muses. But one cannot help but wonder, what is the true intention behind OS's actions? Could it truly be just to avenge Roger? Meanwhile, high above impelled down. At an altitude of 1,000 meters, OS sits cross-legged atop the clouds, casually capturing a passing newspaper bird. After purchasing a newspaper with the coins from the bird's pouch, he promptly releases it. Upon a careful reading, OS cannot contain himself, feeling a blend of speechlessness and amusement. Morgan, in the nascent stages of his entrepreneurial journey, was audacious enough to utter anything in pursuit of sales, nearly proclaiming himself the sovereign of the future world. The selection and arrangement of photographs, while devoid of deception, nonetheless misled the globe, creating the illusion that the recent invasion of Marineford was a singularly orchestrated endeavor by him. The Golden Lion merely played a cameo role. Whether it was a solitary battle against 3 formidable foes or the display of his overwhelming prowess, he exuded an unmistakable essence of both protagonist and antagonist. Yet, OS, upon introspection, realized that his original intention in venturing to Marineford was far from seeking the limelight. Even his inclination to engage in combat stemmed from the charged atmosphere, a mere desire to test his strength and bolster his spirit, a notion that crystallized only later. Gazing at his wanted poster, emblazoned with exaggerated accusations, he felt a sense of resignation. The poster was meticulously crafted to highlight his alleged heinousness. While OS shrugged off the gravity of these labels, after all, no one could truly harm him. He knew he would eventually confront Morgan to settle the score. Chapter 40. Infiltration of Impel Down. Have you heard? The Battle of Marineford. Of course, the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki, is soon to be escorted here. To which level? Huh? Are you daft? It goes without saying. It must be the 6th level, Infinite Hell. Indeed. Behind the Gate of Justice stands a cylindrical structure, largely submerged beneath the waves. 2 weary guards engaged in idle conversation, one of whom was on the verge of slumber. Suddenly, a soft thud echoed in the air, instantly alerting one of them. What was that sound? Startled by the shout, the drowsy guard sprang to his feet, nearly losing grip on his firearm, which he fumbled in the air before finally securing it. He hastily aimed towards the source of the noise, only to find nothing behind him, no figures, and the grand door remained tightly shut. What are you playing at? There must be limits to your jest, he exclaimed, but I distinctly heard footsteps. How could that be? Doubt crept into his mind. Had he truly imagined it? At that moment, a man with an exposed torso, adorned with numerous grotesque wounds and a long blade at his waist, strolled leisurely through the gates. It was Ace, having effortlessly traversed the layers of security by means of instantaneous movement from the skies. It is difficult to fathom that within Impel Down, one of the 3 formidable fortresses of the world government, a notorious pirate, fresh from breaching the Navy headquarters, could roam so freely in this prison, which instills fear in countless pirates and is reputed to be escape-proof. Having infiltrated both Marineford and Impel Down, One wonders if he intends to pay a visit to Judiciary Island next. Although such words are spoken, the mere presence of those minor figures on Judicial Island, who even the newly ventured Luffy could easily surpass, fails to pique Oars's interest significantly. At most, he considers it a mere excursion. However, it must be said that Impel Down is indeed vast. Just the first level, within the range of Oars's observation haki, is nearly overwhelming, comparable to an entire town. Nevertheless, he does not intend to linger on the first level. As he traverses, Oars is also on the lookout for the optimal point to teleport to the lower levels. He cannot afford to teleport haphazardly and find himself amidst the guards. Although Oars is confident in his ability to swiftly dispatch these minions, exposure could lead to him being swarmed. After all, Impel Down is a confined space, and inciting a horde of individuals seeking their demise would jeopardize his chance to meet and converse with Captain Roger. Not to mention, there are formidable adversaries like Magellan lurking about. The soft sound of footsteps reverberating within Impel Down may not be particularly pronounced. Yet this unfamiliar figure inevitably captures the attention of many inmates within the surrounding cells. They observe someone who neither dons the attire of a guard nor bears the insignia of the warden, striding boldly past them. In an instant of bewilderment and disbelief, an overwhelming instinct for survival surges forth. "Hey, you there, young man, please, take me with you. I have buried countless treasures outside, and I am willing to do anything. Take me along, you little brat. Hurry and release me, or I swear I shall end you." Amidst the tumult of threats and desperate pleas, a cacophony erupted, reverberating as if it could topple the entire Impel Down. OS's visage turned a ghastly shade of green as he glared at the prisoners, his body suddenly crackling with dark crimson lightning. "Silence!" he bellowed. In an instant, the world fell silent. The previously frantic pirates, now lifeless, lay sprawled on the ground. Their eyes rolled back in defeat. After all, they were mere insignificant fish suitable only for confinement on the first level, none of them boasting a bounty exceeding 100 million. Notably, even the surveillance snail affixed to the wall succumbed to OS's domineering presence, sparing him the trouble. With an exaggerated sweep of his observation haki, OS glimpsed the depths below, traversing through layers with relentless speed. Even when encountering patrolling guards, he deftly exploited visual blind spots or employed his tangible conqueror's haki to render them unconscious in an instant, masterfully navigating the depths of the underwater prison with an ethereal grace. As he descended further, reaching the 5th level of this infernal abyss, he sensed a familiar figure through his haki, Magellan, the future warden of Impel Down and the current vice warden. The moment OS detected Magellan's presence, he swiftly retracted his awareness, a twitch of irritation flickering across his face. This displeasure was not without reason. Magellan was once again indulging in his unfortunate gastrointestinal issues. The scene was disturbingly vivid, and OS felt as though his observation haki had been sullied by the experience. Fortunately, after a series of swift maneuvers, OS finally arrived at his destination, the 6th level of Impel Down, Infinite Hell. Upon reaching this level, OS chose not to linger. For those deemed worthy of confinement here were none other than the infamous pirates who had etched their names into history. A bounty exceeding 100 million was merely the baseline requirement. Such formidable adversaries could not be subdued by mere intimidation. To prevent any disruption to his meeting with Captain Roger, OS swiftly focused his observation haki on the cell where Roger was imprisoned and promptly teleported there. Deep within the darkest recesses of Infinite Hell, in a solitary cell devoid of any light, a robust figure sat in meditation. "You've come, OS," greeted Roger, whose ability to hear the voices of all things enabled him to recognize OS's presence even in utter darkness. With a soft hiss, a flicker of flame illuminated the cell, casting a dim yellow glow that revealed OS's remarkably handsome visage. "Is it truly this torturous here? Not even a glimmer of light?" OS inquired. "Ha ha ha, what can I say? They only provide 1 meal a day. I should have come forward sooner," Roger chuckled, his carefree demeanor evident despite his shackled state. Observing Captain Roger's unfazed spirit in such dire circumstances, OS felt a mixture of exasperation and amusement. "By the way, OS," Roger said with a smile that hinted at mischief, "did you bring any wine? It has been ages since I last had a drink." "Alas, I did not," OS replied. "Alas, could it be a deception?" "No, please." Upon hearing these words, Roger's face contorted with sorrow, resembling a child in despair. Witnessing this scene, OS revealed a mischievous grin. "Well, I must confess, I do have some. Chapter 41. Oh no. Have I become a remnant of the bygone era? In this cramped cell, an elderly man and a youth sat opposite each other, encircled by a modest oil lamp. The dim light flickered uncertainly throughout the room. And for the first time in days, a smile graced Roger's lips. I only brought 4 bottles. Once they're finished, there will be none left. OS retrieved 4 bottles of rum from his bag, uncorking each in turn. Initially, he had no intention of partaking, but considering Captain Roger's impending journey, he found himself willing to indulge. Come now, Captain Roger, though it's not my preference, I shall make an exception and drink with you this once, OS declared grandly, feeling a surge of masculine camaraderie. However, to his surprise, Roger looked at him with disdain upon hearing this. If you don't enjoy drinking, then just leave it all to me. I can hardly quench my thirst as it is. What a peculiar fellow. Should he be deemed childish, or merely a true imbiber? How petty he could be. A frown creased OS's brow as frustration mounted, yet after some persuasion, he managed to coax Captain Roger into relinquishing 1 bottle. Subsequently, Oz retrieved several well-packaged large bones from his bag. Considering that execution awaited in just a few days, this meal, albeit not extravagant, served as a final farewell feast. Roger, however, appeared thoroughly pleased. Gazing at the food and drink before him, his joy was evident, though the shackles on his wrists hindered his movements. Shall I assist you in freeing yourself from these? He inquired. Oh, is that possible? Roger chuckled, his laughter tinged with the pain of illness and prolonged hunger. He had little strength remaining, even struggling to harness his hockey. Witnessing this scene, Oz felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. With a gentle touch of his flowing cherry blossom, the sturdy shackles shattered into fragments. 2 individuals, who had once stirred the very seas, now engaged in jovial conversation, feasting on meat and drinking wine. This moment evoked fond memories for Oz, reminding him of the blissful and free life aboard the Oro Jackson. Oz, how is everyone faring now? Roger inquired, meat in one hand and wine in the other, his face flushed with merriment. Uncle Rayleigh has safely returned everyone to their homeland. There are no naval pursuits, no bounties. I've heard they are all doing well. Is that so? Roger replied, visibly satisfied, as he took a hearty swig of wine. His efforts in negotiating with the world government had indeed paid off, ensuring that his crew would no longer be pursued. However, my bounty was initially lifted. Yet after a skirmish at the Navy headquarters, I find myself with a new bounty exceeding 2 billion berries. Observing Roger's elation, Oz added with a hint of amusement. With a sudden twist, Roger couldn't contain himself and spewed the wine from his mouth. Just as he contemplated making a jest about Ossie's knack for causing trouble, he noticed yet another sip of wine wasted. My wine. Roger gaped in dismay, lamenting the loss of his drink, which led him to feel rather despondent. It was only when Ossie gifted him the remainder of his own wine that his spirits lifted. All right. Shanks and Buggy mentioned they would be attending an execution in a couple of days, and I shall accompany them. Upon hearing the names of those 2 youngsters, a nostalgic expression graced Roger's face as he turned to Ossie with earnestness. They are the hope of the new era, Ossie. You must take good care of them for me. Huh? Am I not also a part of the new era? Why should I bear this responsibility? Ossie questioned, bewildered by the perceived favoritism. The new era? Haven't you already encountered the One Piece? We arrived too early, having forfeited our eligibility, Roger asserted matter-of-factly. Wait. Ossie sensed something amiss, momentarily stunned. He was still a young man. While aboard the ship, he had been swept up in nostalgia and merriment, joyously setting sail for Raftel, only to find himself elevated in rank. Oh no, I have become a remnant of the old era. Ossie stood there in a daze for a while before regaining his composure, and it dawned on him that, in this light, he would have no chance of being selected for the upcoming 12-person contest, though he may not have cared much. OS still found himself somewhat unaccustomed to suddenly being labeled an old-timer. He had yet to fully explore the vastness of the seas, and yet here he was, facing the notion of retirement from a bygone era. Ah well, after all, he had never aspired to become the pirate king. His ambitions lay elsewhere, and thus it mattered little to him. Upon coming to this realization, OS felt a great weight lift from his heart. He could still roam freely in the future. That evening, the 2 engaged in a myriad of discussions, contemplating the world government, reminiscing about their past seafaring adventures, and pondering the future trajectory of the world. After indulging in food and drink, it was finally time for OS to take his leave. However, just before departing, He seemed to recall something and turned back to gaze at the formidable man who had dominated the seas for a lifetime. Hey, Captain. I remember you have a wife and child, correct? Oh, how do you know that? Roger replied, somewhat taken aback. Did you forget? My observation hockey, of course. Ha 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 ha, yes. I nearly forgot. What a remarkable ability. Then, would you like me to help look after them? You must understand. The world government and the Navy will undoubtedly not spare them. OS spoke coolly, his gaze fixed intently on Roger. Rest assured, OS. I have already entrusted their safety to Garp, right? OSS turned around, gazing earnestly at the optimistic, bearded man before him. He acknowledged that Roger was indeed a commendable captain, a great pirate imbued with ambition and grandeur. However, he was undeniably a failed husband and father. OSS felt unqualified to judge whether Roger's actions were right or wrong. Yet as a former apprentice and beneficiary of his kindness, he could not help but express his concerns. With merely Vice Admiral Garp in the fray, what authority did he possess to confront the entirety of the world government and Navy? Did he truly believe that their so-called camaraderie could persuade Garp to defect from the Navy? Currently, she was nothing more than a vulnerable pregnant woman. As OSS's probing questions hung in the air, Roger lapsed into silence. His once perpetual smile vanished, leaving him speechless. Observing this unfamiliar side of Roger, OSS remained impassive, yet continued, having received your care over the years, I will ensure that the mother and child find refuge in a safe place. Naturally, I shall not interfere excessively in their lives, and the path that child chooses to walk in the future shall be left to his own discretion. With that, OSS glanced at the silent Roger, who remained bowed and unresponsive, before swiftly exiting the cell. As he neared the edge of Roger's line of sight, he finally heard a whisper resonating within his observation hockey. Thank you, OSS. Chapter 42. The cost of lying in wait at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The cold currents of the sky swept through, yet for Oz, they bore little consequence. He was resolutely heading towards the South Sea, though he did not wish to rush. However, with only 2 days remaining until the execution, he felt compelled to act. He recalled that shortly after the execution, the Navy had traced the faintest of clues to Bartalara Island in the South Sea. Captain Roger S. wife, Portcas de Luque, had been forced to postpone her delivery by over a year in a desperate attempt to evade naval scrutiny, ultimately succumbing to death shortly after childbirth. To preempt any unforeseen circumstances, Oz had no choice but to take action ahead of time. With his remarkable ability to teleport, reaching the South Sea would take him merely a couple of hours. If all proceeded smoothly, he might just arrive in time for the final execution. South Sea, Bartalara Island. It was a beautiful land, or at least, that was how Oz perceived it, a perfect setting for romance. Love, in its essence, often blinds the heart, and youthful maidens are frequently enamored by gallant men of the sea. Yet Luque understood that although Roger loved her, a man of his nature could never be ensnared by love alone. Especially now, with his life nearing its end, his affections lay not just with her, but also with the vast ocean and the dreams it represented. Nevertheless, Luque was willing to perpetuate the lineage of her beloved, to ensure his legacy would endure. Standing at the precipice, she gazed out at the sea, the gentle breeze caressing her hair. She held in her hands Roger S. wanted poster, and memories of their tender moments together flooded her mind. If they were to have a son, he would be named Ace. If a daughter, she would be called Anne. This was a name once promised by Roger, yet he would never again have the opportunity to see his child. Please accept my condolences, madam. A voice shattered Lugio's reverie. She cautiously glanced over her shoulder to find a tall young man clad in black military attire had inexplicably appeared beside her. Panic surged within her. Her immediate instinct was to flee, for Roger's renown was too formidable. Be it pirates or navy, none would wish to overlook his bloodline. She had to escape. Do not be alarmed, madam. I am not a villain. Captain Roger expressed his concerns for your safety and entrusted me with this task. Roger? Perhaps it was the weight of that name, or perhaps OS had not exhibited any overtly aggressive behavior, but Lugio ultimately hesitated, remaining in place. After all, as a pregnant woman standing before a tall and robust man, where could she possibly run? Observing that Lugio had ceased her flight, yet still wore a vigilant expression, OS felt a twinge of frustration. What could he present to prove his identity? If only he had asked Captain Roger to write a letter. After a moment's contemplation, inspiration struck him. He retrieved his wanted poster and displayed it prominently before Lugio, pointing to the section that introduced himself. Madam, you can ascertain my identity from this. Lugio, noticing his earnestness, directed her gaze to the part of the newspaper OS indicated. Wanted. Infamous criminal, heinous beyond measure? After reading the description, Lu Jiu regarded the man before her with even greater suspicion. OS sighed. I pointed to the wrong section. OS, a member of the Roger Pirates? Perhaps sensing the confusion in Luffy's eyes, OS rubbed his head, feeling somewhat helpless. After all, he had forcibly boarded the ship midway, riding the wave of fortune brought by Roger's era, ultimately becoming a mere beneficiary. Surely, one must pay a price for such fortune. Unlike Roger's other crewmates, who followed him out of a shared camaraderie or the pursuit of dreams, their relationships were founded on equality. The Roger Pirates were not a family bound by blood. They bore no obligation to care for the widow and children left behind by Roger. Whether out of ignorance or indifference, no fault could be found in their choices. Their primary task entrusted by Roger was to guide the inheritors of his will to Raftel at the right moment, rather than those who shared his bloodline. However, OS, unlike Shanks and Buggy, had received undeniable guidance and protection from Captain Roger during their formative years aboard the ship. In light of this relationship, Shanks and Buggy, as hopeful contenders for the One Piece in the new era, sought to honor him by embracing this new age. Shanks inherited the straw hat, carrying forth Roger's will with the potential to reach Raftel at the opportune moment. Even if he could not, he would maintain the balance of the sea, paving the way for the next inheritor of Roger's will. Buggy, as one of the potential seeds of the new era, garnered little hope from Roger, and his training was equally modest, allowing their circumstances to balance each other out. Only OS does not belong to any of the aforementioned categories. He is both a remnant of the old era and a youthful spirit thriving in the new age. Roger did not even request anything of him. During the return journey from Lavdru, upon realizing that OS's greatest pursuit was happiness and freedom, he made no demands regarding the protection of those who would inherit his will. He merely suggested that OS pass the world's hope to others, with no further expectations. It is precisely this awkward position that led OS to feel compelled to act. For he did not inherit any will, yet he had benefited immensely from the powers he had acquired. Thus, ensuring the well-being of Captain Roger's wife and child became the only way he could repay Roger. Indeed, before his departure, Captain Roger entrusted him with the care of them. As he could not rest easy about their fate, OS wore a faint smile, fabricating a kind-hearted lie without a trace of artifice. It was these simple words that breached the last defenses of Lu Jiu's heart. Tears cascaded down like beads from a broken string as her forehead rested against OS's shoulder. Biting her lip, her hands still tightly clutching the newspaper announcing Roger's impending execution. There was a significant age gap between them. Her love for Roger had stemmed from genuine affection, and thus she respected his dreams and choices. However, this did not imply that she was indifferent to their love. Upon learning that Roger remained concerned for the two of them, Lu Jiu harbored no doubts and chose to place her trust in his crew member OS, willingly deciding to accompany him as they departed. After all, she and her child required a secure environment, and OS, a member of Roger's crew, appeared to be remarkably dependable. Subsequently, the two did not squander any time, as OS needed to hurry back to witness the execution. Following Lu Jiu, OS returned to the cottage, swiftly packed a few belongings, and effortlessly lifted an enormous bundle. As he surveyed the surroundings, he suddenly noticed a somewhat dusty sword in the corner, Roger's treasured blade, one of the 12 supreme blades, known as Ace. If you desire it, I can give it to you, Lu Jiu remarked with a smile, recognizing that she had no further use for it. After all, Roger's legacy consisted of more than just this singular item, and now OS was their sole reliance. Being a member of Roger's crew, granting such a favor would bring her peace of mind. Chapter 43, Dare to Refuse. Annihilate a nation, smiley face. Approximately an hour later, two figures, one large and one small, emerged from the cottage. Lu Jiu glanced back at the little house that held her cherished memories with Roger, her eyes briefly reflecting nostalgia. They had truly spent some beautiful moments within those walls. With the massive burden resting on her shoulder, OS observed the scene without urging her to hurry. Let us depart, OS-san, Lu Jiu said gently after a moment. Perhaps Ace's future gentle and timid disposition was a legacy inherited from her mother, OS mused, smiling in return and nodding. It must be said, the belongings brought by Lu Jiu are truly numerous. If someone with lesser strength were to attempt to carry them, they might struggle immensely, as she seems to have taken nearly everything associated with Captain Roger. Among these items are bowls used during shared meals, A pair of trousers that Captain Roger had washed but never donned, and his captain's hat. Indeed, were Lugio not so infatuated? It seems unlikely that a middle-aged man like Captain Roger could have captured her heart. Though the small cottage is situated by the sea, it is not in proximity to the nearby dock. As they walked, OS observed numerous residents going about their lives, aware that the Navy would soon conduct a search, making their presence all too conspicuous. Should they stroll through with undue confidence, many would undoubtedly take notice of their figures. It is hard to overlook OS, who towers above, carrying luggage that nearly matches his own height. A discerning eye could easily trace it back to him. While he himself is not averse to complications, he fears for Lugio's safety. Perhaps sensing the slight narrowing of OS's eyes, Lugio was startled, her gaze filled with suspicion. Could it be, Mr. OS? Are you contemplating eliminating everyone to cover our tracks? The latter part of her thought remained unspoken, yet the notion had inadvertently crossed her mind, startling her in its audacity. But that would be an extreme measure. OS chuckled softly. Was he truly so ruthless? A resonant hum accompanied the overwhelming surge of Conqueror's hockey, causing individuals, whether engaged in work or dining, to lose consciousness in succession, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed to the ground. Thus, unimpeded, OS and his companion made their way to the dock. If they were to travel in a straight line, they estimated it would take 2 days to reach their destination. Upon arriving at the dock, they found numerous vessels moored there, predominantly merchant ships, with a few luxurious yachts likely belonging to the nobility of some kingdom, drawn to the picturesque allure of Bartolira Island. Mr. OS, which ship is here to take us away? Asked Lugio, noticing OS had halted at the dock. What about this one? He replied. Wait. Lugio was momentarily taken aback, as it seemed OS was inquiring of her. Had there not been any prior arrangements for their transport? Why did it appear as though he was choosing a vessel on the spot? Well, since you are with child, let us take the most opulent one, he decided. With Lugio still in a state of confusion, OS shouldered their belongings and approached the grandest and most luxurious ship at the dock. He confidently ascended the gangway, but soon, a guard noticed their presence. Hey, who are you two? This is the royal yacht of His Majesty the King of Solaron, you commoners, with a swift wave of his hand. OS rendered the guard into a deep slumber before he could utter another word. Upon embarking the vessel, OS naturally drew the attention of the ship's guards. Under the leadership of the captain of the kingdom's guard, they swiftly surrounded the two unwelcome guests. A figure clad in armor stepped forward first, brandishing a spear and demanding, "Who are you?" Lugio felt a twinge of anxiety, but OS, encircled yet unyielding, remained as composed as ever. He was unperturbed by the weapon, confident in his ability to neutralize everyone before a shot could be fired. However, he pondered the implications. If he did so, there would be no one to navigate the ship. With a smile, he produced a folded piece of paper and handed it over, stating, "This is my identification." The captain, who had been poised to fire, momentarily froze at the mention of identification. Instantly, he conjured the possibility that the individual before him might be a high-ranking official from the world government, seeking passage to escape this place. After all, the Solaron Kingdom was a member state of the world government. If that were the case, it would not be impossible to accommodate him. But they would have to wait for His Majesty the King to return from his excursion. With these thoughts in mind, the captain accepted the paper from OS and slowly unfolded it. To his astonishment, he beheld the words "Wanted Notice" emblazoned prominently across the top. His mind momentarily faltered as he gazed upon the wanted poster bearing an identical likeness to the man before him. Upon noticing the exorbitant bounty listed, shock surged through him. This was none other than the notorious figure recently catapulted to infamy in the newspapers. A wave of dread washed over him, as crimson veins rapidly spread in his pupils, and cold sweat began to bead down his brow. "How are you? Are you ready to depart now?" Oswin smiled gently, resembling a chance visitor. He slowly lowered his head, leaning toward the anxious captain of the guard, his whisper akin to a devil's murmur, "If you dare to refuse, I shall annihilate your entire nation." Upon hearing this, the captain of the guard turned pale, harboring no doubt about the veracity of the threat. After all, this was the notorious pirate who had obliterated the legendary naval headquarters and yet roamed freely. "Inform all crew members to set sail immediately. But the king has yet to return. Enough of your prattle." The captain of the guard, trembling with fear, kicked the dissenting individual to the ground, brandishing his gun at the captain's head, commanding him to depart at once. As for the king, left stranded on the island without a vessel to return home. He would simply have to endure for the sake of the nation. Witnessing this scene, Oswin nodded in satisfaction. While the bounty notice may pose a threat to some, Oswin perceived it differently. It could indeed serve as identification and, at times, as a pass, proving rather convenient. The grand luxury ship was soon set in motion, and the devoted captain of the guard even prepared the most comfortable royal chamber for Lugio, which made her feel somewhat embarrassed, especially now that she realized the vessel they were aboard had been seized. Truly, one could not deny that they were indeed the crew of the Pirate King. Fortunately, OS did not intend to remain aboard the vessel until it reached the Shambadi archipelago. Instead, he disembarked in the adjacent waters, for he was reluctant to reveal the true destination of his departure to the passengers aboard the cruise. Before leaving, he discreetly secured several chests brimming with treasures. Not that he lacked for wealth. He considered it a contribution towards Lugio's living expenses. As he watched the cruise ship gradually sail away, he extracted his communicator and dialed a number. "Moses, is that you, Sammy? I am currently on Tamiyala Island. Please send a boat to fetch me." Chapter 44. The greatest tragedy is to perish in a hospital bed. At last, he had returned to the Shambadi archipelago. As the vessel dispatched by Sammy gently approached the shore, OS disembarked alongside Lugio. They arrived at a port that provided direct access to Zone 17, a vicinity dominated by Sammy's enterprises, devoid of any unwelcome intruders. Upon his return, OS was greeted by several familiar faces. "Hey, OS." Before he could utter a word, a figure lunged towards him, unmistakably marked by a prominent red nose, Sasaki, along with the others, Baki. Seeing this familiar countenance brought joy to OS, who was equally delighted to see Riley and Shanks trailing behind. OS had already informed them of his whereabouts. "That's awesome, OS. We've all seen the reports about you," Shanks exclaimed, approaching OS with a cheerful demeanor. "Well, that was merely a coincidence," OS replied modestly. OSS found himself in an awkward predicament, for the newspapers had exaggerated the circumstances. While it was tolerable when strangers gawked, it was rather embarrassing in front of acquaintances. Rayleigh, however, was genuinely pleased, patting OSS on the shoulder with a smile. Reminiscing about the young lad who once struggled to last a round beneath his feet and frequently sought his counsel. Now, that same boy had grown into a formidable pirate captain. Reflecting on it, it felt as if it were merely yesterday that the long-haired child, bare-chested, had declared his desire to join Roger's crew, evoking a sense of nostalgia. "Ah, how could I forget to introduce you? This is Rouge." As the wife of Captain Roger and bearing his child, OSS deemed it essential to present her to them. Yet, before he could utter another word, he was met with astonished expressions from all three, particularly when their eyes fell upon Rouge's gently rounded belly. "OSS. Hey, OSS." Buggy, somewhat exasperated, draped an arm around OSS's neck and whispered, "I know you're intrigued by the red light district, but this is a bit too hasty, don't you think? It's only been a few months since you disembarked." Shanks, though silent, wore a similarly astonished expression as he gazed at OSS. Even Rayleigh shared this sentiment, pondering that such indulgence at a young age could lead to a precarious future for OSS. Hearing their remarks, OSS felt a twinge of frustration. "What are you all talking about? This is Captain Roger's wife, and she carries his child." As soon as the words were spoken, the three were momentarily taken aback, and the atmosphere fell into a brief silence. After a considerable pause, they exclaimed in disbelief. Without lingering any further, after entrusting Lugio to Sammy and Laylee for safekeeping, the trio promptly set off towards Roger Town. Aboard the passenger ship, they were astounded to learn that Captain Roger had a wife, and they wondered why he had entrusted her care to OS. In the dining hall, as they dined, they engaged in a heartfelt reunion, discussing the unexpected emergence of Roger's wife and child. Shanks expressed his surprise, prompting him to inquire further, while Buggy, equally curious, turned his gaze towards OS. "Well," OS replied, swallowing the noodles in his mouth, "it was during my visit to Impel Down to see Captain Roger that we discussed this matter." Upon hearing this, Buggy nodded in understanding, realizing the implications. "So, it was during your trip to Impel Down." As he spoke, his voice trailed off, growing softer, and suddenly, Buggy's eyes widened in realization. "Wait, what? Are you referring to the underwater prison, Impel Down?" Even Shanks beside him was astonished, his mouth agape, let alone Buggy, whose eyes and tongue seemed to protrude in shock. "What other Impel Down could there be?" OS replied, suppressing a chuckle. "Aren't you being a bit foolish? It's only natural to be surprised. Ah, that is the notorious underwater prison, rumored to confine countless monsters of the sea, a hell from which escape is deemed utterly impossible. Buggy exclaimed with a hint of indignation. Do you think everyone is a monster like you? No, they are monsters among monsters. Upon hearing this, Oz remained unfazed. While he might be the first, a second would surely follow. It was none other than his temporary ally from their recent battle, the formidable Shiki, the Golden Lion. The three, reunited after a long separation, had much to discuss, yet inevitably, their conversation gravitated towards their current mission, the execution of Captain Roger. As this somber topic emerged, the atmosphere gradually turned heavy. Only Oz continued to stuff his mouth with food, seemingly indifferent to the gravity of the situation. Shanks, his expression tinged with melancholy, could not help but inquire, Oz, aren't you saddened by this? After all, Captain Roger is about to face execution. Just a year ago, we were all sailing freely upon the sea. Oz shook his head. Of course, there is a sense of reluctance. Yet, I feel more joy than sorrow. Captain Roger is dying for his dream. Is there anything more romantic than that on the vast ocean? In contrast, if Captain Roger were to suffer a painful demise due to illness, confined to a sickbed, that would truly bring me sorrow. Upon hearing these words, both Shanks and Buggy were momentarily taken aback. They genuinely felt that Oz's sentiments held merit. However, being of youthful minds, they could not help but feel a pang of sorrow, despite their acknowledgement of the truth. To assert that Oz was entirely untroubled would be disingenuous, for he had been cared for over many years, undoubtedly forging genuine bonds. Yet, having witnessed Captain Roger's execution scene over 1,000 times in his previous life, Oz's emotional response to this anticipated event was considerably muted. Due to their conversations, time aboard the ship passed rather swiftly, and by the following morning, the trio finally set foot on the soil of Lobetown. The execution was scheduled for the morning, and they arrived just in time. By the way, Oz, Shanks, have you noticed the numerous Marines in the vicinity? Buggy remarked, observing the warships docked at the pier and the Marines patrolling Lobetown. He instinctively felt a twinge of anxiety. No worries, Buggy. After all, you have no bounty to worry about, Oz replied with a faint smile. He surveyed the bustling crowd surrounding him. Pirates, townsfolk, nobles. In this small town of Lobetown in the East Blue, one could find a multitude of people. The Marines could not brazenly apprehend individuals here, should a riot ensue. The execution, which held significant importance for the Marines and the world government, would become a worldwide spectacle, mocked across the globe through the spread of the transponder snail. Such an occurrence would be utterly intolerable. Chapter 45. Join the Seven Warlords. Captain Gold Roger held a grand funeral for himself. The three wandered through the streets, their pirate attire causing many townsfolk to scatter in avoidance. However, the congestion in Lobetown had reached an absurd level. No matter how much they tried to evade the throngs, it was inevitable that someone would be jostled. Suddenly, OS felt a collision against his leg. Looking down, he discovered a small child with white hair. The child looked somewhat familiar. OS squinted, stroking his chin, while the child, clutching his head and teary-eyed, sat on the ground with a large, red bump on his forehead, clearly in pain. It felt as if he had collided not with a person, but with a wall of steel. Hey, little one, what is your name? OS bent down slowly to gaze at the reckless boy. Why should I tell you, you pirate? The child, undeterred by the towering figure before him, displayed a stubborn spirit despite the swelling on his head. He's just a kid. Let us move on, OS. Buggy urged, feeling that conversing with such an unpleasant child was a waste of time. All right, OS replied softly, chuckling as he observed the determined little boy glaring at him. He then extended a hand and gently pressed on the large bump on the child's forehead. Ouch, that hurts. The little one, unable to contain the tears that streamed from his eyes, rolled on the ground while clutching his head. OS, in turn, found immense joy in this moment. And together with the others, they moved forward. Well then, until we meet again, Smoker. How do you know my name, you rascal? It hurts so much. Observing OS's mischievous antics, and the young smoker with a sizable bump on his head, Shanks adjusted his straw hat, his eyes sparkling with an inexplicable light. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though he was gazing upon his younger self. OS, you haven't changed a bit over the years. I was merely jesting. OS replied with a wicked grin. At that moment, in the execution square of Lobetown, a throng of people from all walks of life gathered. Whether they were the renowned pirate newcomers making their mark in the New World, budding revolutionaries, or local residents drawn by the spectacle, They formed a massive circle, all facing the grand platform at the center of the square, eagerly awaiting the arrival of a historic moment. Meanwhile, in a corner of the square, a voice reported, "As you anticipated, traces of Black Gun have been discovered in Logue Town, accompanied by..." At this point, the figure in the suit holding the transponder snail suddenly paused, his expression turning rigid. This piqued the curiosity of his counterpart. "Who else is there?" The transponder snail inquired, its face now displaying a grave countenance. However, the man in the suit was too preoccupied to respond, for he noticed a towering figure looming before him. Cold sweat immediately drenched his body. "Excuse me. Were you calling my name just now?" Turning around, he was met with a handsome face bending down to gaze at him. Though the smile was undeniably gentle, the man felt an icy chill enveloping him, as if he could no longer sense the temperature around him. "My apologies, it seems my observation skills are rather acute. If you call my name, I will surely notice." With a casual yet forceful kick to his abdomen, the man, who had just been reaching for his weapon, turned pale and collapsed, vomiting bile. OS did not concern himself with the fallen figure. Instead, he picked up the communicator from the man's hand. "Moses, may I inquire why you are investigating me?" Observing the distinct features of the bearded man with a scar on his forehead simulated by the communicator, OS's lips curled into a curious smile. "Ah, the 5 elders, Lord Vacheli. In the Red Earth continent, in the holy land of Mariehua, amidst the corridors of power, 5 figures either sat or stood, all wearing solemn expressions as they regarded the communicator placed at the center of the table. Suddenly, the respectful and tense demeanor previously portrayed by the communicator shifted abruptly. Its eyes radiated a crimson light, replaced by a mocking grin. "Black Gun, OS. How did you come to know our identities?" In a moment of astonishment, Saturn Vacheli was the first to pose a question. "Well, perhaps I have glimpsed the future and heard your self-introduction." OS, fabricating a response, thought it prudent to invoke the notion of observation hockey. Upon hearing this, the 5 exchanged fleeting glances, pondering the seemingly distant future that such a concept implied. "Let us speak candidly. Our time is precious. The world government has been investigating your whereabouts, intending to recruit you as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. What are your thoughts on this?" 7 warlords? OS, holding a den mushy, was momentarily taken aback. He had initially assumed that the world government sought to capture him, potentially laying a trap. It was unexpected to receive such an invitation, especially as one of the architects behind the destruction of Marineford. The very thought amused him. Is it truly of no concern? After all, I recently invaded Marineford, and am now considered a significant adversary of the Navy. If I were to be incorporated into the world government's ranks, what would that mean for the Navy's reputation? The Navy's reputation is of little consequence, Satan Sant interrupted before OS could finish. The den mushy promptly transformed into the image of an elderly man wearing a flat cap, his expression grave. "We have conducted extensive investigations and analyses regarding you. Black Gun, your abilities and innate talent pose a considerable threat to the world government. With your nearly uncatchable devil fruit powers and monstrous hockey, the world government cannot afford to overlook such a danger merely for the sake of the Navy's esteem." This predicament was inevitable. Upon first hearing of OSI's renown and exploits, the 5 elders had indeed contemplated dispatching CP0 for assassination and capture. However, after meticulously analyzing all available information and battle records related to OSI, they found themselves powerless. Realizing that such an endeavor was nearly impossible, as OSI's age and strength continued to ascend, the likelihood of success dwindled to a point approaching absolute zero. Moreover, should they provoke him, even his ability to launch relentless attacks through teleportation on member nations and various branches of the Navy would suffice to inflict grievous damage upon the world government's dominion. Thus, despite their frustration and reluctance, they were compelled to appease this formidable entity, even if it meant letting bygones be bygones and extending an olive branch. In Chapter 46, regarding Baji and Shanks, the 5 elders, weighing OSI's existing threat and latent potential, cast aside any resentment concerning the possibility that OSI had reached Laugh Tale. After all, if OSI's destruction were left unchecked, the world government's control over the seas would undoubtedly plunge into a perilous state. In the face of such consequences, the 5 elders lost the air of authority and defiance they once held before their subordinates in the Navy, their brows slick with cold sweat and their pupils trembling uncontrollably. Thus, during their discourse with OSI, they refrained from displaying any semblance of superiority. They were seasoned politicians, acutely aware that maintaining appearances was the most futile pursuit in the world. So, what considerations were made? They waited silently for Issa's response. A legitimate plunderer. A pirate willing to settle old scores? Such an enticing proposition, yet I must decline. A faint smile graced Issa's face, yet a sudden twist ensued. What? The five elders, feeling deceived, furrowed their brows and exchanged glances, regardless of whether it stemmed from self-interest or the dignity of the world government. This answer was the last they wished to hear, their eyes reflecting anger and displeasure. After a prolonged silence, the cold voice of Saint Vacheli emerged slowly from the transponder snail. Daughterus, you must understand, even if we cannot directly deal with you, your enterprises and friends in Sabati Archipelago live under the very watchful eyes of the government. Bribery had failed, and now they resorted to intimidation. They were powerless against us, but through intelligence gathered by their espionage, it was clear that individuals like Sammy from Sabati Archipelago maintained significant connections with him. If they could exploit those ties, even the strongest could be maneuvered, much like Roger and Whitebeard, who were known for their deep sense of loyalty. Observing future events, it became apparent that the world government often employed such tactics, akin to using Ace to lure out Whitebeard. From the intelligence, US's entanglements with the women of the red light district indicated that if they could go ahead, feel free to kill. US's sudden remark interrupted their thoughts. What? The countenance of Saint Walkiri stiffened perceptibly, while several of the Gorosei, flanking him, wore expressions of seasoned anticipation. The den mushy before them, though still bearing a smile, seemed to emanate a subtle chill, a sensation that might have been their own perception playing tricks. Those denizens of the red light district, the voice intoned, are merely instruments of my financial endeavors, of no consequence to me. Dispose of them as you wish. However, should you provoke my displeasure, I shall systematically eradicate every marine base in the New World. Following that, I shall seize the heavenly tribute and subsequently dismantle the allied nations. Oz's demeanor remained largely unchanged, retaining its placid smile. His tone, as he articulated these pronouncements, was as casual as taking a meal or sipping water. Yet, the gravity of his words caused a collective constriction in the chests of the five elders. Such emotional manipulation, they swiftly concluded, would prove ineffectual against Oz. An impasse thus descended upon the negotiation. However, Oz's subsequent words served as a final veneer of dignity upon their increasingly humiliated countenances. In truth, Oz remarked with a hint of resignation, you need not cast me as your principal adversary. He shook his head, finding the machinations of these calculating elders to be tiresome. Their repertoire was limited, their tactics repetitive. He was disinclined to prolong the exchange, as the execution was imminent. I harbor no interest in overthrowing the world government, nor do I find myself intrigued by figures such as Lord Emu, Joy Boy, the Void Century, or the enigmatic D. My actions are largely driven by whimsy and amusement. While this uncertainty may pose a perceived threat in your eyes, I am quite willing to extend my courtesy to you, provided the world government shows me the same respect. Click. The call ended abruptly. On the other end, amidst the power struggles, the five elders fell into a prolonged silence after hearing the explosive conclusion of the message, their expressions heavy with an indelible gravity. Where did Dolter OS acquire this information? Did Roger divulge it to him? Perhaps it originated from the final island. A troublesome individual, it seems we may face complications in the future. Nevertheless, he exhibits no overt hostility. Perhaps, on occasion, he could even be of use to us, allowing for suitable concessions on certain matters. Agreed. Agreed. The five elders engaged in deliberation, ultimately resolving the world government's stance towards OS, an appropriate measure of tolerance and concession. This was the most astute course of action these politicians could conceive at present. Hey, OS, over here. Where have you been? Shanks and Buggy had already squeezed into the front row, greeting the tardy OS. Oh, nothing much, just a phone call. Don't wander off. Captain Roger is about to make his entrance. The three individuals stood resolutely at the forefront, as each fleeting moment drew them closer to the appointed time of execution. During this interval, Liss encountered several familiar faces. The sharp-toothed and demonic-looking Moria had not yet transformed into the notorious glutton of the seas. Instead, he harbored grand ambitions of becoming the Pirate King, a goal Liss deemed rather presumptuous. Observing from a distance, cloaked in a green cape, was the enigmatic king of Cold Sweat, Monkey D. Dragon, whose visage bore no signs of the infamous Carp's relentless pursuit. the youthful and fair-skinned figure of Dracula Mihawk. The future world's greatest swordsman stood nearby, embodying a potential yet to be realized. The absence of Doflamingo, who was presumably confined due to Us's previous admonishments, was conspicuous. Suddenly, Us's attention was drawn to a figure that seemed vaguely familiar, yet uncertain. With slick-back hair, a prominent scar across the face, and draped in a long coat, the characteristics aligned perfectly with a particular individual. However, the striking woman standing not far from him left Us momentarily bewildered. Could it truly be the formidable crocodile, transformed into a vision of seductive allure? Her curvaceous form juxtaposed with an icy countenance. The scar did not detract from her beauty, but rather enhanced her presence with an aura reminiscent of a queen of the underworld. It turned out to be true. Crocodile indeed sought Ivankov for such a procedure. The moment Os laid eyes on Crocodile, a mischievous spirit within him reawakened. What if Ivankov were not allowed to perform surgery on Crocodile? Or perhaps, what if he were to operate on someone else? Os was astonished by the wildness of his own thoughts. It was utterly insane. Hey, Os, what are you daydreaming about? He felt himself nudged twice and instinctively glanced at his two close friends, Baggy and Shanks. Chapter 47. Farewell, Forever the Pirate King. Os was taken aback by his own ideas. If one were to delve into this perspective, the possibilities were endless. Not just limited to these characters, but even Luffy, Zoro, Akainu, Akiji. Or expanding his thoughts to the elder generation, Whitebeard, Garp, Rayleigh, Jabba. A shiver ran down Os' spine. It was a transgression against one's masters. It was too grotesque. Os dared not to entertain such thoughts any longer, fearing where they might lead him. He endeavored to cast away these sordid notions, and finally, he felt a semblance of clarity. Regardless of what others might do, at least Crocodile had not undergone a gender transformation, and Os rather fancied her current appearance. Resolute in his decision, the playful spirit within Os surged once more. How could he prevent Crocodile from seeking Ivankov's assistance? A plan began to form in his mind. Perhaps noticing the gaze of Aussie, at this moment, the daughter-like Crocodile furrowed her beautiful brows and shot a glare at him. Yet, in Aussie's perspective, if she were a male counterpart, there might have been some semblance of intimidation. However, with such a frost-kissed beauty glaring at him, he was overwhelmed by a mischievous desire to toy with her fate. Crocodile, your identity as a woman is firmly established, even and cannot alter that, mark my words. Fortunately, this brief interlude did not cause any significant disruption. A few minutes later, a cacophony arose from the distant crowd. Within Aussie's observation, he distinctly sensed the presence of that man once more. The sound of footsteps, thud, 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 captured everyone's attention. As two guards cleared the way, flanked by two rows of soldiers, a figure clad in a deep crimson captain's coat, with shackles adorning his hands, gradually emerged. His steps were forceful and steady, as if he were not confronting death, his expression calm, yet spirited. Captain Roger. Upon seeing this man, both Buggy and Shanks gaped in astonishment, their faces alight with excitement, their eyes fixed intently on this towering figure. They watched as Captain Roger ascended the platform alone, tears and snot streaming uncontrollably down their faces. Even with preparation, the sight of him enveloped their hearts in an overwhelming wave of sorrow. This is destined to be a figure of great significance. Even the most defiant of the new pirate stars, upon witnessing Roger in this moment of impending death, are rendered speechless, their faces adorned with smiles, as they silently pay their respects. As for Oz, he stands there, frozen, his gaze somewhat vacant, fixated on the figure seated upon the elevated platform, facing execution. He had presumed that after witnessing such iconic scenes numerous times, he would be immune to the emotional impact when it unfolded before him once more, at the very least. He thought he would not be as devastated as Shanks or Buggy. Yet, Oz extends his palm, observing the glistening droplets that have fallen upon it. Utterly unlike what he had anticipated. Hey, Oz, be careful not to catch a cold without your shirt on. Let us disembark and procure a couple of garments. Ha ha, Oz understands me well. I've said that a little drink does no harm to the body. Ahem. You wish to envelop your weapon with hockey? Allow me to instruct you. Watch closely. Truly, Oz is commendable. Let us celebrate to elevate his bounty. Thank you, Oz. Scenes of memories unfold in his mind like a film reel. Confronted with the reality of life and death, Oz experiences a bittersweet mix of joy and sorrow. The joy lies in Captain Roger departing with grandeur, pursuing his dreams without regret. The sorrow in the eternal loss of a revered captain and the mentor who had once bestowed kindness upon him. With a smile that seemed eternal, Roger sat cross-legged upon the high platform, his eyes devoid of any fear of death, resembling a true, victorious king. Just before his execution, someone finally could no longer contain their impatience and excitedly shouted the famous question, "Pirate King, where have you hidden the treasure you found? You must have obtained it. The legendary great treasure, the one and only One Piece." "Silence," bellowed the executioner, but nothing could quell Roger's final words. With a bold smile, his resounding voice echoed across the entire square, even reaching the farthest corners of the world through the transmission of the Den Den Mushi. "Do you wish for my treasure? If you desire it, I will grant it all to you. Go seek it in the Grand Line. I have placed everything in this world there." Once these words were uttered, a brief silence fell over the crowd, a stunned astonishment enveloping them. No one paid any more attention to the figure pierced by the long sword, blood slowly seeping and spreading. The entire world erupted in chaos, excitement igniting over the existence of the great treasure. Amidst the fervor of ambition and the cheers of setting sail, only three figures silently gazed at the bowed head, tears streaming down like a torrential flood. Especially OS, a remnant of the bygone era, as a being privy to all truths, harbored no concern over who would ultimately discover Laugh-Tale or who would possess the world's treasures. He only recognized that the man who boasted of fame, wealth, and status, indeed, everything the world had to offer, left the ship with naught but a small bundle. Living alongside Lugio, he possessed merely a single pair of replaceable trousers, clinging stubbornly to his captain's hat for years without change. "Roger, you rascal." In times past, OS had heard a multitude of doubts cast upon Roger. Some claimed that the era of pirates he instigated led to a dramatic surge in piracy, wreaking havoc across the seas. However, having traversed the world and witnessed the myriad nations, OS understood that even had Captain Roger not proclaimed his intentions, countless wars and acts of thievery would still plague the world. This was the inevitable consequence of 8 centuries of decay under the celestial dragons and the world government. The oppression by nobility and the opportunistic chaos wrought by ambitious individuals. Conversely, the inception of this great pirate era, amidst the turmoil, would usher forth those truly capable of inheriting the will of Captain Roger and even Joy Boy, ultimately liberating the world. Roger may not conform to the traditional image of a good person, yet he undeniably was a commendable captain, a true hero. For OS, this understanding was more than sufficient. At this moment, the sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, as if the world itself mourned the passing of Roger. The gentle patter of rain fell, while Shanks lowered his straw hat, silently weeping. In contrast, Buggy displayed a more boisterous demeanor, his mouth agape in sorrow for the captain's demise, tears streaming down his face. OS raised his gaze slowly toward the heavens, fixating on the darkened clouds above, as water cascaded down his cheeks, indistinguishable as either tears or rain. Ominous clouds? What a jest! Anger flickered in his eyes, and his visage was chillingly cold. The captain's death was a testament to his ideals and convictions. It was far from a tragic affair. With his long hair billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, OS gradually drew the long blade from his waist. A surge of conqueror's haki erupted like a bolt of lightning, inciting turmoil and astonishment among those present. Countless eyes widened in disbelief at the figure emanating flickers of crimson and black lightning. Both Buggy and Shanks stood motionless, gazing at OS, recognizing the blade as that of Captain Roger. With his sword pointed skyward, he resembled a man who once defied the world. Divine intervention. In an instant, amidst the astonished gazes, the heavens themselves split apart. Rays of sunlight streamed down, illuminating the figure that departed with a smile, enveloped in resplendent glory. Chapter 48. Divergence. The official end of an era. The execution had concluded, marking the definitive end of a legendary era. Mourning, too, served as the greatest tribute to the departed. OSS remained unperturbed by the circumstances, as did Shanks and Buggy, for they had long since prepared themselves mentally. Captain Roger would not wish for the youth of the new era to be constantly haunted by his departure. The gathering of people gradually began to disperse, yet a few figures lingered before the execution platform. They recognized OSS's silhouette. The very same who had invaded the Navy headquarters just days prior, the notorious Black Gun OSS. Some observed with vigilance, others with curiosity, a few sought to provoke, and some brandished their blades with fierce intent. This illustrates the profound impact that OSS's earlier earth-shattering strike had left upon their hearts, particularly the youth bearing the black blade, whose gaze now resembled that of a connoisseur beholding a rare treasure, with an intense battle spirit threatening to erupt. Under ordinary circumstances, OSS would not have minded engaging in playful banter with these future titans, perhaps teasing the young eagle or patting the little crocodile. However, he was not in the mood for such frivolities at this moment, for his attention remained fixed upon the lifeless form of Captain Roger. Slowly, he retrieved a transponder snail from his pocket. The device emitted a series of bleeps before he clicked it into place. With an expression of calm assurance, OSS addressed the transponder snail, his voice steady. To the outside world, no one knew with whom OSS was conversing or the nature of their exchange. All that was evident was that, upon concluding the call, the Navy headquarters received a supreme order from the world government to surrender Roger's corpse to Black Gun OSS. He is the foremost criminal responsible for the destruction of the naval headquarters, the unanimous enemy of the Navy. If the corpse were to be handed over to such a Black Gun, our Navy, in the office of the Admiral, Admiral Steel Bone Kong's expression was grim as he responded to the voice on the other end of the call. Mind your words, Kong. What does the dignity of your Navy amount to? Merely a vassal of the government. The hardline stance of the 5 Elder Stars left Steel Bone Kong at a loss for words. Several attempts to speak were thwarted by the frigid gaze from the other side of the phone. Ultimately, he could only begrudgingly accept the orders. The commands were transmitted down the chain, and despite any misgivings, no one within the Navy dared to defy them. Black Gun OS? What does he intend to do? That fellow. The Navy and the world government agents are still present. Does he wish to incite war once more? Ha ha ha. What a bold and reckless character. What a formidable man. Yet, to their astonishment, both the Navy and the world government's guards merely watched as the tall, statuesque figure ascended the platform step by step, too intimidated to move. Even the generals within the Navy could only cast furious glares at OS, their disbelief palpable. OS paid them no mind, steadily making his way to the platform, lifting the bloodied corpse of Captain Roger. He cast a brief glance over the crowd below before turning away, vanishing from sight with the body in an instant. Indeed, his fruitability had yet to be developed to the extent capable of instantaneously transporting other living beings. However, with the demise of Captain Roger, all restrictions had naturally dissipated. As the protagonists departed, the remaining individuals in the square gradually dispersed. Buggy and Shanks, after fruitlessly searching for us, made their way toward the outskirts of Logtown together. Yet, during their journey, a quarrel erupted between the two longtime friends. Buggy, glaring at the nonchalant Shanks, shouted, "Shanks, you promised that one day you would sail your own ship to Raftel." Shanks maintained a tranquil expression, slowly lowering his head, the straw hat obscuring his eyes. Yet he delivered an unexpected response to Buggy. "Indeed, but I've changed my mind. I am not preparing to go there for the time being. But I will still be a pirate." Simultaneously, he extended an invitation to Buggy, saying, "Come with me, Buggy." Upon hearing this, a wave of anger and betrayal engulfed Buggy's heart. Gritting his teeth, he glared at the calm Shanks before violently swatting his outstretched hand aside. "You coward, fool. Compared to someone like you, only us can truly be called the king of the next generation. Captain Roger must have misjudged you." Buggy could not fathom why Captain Roger had not chosen us as the inheritor of his will, and now he felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment towards Shanks. "Have you forgotten? You lost my treasure map. From now on, we shall be adversaries upon our next encounter." With those words, Buggy resolutely fled from this sorrowful place. As he watched Buggy's figure gradually recede into the distance, Shanks remained frozen in place, motionless for an extended time. Indeed, these two can be regarded as the epitome of stubbornness. Had Shanks merely taken the time to explain that the present was not the appropriate moment to address such matters, Buggy might not have stormed off in frustration, believing instead that Shanks had betrayed Roger's legacy. Consequently, two childhood friends, once inseparable, now faced the prospect of not meeting for over a decade. Buggy, ever impulsive, has acted in haste. At some point, OS appeared beside Shanks. Observing the departing Buggy, he chose not to intervene. Men of the sea possess their own choices, and as a true friend, OS would not impose his will upon him. When Buggy eventually finds his resolve, OS will undoubtedly reappear, for he harbors a keen interest in the prospect of becoming the king's father. "I am aware, Shanks, that this is not the opportune moment. However," Us paused for a moment, turning to meet Shanks's steadfast gaze, a familiar smile reappearing on his face. How can you be certain that you are the right person? The future Pirate King might very well be Buggy, you know. Yet, Us had no intention of playing the mediator. After all, if Buggy were to become Shanks's vice, would the formidable Emperor Buggy even continue to exist? Buggy has never lacked the potential to ascend to kingship. Each individual possesses their own chosen path in life, accompanied by their unique journey. In truth, even before the dissolution of the Roger Pirates, the trio of the old era had already disbanded. It seems they have grown increasingly distant. Once, they shared joyous moments together. But now, there is no vessel that can unite them. They ought to part ways, such is life. A quote from Captain. Furthermore, they will inevitably encounter one another upon the vast seas once more, and that reunion is bound to be remarkable. It was on this day that Us, Shanks, and Buggy formally bid farewell to one another, embarking on their respective journeys towards the ocean. The chapter of the old era concludes. Chapter 49. The candidates for the 7 warlords, angel investors, or fund seekers. Following the execution, approximately an hour later, Us successfully returned to Sabaody Archipelago. Unlike his departure, he returned alone. As I entered the central hall of the red light district, upon opening the door, I found not only Sammy but also Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi, along with Lu Jiao and Lei. Lord OS, you have returned, exclaimed Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi. Bouncing towards me, I smiled, ruffling their hair, and greeted everyone before sinking into the sofa, crossing my legs comfortably. OS, I witnessed the live execution. I saw Roger's remains. Lei said, holding a bottle of wine. His curiosity piqued about how OS managed to acquire the body from the world government so effortlessly, and how it was ultimately dealt with. After contemplating for a moment, OS replied, well, it's not a matter I cannot disclose. It is hardly a great secret. Considering we are all comrades here, it was merely a business transaction with the Gorosei. As for Captain Roger S. remains, they have been cremated, and the ashes scattered into the sea. Is that so? Lei nodded thoughtfully, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Indeed, it was a fitting resting place for Roger. Regarding OS's mention of the trade with the Gorosei, he felt no inclination to inquire further. Sammy and the others shared this sentiment. Although they were undeniably curious about the dealings of such prominent figures, they respected OS's silence and refrained from asking, valuing discretion above all. That night, in a prison once used to confine unruly female slaves, a rhythmic and crisp sound of footsteps echoed through the hollow corridor. The sound instantly roused Doflamingo, who had been engrossed in reading a newspaper, prompting him to sit upright in bed. This footfall was unlike that of the usual food deliverers. He was all too familiar with it. Countless times it had been etched into his nightmares, the sensation of mounting pressure accompanying those footsteps, waking him breathless from his slumber. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and he clenched his jaw, yet he dared not let his veins bulge. Unexpectedly, he mused, they have not subjected you to any corporal punishment during these days? With a tone laced with mockery, Oz had somehow settled by his bedside. Keenly observing the newspaper Doflamingo had just been perusing. Reading the newspaper is indeed a commendable habit. As Oz unfolded the paper, he discovered it was the latest edition, featuring the execution of Captain Roger and heralding the dawn of the Great Pirate Era. The article concluded with a chilling photograph of Oz, bearing Roger's lifeless body, gazing down from a high platform. Who on earth is this photographic genius capturing him so handsomely each time? It seems he does not rely on his looks for a living. Observing Oz, nonchalantly crossing his legs and flipping through the newspaper, Doflamingo felt a knot of tension form in his throat, swallowing hard. Despite OS's seemingly easygoing demeanor, the sight of this fierce figure still rendered Doflamingo rigid with fear, the suffocating sensation lingering within him, causing his breath to become erratic. The more he perused the newspapers in recent days, the more alarmed and enlightened he became regarding the terrifying entity he had offended. This being had brazenly invaded the Navy headquarters, was hailed as the king of the next generation, and acted recklessly before the very eyes of the Navy and the world government. Yet they dared not make a move against him, a creature of immense threat, the most promising candidate to reign over these seas. Black Gun Dodoru OS. Indeed, it is only a being of such near-royal stature that could possess an overwhelming conqueror's haki, capable of crushing one's spirit with but a single clash, leaving no room for thoughts of resistance, only the primal instinct of fear within him. In Doflamingo's eyes, OS had now undeniably joined the ranks of the world's strongest, for it is only by being vanquished by such a formidable opponent that he could find an excuse to reconcile with his own psyche. Defeat is not a reason for despair. Losing to the weak is. Rest assured, I am not here to kill you. As OS perused the latest newspapers. Though his gaze did not fall upon Doflamingo, his observation hockey effortlessly sensed the profound tension radiating from this individual. Was it not merely a matter of having been crushed once? As for harboring such a profound psychological shadow, it is remarkable that you possess the conqueror's hockey. After all, Shanks endured numerous instances of being overwhelmed and lulled into slumber without experiencing such a shattering of resolve. It is no wonder that he is destined to become one of the 4 emperors. He has mastered the art of enduring suffering with remarkable finesse. Upon hearing those words, Don Quixote Doflamingo regained a modicum of composure. Indeed, if he desired to kill him, for such a monster, it would be a mere triviality, rendering any excess dialogue unnecessary, unless Oz were some sort of perverse individual seeking amusement at his expense. Furrowing his brow, Doflamingo regarded the casually poised figure with grave intensity. Do you truly require someone as inconspicuous as myself? You are far from inconspicuous, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Oz replied with a smile as he folded the newspaper. In the blink of an eye, he positioned himself before Doflamingo, hands clasped behind his back, and offered a serene smile. Your defeat at my hands does not diminish your strength. On the contrary, I see great potential in you and am willing to invest in your ambitions. His gaze was unwavering as he scrutinized Doflamingo's taut expression. The celestial dragon, forsaken by the Holy Land and having witnessed the inferno of humanity, now awakened to the conqueror's hockey. Fully matured. Surely, many intriguing events would unfold. Allow me to lend you a hand, and do remember to express your gratitude afterward. The corners of OSI's mouth curled upward, his gaze reminiscent of a cat eyeing its prey. What intentions does this creature harbor? Even the typically arrogant and defiant Doflamingo found himself gripped by unease. Slowly, he retrieved a den mushy from his pocket. Beep, beep, beep. Click. A figure of authority materialized on the screen, its icy stare fixed ahead. What is it, OSI? If you have something to say, make it brief. It is only for your sake that we have set aside this time. At the moment the den mushy's voice resonated, Doflamingo's pupils trembled violently. OSI, wearing an incredulous smile, was utterly shocked. How could this be possible? Those voices, he could never forget them in his lifetime. They belonged to the celestial dragons, the 5 elders, the very embodiment of the world's highest authority, pronouncing his death sentence. And now, they were conversing casually with a pirate? His worldview shattered and began to reshape itself. In the face of such titans who wielded dominion over the world, OSI spoke with an air of nonchalance. It pertains to our prior agreement regarding the exchange for Captain Roger's remains. A symbol of our peaceful coexistence, the selection of one of the warlords of the sea. I have already identified a candidate for you. A patch, if you will. I was caught off guard by my own memory. It turns out that the teleportation fruit can transport others as well, a lesson learned from a lack of knowledge. Chapter 50. Oth, stepping into the fray. In Mariewa, amid the power struggle, the 5 individuals representing the pinnacle of authority wore solemn expressions as they fixed their gaze upon the telephone bug resting on the central desk. Upon hearing Oth's words, they exchanged glances and nodded slowly. In their view, there was never any cause for concern regarding the list provided by Oth or the loyalty of the world government. After all, even the most obedient wolf remains a wild beast, far inferior to their loyal canine, the marine. What they sought was merely the deterrent power of the notorious pirates among the 7 warlords of the sea, which would aid the world government in ruling these vast waters more effectively. Naturally, it would be ideal if Oth, hailed as the next generation's king upon the seas, could be persuaded to join them. Regrettably, he had recently declined their invitation. Now let us discuss Oth. Having once been a crew member aboard Roger's ship, we hold your judgment in high regard. Who is the man you have chosen? After a brief silence, Saint Satan was the first to inquire. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo tensed momentarily, only to see Oth respond leisurely. You should be quite familiar with this individual, Don Quixote. At the mention of this surname, the 5 elders were momentarily taken aback. Celestial dragons? Doflamingo. The 5 elders, upon witnessing the astonishment and bewilderment etched upon the face of the phone bug, Oz chuckled and remarked, "Ah yes, that little brat whom you expelled from the Holy Land has now become the possessor of Conqueror's hockey. I simply cannot fathom your reasoning. Abandoning a kin endowed with such power while dispatching an admiral to safeguard those who merely ride on the backs of slaves." Oz was prepared to continue his jest, yet before he could utter another word, he was abruptly interrupted by the 5 elders' frosty tone. Matters concerning the celestial dragons are not your concern. Let us discuss the affairs of the Don Quixote family instead. The usually stoic and taciturn Nazashiro, with his sword cradled in his arms, spoke coldly at this juncture. After all, this is a family matter of the celestial dragons. Even if a mistake has been made, it is not for an outsider like you to judge. No, it must be understood that the celestial dragons cannot err. You ought to be aware, Oz, that the position of the 7 warlords of the sea is reserved for those formidable pirates who can instill fear across the oceans and possess renown. Doflamingo, we have indeed heard of him. He may have some notoriety in the North Sea, but within such a vast expanse of ocean, it is still woefully insufficient. Indeed, to them, a mere 18 or 19-year-old ruffian from the North Sea, regardless of his influence in the underworld, remains inadequate. In their estimation, he must possess a notable achievement, such as having faced an admiral in single combat or clashed with a Yonko. You ought to extend a chance to the youth, do you not, esteemed Gorosei? Regarding the rationale behind this rejection, Oz had anticipated it long ago. However, with his sagacity, he had already devised a countermeasure. Is it not your desire for fame and authority? It is quite simple. What if I were to vouch for it? What if I were to inform the media and newspapers that the notorious pirate, Don Quixote Doflamingo, barely escaped at my hands and managed to flee alive? Upon hearing this, not only was Doflamingo, who had been swiftly defeated, taken aback, but even the seasoned Gorosei, who had witnessed countless storms, were momentarily stunned. Could it be played this way? To toy with the denizens of the seas as if they were mere subjects of Wano? Nevertheless, their astonishment gave way to contemplation, leading them to realize, with peculiar expressions, that it might indeed be plausible. With Oz as a member of the Pirate King's crew, coupled with his astonishing achievements, a few embellishments in the newspapers could deceive the world. Even the original owner concurs. Who could possibly contest this? With the eligibility issue resolved, the Gorosei briefly deliberated and, in principle, acquiesced. Yet, one of the Gorosei, Pith, felt compelled to remind Oz, since you are willing to stake your reputation, we have no objections. However, you must understand, on these seas, the warlords of the sea, as a nominal counterbalance to the navy and the overlords of the New World, are absolutely forbidden from suffering defeat. This also signifies that once Don Quixote Doflamingo is vanquished, not only will the dignity of the world government be compromised, but so too will your own reputation. Do you comprehend this? This statement has been articulated with utmost clarity. To phrase it in a more colloquial manner, if Doflamingo lacks formidable strength, yet is forcefully elevated to a position of power, he will merely end up humiliating himself, ultimately leading to a situation where no one retains their dignity. However, this predicament poses little concern for Oz, as he is well aware that this fiery phoenix, born from wrath and the depths of hell, still possesses considerable potential. Having maintained his status as a warlord for so many years, it is no surprise that he was swiftly overthrown upon the arrival of the protagonist. Although this may partly stem from his own inadequacies, it can also be regarded as a narrative twist. As a subordinate, he remains quite capable. Given your skepticism regarding this matter, how about we establish a pact? Oz narrowed his eyes and spoke with a smile, eager to hear more. A cold voice responded, if Doflamingo loses his qualification due to defeat, then allow me to assume that position. Surely, this stake carries significant weight? Oz immersed himself in the situation, and indeed, upon hearing this condition, the Gorosei did not even deliberate before promptly acquiescing. This transaction appears to be undeniably advantageous. If Doflamingo can maintain his position, with the assurance provided by Oz, this banner shall undoubtedly remain unyielding. Conversely, should he falter, the inclusion of the formidable Oz, alongside other powerful members of the 7 warlords, would undoubtedly transform into a formidable force capable of rivaling the dominators of the New World. This, without a doubt, would herald significant news for the authority of the world government. Upon agreeing to this matter, the call was promptly terminated. The once bustling cell fell into a profound silence, illuminated solely by the flickering light of the dim candle, casting shadows upon Doflamingo's face, marked by astonishment and drenched in cold sweat. The events that transpired felt surreal, as though he were ensnared in a dream. How could such a thing occur? In mere moments, a prominent figure of the sea was elevated by the world's elite, as effortlessly as lifting an ant. Conversely, annihilation could be executed with equal ease, akin to crushing an insect. As he observed the man, who calmly returned the phone to his pocket, his countenance as serene as still water, Doflamingo acknowledged that this was his first encounter with true power. The confirmation of a position within the seven warlords, in just a few exchanged words, represented a pivotal turning point in his destiny. However, for OS, it was merely a trivial move in a leisurely game. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps it was due to the gradual rise of his ambition, or the continuous expansion of his prowess. But now, the ability to manipulate the tides of the sea appeared to him as nothing more than a trifling task. As for the favor that Doflamingo owed him, he chuckled softly, let it be repaid over a lifetime. As the night slowly enveloped the surroundings, the most vibrant moments of the red light district commenced. In an opulent private room, OS shed his shirt, entering the VIP area of the bathing center with a bare torso. Of course, in a legitimate manner, without any misinterpretation. The mist swirled around him, and in the center of this lavish room, which was never open to the public, a tall figure relaxed by the poolside, arms outstretched in leisurely repose. Soon after, three figures quietly entered. Sammy, clad in a light, airy garment, gracefully knelt by the edge of the pool, extending her delicate hands to gently massage OS's shoulders. Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi, donned in refreshing swimwear, slipped into the hot spring, playfully attending to OS, while also presenting him with delicacies and chilled beverages, respectfully feeding him. OS felt a deep sense of warmth and joy as he gazed at the attentive service provided by Sammy and the others, and he smiled, offering praise. It was indeed exhausting to indulge in revelry all day long. During his time sailing alongside Captain Roger, he had witnessed the true nature of the sea, which was far from mere travel and adventure. The notorious pirates clashed recklessly, vying for islands and territories, while the world government thrived in its decay, and self-proclaimed nobles roamed unchecked, leaving the populace to navigate the narrow crevices of existence. It was solely due to his possession of power and the protection afforded by the Roger pirates that OS had never personally encountered the malice of these waters. However, since parting ways with the ship, OS had been left to rely solely on himself. Although he managed to live reasonably well with a modicum of strength, he knew that the intrigues and rivalries were inevitable, whether in confrontation with the elders or those so-called maritime overlords. The only places that truly felt like home to OS, apart from the Old Town Mayor's residence and the Roger pirates, were likely the realms of the girls he sheltered on Sabeti Archipelago. Despite their devoted service and admiration stemming from their own strengths and a touch of beauty, wasn't it also the result of the arduous training OS had undergone? He cherished this haven of gentleness. As OS wore a relaxed and contented expression, Sammy helped massage his temples, her face betraying a hint of hesitation, her eyes flickering. If you have something to say, just say it directly. There's no need for such hesitation. We are old acquaintances, aren't we, Sammy? Such subtle emotions and expressions were, of course, not lost on OS's keen perception. Upon hearing OS's sudden inquiry, Sammy's expression darkened slightly, and she felt compelled to withhold nothing. It is nothing, Lord OS. I was merely contemplating that Doflamingo. From my years of experience in business and my keen eye for character, I can assert that he is certainly not one to exhibit loyalty to others. Furthermore, he possesses a regal demeanor akin to yours. I have no doubt regarding your formidable strength, which renders you fearless in the face of all challenges. However, I fear that he may prove to be a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. Ever since OS resolved to release Doflamingo, an unsettling feeling had begun to gnaw at her, a sentiment that reached its zenith following a minor incident. After a clandestine conversation, much to the astonishment of the patrons in the red light district and amidst the tearful lamentations of the Don Quixote family's subordinates, OS emerged from the prison with the long-imprisoned Doflamingo, publicly announcing his release. This action, undoubtedly, left the women and girls who had suffered at the hands of the Don Quixote family's minions feeling disgruntled. Yet, for the sake of OS, they were willing to suppress their emotions. OS, ever considerate of these dear girls, leaned down with a smile and whispered in the ear of the silent Doflamingo, who had his head bowed, "You understand what you must do, do you not?" Doflamingo? At these words, Doflamingo seemed to awaken from his stupor, his eyes obscured by sunglasses betraying no discernible expression. After being imprisoned for many days, he stepped outside for the first time, greeted by the warm sunlight. Yet he felt an overwhelming chill enveloping his entire being. Under the sinister gaze of OS, the once defiant blonde youth no longer wore his characteristic arrogant smile. With a momentary pause, he silently approached the prisoners of the Don Quixote family. The newly liberated Tory Pole and others, upon seeing Doflamingo advancing towards them, momentarily believed that their young master had reached an agreement with the infamous OS. Although they were unaware of the terms that had been negotiated, they felt a glimmer of hope that they could finally leave. "Hey Doflamingo, we can finally." Tory Pole stepped forward, eager to articulate his thoughts. However, the silent Doflamingo paid him no heed and instead strode directly into the crowd behind him. These were the family enforcers and low-ranking members who had previously instigated a riot in the red light district. This group had also been confined, awaiting OS's judgment. But their treatment had certainly been far harsher than that of Doflamingo. As they witnessed their master approaching, hope ignited in their eyes. Truly, he was the king they had always believed him to be. How wonderful. Finally, liberation yet, as the smiles on their faces had not yet faded. An unsettling sensation began to creep in. Confusion flickered in their eyes as perspective shifted. Is this my body? In that fleeting moment before the executioner's blade struck, their consciousness lingered, but before they could ponder the reason, their awareness plunged into eternal darkness. This is destined to be a massacre. Where even some pawns who have followed him for years are silenced by Doflamingo, all strangled by silken threads. Sammy and the others stood agape at this scene. Even those women who had suffered at the hands of thugs found it exceedingly cruel. The faint-hearted among them covered their mouths and began to retch uncontrollably. Only Sammy, despite her discomfort, kept her gaze firmly fixed on the silent Doflamingo and soon witnessed a shocking spectacle. After eliminating all participants except for the higher-ups, Doflamingo surprisingly broke into a smile. Upon witnessing this, Sammy felt a chill that surpassed the dread of his previous fury. He bowed slightly to OS, smiling as he lowered his head, his eyes obscured by sunglasses. "I hope you can quell your anger, Lord OS." Chapter 52, defeated by OS, is, in fact, a form of glory. A patient beast instills more trepidation than the hunter. This is Sammy's immediate perception. Yet, this sentiment pertains solely to her. For OS, it might be interpreted as a biting dog does not bark. Should it dare to bark, its teeth would be swiftly removed. Moreover, it is not quite a dog, as it possesses the conqueror's haki, and can at best be deemed a rebellious flamingo. Certainly, before releasing the flamingo, OS had secured it with a chain, retaining a fragment of its life card. No matter how far it might flee, OS could always retrieve it at will. Worry not. OS gradually relaxed his head backward, resting it upon the soft, pristine surface, gazing up with a smile at Sammy's delicate visage, with a gun pointed at one's head. Even a wolf can be rendered a mere dog. Moreover, this was no ordinary gun. It transcended the limitations of space and speed. Conversely, as an angel investor, OS had also granted this fellow a taste of sweetness, such as the techniques for utilizing the flowing cherry blossoms. After all, he had made assurances to the world government. While his status as a pirate rendered such commitments somewhat trivial, preserving a semblance of dignity was still essential. Had this scoundrel embarked upon a journey immediately after OS's endorsement only to meet with disaster, it would have left OS feeling rather awkward. Shouldn't one maintain a certain level of prestige? Merely 3 days after the Flamingo's release, a monumental piece of news, propelled by some mysterious force, swiftly spread across the globe. Extra! The rising pirate star, Tenyasha. Recently, in the Sabaody archipelago, he clashed with the legendary pirate, a former crew member of the Pirate King, the Next Generation King, Black Gun, and was forced to retreat. Whether in the bustling markets where newsboys shouted their wares or soaring above the seas, countless seagulls delivered this message to the world with fervor. On a desolate, uninhabited island, one of the protagonists, Oz, had just concluded his training on the capabilities of the teleportation fruit. Moshi, have you encountered any trouble, Xiaoqi? Oz inquired, munching on some food while observing the charming phone bug that had taken on a youthful feminine appearance. The phone bug continually morphed its features, shifting from black hair to white. Lord Oz, the report you were awaiting has arrived. Indeed, your demeanor remains exceptionally gallant. It exclaimed. Lord Oz, do you require our assistance? The conversation meandered off track. Sometimes, the clinginess of the little maid could be bothersome. Oz pondered whether others shared this sentiment, but he had certainly experienced it himself. In a gentle abode, the hero's south resting place, he politely declined the offers of service from the two and ended the call with the phone bug. Speaking of which, it had been many days since he last perused the news. Back in the Sabaody archipelago, he never had to procure it himself. Sammy would always send someone to prepare everything for him. Now, however, he found himself in need of doing so. So, where might he find a newspaper-delivering seagull? Oz lifted his gaze toward the sky, as if the heavens themselves had anticipated his need. Or perhaps it was the unique ability of the news-delivering seagulls that they always appeared promptly whenever someone desired a newspaper on the sea. At that moment, a solitary seagull glided across the sky, its keen eye catching sight of a desolate island, typically devoid of human presence, save for the occasional ship that might anchor nearby. The seagull, merely intent on fulfilling its routine, prepared to circle the area briefly before moving on. However, to its astonishment, it spotted an individual on the ground waving at it. Could there truly be a customer? The bird descended, eager to secure another delivery. Yet, as it approached a height of 100 meters, it abruptly halted, as if struck by a revelation, refusing to descend further. Meanwhile, OS, upon noticing the seagull, felt a surge of fortune, thinking it fortuitous that a pillow had arrived just as he had begun to doze. Yet, just as he was about to request a newspaper, the seagull steadfastly refused to descend. Instead, after scrutinizing his face, it squawked several times, conveying the sentiment, "You are a scoundrel on the blacklist." It then pivoted and soared away into the distance. With his arm still raised to signal his presence, OS's limb became frozen midair. He exhaled slowly, his expression darkening. Ungrateful creature. His gaze fixated on the retreating seagull, and with a flicker of thought, he instantaneously transported himself to a height of 1,000 meters. This sight utterly startled the seagull, leaving it momentarily bewildered, forgetting how to fly and plummeting downwards. Fortunately, OS caught hold of its tail. "What? Just because I once forgot my money and took something for free, must you blacklist me? Moreover, I did not fail to make a payment. Rather, I utilized your funds to settle the account. Relay this message to Morgans. Should he dare to block me again, I shall strip him of all his feathers, sparing but a single life." After once more purchasing a newspaper with the funds from the pocket of a messenger seagull, OS unlocked the cage of the visibly shaken bird and instantly returned to the deserted island. While savoring a meat bone, OS unfurled the newspaper. And the first thing that caught his eye was a striking photograph, one capturing his encounter with Doflamingo in the red light district during their clash of conquerors hockey. It seemed he had unwittingly been photographed by the seagull amidst the chaos. It was termed a collision, yet it was more an overwhelming force. The scene was awash with chaotic bursts of crimson lightning, rendering it impossible to discern the source of each strike. A classic opening image, with the content woven entirely from imagination. Upon their meeting, neither party yielded, leading to an eruption of hockey clashes that left all present reeling from the aftershocks, culminating in a fierce brawl. Ultimately, after his subordinates were decimated, he managed to facilitate Doflamingo's escape. When did my subordinates become the ones slaughtered? It is astonishing how a mere fragment of material can birth an entire narrative. OS harbored no objections to this embellishment. It had no bearing on him. However, the formidable beings of the sea who also perused this newspaper held a different perspective. Unaware that this was a marketing ploy orchestrated by OS in collusion with the world government, they instantly etched Doflamingo's name into their memories. This individual is indeed a force to be reckoned with. Although he fled in a dismal defeat, the identity of the adversary is paramount. OS can now be regarded as a prominent figure who commands respect across the seas, one of the luminaries in the realm of pirates. He has invaded the Navy headquarters, orchestrated the upheaval at Logtown, and faced 3 admirals single-handedly as a member of the Pirate King's crew. For a youth to escape from his grasp is no ordinary feat. It garners admiration rather than disdain, evoking a sense of awe. This is akin to Crocodile surviving his encounter with Whitebeard or Moria eluding the clutches of Kaido, both of whom were subsequently courted by the world government, illustrating a common narrative. Amidst the vast ocean, several men who are particularly invested in OS's exploits scrutinized this report with great care, including Shanks, Buggy, and Mihawk, each reacting in their unique manner. Chapter 53. The Advancing Young Eagle. Though the organization known as the Seven Warlords of the Sea has yet to be officially announced by the world government, preparations have long been underway to quell the increasing number of powerful individuals in these waters. They are diligently promoting Don Quixote Doflamingo, sparing no effort. Even the pirates of the New World have come to recognize the name Don Quixote Doflamingo on a certain unnamed island in the East Sea. Within a bustling tavern filled with clinking glasses, a red-haired man donning a straw hat was engrossed in his meal, contemplating where to recruit crew members. As he pondered the course of his life, The voices of several burly men at a nearby table discussing current events captured his attention. Have you seen the latest news? Having observed the situation, one cannot help but be astonished that the formidable figure, known as Black Gun OS, has had a young individual escape from his clutches. Who is OS? Is he truly that renowned? A burly man, seemingly oblivious to the world, blurted out this question, revealing his ignorance of even OS's name. This piqued the interest of the larger man nearby, who had once encountered the legendary figure capable of splitting the heavens with a single strike. After that life-altering experience, he had wholeheartedly become an ardent admirer of OS. You don't even know this. Allow me to enlighten you, he began. Black Gun OS was originally a crew member of the pirate King Roger's ship, a figure of immense renown and ferocity. Shanks adjusted his straw hat. Initially invigorated by the news of OS's mention, his ears perked in anticipation of the unfolding tale. However, as the admirer continued, Shanks's expression shifted to one of incredulity. The claims of OS single-handedly battling all the admirals of the Navy, entrusted with significant responsibilities by the Pirate King, were somewhat plausible, yet as the narrative progressed, it became increasingly extravagant. According to whispers in the shadows, Black Gun OS harbors a deeply concealed secret. Do you know why he is called Black Gun? The burly man asked with a serious demeanor. Could it be because his gun is particularly black? A genius proposed, his thoughts wandering far afield. With a fierce glare, the imposing figure continued his tale. It is said that although he predominantly showcases his prowess with blade and fist, his most formidable weapon remains the firearm concealed at his back. You are familiar with that monster, Kazan, from the Navy, right? He is capable of joining forces with two others to besiege the invincible OS. It is rumored that his injured leg was shattered by a single shot from OS. Had he not fortuitously evaded further strikes, it would have surely been severed. The burly onlookers, though somewhat dim-witted, nodded in agreement. Only to raise a question at last. Is OS portrayed as good or bad in the reports? Well, he is a defender of the home, so he should be regarded as good, I suppose. Shanks, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, ultimately succumbed to his curiosity and purchased a newspaper. Yet, upon closer examination, his expression grew solemn, and he found himself sharing the sentiments of the majority at sea. This Don Quixote da Flamingo is indeed a formidable character. As someone who had spent many years aboard the same ship as OS, Shanks could be counted among the few who truly understood OS's strength, having been on the receiving end of his wrath more than once. It is precisely this understanding that made him acutely aware of the astonishing feat accomplished by a young upstart who managed to escape unscathed from OS's relentless pursuit. At least, Shanks could honestly reflect that if OS were resolute in his intent to eliminate him, barring the intervention of Vice Captain Rayleigh and others, he would undoubtedly not survive. Don Quixote da Flamingo, indeed. Once again, a formidable rival emerges in this new era. Shanks silently resolved that when his strength reached its zenith, he would seek out da Flamingo for a confrontation, to ascertain who truly deserves the title of the King of the New Age. Indeed, he no longer clung to any illusions regarding the title of the next generation's king. After all, Captain Roger had declared that Odin belonged to the old era. He found it hard to believe that such an extraordinary individual could exist in this new epoch. In a certain obscure town in the East Sea, the future great pirate Buggy, having honed his fragmented powers and established a foundation aboard Roger's ship, was currently reveling in his dominance over lower-tier adversaries. At that moment, he caught sight of a familiar name in the newspaper, Odin. The sight of that endearing name momentarily stirred his emotions. Upon closer examination of the content, he was struck with astonishment. What? A young man capable of contending with Odin and then retreating safely? No, this must be an outrageous fabrication. Do they not fear Odin's wrath? They truly dare to write anything. Ironically, amidst the vastness of the sea, it appeared that only Buggy remained fully aware of the absurdity unfolding around him. Perhaps it is due to the protective nature bestowed upon him since childhood that Buggy possesses an unparalleled understanding of us. In Buggy's eyes, Us has become an almost invincible entity in this world. When it comes to the legendary figures of the past, like Whitebeard and Gold Lion, akin to Captain Roger, Buggy could still entertain the notion of a confrontation with us. However, regarding the younger generation, without the intervention of formidable external forces, Us would find himself at a disadvantage against them. Hey, you scoundrel! How dare you underestimate my dear friend Buggy? Buggy is quite incensed right now. Listen up, lads. Bring down every seagull delivering news that you see. Yes, Captain Buggy. In the Great Sea Route, within a certain maritime domain of the first half. A young man clad in black and wielding a dark blade navigates a solitary boat. His keen eyes narrow slightly, radiating an intense fighting spirit. The Sabaody Archipelago. You managed to escape in Log Town, but this time, you shall not evade me. On the solitary vessel, the youth, brandishing his black sword, sets aside the newspaper and propels himself forward with vigor. This individual is none other than one of the most renowned newcomers on the high seas. The future world's greatest swordsman and the founder of a new swordsmanship style, the small blade style, following the one sword style, two sword style, and three sword style, Dracul Mihawk. Upon witnessing this unleash a devastating sword slash with his ace, he realizes that this may very well be the formidable rival on his path to mastery in swordsmanship. After all, as a world-renowned swordsman and the successor of Roger and Rayleigh, he firmly believes that by defeating Oth in the way of the sword, he will take an unprecedented step towards becoming the world's greatest swordsman. Having experienced your swordsmanship, I am certain it will greatly benefit me. I truly look forward to our encounter. Oth. Chapter 54. Just because I wield a sword, does it necessarily make me a swordsman? When the young man bearing a large sword stood before him, Oth admitted he felt a flicker of interest. Although he had heard of Mihawk, a lad who, in his youth, challenged various swordsmen much like Rorino Azaro, aspiring to achieve the title of the world's greatest swordsman, he did not anticipate that this fellow would seek him out so swiftly. Rewinding time to 3 days prior, upon arriving and discovering Oth was absent, this young man loitered in front of the red light district for 3 days and nights. Ultimately, a staff member could no longer contain their curiosity and approached him to inquire about his purpose, only to learn that he had come to challenge Lord Oth. When Sammy learned of this, he likewise dismissed the matter. After all, Lord Oth's reputation echoed across the seas. Should every Tom, Dick, and Harry that sought to challenge him be taken seriously, it would surely lead to an unbearable ordeal. Thus, the future world's foremost swordsman, the warlord, and the Emperor's father, Dracul Mihawk, was compelled to remain at the entrance of the red light district like a guardian deity, his keen, eagle-like eyes scanning the passers-by with a vigilance surpassing that of a security guard checking food delivery personnel, fearful of inadvertently allowing his target to slip away. Unbeknownst to him, a figure, transcending the boundaries of space, had silently materialized at the bathing center within the district. After several days devoted to honing his fruit abilities, OS, who had endured a rugged existence on a deserted island, now arrived, weary yet determined. Under the astonished and anxious welcome of the bathing center manager, he shed his garments and immersed himself in the hot springs, savoring a rare moment of indulgence. Come in, Sammy. Accompanied by a bevy of beautiful attendants and an abundance of delectable delicacies, swiftly arrived, orchestrating a seamless array of services. OS languidly reclined upon the soft cushions, engaging in casual conversation about recent maritime events, when he unexpectedly overheard a piece of startling news. Are you saying Mihawk has been waiting for me outside the red light district for several days? His expression turned peculiarly contemplative, and after a brief moment, a smile graced his lips. Well then, it seems I shall meet him. Upon realizing that the individual he had been vigilantly awaiting had already been relishing his time in the red light district, Mihawk could not suppress a few involuntary blinks. Yet he resolutely raised his black blade. Yuru. Black gun. OS. Accept my challenge. Challenge. Why? To defeat you. I aspire to become the world's foremost swordsman. I must say, the youthful Mihawk, in his prime, was far from the composed demeanor of an old master 2 decades later. His fervor rivaled that of Zorro. This brought to mind the frequent challenges posed by Shanks during the time aboard Roger's ship. However, for a passionate dreamer like him, OS, the old salt without aspirations, could hardly empathize. After all, no one was vying for the title of the world's greatest marksman against him. On the contrary, he found himself somewhat troubled. Should he emerge victorious, the title of the world's greatest swordsman would inevitably rest upon his shoulders, leading to a plethora of challenges to accept. He was not one to engage in feigned contests, and losing in battle was not in his nature, for OS was the undefeated war god. As for genuine defeat, that concept was entirely foreign to him, a term absent from his lexicon. Well, as for Mihawk, the notion of challenges was not to be dismissed. It was simply that he did not consider himself a swordsman. What significance did a duel with him hold? Upon hearing this, the young Mihawk felt his intellect insulted. A fierce aura seemed to radiate from his eyes, as if to cleave the sky itself. Engaged in a fierce struggle against 3 monstrous navy foes, he questioned. Who says one must be a swordsman simply by wielding a sword? Does knowing how to cook necessitate one to be a chef? This left Mihawk at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, seemingly convinced that OS would not engage, Mihawk's gaze darkened, and his youthful visage bore a look of regret as he prepared to depart from this sorrowful place. At that moment, a remark from OS piqued his interest. I may accept, but I must stipulate a condition. If you lose. OS rose to his feet, suddenly reminded of a thought that struck him when he mentioned the word chef. He would undoubtedly set sail in the future, even if he did not establish a pirate crew. He yearned to witness grand spectacles. It was clear he could not venture alone. After all, living like a castaway, occasionally feasting on grilled fish and meat, would not suffice for long. Moreover, having a companion would provide the comfort of conversation, alleviating the boredom of solitude. However, bringing along a girl from the red light district would prove to be a distraction, as he would have to tend to her needs. Thus, OS required a reliable partner, someone formidable, skilled in cooking, with years of solitary sailing experience, and a knack for navigation. Who could this person be? It was a challenging riddle. Upon hearing this, the young man bearing the black blade halted, slowly turning to gaze intently at the scheming OS, as if he had heard a jest. In his piercing eyes, reminiscent of an eagle, burned an indomitable spirit and resolve. As for conditions, feel free to propose any. If I fall beneath your blade, then. He pointed to his chest, speaking earnestly. Take my life, if you wish. This display caused OS's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. How passionate. What use would I have for your life? I merely require your company on this journey across the seas for a few years, along with your culinary skills. In response, the young Mihawk pondered for a brief moment before readily agreeing. Very well. But after I defeat you, I shall continue my search for the next challenger. OS smiled as he approached Mihawk. You might have to wait a few years for that. Are you suggesting that I need to grow stronger for several years to overcome you? Mihawk inquired. No, rather, in a few years, when I feel inclined. I shall naturally let you go. Mihawk remained silent, gripping the hilt of his sword with unwavering intensity. What an arrogant man. Of course. The two could not commence their duel on the Sabaody archipelago. Instead, OS focused his thoughts, causing the surrounding space to warp. Mihawk sensed the anomaly. Fear not, it is merely my devil fruit ability. Having primarily concentrated on the development of Haki, OS had neglected the enhancement of his devil fruit powers. However, following recent rigorous training, he had devised several practical techniques, such as instantaneously teleporting himself and others, as well as relocating distant objects to his immediate vicinity. Akin to a fusion of Kamui and Flying Thunder God. After a series of swift teleports through the air, the two soon found themselves on an island densely covered with primordial forest. Their figures materialized in a clearing beside the woods, and Mihawk narrowed his hawk-like eyes, ready to advance, only to realize something was amiss. His feet felt sticky. Ha 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 ha, my apologies. It's my first time teleporting someone, and I seem to have brought you to a rather sticky situation. OS chuckled mischievously as he offered his apology. Chapter 55. Why don't you shout the name of your technique, Mihawk? Today marks the birthday of a devoted fan, and in celebration, the author has graciously added an extra chapter. With a grim expression, Mihawk's piercing gaze intensified as he swiftly drew the sword from his back, executing a horizontal slash aimed at Ors. Ors, with a mischievous smile playing on his lips, stood his ground, allowing the blade to glide past him without a trace of blood. Hey, I'm really not doing this on purpose. Is it necessary to be so furious? Your expression suggests otherwise. Is it that obvious? As Mihawk conversed while subtly shifting his stance, attempting to rid himself of the debris clinging to his foot, Ors could no longer restrain himself and burst into laughter. Teasing young Hawkeye brought a thrill akin to playfully taunting a young Shanks. Observing Ors's unabashed mirth, Mihawk tightened his grip on the sword, intensifying his attack. However, this time, Ors did not evade with intangibility. Instead, he drew Ace from his waist and boldly blocked the lethal strike. Is that the supreme great blade, Ace? Mihawk recognized the weapon. The rumors were indeed true. It was originally the sword of the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, passed down to his formidable successor, Don Quixote Ors. Yet, in truth, it was merely a keepsake that Ors had taken on to care for his family. The reason for replacing the Raven of the Underworld was simply due to Ace's superior sharpness and sturdiness, which provided a more satisfying grip. However, in terms of strength, it offered little significant advantage. The two stood firmly on either side of the open ground, each wielding a black blade. Since this was a contest of swordsmanship, I shall refrain from utilizing my devil fruit abilities. Otherwise, should I emerge victorious, you would likely remain unconvinced. With a gentle hum, Othos gradually enveloped his blade in haki. Speaking with composure, the youthful Mihawk, naturally unwilling to concede, positioned his black blade, knight, before him, its edge glinting ominously, delivering a cold and decisive retort. Without your devil fruit powers, can you still evade my blade? My knight has been honed through the blood of countless adversaries, rendering it exceptionally sharp. Ace is not to be underestimated either. Both combatants, shrouded in rich haki, regarded one another with solemn expressions. Othos could discern that the young Mihawk possessed commendable prowess. After all, he was now 19 years old, comparable in age to Zoro, who had trained for 2 years. Thus there was no reason for him to be inferior. In this duel, encompassing combat awareness, haki, and swordsmanship, Othos found himself evenly matched with the young Eagle Eye. At least for the moment. Exhaling slowly, Othos tightened his grip on Ace. The haki that had once coiled around the blade now began to flow like water, its vivid crimson hue reminiscent of blooming cherry blossoms. Yet, the path carved by the blade bore the mark of an abyssal darkness. One sword style, cherry blossoms end, black light. Above Ace, the flowing haki surged, yet what emerged was a formidable black sword energy. This colossal wave of sword energy, spanning dozens of meters, rent the air asunder, cleaving the earth below. Mihawk furrowed his brow, yet displayed no hint of panic. Gripping his sword firmly, he gradually raised it above his head before delivering a ferocious downward strike. In an instant, a verdant sword energy, visually surpassing even the black-red hue in magnitude, soared skyward. The two streams of sword energy collided with astonishing speed, intertwining in a fierce embrace. Despite the emerald energy's greater sharpness and size, the disparity in haki continuously eroded its opponent, resulting in a stalemate after the initial exchange. However, at that moment, OS's focus was diverted by an undeniable realization. Observing Mihawk, silent and methodically lifting his blade for another strike, exuded an icy demeanor indicative of a true master. This incited a surge of irritation within OS, his expression darkening. Why did you remain silent after your previous move? It felt as though I executed a grand technique only to have it effortlessly countered by your mere basic attack. Do you think I am oblivious to this? That sword energy was undoubtedly your full strength. Feeling as though he had been outmaneuvered, OS's spirits plummeted. The initial intent to provoke the eagle-eyed swordsman waned significantly. A menacing scarlet glimmer ignited in his eyes as he charged forward with his blade, resolute in his determination to hold nothing back. It seems it's time I schooled you, Mihawk. As he gazed upon the seemingly transformed figure of Mihawk, the swordmaster found himself in a state of bewilderment. What has transpired? Yet, true to his character, he did not inquire about the cause of the more ferocious assault. Instead, he brandished his blade and valiantly engaged in a fierce duel with OS. Clang! The two swords collided, unleashing a shockwave that fractured the very earth beneath them. This was a battle unique to the great swordsman. Shards of sword energy erupted forth, cleaving through trees with ease. While hapless creatures that wandered into the fray met an untimely demise, even the earthworms were severed in twain by the sheer ferocity of the blows. After several exchanges, Mihawk's hand, which gripped his sword, began to tremble slightly. In hindsight, he pondered if it would have been wiser to employ his sword energy from a distance. Empowered by his extraordinary strength, OS wielded his sword not merely as a weapon, but with the force of a bludgeon, relentlessly clashing against Mihawk. They alternated between unleashing sword energy and engaging in close-quarters combat, their blades rising and falling in relentless rhythm, spanning from the southern to the northern reaches of the island, leaving not a single intact stone in their wake. For 3 days and nights, neither could claim victory. Damn it, how is it that the swordsmanship of this Hawkeye is so impeccable? No matter how fiercely OS struck, he could find no flaw. Furrowing his brow, he observed the young Mihawk before him, who, though slightly out of breath, retained his spirited resolve and unwavering determination. Truly, one could not help but acknowledge his status as the future world's foremost swordsman. Despite his own prodigious talent, honed under the tutelage of Captain Roger and Uncle Rayleigh, he found himself evenly matched. Though Mihawk was merely a few years his senior, it was a testament to the extraordinary caliber of the world's greatest swordsman. Indeed, in the realm of swordsmanship, his innate talent rivaled that of OS. Gradually, OS lost his patience and was prepared to resort to underhanded tactics. With a terrifying aura surging forth, streaks of crimson-black lightning flickered from the blade of Ace, displaying a momentum that was strikingly different from before. Just as OS instinctively wanted to utter the words divine avoidance, he caught himself and restrained the impulse. In that fleeting moment, his hawk-like eyes constricted, and a dangerous intuition surged within him. Was this the same move he experienced in Logtown? Chapter 56. This era of rampage must not have forgotten me, right? This feeling is all too familiar. The crimson-black lightning is simply irresistible, provoking a shiver. My hawk, do you not take pleasure in feigning a basic attack? Then, how about you try facing my own basic attack? The tone, laced with mockery amidst the mundane, left my hawk somewhat bewildered. What does he mean by feigning a basic attack? He considered himself merely a pure swordsman, lacking in eloquence. To him, this was the norm, for which serious swordsmen would dedicate their energy to flamboyant nomenclature rather than honing their swordsmanship. Observing the intense, dark crimson glow radiating from OS, my hawk's long-honed battle instincts began to sound a frantic alarm, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. This is. A cruel smile crept upon OS's lips as an astonishing force erupted from beneath his feet, propelling him forward in a flash. In an instant, the ground, spanning several meters, collapsed under the sheer recoil. Clang. Ace, entwined with dark red lightning, descended with a momentum akin to the birth of the heavens, cleaving straight towards my hawk. In response, my hawk also shifted his stance, his body slightly sinking as he launched a powerful slash towards OS. Yet the outcome was evidently unsatisfactory. Hiss. Crimson splashed across the entire field of vision. Unbeknownst to him, the black blade, Knight, spiraled into the air before embedding itself into the ground after several rotations, its hilt trembling as if to attest to the tremendous force it had just endured. Why not evade? OS dissipated the conqueror's haki that had enveloped his blade, his expression darkening as he gazed at the resolute young man before him. In that recent clash, after deflecting the black blade, OS had indeed held back, for he had no intention of slaying my hawk. Yet this young man appeared as reckless as a fool, seemingly intent on colliding with the edge of his blade that still retained residual force. Evade. My hawk stumbled a few steps, unable to maintain his balance and half kneeling on the ground. He touched the blood that continually seeped from his chest. Yet his face bore no trace of pain, only an unwavering calmness. His hawk-like eyes seemed to be oblivious to the concept of fear. I am destined to become the world's greatest swordsman. How could I falter in the face of another's blade? Not even yours, Dotaru Osu, could deter me. However, regardless of how eloquently he spoke, defeat was still defeat. Confronted with Osu's full-force strike, my hawk found himself unable to surpass him in terms of dominance, swordsmanship, or strength. His defeat was inevitable. After years in the field, he had felled countless renowned swordsmen, yet it was only upon meeting this man, Dotaru Osu, that he truly comprehended the vastness of the world. Such a monster genuinely existed in the aftermath of the battle at the Shambadi archipelago. In a private room atop a bar in the red light district was your final move called divine evasion. Reclining on an opulent, soft sofa, the battle-scarred Mihawk sat bare-chested, while several female doctors from the red light district meticulously wrapped his torso in grand bandages. Yet, he seemed utterly disinterested in the enchanting figures around him. Choosing instead to ignore them completely, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Osu across the room, as if only he were the epitome of beauty. Unbeknownst to OS, he continued to relish the soothing massage from the little maid, seeking solace for his battle-worn muscles. Upon hearing Mihawk's inquiry, he finally opened his eyes, locking gaze with those hawk-like orbs. No, that was merely a casual strike of mine, he retorted, rolling his eyes defiantly. Mihawk fell silent, unwilling to engage in petty disputes with OS, yet he could not shake the feeling that this technique bore an uncanny resemblance to the one used in Rogue Town. The suffocating sensation lingered, as if no one in the world could withstand such a blow. That crimson lightning, is it a manifestation of your devil fruit power? OS teased. Would you like to know? Well, then you must beg me. OS's mischievous grin prompted even the stoic Mihawk to furrow his brow in annoyance. Noticing the swordsman had shut his eyes in irritation, OS decided to relent, saying, all right, such pettiness. This is a particular application of Conqueror's haki, entwined around the blade. Since I claimed not to rely on my devil fruit ability, it is impossible for me to use it. At this revelation, Mihawk, who had just closed his eyes, finally opened them once more. OS stifled a chuckle, thinking, how delightfully tsundere you are. However, Mihawk disregarded OS's gaze entirely, his fighting spirit undiminished as he solemnly addressed OS. One day, I shall grow strong enough to unravel this technique, but until that day comes, allow me to accompany you, Don Quixote OS. In response, OS merely chuckled softly and nodded. Very well, I have faith in your abilities. In truth, OS possessed a certain understanding of the enigmatic figure known as Dracula Mihawk. Observing the presently resolute, yet somewhat juvenile Mihawk, OS discerned that his counterpart had likely not yet endured any profound betrayals or the brutalities inflicted by the Navy. As mentioned by Oda in SBS Volume 108, it was conceivable that in the future, he might choose to conceal himself under the banner of Crocodile, seeking a sanctuary where he could exist unperturbed, a notion likely stemming from his current state, which had not yet plunged him into solitude or rendered him incapable of trusting humanity. At this moment, he inadvertently extended a lifeline to Mihawk. Although unaware, the debt owed by Dracula Mihawk was undoubtedly far weightier than that owed to Don Quixote da Flamingo, thus, it could very well take a lifetime to repay. As OS observed Mihawk's contemplative expression while he savored his red wine, the swordsman's demeanor stiffened and his eyelids lowered slightly, as if sensing that OS was pondering something ominous. A powerful yet peculiar individual. In the days that followed, OS found little inclination to engage in external escapades, as there were no grand spectacles worth attending. The majority of his time was spent training alongside Mihawk on the desolate island, engaging in duels, and indulging in the pleasures of the red light district. Gradually, the solitary path of the future world's foremost swordsman began to resonate with him, and he found himself relishing this lifestyle, even if every challenge culminated in defeat. His progress was nothing short of remarkable. 2 years have swiftly passed, devoid of OS's presence. Amidst this perpetually restless sea, a multitude of events have unfolded. Upon a shattered, unrecognizable deserted island, atop several leveled hilltops, 2 figures stand, one seated, the other standing. It must be nearly time, Mihawk, spoke the tall, handsome youth with flowing hair, now 3 meters tall and 17 years of age, as he gazed at the young man in a white shirt, who was sheathing his sword. Ah, indeed, the latter replied. So let us set sail and witness this burgeoning era. It is bound to be intriguing. OS displayed a wicked grin that caused Mihawk to break into a cold sweat. He pondered whether this world had become more entertaining, or if it had forgotten the remnants of my bygone era. Chapter 57. Let us explore the new era aboard the Oro Jackson. Welcome back, Lord OS. Mihawk remarked as they traversed the streets of the red light district. The girls along the way were exuberantly thrilled by the arrival of the two, especially upon seeing OS, whose presence incited fervor akin to that of infatuated admirers. Thanks to their formidable reputations, Sammy has flourished in the underworld, earning a reputation that could almost be deemed regal within that realm. The business in the red light district has surged to rank among the top 2 globally, rivaling the scale of operations in the New World South Joy Street, with daily earnings measured in billions. Thus, the 2 individuals are not only the guardians of the young ladies, but can also be regarded as deities of fortune. Who could possibly resist such charm? OS walked ahead, greeting the lovely girls with a warm smile, occasionally gesturing with a nod or a gentle pat on the head. His handsome visage radiated a gentle allure, captivating both young maidens and married women alike. In contrast, Mihawk maintained a more aloof demeanor, arms crossed as he followed closely behind OS. These enchanting figures posed no threat to his unwavering dedication to the swordsmanship. Notably, as they strolled to the heart of the red light district, they turned to encounter a beautiful young woman cradling an infant. To be found in such a central location, especially while nurturing a child, could only signify one identity. It has been quite some time. OS-san, Mihawk-san, the gentle smile of Ruju greeted them, her gaze towards OS filled with gratitude. Oh, is that not Lady Ruju? Since OS had brought Ruju back to the Sabaody archipelago, she had settled comfortably in this place. After all, the expenses for a pregnant woman were but a trifling matter for OS, who no longer regarded money with the same significance. Indeed, the value of that one ace, acquired with ease, far exceeded 1 billion berries. Moreover, over a year ago, she successfully gave birth to Captain Roger's son, Ace. On the day of his birth, OS had made a special trip back from a deserted island. He still recalled how Ruju had wished for Ace to acknowledge him as a godfather, a request that had startled OS, prompting him to hastily decline with a wave of his hand. I nearly found myself on equal footing with Captain Roger. If that were the case, How would I address Uncle Rayleigh upon our next encounter? Perhaps as Brother Rayleigh. Yet, would it be appropriate for Ace to call me brother? It seems rather peculiar. Captain Roger, at his advanced age, only recently became a parent, resulting in such a generational mix-up. After much contemplation, I believe it is best to refer to him as Mr. Us. You bring little Ace out to bask in the sunlight. What a lively little fellow he is, truly a testament to Captain Roger's lineage. Perhaps it is his innate intelligence, upon noticing Us and me approaching. Ace eagerly extended his arms. Us cradled him gently, weighing the son of Captain Roger in his arms, then glanced at Mihawk, who stood nearby with his arms crossed, observing with a cold demeanor, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Hey, Mihawk, would you like to hold the child? Huh. Upon hearing this, Mihawk's stoic expression shifted to one of slight astonishment, only to witness Us placing the child into his arms. Wait, hold on you. Observing Mihawk's serious yet flustered demeanor as he awkwardly cradled Ace, Us couldn't help but burst into laughter. It seemed he derived more joy from teasing Mihawk than from Ace himself. Ha ha ha, all right. Us chuckled heartily as he returned Ace to the embrace of Ruju. We are preparing for a voyage this time, and we may not return for a while. Should you need anything, seek out Sammy or give me a call, Mrs. Ruju. After playfully tugging at Ace's little face, Us waved his farewell. The two then made their way upstairs towards Sammy's office. Oh, esteemed Lord Os and Mr. Mihawk. How is it that you returned without prior notice? I shall have preparations made at once. In response to Sammy's warm welcome, the two had long since grown accustomed to her hospitality. They settled comfortably upon the sofa, with Os casually crossing his legs while the little maids, Xiaolu and Xiaoqi, swiftly presented orange juice and red wine. Dear Sammy, Mihawk and I are preparing to set sail. Please assist us in our preparations. Os remarked nonchalantly, with two little maids nestled in his embrace. Mihawk remained silent, savoring his wine, as this was a matter they had already conspired about. In fact, during his leisure over the past 2 years, Os had meticulously plotted both the timeline and the route. Naturally, Sammy was well prepared. All necessary supplies and items had been arranged well in advance, my Lord Os. The two little maids chimed in. Indeed, everything is very well organized. Clothing, food. Approximately 10 billion berries packed into several crates. Is that so? It seems quite sufficient indeed, but might we bring along Xiaolu and Xiaoqi? Yes. Dear Lord Os, we can provide massages, feed you, scrub you clean, and warm your blankets. Alas, that is not permissible. This is no mere child's play. The sea harbors great dangers, and even I cannot guarantee your absolute safety. Ah, how could this be? A few individuals were engaged in light-hearted conversation, while a previously quiet little eagle, who was sipping his drink, found himself increasingly perturbed by their chatter. At first, it was tolerable, but as time went on, the furrows on his brow deepened, and he could no longer restrain himself from interjecting. Excuse me, have you perhaps overlooked a crucial detail? To venture out to sea, one must possess a vessel after all. Upon hearing this, Os suddenly appeared taken aback, as if an epiphany had struck him. He clapped his hands in realization. Ah, indeed. I often rely on my ability to teleport that I sometimes forget. One must embark on a journey by boat. Sammy, unfazed by the inquiry, calmly replied, in fact, I've already contemplated this matter on your behalf, Os. At that moment, a voice, weathered and wise, interjected as a somewhat disheveled figure appeared at the doorway. Os had sensed this presence long before, so he felt no surprise. Instead, he greeted the newcomer with a smile. Sashi, you disregard the great Dana, Uncle Rayleigh. Silver's Rayleigh. The Dark King, Mihawk, the formidable swordsman, fixed his sharp gaze upon him. Encountering this legendary master of the blade reignited the little eagle's yearning for swordplay. However, he understood the gravity of the situation and managed to suppress his impulses. Over the past 2 years, Rayleigh had made his home in the Sabaody archipelago, frequently indulging in drinks under Os's name. The two had crossed paths on numerous occasions, yet each time, Rayleigh had maintained a respectful distance, never engaging in a serious duel with Mihawk. However, in light of Osi's level, the current young eagle is still too inexperienced against the fully matured Rayleigh. He would undoubtedly be outmatched. Upon witnessing Rayleigh's appearance and reflecting on the previous discussion, Osi raised an eyebrow in curiosity. He decided to employ his foresight to glimpse an advanced version of events, only to be taken aback. Rayleigh, you actually. Hey Osi. Using observation hockey like that takes the joy out of life. Rayleigh chuckled, surprising Osi further. Go forth, OSI, represent us old-timers, and explore this era. Board the Oro Jackson. Chapter 58, Big Mom's Ambition. To bear the world king with OSI, in the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar, at the port of Sabaody Archipelago. A once dusty colossal ship has been refurbished and polished, now docked at the shoreline. How nostalgic it is, the Oro Jackson. OSI stepped onto the deck, surveying the various facilities. As memories of those days flooded back as if they were just yesterday, there was no sense of reluctance or farewell. After all, with OSI's speed, he could return at a moment's notice if necessary. Yet, as the grand ship sailed away, a glimmer of tears welled in Rayleigh's eyes. Meanwhile, among the crowd at the port observing this scene, several unusual figures mingled. For Sammy, Rayleigh, and others, OSI's maritime journey was merely a minor episode in life, for they understood him well enough. To the outside world, however, OS is not merely a simple name. He has become a symbol of an era. Before the birth of the new king, he was regarded by the vast majority as the man most likely to ascend to the throne, the notorious Black Gun daughter OS. At the naval headquarters, the urgent voice of a caller crackled through the phone. Report to headquarters. An emergency has occurred. Upon hearing this urgent message, the operator furrowed his brow, his expression turning tense. Please proceed. The report continued. This morning, Black Gun OS has set sail with Hawk My Hawk. The operator was momentarily speechless. It was no secret that OS frequently frequented the red light district of the Sabaody Archipelago. After all, the world government had been aware of this information for years, given the multitude of witnesses. Moreover, Myhawk was merely a novice, not a significant concern for the Navy. However, the intelligence officer's subsequent revelation left him rooted to the spot. His pupils trembling and cold sweat pouring forth. The two had boarded the Oro Jackson, the original ship of the pirate King Gold Roger. Indications suggested that this was not merely a brief excursion. Thus, the news of Black Gun OS's return to the sea spread to the ears of countless powerful factions around the world, instantly capturing their utmost attention. This is also the reason why US chose not to depart discreetly. He wishes to proclaim to the world that, unlike other members of the Roger Pirates, he has yet to retreat into obscurity. To this end, the Navy headquarters convened an urgent meeting. According to reliable sources, today, Black Gun and Hawkeye are aboard the Oro Jackson, preparing to re-emerge upon the seas. Our Navy must be adequately prepared. Sengoku, seated at the head of the table, has gradually begun to preside over numerous affairs within the Navy. Facing the many generals, he spoke with gravity. Ha 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 ha. Sengoku, if you had given the order, I would have long since gone to the Sabaody Archipelago to apprehend that brat. It wouldn't have been this troublesome. Carp chuckled, his carefree demeanor evident as he munched on senbei. Be quiet, Carp. Sengoku roared, unable to contain his fury at the old man's nonchalance. The order to refrain from engaging us is a directive from the world government. In truth, it was not only Sengoku who felt the weight of this incident. Many others in attendance displayed even more exaggerated reactions. Boom, clatter. The acrid scent of sulfur mixed with a bone-chilling wind swept through the office, and a decidedly unpleasant expression appeared on the faces of the two vice admirals. Upon hearing the name OSS, even the relatively temperate Kazan found it difficult to conceal his disdain, matching the intensity of Sakazuki's reaction. One could hardly avoid suspecting that should OSS appear before them, these two might risk breaching military discipline to take action. Their heightened response is not unwarranted. OSS has displayed an outrageous audacity, having delivered a severe beating to the formidable and pirate-hating Sakazuki at the Navy headquarters. As for Kazan, his circumstances need not be elaborated upon. Those who understand, understand. In stark contrast, Borsellino exhibited a more subdued response upon hearing the name, merely breaking into a slight sweat on his brow. Given his more cautious nature and having sustained the least injury among the trio, he simply remarked, "Oh dear. That monstrous entity OSS is once again poised to stir up trouble upon the seas. Kazan, Sakazuki, temper your tempers. This is not the time for folly." Observing the uncontrollable surge of emotions from the two, Sengoku felt a twinge of exasperation but maintained a grave demeanor, stating, "Our immediate priority is to execute the world government's command, enforce the demon extermination order upon O'Hara. You two, refrain from instigating further conflict at this juncture." Upon hearing this, the previously turbulent spirits of the two men finally settled into a sullen silence. In the New World, Totland Sea, Wano, here lies a realm reminiscent of a fairy tale, adorned with trees brimming with confections, rivers flowing with chocolate, and flora that dance and sing. Dominating this enchanting land is one of the New World's sovereigns, a creature of nature's design, a former member of the Rocks Pirates, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. Within her opulent castle, a figure dashed into the grand chamber with great urgency, exclaiming, "Mama! Mama! I have the latest news about Black Gun Oars. He has set sail." Upon hearing this report, the corpulent matron, previously engrossed in her desserts, finally lifted her gaze. A tall man nearby, enveloped in a massive scarf that concealed his face and mouth, also turned his serious eyes towards the messenger. The once alluring Big Mom has long lost the charm of her youth, her figure contorted by years of indulgence in sweets and childbirth. Even if she has not yet reached the spherical proportions of her later days, her form has undeniably transformed. Initially taken aback by the news, a terrifying glimmer ignited in her eyes as she fixed her gaze upon the small soldier, her interest in the cake at her side entirely forgotten. After confirming the accuracy of the information, a broad smile spread across her face, radiating unmatched excitement and yearning. Oh, has that little brat Oars finally come of age? How splendid! Upon witnessing this scene, Katakuri's expression darkened, for he comprehended the true desires of Big Mom. Mother, regarding Black Gun Oars However, should the order be given to bring Oars forth, it would be an utterly impossible task. He had come to understand this well. Even his most prized ability, the observation haki, might pale in comparison before that legendary figure, a being naturally endowed with such perception. I am well aware that Oars is not someone you can contend with. Nevertheless, we could relay the message to him. I am certain he would find it intriguing. The world's strongest woman, Charlotte Linlin, raised her hands high, her eyes ablaze with madness and excitement. As long as he agrees to inherit our combined conqueror's haki, my steel-skin talent alongside his innate brute strength and observation haki would yield a progeny, destined to surpass Roger, Whitebeard, and even Rox, a being powerful enough to dominate the world, a true monstrous entity. Chapter 59, Daily Life Aboard the Oro Jackson. In conclusion, any faction with a modicum of awareness upon the seas has already received word of Oars's departure, eliciting a myriad of reactions. Like a formidable navy preparing for battle, and reminiscent of a wise elder, the young supernovas brimmed with eagerness, seemingly indifferent to the playful antics aboard Roger's ship. At this moment, on the Oro Jackson, the focal point of countless discussions was none other than Aussie, who was fishing. It had been quite some time since he had engaged in this pastime aboard the vessel, and nostalgia washed over him. Perched on the edge of the Oro Jackson, Aussie wielded an extravagant fishing rod, patiently casting his line. Even after 2 hours, not a single fish had taken the bait. Yet, Aussie's endeavor transcended mere fishing. It was a form of cultivation. As is well known, the advanced application of observation haki, which allows one to foresee the future, necessitates a tranquil state of mind. While honing his patience and willpower, Aussie incessantly sought to enhance his ability to predict the future with increasing precision. From the fleeting moment of his initial awakening to the near minute of foresight he now possessed, his efforts bore fruit. This meditative practice likely benefited his mental state. And during this process, his conqueror's haki had also seen a subtle, yet significant augmentation. Meanwhile, Mihawk, having just completed his sword training, approached Aussie, a towel draped around his neck, wiping the sweat from his brow. Although he did not comprehend Aussie's unwavering desire to reach O'Hara, he recognized that, with just the two of them, navigating the ship there in a short span was an insurmountable challenge. Mihawk's expression remained as austere as ever as he cast a sidelong glance at OS, who was immersed in his tranquil fishing. He reclined on the deck chair with his legs crossed, resting his nightstick against the armrest. Observing OS, who seemed utterly indifferent to his presence, Mihawk's lips twitched slightly. He was not one prone to idle chatter, yet facing OS invariably stirred his temper. It was your plan to make our first stop at O'Hara, wasn't it? Yet here we are, grappling with navigation, steering, reading maps. Even the culinary arts elude us. When, pray tell, shall we? The cold-hearted hawk, noticing OS in a meditative state, felt the urge to draw his sword intensifying. Relax, Mihawk. OS slowly opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and leaped from the ship's edge to stand before the seated Mihawk, his demeanor remarkably at ease. Isn't the essence of sailing simply to reach our destination? You just need to chart the course. As he spoke, OS lifted one foot and gently set it down. Buzz! Suddenly, Mihawk sensed something amiss. The surroundings appeared unchanged. The sea remained the same vast expanse, yet an inexplicable alteration lingered in the air. I utilized teleportation to accelerate our journey while honing my fruit abilities. We shall arrive in a mere half-day. OS gestured an O for OK. On the vast expanse of the ocean, devoid of any reference points save for the water itself. The sensation of movement may not be particularly pronounced. Yet, from a celestial perspective, the R.O. Jackson resembles a ghostly vessel, appearing and vanishing with an eerie swiftness as it glides across the waves. Just moments ago, Mihawk, who had taken on a maternal role, began to recognize the utility of OS. Consequently, he decided to relinquish his oversight, tossing a compass in OS's direction. This was a collection of various eternal points meticulously gathered by Sammy based on the designated route map before his departure. Following the direction of the compass would suffice. Observing OS nod in understanding, the small eagle then ventured to the storage room, procuring some vegetables and meat before making his way to the kitchen to prepare a meal. OS, witnessing this scene, followed him inside. Aren't you supposed to be steering the ship? Why are you in the kitchen? Mihawk scrutinized OS, only to see him retrieve a glass of orange juice from the refrigerator, smiling. What does it matter? My observation hockey allows me to encompass a range of 10,000 meters. It is inconsequential wherever I am on the ship. Upon hearing this, Mihawk chose to ignore him further, focusing instead on washing the vegetables and commencing the cooking process. OS leaned over the dining table, watching Mihawk with keen interest as he deftly wielded a chef's knife, effortlessly peeling a potato in mere seconds. His fluidity of motion was not only a testament to his swordsmanship, but also a reflection of his unparalleled culinary skills. As OS gazed in awe, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Previously, he had only indulged in barbecues on deserted islands or feasted in the red light district. Each time he yearned to witness Mihawk's culinary skills, he was met with the latter's haughty refusal. However, this time, he had finally been granted the opportunity. Upon the arrival of the dishes, as OS lifted his chopsticks and tasted the food, stars seemed to twinkle in his eyes. He finally understood how astute his decision had been to coax the little eagle aboard. The flavor was undeniably on par with that of the renowned chefs he had previously summoned in the red light district. Here was the world's most formidable swordsman. Yet he possessed an innate sense of direction, a top-tier chef capable of creating exquisite cuisine, yet devoid of lecherous tendencies. What a marvel! A high-spec version of Mashan Ji and Lu Suolong, one crew member, delivering quadruple the value. After devouring every dish, OS reclined contentedly in his chair, only to notice Mihawk elegantly dab his lips with a napkin before fixing his cold gaze upon him. What are you staring at, Little Eagle? Perhaps due to the incessant calls from Little Eagle, Mihawk initially expressed his dissatisfaction, but he had since grown accustomed to it. He coolly remarked, "Since I prepared the meal, it is only fitting that you handle the dishes." Mihawk felt a sense of satisfaction. This feeling of being burdened had begun the moment he boarded the ship. Regardless of the magnitude of the task, he always had to shoulder the responsibility while OS merely observed. It was high time for this indolent king to contribute. Oh, very well then. Why did OS agree so readily? Mihawk pondered, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he contemplated reminding him of the essential techniques for washing dishes. The careful attention required during the process. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, he noticed OS gently raise his hand, followed by a sharp snap of his fingers. To Mihawk's astonishment, the once chaotic remnants of their meal vanished entirely, leaving behind only a pristine array of plates on the table, as if they had just been retrieved from the cupboard. What precautions? Could it be that simply teleporting these items outside the ship suffices? He mused. With another snap, the immaculate plates reappeared neatly arranged within the cupboard. Why so silent, Little Eagle? Are you naturally reticent? Let us duel. Chapter 60, The Unyielding Power. The Malevolent OS. By the way, why did you choose O'Hara as the first stop? After a chaotic encounter that lasted a couple of hours, Mihawk finally vented his frustrations, only to realize he had neglected to ask about the reason. As the refreshing sea breeze enveloped him, OS leaned against the side of the ship, gazing far across the horizon, where a distant speck was rapidly enlarging at an astonishing pace. Of course, if we don't hurry, we might miss it altogether. Traveling, after all, necessitates a visit to the landmarks. Is it truly gone? Mihawk pondered, unable to comprehend how such an island could be elusive when it remained steadfast in place. With the velocity of teleportation, traversing from the Grand Line to O'Hara would require but a fleeting moment. The occasional pirates encountered along the way, eager to seize vessels, either failed to match the swiftness of the teleportation or found themselves cleaved in twain by Mihawk's blade. As the ship drew nearer, the Oro Jackson gently nestled against the precipice of a cliff, and both OS and Mihawk instantaneously arrived upon this isle of knowledge. Indeed, as rumored, the trees were magnificently colossal. From a distance, OS beheld the gargantuan tree at the center of the island, a behemoth that seemingly obscured the heavens. Reputed to harbor all the world's tomes, he wondered if such a book might be found within its embrace. What? Mihawk queried, his brow furrowing in confusion as he gazed at OS. Just that kind, OS began, but then reconsidered. Forget I mentioned it. Observing the bewildered expression of this forthright companion, OS recalled that Mihawk possessed little interest in women. The pair opted against teleporting directly into the tree. For while such a method was undeniably convenient, it would deprive OS of the joy of travel. His preferred journey was one where he could witness every marvel firsthand, rather than hastily arriving only to rush off to the next destination. Were it otherwise, OS was confident he could check off every island in the world within a few months. That soldier-like approach did not appeal to him. Emerging from the forest at the cliff's edge, the two individuals displayed no fear of losing their way. Their keen perception was one factor, yet the towering trees provided a clear path to follow. As they proceeded, OS sensed the presence of several small spirits within his observation, particularly one that piqued his interest. Mihawk, noting his sudden change in direction, did not inquire further. He merely raised an eyebrow and followed suit. Soon, they arrived at the opposite side of the forest, where a farcical scene was unfolding. Look, look, it's that monster. The children cried, quick, attack her with tomatoes. Haha. The innate malice of children is often a natural occurrence. Perhaps it is for amusement or a choice to conform. Clearly, the small girl, orphaned and reclusive, who preferred the company of books, was the most vulnerable target for their bullying, easily yielding to their cruel entertainment. Though the tomatoes that struck her head caused little pain, the aftermath was a nuisance. She was more concerned with returning home to wash off the tomato juice, pondering whether she would need extra soap and if her aunt would scold her for it. Yet, the situation worsened, as a group of children in the distance seemed intent on continuing their torment. Reluctantly, she resorted to the abilities that had once proven effective, the ones that had earned her the label of monster, in an attempt to frighten away the gathering children. Alas, this tactic had been employed too frequently. Many of the children had become desensitized to it. After all, what power could a small girl, who could barely fill her stomach, truly wield? As she cradled her head in her hands, bracing herself for the torment she was about to endure, her anticipated scenario did not materialize. What was happening? What did she behold? She lifted her gaze and beheld a towering figure standing before her, gripping the collars of those children who had oft tormented her, their heads swollen with bruises. Who is he? Is he protecting me? Much like Saul, you wretched little brats. So disfigured yet still bold enough to bully others. Truly, the ugly provoke mischief. One of them received a blow that left a sizable lump on his head, and they all fled in tears. Mihawk observed the antics of OS, who reveled in his mischief against the tormentors, his expression a mix of satisfaction and bemusement, lacking the dignity one would expect from a formidable figure. Although he had witnessed the recent events, he too found those ugly children rather detestable. OS, however, felt a sense of exhilaration. Since the tender age of 6, he had reigned as the king of children on Drum Island, where he had always been the aggressor, never before encountering a scenario of mutual bullying among children. Hey, Nico Robin, where are you off to? OS inquired, watching the foul little rascals scurry away before turning his attention to Robin, who stood frozen in place. Did he just call her name? Indeed, it was her he beckoned. Come, let us explore this island together. If my mood permits, I might just reward you later, OS said with a cheerful smile. Although his charm was undeniably high, this time he faced a setback. The childhood traumatized Nico Robin harbored an inherent distrust for strangers, swiftly turning to flee towards the town. TSK. I find myself at a loss with you. OS pursed his lips, having lingered among the girls of the red light district for so long. He believed he had maximized his amiability. Then, he spoke softly, do not move, Nico Robin. As his clear voice resonated, a peculiar scene unfolded. The frail little girl, who had been running with such urgency, suddenly appeared as if ensnared by a spell, rendered completely immobile, her expression frozen in a moment of panic. Mihawk furrowed his brow, It was the first time he had witnessed such a technique from OS. Is this a newly developed fruit ability? OS gazed at the motionless young Robin, a wicked smile creeping upon his lips as an idea struck him. He stepped forward, observing the trembling pupils of the little one, and extended his malevolent hand towards the book she clutched. Hey, little Robin, if you dare to run, I shall burn your book. The sinister glint in OS's eyes intensified as he extracted the tightly held book from her embrace, the contents of which he could not decipher. Yet, it was hardly surprising. After all, she had been raised by pirates since childhood and had never attended school. Being able to recognize the words on a newspaper was already a remarkable feat. By the standards of this world, OS too was among the ranks of the illiterate. As anticipated, upon hearing the malevolent remarks from OS, young Robin, once freed from his control, did not flee. Instead, she gazed at the striking yet wicked adult before her with eyes filled with fear and trembling. Please, do not burn my books. Do not fret. I shan't play the role of a caretaker for the main characters. Chapter 61. The Demon Slayer Order approaches. Let us extend our greetings. Why bring along this little imp? Do you intend for her to board the ship? Observing Robin, who walked ahead with a desire to weep yet restrained her tears, Mihawk could no longer suppress his curiosity and voiced his thoughts. He was indifferent to the matter, considering he was merely accompanying OS, with no authority over decisions. How could you think that? I have no habit of tending to others during my travels. I did not even bring my most cherished companions, Little 6 and Little 7, aboard. I merely pondered that since we have come this far, we ought to meet the protagonist of this incident. Mihawk furrowed his brow. Indeed, it pertains to recent events. You will soon be enlightened. OS teased, for in his perspective, the terror of the so-called Demon Slayer Order was a mere threat to ordinary nations and isolated strong individuals. For him and Mihawk, it posed no danger whatsoever. As he observed Robin leading the way, seemingly oblivious to their conversation and intent solely on forging ahead, OS initially presumed she would guide them on a leisurely tour of the town. However, he was taken aback when, with a sweep of his observation hockey, he discerned a hint of something amiss within a 10,000-meter radius. She was leading us to a rather peculiar location. Mihawk, while walking, turned his head to survey the surroundings. For despite the absence of any sense of being lost, he could still discern certain clues. Us nodded, his hands tucked into his pockets. Seemingly indifferent to the thoughts of the small Robin ahead, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. This Robin, after all, had merely been subjected to a bit of teasing, yet she remained so vigilant that she directly sought out her guardians. This little one surely did not believe she could evade us so easily. Perhaps sensing Us's gaze upon her, small Robin hurried toward a cliff, ultimately disregarding Us's peculiar abilities as she desperately sprinted toward the precipice. Of course, she had no intention of leaping off. Sauron, she cried out loudly, her diminutive figure racing ahead, hardly pausing to ponder why the two behind her did not attempt to halt her. It seemed she had taken us for villains. How could that possibly be? Us stroked his chin thoughtfully before turning to Mihawk. Say, Little Eagle, do I really resemble a villain? To this, Mihawk chose to remain silent. Instead, he drew the black sword from his back, his keen hawk-like eyes fixed on the cliff ahead. As the ground trembled slightly, a colossal shadow was cast. It was a giant towering several dozen meters high, the former Navy giant, Vice Admiral Sauron, with a robust upper body and slender legs. This giant appeared to possess an exceedingly unbalanced physique. At the same time, she was Robin's closest friend during her childhood. What has transpired, Robin? As the small Robin, crying and running, was lifted into his arms, a profound bewilderment filled Sorrow's little eyes. It was only then that he noticed the two figures trailing behind Robin. The instant he laid eyes on one of them, an overwhelming sense of familiarity surged within him. You must be mistaken, right? How could it be? There's no way. Black Gun Oss. His expression turned to one of sheer astonishment, and his towering form involuntarily took 2 steps back. The silhouette bearing a sword and a gun was undoubtedly an entity that no Navy officer could ever forget. Yet, hadn't he long since vanished from the seas? Observing the giant's stunned and incredulous gaze, Oss merely smiled and offered a casual greeting. It had indeed been quite a while since he last encountered a giant, the last time being with Captain Roger on the island of Elbaf. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Oss, having appeared seemingly out of nowhere, was already perched in the palm of Sorrow's hand, hands tucked into his pockets, looking at him with keen interest. Even though Oss's figure seemed diminutive in comparison to the towering giant, Soro dared not make a single move. While he had not directly witnessed the prowess of this legendary next-generation king, he was acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by his dear friend, Kazan, which was nothing short of monstrous and insurmountable. Before him stood a figure far more terrifying than Kazan. 2 years ago, he had visited Kazan, who had suffered a fractured leg, a creature so monstrous that it had taken a full month for him to walk normally again. Observing Robin, who stood frozen in place, Saul felt a deep apprehension towards OS, who was in his grasp. His expression darkened, imbued with a semblance of desperation as he silently pleaded, "Please do not harm Robin. She is truly a kind-hearted child. If she has offended you in any way, then take my life instead, spare hers." Saul's heartfelt plea resonated deeply with the bond shared between the two, yet OS wore a perplexed expression, his eyes twitching slightly. It seemed as though his arrival had evoked a reaction akin to that of a demon slayer, and he wondered if the ocean was now rife with tales of his infamous reputation. "Hey, can any of you actually comprehend human speech? Or have you all succumbed to paranoia? I am merely here to travel. Is it not natural to have a local guide?" Ultimately, OS, having come to realize the extent of his fearsome reputation that had spread over the past 2 years, departed the forest in a somewhat despondent mood. He had fortuitously encountered a character from the original story, only to find that he had inadvertently cultivated the image of a strange man. This experience had successfully stripped OS of any illusions he held regarding the members of the protagonist group, revealing that they were not so different from the majority of pirates in the world of One Piece. Feeling a sense of ennui, OSS decided to take his companion, the young eagle, on a leisurely exploration of O'Hara Island. They indulged in an array of local delicacies and visited the magnificent giant tree at the heart of the island. Most notably, OSS captured numerous photographs using a snail phone. As he perused the diverse array of images in his hands, OSS nodded in satisfaction. The collection was rich, featuring snapshots such as the young eagle reclining with a book in the giant tree, a picture of OSS affectionately draping his arm around Mihawk's shoulders, and a breathtaking aerial view of O'Hara from a height of 1,000 meters. Throughout this adventure, Mihawk occasionally displayed reluctance, yet he still half-heartedly accompanied OSS to explore all the must-see sights of O'Hara, truly embodying the phrase "actions speak louder than words." However, OSS chose not to expose his facade, instead allowing a subtle smile to play on his lips as he observed Mihawk, who had just claimed to be uninterested in food, now savoring the island's native fruit. "What are you looking at?" The young eagle squinted and inquired. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely wanted to suggest that our journey in O'Hara is nearing its conclusion, as some old friends have arrived upon the sea." As OS chuckled softly, within the vast expanse of his observation hockey, it was effortless for him to discern the multitude of warships, armed with swords and massive cannons, slicing through the waves and converging upon O'Hara. In the face of the impending demon-slaying order, which struck terror into the hearts of the world, both OS and Mihawk exhibited an air of calmness. "Ah, it has been quite a while. Come, Mihawk, let us extend our greetings," he said. Chapter 62. The notable figures appearing at O'Hara. Off the coast of O'Hara, several kilometers away, the waves surged rhythmically, accompanied by the assembly of soldiers on deck as they loaded cannonballs. On the shoreline, numerous locals poised to set sail, along with visitors with their own agendas, gazed in bewilderment at the colossal fleet in the distance. "Is that the Navy?" they pondered, as the vessels adorned with the seagull flag approached, unmistakably marching forth to encircle O'Hara. Cannons were meticulously adjusted, aiming towards the shores of O'Hara. On the deck stood several high-ranking officers, typically unseen in the West Blue, among whom were 2 towering figures, one with curly hair and sunglasses, and the other robust, wearing a hat. On the other side, there stood a man clad in a gray and white striped cloak, exuding an air of arrogance as he held a uniquely shaped golden telephone bug. It appeared that he was orchestrating a strategic deployment. Anyone with discernment who laid eyes upon this golden telephone bug would undoubtedly be taken aback. It symbolized the very last vestige of the world government's boundaries being breached, leaving no possibility for conciliation. The true sovereign of these waters was poised to signal the commencement of absolute sanctions, the Demon Extermination Order. This operation typically comprised over 10 warships and 5 elite generals, unleashing indiscriminate devastation upon the designated area. The atmosphere, thick with the scent of gunpowder, finally stirred the curiosity of the coastal populace. "Hey, why do I feel like those naval forces are heading towards O'Hara?" one questioned. Could it be that a notorious pirate has taken refuge here? What manner of pirate would necessitate such a grand display? The Pirate King, perhaps? The citizens murmured in a state of alarm, unaware that indeed a pirate of such magnitude existed. This very figure, deemed worthy of such an extensive mobilization, was leisurely seated on the cliff's edge, sipping orange juice through a straw. Reflecting on history, OS recalled that following the conclusion of the Demon Extermination Order, the emergence of 3 formidable admirals would soon follow. Beside OS, who was seated and sipping juice, stood a strikingly handsome young man, clad in a vibrant red floral shirt, with arms crossed over his chest. He gazed indifferently at the distant fleet before shifting his attention back to OS. Noticing his unwavering demeanor, he calmly inquired, "Is such a formidable naval force truly here for just the 2 of us?" It was no wonder that Mihawk entertained such thoughts after spending several days on this island. He was acutely aware that it was merely an ordinary isle in the West Sea, devoid of any formidable warriors capable of wielding haki. How could it possibly warrant such a vast military campaign against him? With this contemplation, he slowly drew forth his exquisite long sword, the Black Blade, Yuru. Appearing ready to take the initiative, he prepared to unleash a sword wave spanning 100 meters as a greeting for the naval forces. It was evident that, barring any interruption from a powerful adversary, Mihawk possessed the capability to cleave a naval vessel with a single strike, delivering a smooth, unwrinkled cut. No matter how grand the fleet, it would be of little consequence. In the presence of such genuine might, the numerical strength of the adversaries became utterly irrelevant. Only the 5 commanding vice-admirals stood a chance of surviving beneath his blade. Why would we be deemed worthy of such attention? Oh, perhaps we do possess some semblance of merit. Yet this extermination order is certainly not aimed at us, and the world government must realize that, for me, it is nothing more than a farce. If they truly intended to confront OS, it would require the deployment of several top-tier combatants for a surprise attack, not a massive fleet encirclement. To O's, it is no different from being among a group of live targets. Their true objective is the annihilation of O'Hara. You have seen the vast collection of books within that colossal tree of O'Hara, have you not? Here, revered as the island of knowledge, numerous scholars delve into a chapter of history. History? A narrative shrouded in secrecy by the world government. A history so taboo that they would go so far as to erase an entire nation to conceal it. Upon hearing this, Mihawk's expression grew somber. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The entanglement runs so deep. Would you like to hear more? I could share the general outline with you. O smiled, glancing at the young eagle beside him. Perhaps it is best not to reveal such troubling matters. And besides, I have little interest in the annals of history. The aloof swordsman, the young eagle, declined Oz's offer to divulge secrets. Oz did not press further, continuing instead to observe this apocalyptic spectacle, grappling with an unbearable weight without the corresponding strength to match it. Whether one deems it an ideal or a reckless pursuit, Oz possessed neither the heart of a saint nor the inclination to concern himself with it. On board the naval warship, before numerous sailors, a towering figure stood at the bow, clad in a black naval trench coat, his expression obscured by sunglasses, the naval vice admiral Kazan. He silently gazed at the coastline, listening to the hushed whispers of the sailors behind him. Are we truly to unleash indiscriminate bombardment? There are many civilians on the shore. Silence. That is an order. However, regardless of the circumstances, this is simply too. Despite the fact that many within the Navy harbor doubts, the CP organization, the lapdogs of the world government, show no mercy whatsoever. Under the compulsion of orders, a barrage of cannon fire is unleashed, indiscriminately bombarding the entire island of O'Hara, causing chaos to erupt. Boom. The smoke of explosions and the wails of the civilians swiftly become the dominant symphony of this once beautiful island. A hell on earth? Whether local inhabitants or unsuspecting tourists, all fall victim to this indiscriminate onslaught. They gaze in disbelief at the Navy, which is universally recognized as the embodiment of justice, as it perpetrates the slaughter of the populace at this very moment. Soon, personnel from several warships begin to disembark, zealously pursuing the scholars amidst the panicked throngs. In the midst of countless terrified individuals fleeing in every direction, 2 figures suddenly emerge, standing out like cranes among chickens. They stroll leisurely, utterly at odds with the surrounding cries of anguish and panic, as if they inhabit an entirely different realm. OS does not harbor any intention of concealing his identity. There is no entity in these vast seas that necessitates such evasion. Any falling cannonball or stray bullet, along with the resulting explosions and debris, vanish without a trace as they approach within 10 meters of him. Ultimately, the two find themselves atop a high building, recording the entirety of this devastation with a den mushi. As they boldly made their presence known, their singular demeanor swiftly captured the attention of both the Navy and the CP organization. However, when they encircled the towering edifice and truly beheld the figure, who greeted them with a cheerful wave, they found themselves momentarily frozen in astonishment, mouths agape, rendered utterly speechless. Even the firearms in their hands trembled and clattered to the ground, as they dared not reach down to retrieve them. How? How is this possible? After a prolonged silence, one of them shakily produced a transponder snail, nearly crying out in terror, Report to the commander. A formidable individual has appeared. Marine, what are you saying? In the face of the extermination order from the world government, what kind of major figure would dare to obstruct us? A serious voice on the other end responded with skepticism. It's him. The black gun, O'Hara, the Marine stammered, tears and snot mingling as his trembling pupils betrayed his fear. Upon hearing this news, the Navy officer across the line gasped, his breath catching in his throat. After a brief moment of shock, his eyes filled with bloodshot intensity, cold sweat cascading down his face as he gritted his teeth and pressed for clarification. Hey, Marine, are you absolutely certain of what you saw? This is no trivial matter. However, before he could hear the report, the expression of the telephone bug transformed from one of tension to a subtle smile, its eyes glowing with a crimson light. This sudden change sent a shiver down the spine of the naval officer, who could not suppress the terror that surged in his gaze. At that moment, in the towering building, OS was observing the telephone bug that had been instantaneously transported into his grasp. Leaning casually against the railing, he maintained an air of nonchalance amidst the chaos that artillery fire could not disturb. Below, the encircling Navy personnel and CP agents dared not make a single move. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon the Navy, for the individual before them was a notorious figure who had once decimated half of Marineford, a menace feared even by the highest echelons of the Navy. Meanwhile, the CP agents, directly affiliated with the world government, were bound by a directive from the upper echelons, rumored to originate from the utmost authority, stating, should you encounter .OS during the execution of your mission, cease all actions and await further instructions from the higher-ups before proceeding. At that moment, the tension on the other end of the telephone bug was palpable, rivaling that of the Navy officers. As he hesitated, contemplating whether to hang up and immediately report to his superiors, a gentle voice emanated from the telephone bug. Moses, is this a naval officer? Please connect me to Kazan. Just tell him an old friend is looking for him. If you dare hang up, you'll be in trouble, for I have memorized your facial features. Upon hearing those words, the naval officer's countenance turned ashen, his expression akin to that of a mute tasting bitter gall. It was explicitly stated from above that, without orders, the Navy was prohibited from engaging with OS. Should he inadvertently provoke OS to strike against the Navy? He was uncertain whether OS would emerge unscathed, but he knew for certain that the world government and Marine headquarters would undoubtedly seek retribution upon him. Cursed fate! Why must misfortune befall me so? With no time to ponder, he hastily took flight towards the warship that had just docked in the distance, carefully cradling the smiling den mushi in his hands. As this frantic figure approached, the officers stationed near the ship attempted to reach out for inquiries, but were taken aback as he seemed oblivious, dashing straight onto the vessel. At that moment on the deck, Kazan was preparing to disembark when he noticed an officer hastily rushing towards him. What was that fellow's name again? It seemed to be Dick. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the officer was clutching a den mushi. Unbeknownst to him, Dick was simultaneously grappling with the bitter irony of his situation. Truly, the more one fears, the more it manifests. In reality, following the incident of OS's invasion of the Navy headquarters, upon seeing that striking visage on the news, he realized the gravity of his actions. That notorious black gun OS had been brought to Marine headquarters by none other than him. If the admiral and the generals were to discover this, he would undoubtedly find himself facing a military tribunal, or worse, immediate execution. Thus, he confided in no one regarding this matter, not even the sailors aboard the ship who had glimpsed OS visage that day, as he resorted to every conceivable means to silence them. Initially believing that the matter would fade into oblivion, he had hoped to bask in a modicum of glory, only to find himself ensnared once more by this formidable entity. Now, All he desired was to deliver the Din Din Mushi and then to extricate himself from the perilous clutches of these influential figures. Alas, fate proved uncooperative. Just as he was about to reach Kazan and set down the Din Din Mushi, two figures materialized from the void. One of them, with a sly grin adorning his lips, patted Dick on the shoulder and, observing his astonished expression, remarked, "Thank you, Colonel Dick, for so thoughtfully guiding me once again." Dick felt as if he were about to shatter, envisioning a bleak future ahead. The appearance of OS and his companion astonished not only Dick but also Kazan, who stood momentarily dumbfounded, his mouth agape. Then, his demeanor hardened, his fists clenched. How could this be? Intelligence had indicated that the Black Guns had only recently departed from the Sabaody archipelago. How could they possibly appear in the West Blue? In contrast to Kazan, the other naval officers, reacting with a slight delay, were visibly incredulous, having just analyzed the whereabouts of the Black Guns during a meeting a few days prior. Everyone's attention was irresistibly drawn to the young man with long black hair. Faced with numerous naval officers present, Oth merely offered a faint smile. However, Kazan could not muster any admiration for that seemingly perpetually calm visage. Instead, a surge of icy coldness enveloped him, manifesting as an aura of frigid air. Still so full of vitality, Kazan, Oth remarked, appearing oblivious to the palpable killing intent emanating from Kazan's gaze, as if greeting an old friend not seen for ages. Meanwhile, the naval brigadiers and commodores, witnessing this scene, gritted their teeth and braved the chilling atmosphere to restrain the oncoming tempest that was Kazan. "This is unacceptable, Vice Admiral Kazan. The world government's orders have long emphasized that we must not engage with Black Gun Oth without direct command." In response, Kazan lowered his expressionless gaze, watching as frost slowly formed on his sunglasses. Addressing the multitude of his colleagues attempting to impede him, he spoke slowly. "No orders means no engagement? Isn't the Demon Hunt order a command? After all, Oth is currently on O'Hara Island, isn't he?" Upon hearing this, several naval officers were taken aback. "So, I am merely executing orders, my esteemed colleagues." Almost instantaneously, a cluster of explosive ice blossoms erupted from beneath Oth's feet, though predictably, they did not strike him. Oth's figure vanished in an instant, while Mihawk, not accompanying him in the teleportation, deftly evaded the attack with his observation hockey, finding solid footing on another part of the deck. "Hello, Kazan. It has been quite a while since we last met. Is this how you greet someone? Do not forget. OS, all I harbor for you is an endless desire for destruction." A smirk appeared at the corner of OS's mouth, and before one could notice, he had somehow materialized behind Kazan. This peculiar scene was instantly perceived by Kazan's observation hockey, who gathered the dark, armament-coated hockey in his hands, ready to retaliate. However, at that moment, a faint whisper reached his ears, and an extraordinary occurrence unfolded. His body seemed to be frozen in time, rendering him momentarily unable to move. "Do not move, Kazan." Chapter 64. The situation escalates, reporting to the five elders. As the words echoed, it was as if time had indeed stopped. The figure wishing to turn and strike was suddenly immobilized in place. On the deck, numerous naval officers gazed in astonishment at the strange scene before the calm, uniformed youth. Witnessing the once formidable Vice Admiral rendered motionless. What bizarre ability is this? No, it is not complete stasis. Vice Admiral Kazan is still moving. Within the Navy, there are many adept in observation hockey, and upon their meticulous scrutiny, they indeed discerned an anomaly. Among them, it was a pair of keen eyes that first discerned the essence of this technique. Mihawk, with his arms crossed, finally perceived the clue when OS attempted this move for the second time. The enemy's body was continually displaced to its previous state, achieving an effect akin to suspension in time. Hey, there's no need to explain the skill to family, Little Eagle. Even if I refrain from speaking, the opponent will soon react, right? The method to break it is quite simple. Whoosh, a fierce punch broke through the constraints, aimed directly at OS's face, yet was effortlessly intercepted by the same formidable strength enveloped in hockey. To unravel the powers of the fruit, an excess of hockey is required. However, even if it can be unraveled, there will still be some repercussions. The two engaged once more, their immense hockey clashing and creating a wave of energy, causing the entire deck to creak under the strain, beginning to sag. Mihawk elegantly leaped, his figure landing upon the shore, where OS's presence materialized beside him in an instant. Amidst a swirling haze of smoke and dust, a terrifying shadow flickered in and out of view, reflecting a chilling white light through dark sunglasses. A voice, imbued with a lethal coldness, emerged at that moment. Daughter OS, according to the directives from headquarters, I should not take action against you. If blame is to be assigned, let it be for your presence on this island, destined for destruction. OS merely shrugged, a natural air of disdain evident in his gaze. I harbor no intention of instigating war. I merely came to extend a greeting. Otherwise, do you truly believe that this so-called demon-slaying order would allow any Navy personnel to survive? Upon hearing these words, Kazan felt as though he was being subjected to an affront. OS possessed an innate ability to provoke, inciting even the most gentle and amiable souls to entertain thoughts of violence. Then, come and try it. For the past 2 years, I have been tirelessly striving to eliminate you. An overwhelming chill spread from his being, as an imposing ice blade forged from sheer wool was gripped firmly in his hand. To confront you, I have dedicated myself to rigorous training under Mr. Garp. Long ago, following a near-fatal battle against the formidable trio, Kazan pondered extensively on how to best a creature like OS. The punch that Garp delivered to repel OS at Marineford served as his inspiration. The power of his fruit ability could only serve as a supplement. In true combat, it was the might of Haki that would determine the victor. Submit to arrest. Daughter OS. With an imposing aura, the formidable armed Haki enveloped the icy blade as Kazan moved through the pervasive snow and ice with an ethereal swiftness. His speed was on par with the astonishingly rapid OS, who engaged him in an instantaneous clash. In terms of mastery over Haki, the two were nearly evenly matched. It was evident that Kazan had made significant strides since 2 years prior. His level of Haki had undeniably advanced beyond measure. Moreover, the integration of his fruit abilities added an intricate layer of complexity that even OS could not help but admire. However, this supposed difficulty was merely relative to the young OS of 2 years ago. Recognizing Kazan's evident enthusiasm, OS sighed and resolved to indulge himself as well. In the next instant, a terrifying aura enveloped half of O'Hara Island, as black and red lightning surged and danced towards the heavens. Witnessing this spectacle, Mihawk felt beads of cold sweat trickle down his brow, his expression grave. Was he truly about to unleash the technique? The other naval officers, observing the tense standoff between the two, inwardly lamented the shift from a crushing dominance to genuine peril. Yet, as members of the Navy headquarters, they showed no sign of retreat, wrapping their weapons or fists in Haki, prepared to support Rear Admiral Kazan as best they could. Just as someone was about to charge forward, suddenly, a strikingly exaggerated emerald sword aura, stretching to a staggering 100 meters, swiftly soared past them, creating a chasm between the two combatants. From within this luminous spectacle emerged a figure of icy arrogance. The expressions of several admirals clad in heavy cloaks turned grim, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows as they glanced over. What sort of eyes were those? They resembled the piercing gaze of the apex predators soaring high in the heavens, akin to hawks and falcons, devoid of any emotion, cold and unyielding. Standing before him felt akin to facing a drawn, glacial blade. A resplendent, chaotic dagger-style black sword lay across his front, its frigid gleam harmonizing with an aristocratic demeanor, never detracting from its aesthetic allure. The haughty tone with which he spoke seemed almost innate. Pitiful, insignificant beings, should you wish to intervene in this battle, first survive the encounter with my blade. Who can elucidate for me the origin of that extraordinary sword aura along the coast? Amidst the tumultuous waves, Sakazuki, aboard a naval vessel, wore a grave expression as he observed the towering emerald sword aura rising from the distant shore. He inquired of his aide, who was at that moment engaged with a din-din mushi. The aide, seemingly just informed of the development, suddenly turned pale, drenched in cold sweat, and hurriedly rushed to report to Sakazuki. Report, Vice Admiral Sakazuki. The front lines have relayed urgent news. The figure appearing at the coastline is Black Gun OS. What did you say? Boom. Before he could finish his second utterance, the mere mention of OS name triggered an instantaneous and identical reaction in Sakazaki and Kazan. After a brief moment of bewilderment, both swiftly realized that they could finally seize the opportunity provided by the Demon Slayer order to obliterate this heinous pirate once and for all. In an instant, Sakazaki transformed into an elemental state, his form morphing into a volcanic projectile of immense explosive power, hurtling towards the shore, leaving behind only a bewildered lieutenant and a cadre of equally perplexed soldiers. Simultaneously, the shocking news reverberated to the equally stunned commander of the Demon Slayer Order, Spandane. As he processed the information, his eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the subordinate who had just reported, who was engaged in battle with the Navy on the shore. It was Black Gun OS. What? Upon hearing that name, he found himself collapsing to the ground in utter dismay, mouth agape, eyes reflecting an uncontrollable mix of terror and incredulity. As the individual previously tasked with gathering intelligence on OS for the Five Elders, he was undoubtedly the most informed about OS's capabilities and the Elders' stance. Thus, he comprehended the dire implications of OS's appearance in the Demon Slayer Order, which signaled an unprecedented level of danger. No, this exceeds the boundaries of my control. Struggling to suppress his panic, he hastily retrieved the most meticulously maintained and precious Den Mushi from his pocket. Beep, beep, beep. Click. As the call connected, a serious figure emerged, marked by a scar on his forehead and a prominent beard, exuding an air of authority. What has transpired, Spandane? He inquired. Chapter 65. Fist of the Galaxy Impact. In the West Sea, off the coast of O'Hara, the vast expanse of ocean stretching for miles had succumbed to a complete freeze, transformed into solid ice. The biting cold wind and overwhelming presence combined to create a scene where even the formidable Us seemed temporarily subdued. The extreme low temperatures had a profound impact on the body, and Us, engaged in close combat with Kazan in such an environment, revealed the monstrous nature of his physique. The chill sent shivers down my spine. It was time for a swift resolution, not merely for the sake of indulging in a spirited contest, Kazan. This also serves as a testament to 2 years of rigorous training. Us shook his arm, his previously nonchalant gaze sharpening with intensity. The Conqueror's haki coalesced into a tempest of lightning, raging through the sky before gradually enveloping his fist. He turned to the side, addressing Mihawk, who was skillfully managing multiple opponents. Oi, little eagle, you might want to step back a bit. With remarkable efficiency, Mihawk had just dispatched another naval rear admiral. And upon hearing Us's words, he turned, a look of surprise gracing his face, a few beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Are you really going to use that move? Creating such a ruckus right after setting sail? Indeed, it has been a long while since I last ventured forth. Consider this a modest greeting gift for this new era. The corners of OS's mouth curled upward as the black and red lightning in his hand intensified. Upon overhearing the exchange between the two, not only was Kazan, who had just been forced back by OS, perplexed, but the officers embroiled in battle were equally bewildered. However, before they could react, they witnessed the formidable Mihawk, who had just moments ago been a relentless force, now retreating swiftly. A colossal wave of emerald green sword energy pushed the naval officers back before he hastened inland, away from the shore. Before the officers could intercept, an overwhelming sense of pressure surged into their minds, sending a shiver down their spines. What is happening? They turned to gaze at the center of the coastal battlefield, where the already fearsome figure was now engulfed in a renewed eruption of black and red lightning. No, it could no longer be described merely as lightning. If one were to be precise, it resembled a tempest. In the face of this unabashed, unleashed conqueror's haki, several moisture-laden brigadier and major generals were already kneeling in agony, their blades driven into the ground, barely managing to keep from collapsing in disgrace. Those on the periphery of the battlefield fared no better, and as for Kazan, now the primary target, the pressure upon him was mountainous. Beneath his sunglasses, his eyes were filled with disbelief and horror, this feeling. How could you possibly wield such a technique, OS? OSS did not respond to the inquiry. Instead, his eyes gleamed with a crimson light, and his smile bore a hint of cruelty. I apologize, Kazan, but this time, escape is utterly impossible. The next generation king, enveloped in a tempest of black and red, gradually concentrated this storm into his fist. Ultimately, after compressing it to its utmost limit, it transformed into a dazzling sphere of red light, akin to a laser emitted by Polysolino, shining even more intensely than before. Even in broad daylight, it illuminated the entire coastline. In the blink of an eye, that terrifying source of light and his figure vanished. All the commanders, feeling an unexpected lightness, suddenly found themselves able to rise, gazing around in bewilderment. Only Kazan, drenched in cold sweat, remained tense, his mouth agape as he stared vacantly at the sky. Noticing this, the other commanders followed suit, and that single glance nearly induced a heart-stopping shock. What is that? The sun, the radiant red light, suspended at an altitude of 10,000 meters, now descended towards the ground as if heralding the apocalypse, resembling a fallen sun. The magnitude and speed were overwhelming, leaving no possibility for escape. Furthermore, their future movements had long been anticipated. Having been pursued by the old man Garp since childhood, they had witnessed this technique countless times. How could they not have learned it? Previously, their conqueror's haki had been too immature, but now, it was a different story. Kazan, as OS approaches adulthood, even without the power of the fruit and the extraordinary Kenbunchika haki, he has firmly crossed the threshold of a formidable monarch, signifying that he has genuinely attained the initial level of world-class combat prowess. What a terrifying man he is. Gazing at the resplendent source of light in the sky, Mihawk, having retreated a kilometer from the heart of the battlefield, could not help but praise. Despite having witnessed such phenomena before, it still felt utterly extravagant. The fist bone, galaxy impact. A crimson cross of light descended, and after a fleeting moment of silence, the immense residual force, akin to a blazing sun, radiated outward. What tremendous power this is! Before the might of this humanoid nuclear bomb, the Earth was effortlessly torn asunder, resembling mere paper. Although it may not rival the island-destroying force of Karp's full-powered strike, the ground within a radius of several kilometers lay utterly shattered. Enormous clouds of dust surged into the sky, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Whether the residents of O'Hara Island or the Navy and CP personnel still lingering upon the sea, all trembled, mouths agape, rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. Alas, all is lost. At this moment aboard the warship, witnessing the cataclysmic scene of a nuclear explosion, the once arrogant chief of CP-9, Spandam, found himself utterly diminished. Ignoring the presence of his subordinates, he knelt half-heartedly, tears and snot streaming down his face as he leaned over the ship's bow. The escalating conflict before him was nothing short of absurd, and recalling the esteemed command issued by the venerable Gorosei, Saint Vorchely, he cast aside his fear. Rising abruptly, he barked orders at the CP personnel nearby, quickly informed the Navy aboard the warship to approach O'Hara Island immediately. By the supreme authority of the world government, we must hasten to halt this conflict. Upon hearing this furious proclamation, a junior officer, who had been astonished by the monstrous display of power and relieved that his fleet had not been the first to land, turned pale. Surely he must have misheard. To intervene in this war? With us? Seeing his subordinates frozen in disbelief, Spandam's frustration reached a boiling point. He drew his pistol, aiming it at his own head, disregarding the tears and mucus marring his visage, and shouted, "This is an absolute command. Until we grasp the full scope of this situation, how could we possibly engage in battle with that black gun OS?" Chapter 66. The True Worth of the World's Strongest Sniper. What on earth is happening here? Gazing upon the shattered earth, with gaping chasms stretching for miles, and the sight of a seemingly doomed brigadier general, the fragments of a major general, and the molten projectiles raining down, Sakazuki's countenance darkened ominously. Cough, cough. Amidst the ruins, there lay a naval vice-admiral, entombed beneath the rubble, helplessly emitting raspy, blood-stained coughs. In a moment of urgency, Sakazuki hastily cleared several piles of debris, only to be astounded to discover none other than Kazan, who had been among the first to land on the island, lying within. The copious amount of blood and his pallid complexion starkly illustrated the grievous injuries he had sustained. Thousands of meters away, the formidable OS, having struck true, now materialized beside Mihawk. Is your current strength sufficient to instantly incapacitate a naval vice-admiral? Mihawk's hawk-like gaze had long since discerned the gravely wounded Kazan. An unsettling feeling enveloped him. After all, he had once faced this very attack. While its potency was indeed staggering, for someone of the vice-admiral's caliber, sustaining severe injuries was plausible. However, to be rendered unconscious by a single blow seemed excessive. Upon hearing the young eagle's inquiry, OS wore an expression of resignation. Upon reaching the threshold of a naval admiral, how could one expect a single strike to be fatal? I am no Captain Roger. The true reason Kazan endured all the damage lay in his unyielding spirit. OSS distinctly sensed that. Although he could foresee the trajectory of Kazan's evasion in the future, the esteemed disciple of Karp exhibited no intention of retreating. Instead, he stood resolutely prepared to engage in a fistfight with OSS, who, feeling the stiffness and awkwardness in his somewhat frozen hands, could not help but reflect that there was no such thing as a crushing victory. It was merely a matter of determining supremacy between men with a single blow. OSS refrained from employing the nauseatingly overwhelming technique of unlimited teleportation, and Kazan did not resort to elemental transformation or glacial barriers. These two men, burdened by a long-standing grudge, chose in that moment the most unguarded and straightforward approach to defeat one another. However, Kazan overestimated the potency of his hockey-infused punches, which were enhanced by his fruit abilities, while underestimating OSS's monstrous rate of growth and mastery of hockey, ultimately leading to his downfall from a devastating blow. If one were to seek a rationale for their actions, it would be quite simple. To evade was to be deemed an inferior pirate or navy. Should they engage in unrestricted combat, the small locale of O'Hara would scarcely suffice for their clash. It would take no less than 3 days and nights to determine a victor. Shortly thereafter, Sakazuki descended like a molten volcano, and OSS initially believed that this confrontation would conclude here, which was already considerable. However, there is no logic in halting midway through the debut of a new era. Sakazuki, are you in search of me? As Sakazuki failed to locate the whereabouts of OS, preparing instead to carry Kazan away for treatment, a voice that haunted his thoughts resonated in his ears. Almost instinctively, he cast aside the gravely injured Kazan, his hands ablaze with molten lava, unleashing a fiery onslaught. A colossal magma fist erupted like a volcanic explosion, hurtling towards the source of the voice. Unfortunately, it struck nothing tangible. The searing lava plummeted into the ocean, causing the already fragmented ice to melt entirely, even reaching a boiling state in certain areas. Such fervor. Boom. Another molten punch was hurled beside him, once again missing its target. Do not be too arrogant, Dolter OS. The justice of the Navy is not a plaything for you to toy with. The most ruthless of soldiers often possess the greatest capacity for fury, particularly when enveloped in seething magma, resembling a being who has consumed the red-hot fruit. Justice? Is the slaughter of innocents also deemed justice? Was there not a refuge ship before my arrival? Ah, it seems you were responsible for its demise, Sakazuki. Upon hearing these words, a fierce rage flickered across Sakazuki's naturally stern visage. Silence, you mere pirate. What right do you have to condemn the justice of the Navy? If scholars were aboard that ship, they would only amplify this slaughter to a broader scale. As a soldier, orders take precedence, and Sakazuki, harboring his own considerations, found it unnecessary to further elucidate to OS. He was unworthy of such discourse. Upon witnessing the refusal to communicate and the ensuing frenzy of Sakazuki, AUS lost the enthusiasm reminiscent of Kazan. In an instant, he teleported hundreds of meters away, the long black gun, previously wrapped in bandages at his waist, now firmly in his grasp. Although this weapon may lack a certain prestige, it remained serviceable. He had grown accustomed to relying on knives and fists. Perhaps the world had forgotten that while my martial arts and swordsmanship are world-class, I, Vidasi, am fundamentally a marksman. With the sniper rifle gifted by Uncle Tam in hand, Alsa's eyes ignited with a crimson glow. The sea-stone bullets from his pocket swiftly materialized within the chamber, enveloped in flowing hockey and crackling black-red lightning. Just as AUS was about to take aim, a surge of danger coursed through him, sending chills down Sakazuki's spine as he prepared to unleash a volcanic eruption of magma. Gazing at AUS, who was poised with the gun, he felt an absurdity wash over him. Was he truly being underestimated, to be confronted with a firearm? Had Sakazuki interacted more with AUS, he would have recognized the gravity of the situation. While AUS was undeniably formidable with blades and fists, it was with a gun that he became truly fearsome. Left shoulder, AUS murmured softly, the red light in his eyes flickering intensely. The sea-stone bullet, entwined with flowing cherry blossoms and conqueror's hockey, surged forth at an astonishing speed, transforming into a red meteor as it launched. Nanny. Sakazuki felt a few beads of cold sweat trickle down his brow as he sensed the overwhelming aura surrounding him. In an instant, he recognized the terrifying nature of the bullet aimed at him. With a swift motion, he unleashed a fierce blast of hellhound energy, attempting to intercept it. Suddenly, an incomprehensible scene unfolded before him. A chunk of flesh exploded violently from Sakazuki's left shoulder, the internal tissues struggling to heal under the oppressive force. What a jest! Had the bullet just vanished for a fleeting moment? Pain etched across his face. Sakazuki made a decisive move to cauterize the wound with torrents of molten lava. Did he not comprehend yet? Ost's cold voice shifted direction, materializing in the distant skies, his eyes radiating a crimson light that seemed to pierce through the fabric of fate, embodying the essence of a deity hunting in this realm. This is the caliber of the world's foremost sniper. Now, where shall the next strike land? Ost pondered, his gaze gradually descending. Just a moment, please. A desperate cry, infused with every ounce of strength, abruptly pierced the chaos of the battlefield. What? Due to the C-prism stone bullet lodged in his shoulder, Sakazuki felt a growing sense of weakness coursing through his body. Beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead as he heard a voice nearby. Turning his pallid face towards the figure on the warship, eyes bloodshot and shouting with all his might. Was it CP? He had encountered this individual before, a cowardly official of the world government. Yet, remarkably, this person dared to risk his life and intrude upon the battlefield of the Black Guns. This undeniably signified a message. What nonsense is this? With such significant losses within the Navy, how could he possibly consider yielding at this moment? Enraged, Sakazuki felt the smoldering magma within him reignite, unleashing a terrifying wave of heat. He forcibly tore away the flesh surrounding the bullet embedded in his left shoulder. The crimson of blood mingled with lava beneath the epaulets of his naval cloak, rendering it indistinguishable. Meanwhile, standing aloft in the sky, Oz displayed no trace of surprise at this scene. After all, he had witnessed it unfold within the span of a minute. Moreover, through his observation hockey, he could easily discern the serious expression of the Den Mushi that Spandam was fiercely guarding. Faced with CP's unexpected interference, it was evident that Sakazuki had no intention of conceding. Even if Spandam was the nominal commander of this operation, I am merely executing the demon slaughter order. How much longer will you continue this farce, Sakazuki? A furious shout emanated from the direction of Spandam. Yet the authoritative tone and gravitas unmistakably indicated that it was not he who spoke. Upon the utterance of this command, all CP members aboard the warship immediately knelt on one knee, Spandam included, raising their Den Mushi high above their heads. The visage that materialized was none other than one of the 5 elders of the world government, the justice warrior, Saint Vacheli. Such swiftness. How could this be? Sakazuki's seething magma gradually subsided. Despite the multitude of anger and humiliation boiling within him, he could not afford to display even a hint of it. Yet, through his clenched jaws and the brim of his hat obscuring half his face, the simmering eruption of his inner volcano was subtly perceptible. Ultimately, it was merely the incompetence of your navy that brought about this predicament. What face do you have to declare your intent to prolong the war? At that moment, in the Holy Land Mariehua, the atmosphere of power was palpable, as if it had solidified into a tangible entity. Saint Vacheli's gaze was frigid, a shadow crossing his features as he vehemently rebuked the Navy for their thoughtless actions. Such recklessness. Did they still hold any regard for the world government? If the celestial dragons were to appear in O'Hara, would the Navy also resort to the pretense of extermination under the guise of the demon-slaying order? Seeking to eliminate these rulers of the world? They are but mere hounds of the world government. Yet, this was not even the source of the 5 elders' greatest ire. If the Navy truly possessed such formidable strength, capable of successfully eliminating Black Gun, Oka and O'Hara, and executing the demon-slaying, then the 5 elders would not only refrain from reproaching them, but would even take advantage of the situation, allowing Sakazuki and Kazan to ascend directly to the rank of admiral due to their merit. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that the 5 individuals who represent the pinnacle of world authority were exchanging glances at the reports just received from CP operatives, detailing the ongoing battle in O'Hara. The more they read, the darker their expressions became. The comprehensive summary of the battle revealed nothing but a few words: overwhelming, powerless, defeat. In the face of Kazan's severe injuries and unconsciousness, being shot and lacking any means of counterattack, the order to continue fighting to the death was absurd. Was Sakazuki, that fool, intent on destroying the world government? Listening to the elders' furious rebukes and recalling his own determination to fight to the bitter end, Sakazuki's eyes, shrouded in the shadow of his hat, were now nearly bloodshot. Scanning the scene, he saw the numerous fallen subordinates of the Navy, the gravely injured comrades, and then the unscathed CP agents, along with the aloof, commanding presence of the 5 elders. After a prolonged silence, reason ultimately prevailed. The general, intent on a death struggle, stood there wordlessly, embodying the most eloquent response. There was no need for further platitudes, Five Elders, Lord Vacheli. Unbeknownst to the moment, a towering figure emerged upon the deck of the warship, kneeling before the CP agents without any hint of trepidation, his crimson eyes blazing with intensity as they fixed upon the Den Mushi ahead. Astute as he was, he could not possibly be oblivious to the implications of the five Elder Stars publicly chastising Sakazuki. It was merely a ploy to find a convenient way out, or perhaps to preserve the final veil of their amicable relations. Were OS to find himself in a position of weakness on the battlefield, the communication that ensued would likely not be to mediate the conflict, but rather to prepare for a public execution. The next generation king, renowned across the seas, would be apprehended by the world government and subjected to a public display of punishment, undoubtedly serving as a potent sedative for this tumultuous era. As OS gazed at the slowly opening crimson eyes of the Den Mushi, the five Elder Stars exchanged glances, each reflecting a trace of resignation. Why, after such a prolonged absence, did he choose this moment to appear in O'Hara, a place marked for extermination by the world government? Despite their frustrations, when confronted with the principal party, the five Elder Stars adeptly navigated the art of negotiation, their words laced with an air of firmness. Their recent reprimand of Sakazuki was a gesture towards OS, subtly conveying their goodwill. Yet, when it came to actual dialogue, the five Elder Stars were unlikely to yield. Why? One might wonder. OS stroked his chin thoughtfully and cast his gaze skyward, pondering the notion of travel, for once the extermination order was enacted, such sights would be forever lost to him. Subsequently, he seemed to have recalled something, feigning surprise as he exclaimed, "Could it be that you all believe I am researching the G20 and OS?" The collective outburst abruptly interrupted what might have been a shocking revelation from OS. The five elders wore expressions of gloom and cold sweat, as they were well aware of the truth without the need for inquiry. That wretched individual. The CP members present were equally taken aback, as if they were on the verge of uncovering the secrets of the 9 clans. Had it been anyone else who stumbled upon such a clandestine matter, they would have long been eradicated by the five elders through a demon eradication order. Yet, it was OS, this troublesome fellow. It appears that the directive concerning OS must be elevated in priority, at the very least, surpassing the demon eradication order.